He'll bring it up to Butler. Butler waiting. Curry screens for Butler. Butler attacks Kyrie Irving. Goes up. Finger roll it. Good? No. It's an offensive foul on Jimmy Butler. The Warriors will look at this, and they're going to challenge it. You have to here.
After review, it has been determined that the defender establishes a legal guarding position in the dribbler's straight line path prior to contact. The ruling on the floor of an offensive foul stands as called. The challenge by Golden State is unsuccessful. They lose their timeout. They have no challenges remaining.
Oh, devastating call there late in the game as the Dallas Mavericks hang on to win 111-107 over the Golden State Warriors. Dubs fall to 27-27, 12-14 on the road now as they wrap up their final game of this 6-game road trip tonight against the Houston Rockets. Is Steph going to play? Is Jimmy going to play? Is Draymond going to play? We'll see. But a very disappointing ending to that game where the Warriors were fighting to claw back. They were clawing. It was back and forth, Joe Shasky. They take the lead after a Stephen Curry 3, but the Mavericks and that guy Kyrie Irving, yeah, he's still pretty freaking good. I know they didn't have Anthony Davis. I know they didn't have Daniel Gafford, Derek Lively. They didn't have a big, quite frankly, which was interesting because the Warriors, who, to their credit, attacked the paint a lot, they just missed a lot of easy buckets, and it was a frustrating loss. There's a lot baked into it. Good morning to all of you just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. It is very wet out there. They're calling it an atmospheric river, Joe Shasky. I feel like we've heard that phrase 3 years in a row now here in the Bay Area. So please be safe if you're driving out there, if you're commuting, however you're doing it, on bike, on scooter, whatever. Please be safe. Don't be dumb. If you need to pull over, if it's getting too crazy, don't be afraid to do that. Tough loss last night.
Tough loss? How about horrific officiating? Now, it doesn't mask the Warriors' execution. We'll get to that in a second. Gucci Man sucks. Let's just call it let's start there.
Who's Gucci Man?
He's the referee who looks like the rapper Gucci Man. It's pretty obvious. He sucks. He sucks. All right, there was a variety of plays. That crew was awful. First off, when both benches are losing their minds, clearly you've lost control of that game. The final sequence, Kyrie's feet are moving. It's inarguable. His feet are moving. It's the wrong call, period. His feet are moving. And if we're going to go letter of the law, spirit of the law, it does not matter. Now, there would have been time on the clock. They would have had the ball. They would have had opportunities to win the game, the Dallas Mavericks. So it's not the end-all, be-all. But it was a sequence of bad calls in the fourth quarter in particular that was driving everyone nuts. Case in point, we've talked about this. Inconsistencies on consecutive possessions. Steph Curry, who doesn't attack the basket, is attacking the basket with ferocity and then gets absolutely leveled. No call. And then the very next possession, Moses Moody closes out on Kyrie Irving, who does the most garbage sweep through of all time to get an automatic 3 free throws. A, if it is a foul, it's a foul on the floor. B, it's a sweep through, which you've told me you're going to adjudicate out of the league. C, where's the consistency on contact on the prior possession for Steph Curry, who everyone tells me doesn't attack the lane? Then we take it a step further. The 8-second call in the backcourt on the kick, the clear kick, where you don't show me the sequencing of the clock and him bringing it up the court.
It looked like there were 17 seconds still on there.
Yeah, it was a master class in ineptitude of officiating. And it masked what should be a game that we're talking about as a great regular season game. The Warriors fought back from a dozen multiple times. Kyrie was spectacular. And I'm sitting here furious at the officiating. And no, it's not the reason they lost, but it's baked into this is why we're frustrated. As an NBA, I'm not just a Warrior fan, NBA fan.
You called it a master class of ineptitude. We call that a disaster class these days, Joe Shasky.
Okay.
A disaster class from the referees late in that game. And that's fine. You know what? It's baked into it. And again, to your point, I'm not going to say that was the reason they lost. They had a lot of opportunities to score inside the paint. They scored how many? 60-plus points yesterday inside the paint. It should have been way more.
It should have been 120.
It should have been 100. Like
Pods and Draymond smoked bunnies on consecutive plays.
I got secondhand high from the amount of smoked layups yesterday in that game. My eyes are still glossy from it. It's that bad. Like, no. And you know, I was talking about Buddy Hield his last couple of games. It looks like he was going to break out of this funk that he was in because he was making some 3-point shots. 1 of 9 yesterday, 3 points. If he's not scoring, he's not giving you anything. I saw time in and time out on the defensive side, the Dallas Mavericks whether it was Kessler Edwards, whether it was Max Christie, who's looking like
Max
a great
Christie looks
pickup.
really good.
He looks a great pickup since he got traded from the Lakers. I know that was obviously an afterthought from Anthony Davis and Luka Doncic, but Max Christie was a part of that trade.
Brandon
and
Williams killed them.
Brandon Williams. Clay early on was killing them. I know he got cold a little bit late, but he had some big shots.
Clay was wide open in the first half.
He was. Najee Marshall killed him with his size, right? He had 0 for 4 from beyond the arc, but 5 of 10, 10 points, 8 boards for him. His size, again, a team going into the game that had no size. Like, I didn't feel like they were exposed enough for their lack of size. I'll just say it like that. And you had Quentin Post playing 12 minutes yesterday. I get it. Early on, he was a minus 19 in the game for his plus minus for the entire, like, I felt like he could have used him more. Did I see him in the second half at all?
No.
I didn't see him in the second half. I didn't feel it at all. I felt like you could have used him at certain points. Jimmy Butler, late in that game, that was a tough call because had he got the not charge, if it was a blocking call, maybe put some.
And he missed a free throw. And
he missed a free throw.
Like, I'm talking about prior to that. But, like, the reality is that to me, it doesn't have to be a foul. It could be a no call.
Yeah.
But you blew the whistle, and if his feet are moving and you're going to review it, well, then you're wrong.
So
you're wrong.
There was a lot baked into that loss last night. I want to hear from Dub Nation, 888-957-9570.
Steve Kerr bears a big burn of it, too.
He does.
And I'm going to go right to Steve Kerr, and I'm going to say, all right, a couple of things. First,
he's that coach.
It took forever for you to run a double team at Kyrie. He's destroying you. He hit 3 consecutive threes. No timeout. What are we doing? What are we doing? Secondarily,
42 points.
How many times have I watched this team? This is not the Iguodala Livingston team. Stop switching on everything. GP2, fight through a screen. Fight through. You are the defensive stopper. You are giving up. When there's a screen that comes up, they did it over and over and over and over and over again. They were hunting the Buddy Hield or Steph Curry matchup on these screens that come up. They set a pick. Sometimes they'll set a pre-ball pick to set up another pick. So they'll go 2-man away. Guys, you don't have to just give up the switch. You saw it late in the game. Jimmy Butler gave you the template. No, get back. I am fighting over the top of the screen. I am staying with my man. Stop switching. And then Buddy Hield, I got him. No, you don't got him. No, you need to hedge back and you need to go off and go back on the other guy. Stop switching. GP2, fight through the screen over the top. To me, this is a Warrior problem. This is not 2016. This is not 2017. You can't switch across the board. Fight through. Stop letting them get the matchup that they want every single time. Dallas's whole MO yesterday was, we're going to run pick and rolls. We're going to run off-ball screens to set up specific matchups. They failed to adjust to it, and then you failed to send the double team to Kyrie until 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. I love you, Steve Kerr. That is on you.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. It's a simple question. What's the most frustrating part of that loss for you last night, Dub Nation? You could say it was the team you were playing against because this is a team you're going to be battling for the standings for the rest of the season. You got one more matchup against the Dallas Mavericks. It's going to be at Chase Center in a couple weeks or 10 days, I want to say. It's going to be on February 23rd. So you got one more matchup against them. Kyrie Irving goes nuclear. He drops 42. Was it that? Was it the officiating? Was it, the amount of smoked layups you had yesterday? You had damn near 10 more shot attempts yesterday, and it felt like it should have been more. You should have had so many different opportunities. Cutting, like, how many times did we see yesterday that the suspendables connection, as we're calling it?
They look great.
The Butler to Draymond, just Draymond cutting to the lane and just driving for a wide open layup.
Steph was not great in this game. And I have a lot of...
That was frustrating, too.
But
9 to 23, 4-13 from beyond the arc, 25 points for Steph and Curry.
Yeah, he wasn't great yesterday. I thought he was very inefficient. He missed a lot of shots. I thought he did a lot of complaining, too. Like, get back on D, Steph. Like, on the real. Like, we got to call it out. Like, stop complaining on every play. Like, you got to get back and play. The best part of yesterday that makes me most encouraged, because there are silver linings, and I hate to be that guy.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You played in a competitive back-and-forth game in the fourth quarter. You dug out of multiple 12-point deficits. You got stops. Draymond was spectacular defensively in the final couple of minutes. Spectacular. He was. Draymond, amazing. He was amazing. The Jimmy Butler-Draymond, two-man game is maybe the most encouraging thing to come out of this game. I thought, Steph and Jimmy. I mean, Draymond and Jimmy clearly have the high pick and roll thing going on where Jimmy drops down after he gets the matchup that he wants, and Dre's just feeding him, and they're working that block. There are a lot of little silver linings. I think Moody's a player. Like, I'm learning Moody's a player. That's a game, obviously, I want. I wanted that game. I'm fired up. I'm ticked off. But if they play like that, this team is going to play meaningful games this year. I know it's 3 games into the Butler experience. That was a great game. A great game.
That's why it's frustrating, I think, if you're a Warriors fan right now, because he had 2 blowouts, and this was the first crunch time game. This is a team that's reeling. The Dallas Mavericks felt like they were going to crash and burn.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis out indefinitely with an industrial strain. They just lost Luka Doncic, who ESPN and every other media outlet is shoving down our throat right now, rightfully so. He makes some great passes as the Lakers get blown out yesterday in Utah, but no one's caring about that because the Dallas Mavericks won. The fan, that entire crowd was just waiting to boo them off the court late in that game. They were waiting to just attack Jason Kidd, Nico Harrison, anyone out there. And the Warriors, to their credit, they were fighting back. They took the lead late after that Steph 3-point shot. They just couldn't close. And that's been a problem for this team, Joe Shasky.
Yeah, but they lose going away. Like 3 weeks ago, that's a game. No. 2 weeks ago, they lose that game going away.
That's true. But
and I know that sounds like I'm doing loser talk here, but I'm being real. There are silver linings to that.
There are, but there's also, I can't unsee what I've saw throughout this whole season. I know we want to look at it through this new lens and it's this new team. It's a new squad. It's Jimmy Butler. Andrew Wiggins isn't here. Kyle Anderson isn't here. D'Anthony Melton's not here anymore. Dennis Schroeder's not here anymore. This is a new team, so you kind of have to view it through a different lens, right? But at the same time, Warriors now fall to 1-21 when trailing after 3 quarters.
That almost seems impossible.
0-9 on the road. If they're trailing heading to the 4th on the road, they're going to lose the game. That's something that needs to change when you have Jimmy Butler out there, when that's a guy we brought in to be a closer. Now, again, was it a 50-50 call? You don't even think it's 50-50? It was.
Were his feet moving?
It looked like it. It looked like it.
No. It's yes or no.
It looked like it. I wasn't there. I wasn't there in real time calling the play. And was it one of those where it's, the call, if it's that close, the call in the field's going to stand, or call in the court, in this case,
Kyrie jumped to the spot to get, again, this is foul baiting 101.
I know.
Kyrie jumped to the spot to get that was not a defensive position he was trying to be in. He was trying to beat him to the spot to bail them into the charge call. And Gucci Man, of course,
James Williams
took it. He took it. And then they reviewed it. His feet are clearly moving. And then they basically stick with it. How many times? I mean, we've seen the Warriors themselves this year get caught for the same thing where the feet are moving and they go, feet are moving. Be consistent here. They're not consistent on these calls.
Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We are streaming on those platforms. Joe Shasky, search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. All right, there's a lot baked into that loss last night. Not only did they lose the game to the Dallas Mavericks, a team you're going to be fighting against, not only did you lose a game against a team, like I said, which is reeling, which is down in the dumps, don't have their best player in Anthony Davis. You can say Kyrie's their best player, but Anthony Davis is right up there as far as I'm concerned. Didn't have Gafford, didn't have Lively, didn't have any size. You have the back end of a back-to-back tonight, the Texas two-step. You go against the Houston Rockets, who are one of the best teams in all of the NBA. And you might not have your 3 best players in Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph and Curry. Steve Kerr talked about that last night after the game. I usually don't play sound in the first segment, Joe Shasky, but this one's too good not to pass up. A very frustrated head coach of your Golden State Warriors.
This was obviously kind of a fatiguing game, late tip. You're flying tonight. I mean, can you go with all your veterans tomorrow?
I don't know. We'll talk to Rick after. So it's a tough back-to-back, and that's why that's what makes this loss even more frustrating. Is that we're going to get into Houston at 3:00, whatever it is, because, the NBA and its infinite wisdom makes us play an 8:45 game, and they clearly don't care about, rest or player health. It's just ratings and all that stuff, so I get it. So everyone's got to do it. The whole league's got to do it. So it is what it is. We got to strap it up and get ready for tomorrow.
I was also just frustrated as a fan and just someone that loves the NBA, but my God, the game was scheduled for 6:30. It didn't start till 6:45. What are we doing? I don't care if it's a national
game, and the game prior ended early.
It ended at
6:20.
There was no reason for that game to go 15 more minutes.
Away.
Yeah.
There was no national media. You did not need to go to Malika, and it's not a knock on Malika.
No.
Malika and Kendrick Perkins and whoever the hell in between the game. What are we doing? Start the next game.
I don't get it. I don't get it. In an era where, you got Major League Baseball that's trying to combat these things, trying to, cater to the time of us consumers. That's what we're doing right now. But if I'm a Dallas Maverick fan, that game doesn't start till damn near 9 o'clock local. Like, are you kidding? That would never happen here on the West Coast, first and foremost. But I'm with Steve Kerr there. Like, that's kind of BS. And you're probably going to be looking at a game tonight in which you don't have Stephen Curry, potentially, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler. And you could go from 4-0 or 3-1 potentially to 2-2, and that would suck heading into this All-Star break, Joe Shasky.
It would suck, and that's what makes that loss, obviously sting even more. And then, Clay wanted to rub it in a little. I don't blame Clay. Clay feels some kind of way. I thought that he was playing like a man possessed early in the game. He got a little cold late.
Nice to see him chopping up with Draymond after the game. All smiles. That was nice to see.
If I see Buddy Hield and Steph Curry go flying out on a non-shooter, like, what, do we understand how to close out at the professional level? Like, we go jumping out like we're doing the long jump.
You don't fear Kessler Edwards?
I just know the personnel on the floor. I'm a big know the personnel. Know the personnel you're playing with. Know the personnel you're going up against. And, like, on the last possession, what's the guy's name? Number 13.
Najee Marshall.
Not Marshall. He's not going to shoot that corner three. Steph comes flying over after a lazy double team on Kyrie.
He was 0 for 4 that night from beyond the arc.
Okay. And he comes flying out at him and, like, jumps at him instead of staying low and in a defensive stance. I understand he's tired. He goes right around him. He's going to go right into the rim. It's just know the personnel. Like, being a high IQ player, part of that is understanding, like, hey, if that guy takes that shot, I can live with it. And there were multiple possessions defensively in the half court late down the stretch where I actually thought the Warriors did a great job understanding who to leave wide open in the corner to shoot those threes and who to press. But they waited too long to make the adjustment on doubling Kyrie. Like, you've watched Steph Curry get double teamed for 3 straight years, and yet you let Kyrie just go completely nuclear in the second half. And then you're like, you know what? 5 minutes to go. Now let's send a feint double team at him. What are we doing? Let anyone else beat you.
There was a moment in that game where Kyrie was just en fuego. He had a 3, then another 3, and then he chucked it up from damn near half court. It almost went down.
He did the "Are you not entertained?"
Right.
Like, literally went like this.
Exactly. And
as I go hands up.
I knew after that it was probably going to be night-night for Golden State. When Kyrie does that, especially if you're a Warriors fan, you know this. When Kyrie gets hot, they're usually going to win the game. Especially if Stephen Curry on the opposite side was not hot. He did have a big 3, though. He did get the lead, but boneheaded mistakes, refs mistakes, whatever you want to call it, mistakes were made from both ends, and it ended with the Golden State Warriors loss. A disappointing loss, and Joe Shasky's going to give me some silver linings. I'll try to hear it, but I'm trying to be positive as well, Joe Shasky, so you know who I am as an individual. I try to be positive, but all the factors going against the Dallas Mavericks yesterday in that game, and for them to somehow win it behind Kyrie, behind Max Christie, behind Kessler Edwards, Olivier Prosper, Kyler Kelly got a couple minutes. Spencer Dinwiddie, you know who he is.
Brandon Williams. Sick.
Brandon Williams. Yeah. So we're going to get into that. Chris in San Jose, Oscar in Stockton. I see you guys. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safety on roads and freeways, I should say, starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. We got Jason Richardson coming up at 9 o'clock. NBA dunk contest champion.
Jay Rich.
2 times in a row. Might have been 3 times in a row. But Jay Rich coming on at 9 o'clock, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? We're giving away more Stephen Curry 12s, knockout tournament, and the slam dunk in Las Vegas contest. All happening on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Chasky.
5-4 run. And the Warrior fans in attendance explode now. It's 102-101 Golden State, 3:31 to go. We'll keep it here. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. You heard the man. 102-101 there with 3:30 to go. And after that, Mavericks would take the lead. 3 free throws for Kyrie Irving. I know Moses Moody, the shooting foul there. Shasky didn't like it. It was one of those sweep ones. Remember KD used to do that all the time? It was a little sweep, just your hands, just
so you stick your hand out, you put the ball underneath it. I'm talking about the defender sticks their hand. They've tried to adjudicate that out of the league. That's called the cheapo depot, right? That's the sweep through.
No, KD used to do it on the Warriors all the time, I remember.
Yeah, and they've tried to change the rules to get it out of the league, have they not?
They have, but I don't know, like, in
that's
situations
an on-the-ground foul.
Yeah.
That's not a shot. That's not a shot.
It's a tricky one if you're the official, though, because if he's trying to get the ball up and shoot it in the shooting motion and he's preventing him from doing that.
Through, he's not shooting that shot. He's sweeping through just a foul bait. Whereas on the play prior, there was more contact on a Steph Curry drive to the hoop. Literally the possession.
You're insinuating. What if he was trying to shoot the ball, though? You're insinuating. You're trying to say that he's not.
He didn't rise to shoot till after contact was made.
He could have been doing it the whole time.
The ground.
I'm just saying.
No, this is why. No, that is a classic.
I don't know.
You're trying to bait the officials into getting free 3 free throws. This is why people are furious with the officiating. We don't want to watch foul baiting. We don't.
So he makes all 3 there. They go 104, 102. Steph makes a 2-pointer. Then Kyrie comes back with another 3. So get a 3-point lead. And then Jimmy Butler gets the tip shot. 106, 107, tie the game. Steph missed a free throw in the 4th. The first time all year Joe Shasky's missed a free throw in the 4th. It was brutal.
So did Jimmy.
Missed it.
It's just, they didn't execute.
They didn't execute.
I mean, Pods passed up after missing a couple layups. He passed up a layup in the lane to kick it out for a 3-pointer. And I'm like, dog, go up with that. We got numbers.
Najee Marshall makes the floater, 109, 107, and then they just don't relinquish the lead after that. Max Christie has some clutch free throws as Steph and Jimmy don't hit theirs. Max makes both of them. Ices the game, 111, 107. And then Pods with the turnover there late. 888-957-9570. Chris, Oscar, Nick, we'll get to you in a second. I did want to let you know, Joe Shasky, the 95 The Game Knockout Tournament is back. Won a chance to shoot hoops on the floor of Chase Center. Going to be giving out a keyword between 8 and 8:30 today. And then between 8:30 and 9, you're going to hear a sounder, be the first to call in and give us the keyword. And you will win a spot in the Knockout Tournament. Your final chances to do that are today and tomorrow. So be listening. We got 6 more spots open starting today. Going to give out 3. And then tomorrow we're going to give out 3. Tournament's going to be Monday, March 3rd. Listen between the 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock hours today and tomorrow. Have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. What was your most frustrating part of that loss for you, Dub Nation? 888-957-9570 as the Mavericks win 111-107.
Look, there's a variety of things. And look, again, I'm yelling about the officiating because it is frustrating.
Sure.
And it's one of the things that does bug me. It really does. Like, as a defender, it is impossible to guard someone whose skill level, as Kyrie has, is through the roof. Kyrie's ability to jab step, to pivot, to be able to get any shot he wants at any time against any defender. He's clearly one of the most refined half-court players, ISO players of all time. He's an all-time killer against the Warriors and an all-time player.
One of the clutchest players that I don't think gets mentioned enough. He is a champion. I know Golden State Warriors fans will tell you, are you kidding me? We don't talk about it enough. 2016, this, that, and the other. But when it comes to guys, I want the ball in their hands late. Not only the 3-point shot, but his ability to get to the lane, get any basket he wants. He's an artist when it comes to that stuff. His handle, all time.
So
all time.
Like what frustrates me is, we talked about it yesterday. It's like, hey, look, if you're going to call fouls, all we ask, and again, you can call it however you want, be consistent. So if Steph's off ball, getting grabbed, ripped, touched on all these screens, on all these little like pin downs, and then you stick your hand out on Kyrie as I put my hand out like I'm shooting the force at someone, okay? And then you do the cheapo depot sweep through and try to shoot left-handed, not even right-handed, left-handed from the 3-point line. Like, come on, man, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, that's all we're saying. And then there's an 8-second call on a violation. It's not any one. It's the totality of all these calls. An 8-second violation is called on a kickball where there's like 17 seconds on the play clock or the shot clock, excuse me. Like, no, it wasn't a full 8 seconds to bring the ball up the floor. No, you're wrong on that one. And then you call with the feet moving after the review, the block charge call, which I believe, look, I would like to see more no calls just in general to kind of adjudicate guys. Like, make a play on the ball. Stop trying to make a play on the body and beat a man to the spot to get a call. Like, it's play basketball. Make plays on the ball. It's the same thing when I see bigs trying to take a charge. Like, no, I would rather you go up and make a play on the ball. And so this is a larger NBA officiating issue. Does it take away from the Warriors not executing? No. The Warriors failed to double team Kyrie. They failed to hit layups. The Warriors failed to double him earlier in the game. They're jumping out on these closeouts on non-shooters and getting blown by left and right. Buddy Hield is just... He's bad right now. They dramatically missed Kuminga's perimeter defense. They did not execute. They missed free throws late in that game. I'm left wanting more Guy Santos every game he plays.
Didn't have
I
a shot.
love Guy.
Didn't have a shot, but he was plus 10 in his plus minus in his 12 minutes.
But if you're going to review a foul call, get it right.
Yeah.
And you had a chance on the kick ball where you're bringing the ball up the court. You had a chance to review it, and they still got it wrong. So, yeah, I am a little bitter about everything. It's not one thing. It's everything.
It was the straw that broke the camel's back.
And Gucci Man sucks
You
specifically.
love James Williams.
No, he sucks specifically. He's terrible.
What would you say is worse right now, officiating in the NFL or the NBA?
The NBA.
Not even close?
Because the egos involved in these officials
There it is.
is out of control.
They do.
Stop doing a one shot of the guy going to the... He like looks left, he looks right, he looks in the camera, and he's like, we're going to roll with that call. It's like, dude, shut up.
Who loves making a call more in a crucial situation? James Williams to the camera or Sean Hockley? 888-957-9570.
I mean,
hold on.
If I know your name, you're not a great official.
Well, that's not true because we know the names from most of the NFL officials, like almost all of them.
And I think a lot of them suck.
Well, also because they've been around for so long, too. We just know them. Chris is in San Jose. We love Chris. He was a regular on the pregame show.
What's up, Chris?
Now he's going to be a regular on the morning roast with Spadoni and Shasta. What's up, Chrissy? How you doing, man?
What's up, Spadoni? Long time no talk. I'm going to refer to your partner as Mr. Shasky, since he is the senior tenure person on this show.
I'm not that old.
But good morning, gentlemen.
He might be 20 years older than me at this point. Yeah.
Chris, I'm so frustrated.
Boy, hey,
There's silver linings to that win. There is, because like playing in these tight games does matter. I mean, I wanted to win that one. I'm not here to like give out Capri Suns and
For
fruit
sure.
snacks, but like there are some positives. Like Moody's playing well. I want more Quentin Post. I want more Guy Santos. Guy is a winning player.
Yeah, I agree with you, but, there's a few different things you touched on. We can always blame the refs. I think what you said about both teams losing their minds kind of shows you, right, that they didn't have a handle on the game. I'm sure we could go view this game as Mavericks fans
Sure.
and say, man, they kind of screwed us here, they jabbed us there, whatever. But you're also talking about, hey, failure to close out. A lot of different things that just scream coaching. And on a wide level, this team continues to blow games. They continue to get way too far down, way too early in the game. And all of that stuff, to me, it just kind of like this is a poorly coached team. For as much as Steve Kerr's done, it's just, I'm looking at a team, and I said this when Draymond was out, before we got Butler. I said, just wait till those guys come back. We're not going to get as much Santos as we want. We're not going to get as much, why is the name evading me? Yeah, Moody, Quentin Post. That's what I'm looking for. And then Trace Jackson Davis is a complete afterthought now. They don't have any size in that game last night. Trace Jackson Davis doesn't play. You get 10 minutes out of Guy. I look at this team in a microcosm of all of this. I mean, it's really a macrocosm. It's a poorly coached team, and we lack discipline. And I don't mean to hop on here after a loss and be like, I told you so. I just don't see this team as anything more than a play-in team at best. I think they get bounced in the first round. And a lot of that is due to, I love him. It feels sacrilegious to say this, but to me, watching Curry last night, I'm like, this guy hasn't just lost a half step. He's lost a full step. All right. And he's going to be able to shoot with his eyes closed until the day he dies. He'll be able to hit a set shot. But when he has to move his feet, dance at the top of the key, go around somebody, do all this, it's not working anymore. And these games where he's going 9 of 23, shooting under 30% from three, under 40% from the field, those aren't like far and few between anymore. That's like an every other game occurrence, it seems like to me. So while there are some silver linings, I don't really want to address them today, Shafty.
No, I hear you.
I hear you. Hey, thanks, Chris. We're up against it. Appreciate it. No, I feel the passion, and I'm kind of feeling like Chris today. Like, I kind of don't want to hear about like the goody stuff because they had a chance to get greedy today, and now they just need to, try to get a winning, series now with, Jimmy Butler being here for 4 games. I would like to be 3-1, Jimmy, but they can go 2-2 now, and that would feel kind of, not great if I'm going to put it bluntly. If I'm heading into the All-Star break and I have Jimmy Butler and I was riding this huge momentum and this high, and now the usage rate for Steph is a thing. We'll get into it because we're up against it.
Taking bad shots.
37 minutes yesterday, 34, 34, 37 minutes, and then 35 minutes. Those are the last 5 games for Stephen Curry. It's a lot of wear and tear on a guy that has bilateral knee tendonitis, and not winning a game like that yesterday, and they're 2-3 in their last 5. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about Steph too going forward, and this break could not have come at a better time. So if he doesn't play today, I understand the trepidation if you're Steve Kerr and Rick Celebrini. We'll get into it on the other side, plus Slam Dunk in Vegas, Joe Shasky. We'll get into that. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Los Altos Village Association this Valentine's Day, and it's tomorrow, boys and girls. Fall in love with downtown Los Altos. From one-of-a-kind gifts to cozy cafes, you'll find the perfect way to say, I love you, all with free parking. Get more info at downtownlosaltos.org.
calls a timeout, and he is still not happy with James Williams. Steve Kerr has walked all the way over on top of the logo, is calling James Williams over for a conference. With help from Terry Stotts, Draymond Green in there. We'll take the break.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Still fly, big timers, classic. Got my workout mix yesterday. As Joe Shasky likes to say, he's a big workout guy. I'm a big workout guy sometimes. When it's raining like this, it's the best. But it's also going to be packed. And again, it is pouring out there, so please be safe if you're driving, if you're biking, if you're any way you're commuting. Be safe, and appreciate you joining us here. Hey, if you want to call in, don't do it when you're driving. Just don't do anything stupid like that. Always hands-free, Joe Shasky. All right? Don't be distracted. We don't like distracted driving. I learned my lesson back in junior year of high school. I hydroplaned at a 180 into the guardrail on the highway. Unscathed, thankfully, but I never sped again driving in the rain. Learned my lesson then. Hard way.
I learned a lesson yesterday. Yeah, as I'm preparing I was going to leave to go to baseball practice, but I had to feed the little guy, waiting for Michelle to come home.
Sure.
And, hey, this is the thought process. We're going to help him learn a little more dexterity. He's going to feed himself.
Wait. With his spoon?
Yes.
He's going to feed himself. And how old is he?
He's 1.
Okay. Yeah. Good luck.
He does do a good job. He holds it.
Sure.
Slams it in.
Sure.
Well, and I'm being real.
No, for a little bit. And then what happened?
Well, so, it was oatmeal, and so it was everywhere. Okay. And his whole face is covered in oatmeal with bananas. And he dropped the spoon, and I was doing dishes and going back and forth. And Leonidas, my French bulldog, who's 13 years old, leans over and starts licking the spoon. So I reach to go grab it. Now, again, it's like cement mix, this oatmeal, because, it's thick, the consistency. And he swallows the little silicone spoon. And I'm trying to grab it out of his mouth. And I'm like, oh my God. Exactly. And I'm yelling Michelle, the dog just swallowed the silicone spoon. So we had to rush him to the emergency room. And first they go, hey, it's going to be $30,000 if we have to cut open his stomach. And I'm like, oh my God.
$30,000?
I don't have $30,000.
What the hell with that? You stick your hand in his mouth and make him throw up. That's what
they
you
induced
do.
vomiting over and over and over. And because it was a flat spoon,
yes,
it was stuck in his stomach. He wouldn't pass it through. That was their hypothesis. Eventually, he ended up throwing it up. It was 2.5, 3 hours.
And that was symbolic of the Warriors' loss last night to the Dallas Mavericks?
It's always something in my house. It's always something. And you don't want to know how much it cost me right before a big vacation that's going to cost me a fortune.
But you can't put a price on the health of a loved one.
Look, I love him. I'm glad he's okay. He's going to be fine. He was hurting today.
Yeah.
I got up out of bed in the morning and he took my spot and he was out cold. And he got the big, they put the what do they call it? The saline drip into his body.
Oh, so he stays hydrated. Yeah.
So he's got a little bandage and everything.
Yeah.
And they shaved a part of his arm and this and the other. But I'm just dude, it's just.
Hey, dude, you'll be in Hawaii next week. It'll be nice and sunny. Joe's going to be out on the beach. He's going to be boogie boarding. He's going to have a little algae out there. Swim with the sea turtles. You'll be snorkeling. You'll have a good time. All right?
It's always something.
It's okay.
I turned my head for a second.
And then you saw Steph Curry miss a free throw to put the team back.
No, then I saw Gucci Man decide to just
don't blame the
take
ref.
over the game.
Steph, make a free throw in the fourth quarter. You've done it all season long. That's the one you needed right there, and they just didn't get it. And then you had Max Christie, who's 20 years old. He has the clutch free throws at the end of the night. God, that was a frustrating loss. Oscar in Stockton, he wants to talk about it. I think he's with you, Joe Shasky. And by the way, Oscar, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. What's up, Oscar? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Man, congratulations, Spadoni, man. Joe been saying everything I've been saying last night and today. I mean, my main thing is that on the 24 seconds clock, they called a blocking call on Steph Curry. I could not believe. I mean, the way you said Gucci Man, so sad about it. People say I look like, no, Gucci look man like me. But this guy off crack every game. I mean, I can't blame the referees. I'm not going to blame the referees because we lost that game by missing so many layups, man. And like you said, closing out the players we should have never closed out to. That was my point. But the way the referees, they set the tone, man. They set the tone of the game because the way the calls he was calling. And Steph Curry, like you said, he don't get no calls. I'm going to say one more thing, and I'm not going to complain no more. I'm going to let it go. When they called Gary Payton off the ball hold on Kyrie. How many times do you see Steph Curry get hold the whole time? Totally. They never call anything. But I'm getting tired of these referees. They'll get Steph no credit. I'm not going to keep on complaining, but if you're going to call it on one end, you got to call on the other end. And that egregious 3-point free throw call with that straight through that they outlawed to end the game. Come on, man.
Thank you.
Hey, man, you know what? You guys have a good day. It's raining, but I'm not going to complain, but the referee set the tone of the game. They gave them a chance to win that game over and over. And that crew right there should get fined. Call it one way, call on the other end too. And one thing about Steph Curry, he was complaining, but guess what? He don't complain like I told my wife, like Draymond, he should have, because he don't get no calls, man. That's crazy, man.
The 24 seconds, I totally forgot about. Max, they play great defense, scramble defense for 24 seconds. There's less than a second left on the shot clock. And he closed out on Max Christie. And it was a little bump, but Christie wasn't going anywhere. Yeah. This is where, like, hey, guys, letter of the law versus the spirit of the rule. Like, there's too much. And again, Curry did bump him. But on the prior possession, Curry got slammed way harder with the ball in his hand going up and no call.
I'm with you on the level of consistency. It needs to be better. It has to be better. It's tough when you're having all these different crews on a night in and night out. And as Oscar said, and as you say it, once they start doing that early in the game, it's hard to get away from it. It feels like the feel of the game becomes off at that point. Much like we were talking about the Super Bowl, it was actually the opposite, because the Super Bowl, it started off with 2 calls that were like, we shouldn't have called those, right? There was the personal foul and obviously the offensive pass interference. And even Brady on the broadcast was he's like, yeah, I didn't like either of those calls. But Eagles blew them out. We didn't have to go back to that. The calls were fine most of the game. Actually, there's some non-calls from Patrick Mahomes in that one that they didn't call that I was actually kind of shocked. But to your point, it's hard to get away from it when it starts. It becomes like a snowball effect, and then it just keeps going and getting worse and worse. And both teams, like, that's when you know it's bad, when both teams are equally mad at the officials. Like, what are we doing here?
But I see this, whether it's youth, high school, college, into the NBA. When you lose control of consistency early in a game, it gets out of hand. Yeah. It just gets out of hand. And that's exactly what happened in this particular game. And I thought it was a free-for-all at the end. I mean, it really was. And then the Kyrie rip through. I mean, they've outlawed that play. They've outlawed that play for a reason. If you're going to call that a foul, it's a foul on the floor. You take a side inbound.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Jason Richardson, Joe Shasky joining us at 9 o'clock. Warriors legend, dunk champion. Get his thoughts on dunk contest, where the Warriors are at, his thoughts on the Jimmy Butler acquisition. Jimmy Butler yesterday, 8 of 17, 5 of 6 from the line, 7 assists, 9 boards, 21 points for one James Butler the third. Nick in San Jose, John in Vacaville, we'll get to you in just a second. But I am a little concerned about Stephen Curry. And this break could not have come at a better time, because I'm just going to give you, we're talking about the greatest 3-point shooter in the history of the sport, Joe Shasky, the greatest shooter in the history of the sport. 4-13 from 3-point line yesterday. Prior to that, 6 of 16 against the Bucks. 8 of 16 against the Bulls. Okay. Against the Lakers, 6 of 20. Against the Jazz, 6 of 18. Against the Magic, 2 of 12. Suns, 1 of 6. Got to go back to the Thunder, 5 of 10 from January 29th. And prior to that, against the Lakers again, 2 of 9. I was at that game. The 3-point shot, he's shooting 39% from beyond the arc this year. It's been an absolute struggle to watch, though. And I am concerned about his usage, and that's probably why he won't play today. And again, Steve Kerr talking about it. He's pissed at the Times. The game didn't start until 8:45 local. He didn't get into Houston until early at 4 or 3 in the morning yesterday, or I guess today. So there's a lot baked into it, but I am concerned about Stephen Curry, given his age, given the wear and tear on his knees. I know the Jimmy Butler acquisition is going to help, but how much is it going to help going forward when this is the kind of production I'm getting from the guy I'm going to need to be producing at a high level if I even want to make a play in right now? I'm concerned.
So you're concerned about his efficiency or how sluggish he looks?
Both. I'm concerned about a guy who's not really going to give me much defensively, who's going to be very efficient going forward. I'm concerned right now.
I think efficiency for this year is out the window. Like it just is. Like they don't have a lot of firepower, and so he's going to have to hoist up some shots that I don't agree with. Right? It's part of living by the sword and dying by the sword. You want Buddy shooting right now? You want Pod shooting right now? Let's play devil's advocate here. Like who do you want shooting? Because right now Pods looks very inconsistent as well. I'm talking about shooting. He gives me hustle plays. He's not shooting very well. They don't have Kuminga. I think they're missing just another guy to balance the floor out a little bit.
I would like to not have the Stephen Curry 2 or 3 every single game where he just chucks it up to chuck it up when they need a good possession.
Well, that I agree with. There are situational spots he has taken back shots.
And he does it every game now, it feels
I would agree.
2 or 3 or 4 sometimes where it's just like, why did we didn't need to do that?
But now with Jimmy, I think they're going to have to this is why that game, to me, look, I wanted to win the game, but to me, this is why that game was important. You have to find the balance, and you have to go through the crucible to understand what's the proper balance in a play-in, do or die scenario of balancing Jimmy alongside Steph Curry. And I think you saw it last night. How many times did they throw to Jimmy down on the block and say, at the end, the Jimmy play? That was Curry was trying to make something happen. It wasn't there. He threw it to Jimmy, and then Jimmy did. I thought he had an and one, whatever. It could have been a no call. They called a charge. I thought it was a horrific call, but they went to Jimmy late.
They did.
It would have been Steph save us a week ago, would it not?
No, absolutely. And
so
he would have been doubled, and he would have been forced to kick it out to a Moses Moody or whomever, a Buddy Hield or a Draymond Green.
So, they're going to have to find that balance. They need Kuminga back so bad. They need Kuminga to play that Wiggins role defensively out on the perimeter because they clearly need perimeter defensive help. And then they're going to have to work in more of that pick and roll to help out Steph Curry. I'm encouraged, though. I get where you're coming from. I think this last month has been very taxing physically and emotionally for him. Think of the deadline.
Yeah.
It's been a lot. And then they make this move. Hey, we're going to get KD. We're not going to get KD. Hey, we're not going to do anything. We're going to do something. And then you bring in reinforcements, and he looks sluggish. I think he needs a mental break.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app. Let's go to the lines, Joe Shasky, because this is one of the greatest in the history of the morning roast. Rookie roaster of the year last year, I want to say. Nick in San Jose wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Nick? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, Fratello Spadone, my Paisan, congratulations on the promotion. I hope on occasion you'll mention the Raiders, which you've done already, so thank you for that.
Love the Pete Carroll hire. Go ahead. Thank you, Nick.
Last night is one of the reasons why I used to watch Warrior games live all the time till about December of this year, and last night's another reason why I hate the NBA. In many regards, I mean the referee that 8-second call that was a phantom call, and the rip through was a joke. And I'd like you guys to answer these questions. One is, why does Curry, who in my estimation is probably one of the 12 best players ever, transformational, not get any calls? That's one. And number two, Draymond was an amazing dog defensively last night, but how has he not? I mean, he scored like 32 points in that Game 7 in 2016 where we lost. How has he devolved so bad offensively? Why doesn't he work on his craft? That's question two. And three, I love Kerr from his social commentary, all of that stuff. But, Shasky, you and I coach YMCA and local ball. I would never let Irving get off like he did there. How did they not put Hield out of the game earlier, put Pitbull GP2 in there, and double him more? I don't understand it. This falls on the heels of Kerr. He mentioned the postgame, but I've seen too many times of this year. The coaching has been mediocre at best, boys. Answer me why Curry doesn't get calls, and why can't Draymond improve his goddamn craft? I love you guys.
I love you, buddy.
We had to win this one. And last thing, this is why I hate the NBA. I know players aren't going to play tonight. It's ridiculous. Play the game.
I totally agree.
That's
I kind of don't want to hear it from the Warriors. I know they're old. You need these games.
Have you ever had built-up moments like Nick in San Jose right there where you're just...
Yeah, this was me last night.
To Michelle or to your dog?
When the dog ate the spoon, and I knew immediately it was going to cost me thousands of dollars.
Oh, God.
I knew immediately.
Who choked more last night? Was it Steph and Jimmy at the line, or was it Leonidas? Oh, no. Was that too soon?
I swear to God, this team, when it comes to the switching, it's driving me nuts. When you had Livingston and you had Iguodala and you had 5 capable defenders who are long, you switch everything. I get it. Like, totally positionless basketball. You've got a bunch of long defenders.
Gary was shooting well last night, too. 2 or 3 from beyond the arc, 6'9". Like, I'm kind of with Nick there. I would have liked to see him more on Kyrie late in that game.
The problem is that GP2 and everyone, when there's a wipeout screen, it isn't even that big of a screen. Carter, I know you know this. It's like this little, like, stand in front of you. It's not some, like, blow you off.
No, it's very basic YMCA stuff.
Take it. Yeah. You take it. Buddy's like, yeah, I got him. I'm like, no, you don't got him. Stop switching. You go back on the other guy. Let GP2 fight over the top. Like, what are we doing? That's where Buddy needs to hedge to the side to stop him from driving underneath. You hedge underneath, and GP2's fighting over the top. And it's a quick trap, and then you go back because the guy that you're switching off of isn't a shooter. Like, stop switching everything. Late in the game, you can go back and watch it. Jimmy Butler was like, I am not allowing you to switch. He literally ripped the screener over the top because it's called, you literally put your hip over. He was like, no, I am staying with you, Kyrie. Kyrie had to give the ball up. And I'm like, Kerr, it's not 2017 anymore. Stop switching everything. Stop letting Buddy Hield get mismatched on everyone. It drives me
Are you
crazy.
sure there's a silver lining in this game? Because you sound way more angry than I think.
These are little adjustments that this team needs to make. They need to make them. And look, at the problem is this set. Buddy's like, yeah, like I'm watching him. I'm like, no, Buddy, you're not guarding anyone.
That was a game they should have won. A depleted Dallas Mavericks team. You cannot let Kyrie Irving get off the way he did. He is one player. Make Klay Thompson beat you. Make Max Christie beat you. Make Najee Marsh. Make anyone else beat you but Kyrie Irving. There was no Anthony Davis. There was no Lively. There was no Gafford. There was no size. There was no excuses to lose that game last night. Now you're going to be without Steph probably. You might be without Jimmy and Draymond, and you're going to wave the white flag against a team in the Houston Rockets that would love to kick your ass because the Warriors have kicked their ass earlier in the season. So there's a lot baked into it. And no Quentin Post again. I don't know what the thought process there. Maybe Steve Kerr talked about it after the game. Just size difference. I would have loved to see just a few more minutes in the second half. They completely gave up on him after the first half. There was a lot baked into it. Stephen Curry, Joe Shasky, on what went wrong versus the Mavericks.
It was a tough start, and then we fought our way back in the first quarter. I think the beginning of the third, we kind of lost our cool. We let bad calls affect our body language, and we did fight down the stretch and try to give ourselves a chance. But a team like Dallas, with all the injuries, Kyrie's going to try to take over. He made some tough shots. You got to give him credit. They were, playing hard the whole game with really nothing to lose, and those are the hardest type of teams to play. And if you make mistakes, you give them life, and especially at home, it comes down to possession here, possession there. It didn't go our way.
Real quick, Joe. This team was in the NBA Finals last year, and Kyrie Irving was a major part of that. I don't want to get it twisted. They're missing a lot of players that were also on the team. Luka freaking Doncic, obviously. Anthony Davis wasn't out there. I do want to give, Steph that you are playing against a championship kind of, or an NBA Finals caliber mindset of a team that has played in a lot of big games. And Jason Kidd, to his credit too, you can't be getting down 12, 13 points against that team.
Joe,
against that team, you cannot be getting down double digits and having to claw the way you did, having to claw back in the late third quarter to, make it a game there. Too little, too late towards the end there. It felt like at times because you had opportunities, multiple opportunities, and early on you just can't get down against a team that's depleted like that. You just can't.
But I'm watching. I hear you. But when you're fighting back in the second half, and you've seen for months every team in the league doubling and tripling Steph Curry and basically saying we dare anyone else to beat us, you owe it to yourself to employ a similar tactic against one of the greatest killers of your organization ever. Yeah. There are better overall players, right? Like Kobe was an overall, better player, and Michael and all this.
LeBron.
Kyrie is on a short list. I actually fear Kyrie more than LeBron versus the Warriors.
Wow.
That's how good he is.
I want to get into that actually. 888-957-9570.
It's not a disrespect on LeBron. For example,
all-time Bay Area killers.
Did I fear against my Niners? Did I fear Tom Brady more than I feared Brett Favre? No, actually, I fear Brett Favre and Russell Wilson more. Not because I don't think Brady's significantly better than both players. It's just I've seen that guy against this team, and for whatever reason, he just owns us.
I'll borrow the dibs. The Mount Fear more. Who did you fear the most to whatever Bay Area team you want? Because I don't like Bay Area killers and go into that.
But Joe, the guy is cooking. Great example. And Curry's talking about these possessions.
Half-court heave that I thought was going to go in.
I thought they were going to get a 24-second violation. They get a cheapo depot foul on Curry, which it was a foul, but it was like 0.2 on the shot clock. And then what do they get? An and one from Kyrie.
Yeah.
All right? Then you go back the other way. Missed layups, 2 in a row. Bang, bang threes from Kyrie. All right? So all of these little possessions do mount up.
John in Vacaville's been holding on for quite some time. Let's hit him, and then we're going to hit the break. John, what's going on, man? You're all Spadoni and Shasky.
My thing is Quentin Post, he coming in against a team with no bigs, and the first thing he does is try to shoot a three-pointer. It's ridiculous. This man should have been inside the post and putting the ball in the bucket every 5 seconds. And if you're not doing that, go straight to TJD and let him work. That's all you need to do. Eat that post up. Eat it up. I saw Kyrie trying to guard Jimmy 5 times in the post. They didn't go to him. And then when they do go to him, it's when there's 3 guys dumping on Jimmy. That's ridiculous.
There you go. That's John in Vacaville. He was pissed off that Quentin Post was maybe playing out of the post. Not enough in the post. What's coming up in the game, Joe Shasky, is a chance to win a pair of Curry 12s, though. And if you're going to be listening, you're going to, all week long, we've been giving away these Curry 12s, the What the Bay 12s, and you're going to be listening for your cue to call next segment. So when you hear this sounder next segment, not now, but when you hear that next segment, call in at 415-523-4652. You got to be the 5th caller to win a pair of the Steph Curry Under Armour What the Bay 12s. They release this Friday. That's tomorrow, February 14th on UA.com. For more info and to see what they look like, visit 957thegame.com. So we got that. We got the knockout tournament. We got Slam Dunk in Vegas. We're going to tell you how you can qualify for that as well. John Vacaville's pissed about Quentin Post, not using his size more. But is that a Quentin Post thing? Is that a coaching thing? Are they telling him to stay at the line? I don't know what they're telling him to do because he's been stroking it from beyond the arc. So I'm not upset. He was 1 of 2 yesterday. He only attempted 2 shots, but they just moved away from him so damn quick. I didn't feel like he even got a feel for the game.
There are 3 players that I feel like of last month I've wanted more and more out of every game, whether they've won or lost. Guy Santos, Moses Moody, Quentin Post. Meaning I want to see them play more.
Yeah. And you got a lot of Moses yesterday. It wasn't his greatest shooting night, but he was active. 14 points for him.
In the corner.
He did. 2 of 8. So one of them was a big one. 5 of 13 on the floor. And then to your point, Guy Santos, 12 minutes. Quentin Post, 12 minutes.
Moody also got a key strip, which led to a Jimmy Butler bucket on 2 missed layups in a row, and then Jimmy came and cleaned it up.
We're up against it.
Could have been an
break.
one.
Come on back. 888-957-9570. Most frustrating part of last night's loss was what for you, as the Warriors are back in action tonight against the Houston Rockets. Coverage of that is going to start at 4 o'clock with Warriors Live. 5 o'clock is the tip. Is Steph going to play? Is Draymond going to play? Is Jimmy Butler going to play? Whenever we get news on that, we will get it to you. We're going to hear from Steph. We're going to hear from Steve Kerr. Kirk Lacob had some interesting thoughts as well. He joined Steiny and Goo yesterday in regards to the trade deadline, the Jimmy Butler acquisition, all that coming up, and it's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Dub Nation is Moses Moody. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shashky on 95.7 The Game.
Lost Talk, Nicotina. I'm not mad at it on a Thursday. On a wet Thursday here in the Bay. Atmospheric River, they're calling it. Please be safe out there if you're driving. It's Spadoni at Shasky. You're with us until 10. We got Jason Richardson, 9 o'clock, NBA dunk contest champion, 2 times over. Maybe should have been 3. We'll talk to him about All-Star Weekend, all of that, how he feels about, a G Leaguer being the main attraction there. I don't have any hatred toward Mac McClung. I actually think he does some really cool dunks. But the last time any of us actually cared about the dunk contest was probably Aaron Gordon and Zach LaVine. And how many years ago was that? 6 or 7 years ago? Yeah, that's a problem. So we'll get into that with Jay Rich at 9 o'clock. We're breaking down this Warriors loss to the Dallas Mavericks, the first loss in the Jimmy Butler era, 111-107. Another clutch loss for the Golden State Warriors. And I have my stats here in a sec. And we're going to get to some of the calls. Ryan in St. Louis, I see you. We'll get to you in a second. But tonight, or last night, I should say, marked the 33rd clutch game of the season, Joe Shasky, for the Golden State Warriors. The second most games in the NBA. Minnesota has 34 clutch games. They're now 16-17 in those games. What does that tell you, Joe Shasky, about this Warriors squad? They can't close? Is that as simple as that? They just can't close games? And clutch game is 5 minutes or fewer, right? You're within single digits. That's what it is. I'm pretty sure that's what constitutes a clutch game.
Well, almost the whole season, they haven't had a reliable secondary scorer in the half court late in games. They've had inconsistent lineup combinations. They don't really have defensive stopper outside of Draymond, who was brilliant in the final couple minutes of the game. And Steph's a little older.
5 points within 5 minutes, excuse me.
Right? So no, I'm not surprised on any of those things. That's why, to me, look, it's a bad loss. I wanted to win that game. But at the end of the day, they need a lot of tight games down the stretch because they got to figure out how to balance it, and what they need out there. They missed Kuminga in the worst way yesterday. In the worst way. They need a perimeter. Dame went for 38 the night before, even though there's no Giannis. And you had, obviously, Kyrie going off. You desperately need Kuminga out there to guard these elite perimeter offensive skilled players.
888-957-9570. Most frustrating part of last night's loss is what? Plus, Shasky said Kyrie, he fears more than maybe any other athlete that is an opponent of the Bay Area. So when it comes to all-time Bay Area sports team killers, I'd go Paul Goldschmidt, too.
Oh, yeah.
If we're going
Michael Irvin.
Michael Irvin. It's a great
he was
one.
Just unreal.
No, it's a great point. And by the way, you know what else is unreal? The Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is going on. Check this out. Someone is going to win travel and accommodations for 4 to Las Vegas and $20,000. That's right, $20K. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing in downtown Las Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March hoops party at Stadium Swim. Got myself there. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. Winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas with $20,000 in March. Okay, breaking this thing down. Where the Warriors are at right now, Joe Shasky, they're 27-27. They're 500. Have a chance to go over 500 heading into the All-Star break. For the mentals, do you think that means something if they were to head in this Jimmy Butler run at 3-1 as opposed to 2-2? I get it from Steve Kerr's perspective. You want to keep your guys healthy tonight. 32 minutes last night for Draymond, 35 for Jimmy, 37 for Steph. Short turnaround. You didn't get a lot of sleep. There was a lot baked into it. But if they were to win this game tonight, I feel like the mentals of a 3-1, these last 4 games with Jimmy, as opposed to 2-2, would be huge heading into the All-Star break. Am I looking too much into that?
No, I agree. And this whole thing about, I understand the back-to-backs. We're not asking them to play every back-to-back. But in this one, considering you lost this game last night, I feel like you got to. To me, this is still a must-win. I feel like everyone's got to just suck it up and play tonight. It's easy for me to say. I don't know where everyone's at health-wise, but, you got to win this one, Joe. I want them to win this one, and they do need to start building momentum. But more than anything, you need to win games because of the standings.
That's
we can talk all we want about the big emo and momentum and vibes and all.
That's why this loss sucked, because the Mavericks are going to have to be playing like that. Like that's the team
when the Timberwolves lose with no Giannis and no Dame.
Yes, like that. You need to capitalize on things like this, because maybe next time you're playing the Mavericks, I don't know, Gafford or whoever is going to be healthy, they're going to have some size back.
I think they play on the 23rd.
The 23rd. So AD's not going to be there, but they might be getting some more size back.
Who knows?
And this was the game to take advantage of, to me. Like, everything was going against the Mavericks heading into this game. I can't underscore this enough. We were talking about it yesterday, Joe Shasky. When's the last time you felt like a Dallas Maverick fan when it felt like the world was ending in your fandom? That's what we were talking about yesterday. Fire Nico Harrison. Mark Cuban was telling fans to shut the F up. Everything was going wrong for them. And you lose that game in the fashion that you did. It felt like you let them off the hook.
Well, you let
if you want to
Kyrie
crown their asses, then crown them. R.I.P. Denny Green.
Yeah.
You let them off the hook.
Well, you let Kyrie cook. And then early in the game, like, let's call it what it is, Klay was cooking. He was wide open on so many threes, and his shot looked pure early in that game. Now, it didn't finish pure, but Klay made a lot of buckets. I know the 17 is misleading. I thought he was better than what the numbers sell.
Brandon Williams, clutch for them. Najee Marshall hitting some big shots, hitting some floaters there, right? So 4 offensive rebounds for him. They had a lot of second chance points that I felt like, the team doesn't have size. What are we doing here?
Joe, they've been tracking these stats since 2013, 2014. The Warriors are 324th out of 324 teams as the worst team since 2013, 2014 around the rim.
It's unbelievable.
They are the worst team in the league in the last 11 years around the rim.
And you say that, and they had 62 points in the paint, which was their season high. They tied it. They did that November 28th against Atlanta. Well, that's the thing. They left how many points?
I love Looney.
15,
Looney had a
16?
bad game.
It wasn't
Pods
great.
Missed a couple. Moody missed a couple.
Jimmy did.
Jimmy missed a couple of putbacks. Curry missed a zillion. I thought he got fouled on a couple, but he missed a zillion.
Well,
Draymond.
There was a play Jimmy had where he smoked a layup, then he got it back, then he got it knocked out of his hands because he tried to do a couple pump fakes, and Brandon Williams, number 10, he wasn't falling for it, he smacked it out of his hand, and then they scored on the opposite end there. I was like, God.
He dribbled off his foot, too.
Right? A lot of killer just momentum plays that happened yesterday where it felt like the Warriors were chipping away, and then some back-breaking turnover happened or a smoked layup where Pods blows right by Klay Thompson, right? Smokes it. And then Klay's thinking on the other end, he's like, oh, watch me, I'm going to do it. Then he misses a putback, and then Draymond runs the floor, and he misses one. Well, it was just, oh, God, a series of unfortunate events.
The mismatch was Butler on Klay, and Klay just tackled him on multiple times. I'm like, you got to keep going back to that.
Right.
And I thought they failed to go back to that.
Be listening here in the next 10 minutes or so. We're going to be giving away a pair of Curry 12s. Again, you're going to be caller number 5 to the contest line, 415-523-4652. When you hear the sounder, not yet, but we're going to be giving away a pair of Curry 12s, so be locked in. Ryan, St. Louis, what's going on, man? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
What's going on, man? Hey, how y'all doing today?
Doing great. It's a little wet out here, Ryan. How is it in St. Louis?
Man, it had a little snow day yesterday, so everybody was in the house.
Nice. I love the snow.
Yeah,
I don't want to
man.
live in it, but I like visiting it, so there's that.
I understand, man. Here's my issue again. I think that Joe, you just read some beautiful stats about this team and finishing when it comes to the rim. I think it's been 2.5 years since the championship game. We've been praying and asking somebody for an athletic big who can be a lob threat and a defensive rim protector as well, which we have yet to do. We know we had an aging Steph Curry for the last 5 years. How do you protect a perimeter defender? You give him a what? A big man.
Yep.
And we still have yet to do it. Or even when we do have one, he's sitting on the bench collecting splinters on his behind, which is post. And then Steve Kerr sits there and says, you know what? We're going to sit our guys. Why do we not have urgency as if we are a team that can expect to create victories at the end of games when we have 2 years of us losing clutch game after clutch game after clutch game, and we have this entitlement as if we can sit back here and win games because of our past, as if we need help. We need to win these games. But Kerr is so cool, calm, and collected, and I think this is where we may find some tension with Jimmy Butler, because he's going to be like, dude, we're not the 2016, 2017 Warriors guys anymore. We have to win these games. We don't have tiebreakers. We don't have momentum against the Clippers. We don't have momentum against Rockets like we used to. These teams are getting better. When they get healthier, they're more athletic, like you guys say. Jonathan Kuminga's not playing at this moment. We need to create a new DNA when it comes to finishing the games and our mentality. But Steve Kerr, I love him as a good guy. He's cool. But his lack of urgency with this modern day in the NBA and how these teams are punching us consistently. This is in our DNA now, guys. This is not a happenstance. We have to switch that mentality. And we keep sitting back here thinking that we have another game and another game, and we're one injury away from being 5 games behind the loss column if something happens to Curry. You know how you sit Curry, Steve Kerr? You sit Curry when you win the game you're supposed to win in the first and second quarter, so you don't have to play him 37 minutes in the second half. So when somebody asks you, is he playing tonight, you don't have to worry about it because you took care of your business. But you can't sit here and not triple team Kyrie Irving when you have the most triple team guard we ever seen in the Raptors playoff, when we ever seen in the Blazers playoff. And you can't look at a coach and say, you know what, let's do that to Kyrie Irving because they don't have a lob threat.
No,
they don't have lob.
It's a great point. It's a great point, Ryan. I appreciate your call there. And you're not the only one that's frustrated with Steve Kerr. Now, we've had a couple calls saying that as well. And listen, I'm just got a huge trade. He's got Jimmy Butler. They're 2-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. There's some things he's going to have to mix and match. This was the first close loss they've had. It was frustrating. Are we still talking about Steve Kerr's coaching? Had they won the game? Had Steph made a free throw? Had Jimmy made a free throw? I don't know if we are. We're saying, wow, Jimmy Butler, look, he's clutch. He's this, that, and the other. So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Listen, is Steve Kerr a perfect coach? No. But we were just singing his praises after 2 blowout wins. You were saying everything he did well. Whoa, he played Steph the entire third quarter. Great job, Steve. But yeah, I understand.
Common denominator,
Well,
like the last 2 months. He's rolling with Buddy Hield way too long. He has more faith in Buddy and in Pods.
He's always done that with the veterans, though. He's always going to lean to those guys. What, right or wrong? Nothing. What I'm saying is there's nothing new with Steve Kerr right now that we don't already know about him.
That's why we're frustrated. He needs to adjust.
Well, there's nothing's gonna. I'm just telling you, nothing's gonna like. You could be frustrated all you want. He's going to lean to those guys.
Does Andy Reid do the same thing? I'm looking at Andy Reid on the screen. Does he do the same things that he did 20 years ago?
No. But
he's evolved, right?
Well, he didn't evolve in that game. They got absolutely obliterated in the Super Bowl.
They went to a Super Bowl. But he's evolved. Has he not?
Sure.
Okay.
He also got Patrick Mahomes.
Look, Steve, we've got 2 months. Okay, we have Steph Curry. Steve, you got 2 months of data. Guy Santos gets you a lot of second chance points. And actually, to me, in clutch moments, is as reliable as whatever you think Buddy Hield is as a shooter.
Also didn't shoot the ball, though, yesterday. He needs to, let's put some points up. That was the difference.
Guy gives you hustle points and actually is a better defender than Buddy Hield.
I like Guy. I want him to shoot the ball, though. If he's going to play 12 minutes, at least have some sort of an attempt there.
Pods don't shoot.
All right, well, he did yesterday, 4 of 9. It didn't really go in for him. He had 8 points there, 3 steals, 5 assists.
I'm just saying, he clearly plays favoritism, which all coaches do. Steve loves Pods, and he loves Hield. And we need to tell him, dog, look, Quentin Post and Guy Santos give you more opportunities at second chance points late in games.
Again, I think the Steve Kerr questions, they're going to be answered when Jonathan Kuminga comes back. If Kuminga comes back and things are all hunky-dory again and everything goes this, that, and the other.
But that's giving him a pass. For games that they can win, like last night, the lineup combinations.
Make a free throw. It's not his fault that Steph missed in the fourth quarter that Jimmy Butler missed.
No,
Make
but it is his
throw.
fault that we...
No, it's not his fault.
Time out. No, it is his fault.
Get a lead there and hang on to it.
Whose philosophy is it to switch on everything? Whose philosophy is it to not double?
Make a play. Make a play. I saw
the guy destroying you with 4 straight threes.
Max Christie was making more plays than anyone else there on the Warriors.
They have switched everything for a decade. Stop switching when you have a horrific defender who can't stop a nosebleed.
Stop blaming the coach because he couldn't win a game late.
I'm sorry.
Stop blaming the coach
on this.
No, stop blaming the coach when he couldn't win a game late. Steph, make a free throw. Jimmy, make a free throw. Don't put it in the official's hands.
Then if it's never going to be the coach's fault.
Oh, God. Yeah, you want Draymond coaching this team, please?
I bet you Draymond runs a double team at Kyrie quicker than what Steve Kerr did yesterday.
Okay.
You watched the best player in franchise history get doubled and triple teamed for a month, 2 months, 3 months straight, and you let Kyrie hit 4 consecutive threes without burning a timeout. 4 consecutive threes without double teaming him. 4 consecutive threes, and you're switching and letting Buddy Hield continue to switch, which makes no sense whatsoever. Fight through a screen. You know what Jimmy Butler did at the end of that game? He said, screw switching. I am playing hedging over the top. Get out of my way. I'm staying with them. That, yes, it is on coaching. Coaches need to adjust to the game that's being played in front of them.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
I love Steve, but that doesn't mean that Steve cannot be criticized a little. Like, both can be true. Legend, all-time warrior, all-time coach. We don't win any championship without him. Simultaneously, dog, the game that's being played in front of you is slipping away. Make a adjustment.
You heard the sounder there. Caller number 5 on the contest line, 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652. Caller number 5 will win a pair of the Steph Curry Under Armour What the Bay 12s. Call right now. Kyrie Irving had 42 points. Your 2 best players yesterday, Steph had 25, Jimmy Butler
Steph
had 21.
wasn't great.
He wasn't. That's sometimes the difference in a game. Kyrie was great and Steph wasn't. And I don't think people can handle that sometimes when Stephen Curry has not been good for about 2 months now. Like, I'm just sorry to tell you what it is. Steph hasn't been a good player. Don't blame Steve Kerr because the best player in your franchise history has not been great.
Was Buddy Hield great yesterday?
No, Buddy Hield
sucks. Why is he playing?
Oh my God, you're going to blame Buddy Hield. Okay,
he played Let's look at it. I'm going to look at how many minutes.
Buddy Hield stunk.
Let's see.
We know what Buddy Hield in his career.
Buddy Hield played 29 minutes yesterday. Podziemski played 25 minutes yesterday.
We're going to blame everyone else.
No,
Great.
I'm just saying there are situational spots. Like, there are times to play offense for defense. There are. Okay, you want ball handling with Podziemski. Guess what? You acquired a ball handler in the half court, Jimmy Butler, which kind of marginalizes whatever need you think Podziemski is there. So, yeah, I want to get some size on the floor to get – they have no bigs. Play some size a little. Play Guy Santos. Play Quentin Post. Yes, that's called adjusting to the game that's being played in front of you and the personnel. Does form not matter? There's no one on this team outside of Steph, Draymond, and Butler who should be guaranteed minutes in clutch moments. To me, it's matchups and form. So in the matchups department, like, you're not playing your bigs. Why? They have no bigs. In the form department, Buddy can't hit water right now if he fell out of a boat in the middle of the Pacific. Stop playing him. Guy had 6 or 7 crucial rebounds yesterday. He's a willing passer. He makes the hockey assists. He's a bigger body. He adjusts better, and guys are unwilling to back him down on the block. So, yes, get Buddy Hield off the floor in certain situations. I get it. Buddy's going to play. He's a rotation guy. He doesn't need to close games when he doesn't have it going.
Steve Kerr asked how you would assess your point of attack defense.
Not good. Not good, yeah. We struggled. You know, my mistake was probably not hitting Kyrie earlier and getting the ball out of his hands. I think we did a pretty effective job of that in the fourth quarter. I probably should have gone to that earlier.
There you go. He owned it right there, Joe Shasky. You feel better?
Well, no, but I can still critique it. It's like, dog,
sure.
Yeah, of course. I should have done it earlier. Joe Shasky's sleeping in his bed, you know, rubbing his dog who just got out of surgery or whatever, got his stomach induced.
Shout out Leo.
Like, I'm not Steve Kerr. I'm not a 4-time champion. I didn't win rings as a player. If I'm sitting here going, dog, it's Kyrie. He's got 40. What are we doing? Like, stop switching. Like, and Buddy's like, yeah, I'm gonna switch. I got him. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. And I think everyone is sitting here going, what are we doing?
I think that was a team that went into that game feeling themselves a little bit too hard. They saw Anthony Davis was out. They saw the Dallas Mavericks as food because everyone else is laughing at the Dallas Mavericks. Everyone's saying they're so dumb, this, that, and the other. Nico Harrison. Everyone was waiting for the downfall of the Dallas Mavericks yesterday, Warriors fans included. And you know what? Kyrie Irving said, no, I'm still Kyrie Irving. And he put the team on his back, and he won the game. And Steph didn't have a great game. And Jimmy, to his credit, 8 of 17, he was fine. They didn't make the big shots when they needed to, and that was at the line. I think that's as simple as that.
Samita, all of these things can be true.
Samita in Los Gatos, she thinks the Warriors were just sloppy yesterday. What's up, Samita? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I watched the second half of that game last night, and, you know, all I could think of was, you know, this is still the Warriors. I mean, with or without Jimmy Butler, that was really sloppy basketball. I think there was a time when there was about 5.5 minutes left where they were like, the Warriors in this quarter have more turnovers than field goals. I mean, there was just no control of the ball. They looked very undisciplined out there. And it was really disappointing because I was like, oh, this is the same old team. You know, just looking like desperate and, losing the ball. Steph had some really bad passes. And you're right, Joe. I think Steph did not have a good game. It was not a good performance from Steph Curry. And people are afraid to say that, but I'm like, yeah, he's Steph Curry. He's been off lately. He's missing threes. He's missing all sorts of stuff. He's turning the ball over. I don't know what's going on, but it was a very floppy performance, and it doesn't give me a lot of hope for the rest of the season. I'm
with you, Samita. That was a loss that, for all the goodwill you built up the last two games, like a loss like that for me, it was shattering if you're a fan. Like that, everything was going in your favor heading to that game, and the way you lost it, and the team you lost it to without their best player, and the front end of a back-to-back, and now you're going to play with potentially without all your best guys and the Rockets team that's really good. So you're going from maybe 4-0, you're feeling good maybe, or 3-1 to 2-2 in the Jimmy Butler in the last 4 games of this road trip, heading into the All-Star break, and you're going to be under 500 potentially. Yeah, that shakes me a little bit if I'm a fan, and that makes me frustrated because you're also playing a team that you're going to be battling in the play-in. And I know you said if you just make the play-in, just make the box, this, that, and the other. Yeah, well, I'd rather make it as a 7 seed, right? Or an 8 seed so I can have 2 games to mess with instead of a 9 or a 10 seed. So, you could look back, Joe Shasky, and this was the loss that prevented you from either getting home court in the play-in or prevented you from being in the play-in altogether.
I want to see at times, and again, both can be true. Steve's an all-time legend, and I'm talking about the coach. And there's times where I feel like he coaches the game like they are a 65-win team. And I'm like, no, dude, you've got to be on this. Every win, every possession is amplified. And if you have to play offense for defense and play the substitution thing, then so be it. Your team's not good enough. I see this with other coaches around the league. They will sub a player out who is a poor defender because it's the lesser of two evils. And they're like, hey, look, I know that guy brings some offense. And I'm talking about role players, not stars. Hey, I know this guy doesn't bring anything to the table defensively, but right now, the way the Mavericks are playing is we are going to hunt the matchup. That's what they did yesterday. It was screen, set up the matchup, ISO. You have got to counter that as a head coach, and you need to have a desperation, possession by possession, in terms of coaching the little things. That's where you do have to coach all the small stuff. And you can't just rely on, hey, we'll roll the ball out, and this is what we're going to do. No. That worked at one time. It doesn't work with this roster. And so, when I see the lineups and the combinations that they're putting out there late in games, and you say, Joe, they're basically a 500 team in clutch games. I'm like, yeah, I get it. A, players aren't executing. And B, I also don't think the combinations that are being put out are the most optimal lineups given the form and the matchups of who you're going up against.
Well, what's more frustrating is they're 1-21 when trailing after 3 quarters. When you got Jimmy Butler and it's a close game, the reason you got Jimmy Butler and what we all said was, hey, you got a closer now. You got someone else that can close the game.
Sure.
And it was frustrating that they couldn't close the game because it was a close game yesterday. And that's when you lean on a guy like a playoff Jimmy who's earned that nickname, rightfully so. Chucky and Oakland, we'll get to you in a second. Steve Kerr on what plays late yesterday may have decided the game.
I didn't think there was anything, egregious or any huge mistakes or anything like that. I just think, like I said, we left the game in the balance because of our poor play earlier in the game. And then, when you do that and the other team is at home and we got a guy like Kyrie who forces your hand and, we left ourselves vulnerable. And, it's disappointing.
It's very disappointing. And I'm looking at Jimmy Butler and I've already chronicled the struggles that Stephen Curry's had, Joe Shasky, the inefficiency. That's just going to be there all year. It feels like that's what you said too. 4-13 last night from the 3-point line. Is Jimmy getting enough shots up? Do you want to see Jimmy shooting the ball more? He was 8-17 yesterday. He doesn't shoot the 3 ball. He's not going to shoot the 3 ball. There was a wide open looks he had where he just refused to even shoot it. That's just not his game. Got to the line 6 times. I mean, not double digits like we've seen the last 2 games. Do you think Jimmy had a good game overall yesterday, or would have you liked to see more from him holding onto the ball and trying to get some more one-on-one shots and looks for himself?
He missed some layups. He dribbled the ball off his foot. He had the charge late in the game. So he wasn't perfect either, right? But I love the defensive tenacity in the final 2 minutes where he's like, I'm taking Kyrie. They need that, especially with no Kuminga.
Something we missed with Wiggins.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about, Jimmy.
Joe, let's think about this. Right now he's your best back to the basket player.
Yes.
Right? So you want him operating in that block. I'm sorry. I know by title, Buddy Hield is a good shooter. He's a good shooter. He's the worst good shooter I've ever seen in my life. and no one guards him. They don't honor him. Right? So right now.
Well, that's a problem.
Right now.
So that's 3 guys, right? You got Draymond, you're not honoring him when he's shooting 3. Gary Payton, who made 2 yesterday, but that's fine. They're going to live with that. And now Buddy Hield, you don't even respect.
So
respect Quentin Post from the 3-point line more than I Buddy Hield right now.
So that's where I'm going with this. That's where I'm going with this. If you're going to play certain combinations, and if Butler's going to operate on that mid-block, into that key area, if you will, you got to have stretch bigs around him. And so to me, Guy brings more to the table just in terms of hustle, second chance opportunity, size, and I think Quentin Post does as well. Those are the guys with Kuminga out. I'm going to those guys, and he trusts. I don't get it. He trusts Pods and Hield more than I do, and I disagree with Coach on this. Doesn't mean he's not great. It doesn't mean he's not a legend in terms of coaching X and O's. I just disagree. I'm like, look, man, form and matchups and size. Put some bigger bodies out there.
Chucky, Oakland, wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Chuck? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky. It's the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning to you, gentlemen. Hey, I normally call in to my guys, Steiny and Guru, but I just wanted to call in, man, because, I was starting my day early. I'm in my truck early, man, and my day starts off with 2 pros and a cup of Joe. And then I used to rock with you, Spadoni, man.
My man.
And I just want to congratulate you, man, on your elevation sensation, man, to the Morning Roast whole seat, man. And as far as Shasky, man, I wanted to say, man, that you and Guru, man, I appreciate what you 2 bring to the table, man.
Thank you.
I really do, man. You guys are Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney, man. Ebony and Ivory. I appreciate you guys, man. As far as Butler, I like what he's done, man, as far as how he changed how the Warriors is playing, and I really think that when Kuminga come back, I hope Kerr don't get inside his head and overthink this situation. I hope Kerr let Kuminga play with Butler, man, because I think Kuminga can feed off of Butler's style of play. As far as, how he can pass, and instead of Kuminga always having to try and go down here and create a shot, he can get some back doors or some defense rotating, and when they rotate, they're going to be a step behind, so Kuminga can attack the basket, because that's what we like to do. So I just can't wait for that Kuminga or Butler dynamic.
I'm with you.
Donnie, don't forget your break, Donnie.
I love Chucky in Oakland. He just got a great voice and vibe about him. I've always liked Chucky, and I appreciate the love, Chuck. But to his point, and by the way, the Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson comment, it's a good one. I'll give that a solid 3. Say, great song between those 2.
Joe, when you play Steph as much as you do, on defense, you're going to always kind of be a liability. Like he will be a liability. So the combinations you put alongside of him, to me, in the half court late in games are extremely important.
Who are the defenders that you trust in this team right now?
Well, so
let's just go through it.
I'm going to say, you could talk on-ball defense all you want. Buddy is not only a horrific on-ball defender. He's
not good.
He's a horrible help defender. His head is not on a swivel. You know who's actually really good off-ball for how big he is Guy and Quentin Post.
Yeah.
And look, you're going to play GP2 in certain matchups, for example, yesterday. But GP2's got to fight over these screens and stay with his guy. And you saw Jimmy Butler get into it, not in a negative way, but he's telling GP2, Doc, get over that screen. Stop switching. And so, I think philosophically the team needs to stop switching certain matchups. Secondarily, help defenders that you put alongside these lineups late in games have just got to be better. And Buddy, if he's not hitting shots, cannot be playing. He just can't. Pods is another guy. Pods is he tries hard, but he is a guy you can beat off dribble, and he's not big. So guys can rise up and shoot over him. So playing those 2 long stretches together, you're asking for trouble.
I'm out. 888-957-9570. Your most frustrating aspect of last night's loss. And listen, Shasky and I were getting into it. Do you blame the coach more for that loss? Not doubling, Kyrie Irving, doubling him too late?
I'm not blaming the coach.
But you're
players
saying
need to make plays.
Players need to make plays.
But I didn't think the coach did them a lot of favors either.
Sure. Okay. Maybe blaming
and
was
the refs as well.
Maybe blame was a strong word. Apologies.
I'm frustrated with the strategies of not doubling Kyrie.
I'm still waiting for the silver linings, by the way, of this loss.
The silver linings are pretty straightforward. Dre and Butler look good together, right? Butler is a freaking player, and he's changed the tenacity of this team.
Sure.
Guy Santos is a winning player. He's a rotation guy. I can win with him. Quinn Post needs to play more. Moses Moody still playing well. He had a great steal late in that game. Like, Moses is a player. Like, Potts is playing better basketball. That doesn't mean he needs to play every crutch situation. There are some silver linings to this. They played in a competitive back and forth, what I believe to be playoff level atmosphere.
But you can say it's a playoff level atmosphere, but those did not look like playoff level teams to me last night. Not even close.
I think Dallas is making the playoffs.
They might, and we'll see if
possibly.
Again, that was the win you needed to have, because I think they're going to get boat raced against Houston for what it's worth tonight. 888-957-9570. Jonathan is in San Francisco. What's up, Jonathan? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Joe. I'm totally with you, Joe Shasky. Man, Buddy Hield drives me crazy. I don't know. You could look back at a lot of Warriors game, and he's a negative player, man. Like last night, he played almost 30 minutes. He was 1 out of 9. I don't know what he's doing in the game. Like you said, there's a lot of dudes that should be playing ahead of him. Is there a way the Warriors could put him in the buyout market? Put a green tag or a red tag on the dude, man. $15 comes with a case of like a silver oak. Joe, you love Dungeness grabs, right?
Yes, love it.
I love Dungeness grabs too. Buddy Hield, it's like that Dungeness grab you buy, and he's got nothing. There's no meat in him.
All shell. That's Jonathan in San Francisco. Appreciate you, Jonathan. Starting his postal route,
I didn't know where he was going with that. I didn't know, where are we going?
It's not like he's making a lot, like the cap hits. Like, I would be shocked if, they can move off of him in the summer, try to trade him. He's making $9 million next year. He's making $8 million. The cap's $8 million this year, then $9 million the following. He's a very tradable contract, and they'll probably be able to move him. But right now, listen, it's tough. I mean, are we shocked, though?
Every dead ball.
Are we shocked that Buddy Hield has been this?
No, I'm shocked that the coach trusts him way more than even the players on the floor do. Because every time there's a dead ball, a foul, a free throw, Draymond's he's walking over to him and he's shaking his head. He's just shaking his head.
That's another thing in this we haven't really brought up. You can see it while you're walking. There's visible frustration from Draymond, from Steph, from the head coach, all of it directed towards Buddy Hield. And Buddy's just like, yeah, we'll see.
Draymond was, look, I've been crushing Dre. You know that. He was spectacular defensively late in that game. Spectacular. He had 3 ridiculous blocks at the rim. And then he did I was like, Dre, wow, that was incredible.
What'd you make of the Steve Kerr having to be held back in that tech yesterday?
I'd have got thrown out of that game.
Yeah.
The 8-second call alone. Before we even got to all the other stuff. I'm sorry, I get why he didn't, but
Draymond having to hold Steve Kerr back is actually hilarious.
And then Jimmy Butler
that's the last time that happened.
Jimmy Butler holding back Draymond later in the game. It was funny. But I'm going to be honest with you, Gucci Man, I would get tossed in the first quarter of a Gucci Man game.
James Williams.
He's not good referee. That crew is terrible.
I thought there was a really actually big moment in this game as far as the refs go, which was when Steve Kerr told Jimmy, stop talking to him. I got this, basically, and shooed him back to the bench. Have we ever seen Steve Kerr do that to Draymond?
No.
Well, I mean, there's levels to this. We've already talked about the tentacle hold that Draymond has over this organization. We don't need to go into it. James is in Antioch before
That's a good point.
We hit the injury point. No, that is a great point, though. But Jimmy's the new guy, so it's easier for Steve to flex his muscles on him. I hear you.
The 8-second play, he kicked the ball. There wasn't 8 seconds.
Yeah.
You can review it. They huddled up, and they're like, yeah, no, actually, it's an 8-second call. It was an inverted whistle. What? What are we doing?
Considering what just happened against the Lakers, where there was that 8-second non-call, right? Where it's just it felt like the refs were against you.
Joe.
Kind of yeah.
I wanted to throw my own slipper at the television.
Right, you wanted to throw a silicone spoon at that thing, right? What's up, James? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky.
What's up, James?
Good morning, guys.
What you got?
Man, really, man, that game was so disappointing, man. I got so frustrated watching Pods miss layup after layup. To be our backup point guard and we're having that much trust in him, it's not going to end up well for us. Jimmy needs to get to that midi more. Like a lot of them layups he's trying to force kind of led to that offensive foul at the end. But overall, man, it just came from missed free throws, missed layups. And I agree with Joe, man, that the refs are horrible. The refs are absolutely horrible. We can't make that an excuse, though, every single night. We got to get better. And we got to get our role players like Moody and Paz, they're out there, but their impact is not felt. There's a lot of open threes that Moody, you just got to hit in the corner, wide open. You just got to hit those.
Well, he passed one up. He passed one
Thanks,
up,
James.
and then later on hit one in the corner. But I was with you. You texted the thread like you got to rip that.
No, yeah.
And I think Pods passed up a couple. He passed up a bunny, passed up a three, and it's like this is where we go back to, if you're not going to be hitting shots, some of these guys that are very specific one-way players, you cannot be playing because you give up too much on the other end.
And the hesitancy, right? And
Yes.
I've seen Buddy Hield have a wide open threes at times, and he even checks out of it at times, which shows that you're not even confident as a 3-point shooter. That's when you brought in to do. That's the only thing you're going to do, and you're not even confident in your own shot. Yeah, it's frustrating for me, not only as a fan, but I'm sure as a teammate. Like, dude, if you're not shooting threes and you're not chucking them, what are you doing? If you're Moses Moody, you're going out there to shoot, man. Hey, don't hesitate, because the moment you hesitate, a mistake's going to happen. We've seen it ad nauseum with some of these younger players. Pods, Moody, like, just know what you're doing, the confidence. Like, that's why I've actually loved what Quentin Post has been doing. He knows what he's doing out there, and he's fine. He has the confidence to just shoot the ball when he gets it. Now, it's nice to be 7'2", and I know no one's going to block me when I shoot the ball. But at the same time, just in the flow of an offense, too much yesterday. You had an offensive flow. You were getting back into the game, and then a boneheaded turnover or just overthinking things.
And look, the game was probably over. The final inbound play, there's 9 seconds left. You're down 4. What are we doing? What are we doing? You just throw one into the abyss?
I mean, that was just Brandon Pajemski late in the game.
Doing too much. That was a microcosm of kind of the Brandon Pajemski experience.
No headband
this year.
No headband yesterday for Pods. He's trying to go for a different look, but it looked like the same old Pods there.
Just doing too much.
He's going to be taken apart in the Rising.
Was it Jimmy? Oh, no throw.
There you go. Rising Stars challenge. Rising Stars game. Pods will be there. TJD. Jason Richardson, who has competed in the dunk contest in the All-Star Game weekend, is going to be joining us at 9 o'clock, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. But in the meantime, we got a lot of people on call. Joe Shasky we'll get to on the other side. Tough loss last night. Mavs 111, Warriors 107. They got the final game tonight on this road trip heading into the All-Star break against the Houston Rockets. Is Steph going to play? Is Draymond going to play? Is Jimmy going to play? We'll let all of you know as soon as we hear about it right here on 95.7 The Game. But in the meantime, injury report.
Oh, who cares?
The Houston Rockets will not have the services of, speaking of Warriors killers, Freddie Van Vliet tonight when they host the Dubs. Van Vliet has been out since February 1st with a sprained right ankle. Rockets head coach Ime Udoka told the media yesterday that Van Vliet has not experienced any setbacks in his recovery and is expected to suit up when the Rockets return from the All-Star break. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, your calls, your text. Joe Shasky, you have something to say?
Well, Fred Van Vliet can't suit up because he's doing pre- and post-game for NBC Bay Area. He's Bonte's doppelganger.
Oh, and we'll talk about that on 95.7 The Game. They're going to have to settle for 2-1. And can they go to 3-1 as they play the Houston Rockets tonight? Final game heading into the All-Star break. Shasky, just disappointing. You know, you could be mad and disappointed at the same time. I know you're a parent now, so you're going to be telling little LJ at one point, I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed. You could be both last night. You can be mad and disappointed about how that game ended, how it was going. You can be mad at the refs if you want, but the missed opportunities is what I'm looking back on. And I'm looking at a guy in Steph Curry who had missed opportunities, who has not been shooting the ball well. I'm looking at Jimmy Butler who had some missed opportunities. I'm looking at, Buddy Hield, 1 of 9, 1 of 6. That's not going to cut it in the NBA right now, buddy. Let alone this team that's actually trying to compete for a play-in spot. 1 of 9 overall is not going to cut it. Not when you're not giving me anything else. You're not creating for others. You're not playing defense. You're not doing anything right. So frustration abound last night as I say good morning to you and to all the listeners on this wet day.
They just have not found a way to consistently seize momentum in a game that's up for grabs, right? I thought they fought hard yesterday, and they were critical junction where they just couldn't make a bucket, or they couldn't get a stop, or they got a stop and then they turned it right back over, or they had a silly foul, or a missed layup, or they're passing up a wide open three. There's something a little off. Obviously, the team's not good, so let's start there. But I am encouraged. I know that sounds like loser talk. I am encouraged. I like the two-man game between Draymond and Butler. I really don't know how. I don't know how you're encouraged. Because I this is a work in progress, Joe. I know what I've signed up for. I didn't sign up for 65 wins. I would like that. That's not real. My eyes are telling me this is going to be a team that's going to frustrate me and drive me crazy. The young guys are playing good. They are. It's the old guys who haven't necessarily executed. Jimmy dribbled the ball off his foot. Jimmy missed a free throw. And I like Jimmy. He's new, Steph, he missed a free throw. First miss all year in a fourth quarter for a free throw. It's just the way that game was going, Clay hitting early on, Kyrie being unstoppable. They were lucky to be in a tied game situation late in the game. Let's call it what it is. And they locked down defensively in a way and got multiple stops that I haven't seen all year. I haven't seen an opportunity all year where Draymond was vintage Draymond for 4 or 5 straight possessions defensively. And they were getting the loose balls with a GP2 and a Moody and Butler coming through with big-time stops. Even Curry had multiple big-time little swipes and stuff. So the defensive side late in the game, that was encouraging. The switching, not good. No.
Their point of attack defense was not good. Their late game situation plays were not good. It wasn't a clutch game, and this isn't a clutch team, which is unfortunate. They're 500 in clutch games this year, basically, are now 1 game under. They played in the most clutch games outside of the Minnesota Timberwolves. A clutch game, what is it? 5 minutes to go, within 5 points. That's what's constituted as a clutch game, and the Warriors are under 500 in those games. They are 1 in 17, 120, whatever they are. They're 0-9 on the road when they're trailing heading into the fourth quarter. They're 0-9 when heading into the fourth quarter without a lead. That's a team right now that tells me they can't fight adversity. They can't get through adversity. It's early with Jimmy Butler, so we'll see if things can change here going forward. They're 2-1 still. We're going to wait and see with Steph, Dre, and Clay, or not Clay, but Clay played last night for the Dallas Mavericks, but Steph, Dre, and Jimmy, if they're going to play tonight, because the more I'm thinking about it, I need those guys to play tonight. I would like to try to win this game tonight because I feel like this is a massive swing game for the Golden State Warriors. Because if you could be over 500, being 28-27 as opposed to 27-28, I feel it would be huge for not the fan base, but the players in that locker room and the coaching staff saying, you know what? Since we've gotten Jimmy Butler, we're a 3-1 team. That, for the mentals alone, I think is huge. And that's a big question mark for Steve Kerr because I've already given you the minutes from Stephen Curry, Joe Shasky, what he's had to play here going forward. 37 last night, 34 against the Bucks, 34 against the Bulls, 37 against the Lakers, 35 against 30. Oh, it's a lot of wear and tear on a guy that's dealing with bilateral knee tendonitis, and he's not been shooting the ball very well.
Guess what, though, Joe? If you don't make it past April, you got all May, June, July, August to rest because there's no Olympics.
But you got to be careful here, though, too, because you do not want a significant injury happening to your star player.
Of course.
So I do understand that there is some there is some risk here if
It's
you're trying to do
necessity.
back-to-backs. Yes.
It's out of necessity. And that's just where they're at. I mean, that's where, and you know what? I hate to be this guy. Steph, you are a max player.
Yeah.
Like, yes, does the organization owe it to themselves to navigate the age of Steph Curry? Absolutely. But part of being a premium player and a maximum player and the best player on the team is there's going to be times we're going to ask you to do something that you're a little uncomfortable with. And look, it is what it is. I don't know what else to say. I want him to play tonight.
You brought Jimmy Butler in for reasons like this.
Yes.
Hey, if Steph can't go tonight, I need Jimmy for 40 minutes.
And Jimmy ain't played in months.
That's
so
what I'm getting
really
at.
no excuse for him.
I need Jimmy to be playing tonight. If Steph can't go all 40-plus minutes, he needs to go. Draymond, we'll see. He's dealing with that calf. I need him to go, but these are the games and situations. If Steph can't go, all right, Jimmy, let's see what you got. You're the guy now. And I said it when they made the trade. There's going to be points and there's going to be times, maybe in a playoff series, Jimmy's going to have to be your one if Steph can't get it going. Like, Jimmy might have to be the guy here going forward at times if Steph can't handle the load physically. Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We are streaming on those platforms. It's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Jason Richardson going to be joining us here at 9 o'clock in the next hour. Jason Richardson, Jay Rich, breaking all things Golden State Warriors down, the dunk contest, the All-Star game weekend. Yes, the All-Star game is here. It's going to be a little wet for people that are traveling, but that's all right. Hopefully it clears up over the weekend. I don't think any rain is forecasted Saturday and Sunday. By the way, we're going to be giving out the keyword here in the next 10 minutes for the knockout tournament. Be listening for the next 10 minutes. I'm going to give you the keyword. And then next segment between 8:30 and 9, you're going to hear a sounder, and you're going to have a chance to call in with that keyword and win a spot in the knockout tournament and shoot hoops on the court at Chase Center Tournament, Monday, March 3rd. And again, be listening to the 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 4 o'clock hours today and tomorrow for your chance to win. Have to be 18 and be a California resident. Steve Kerr yesterday on If the Vets Can Go Today after a tough loss, a late loss, and an early arrival in Houston.
This was obviously kind of a fatiguing game, late tip. You're flying tonight. I mean, can you go with all your veterans tomorrow?
I don't know. We'll talk to Rick after. So it's a tough back-to-back, and that's why that's what makes this loss even more frustrating. Is that we're going to get into Houston at 3 o'clock, whatever it is, because the NBA and its infinite wisdom makes us play an 8:45 game, and they clearly don't care about rest or player health. It's just ratings and all that stuff. So I get it. So everyone's got to do it. The whole league's got to do it. So it is what it is. We got to strap it up and get ready for tomorrow.
Jassy, I'm going to go as far to say this. Given the circumstances and given all the momentum you had and all the negative momentum the Dallas Mavericks had, I think that was one of the worst losses of the season. I don't even think it's close.
Well, which makes it even more frustrating for me that you let Kyrie Irving have 27 in the second half.
Exactly. It's fine. But again, one of the worst losses of the season was last night. It was inexcusable as far as I'm concerned.
Joe, when you know that one guy is cooking you that bad, like,
it's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the greatest of all time. That's going to happen. Like that, it's going to happen.
No. See, I disagree. You have to implement strategies to make sure that someone else beats you. Like you literally have watched the blueprint with other teams running Steph Curry off the ball and basically saying, we will let anyone else on the team beat us, but not that guy.
Well, what if I told you at the end of that game, hey, you know what? Kyrie goes off, but we pretty much handled everyone else. I think you'd take that. Like, I mean, Klay Thompson had 17 points. He had 19 shot attempts. He was 6 of 19. It wasn't great. Max Christie's another guy I'm looking at. I was like, you let Max Christie beat you. He had 2 clutch free throws late. He was 6 of 12. He had 17 points.
I watched that game thinking the entire time, he's killing you. Stop him. Double him. What are you doing? That's what the whole third quarter, that's all I thought.
I understand that. I also understand that all Hall of Fame players play at Hall of Fame level sometimes, and yesterday was one of those moments. I don't know if you threw the kitchen sink at him, that would have stopped him. Would he have had 42? No, he probably would have had 30 plus. But again, to your point, I need someone else. Yeah, I need to stop the other guys too. Like Max Christie, I'm looking at. Like, we can't let Max Christie beat us. We can't let the guy that just got traded from the Lakers, who's a good young player. I really like Max Christie. I think I've been higher on him than most people have.
I like Max Christie.
He's very good. I can't have him being the difference in that game, though, too. Late in the game.
When Kyrie hit 3 consecutive threes, you didn't sit here and go, all right, timeout, enough is enough, let's switch this up. Like, that is the essence of coaching.
Sure.
Like, they're picking on you. And to me, if I'm let's reverse it. If Buddy Hield's guarding Curry, what are we all thinking? To continue to exploit that matchup. Like, that is the essence of coaching, and it is adjustments and subtleties and allowing someone else to beat you. The Belichick rule, take away what they do best. And yesterday, what they were doing best was Kyrie ISO killing you. You had to go to the double earlier.
Was it on the coaches or players last night? 888-957-9570. No, it is. But if you were to lean one way or the other, which one would it be? Because I do feel like we're giving the players a little bit of a pass here. I get it. Doubling Kyrie Irving would have helped. Could have helped. You didn't do it. I would have liked my star players also to show up in the biggest moments. It didn't feel like Steph and Curry and co were rising to the occasion. Yes,
I would agree.
Big three from Steph late. But after that, it was just some boneheadery and some tomfoolery from the Golden State Warriors.
Well, I thought he didn't get calls, too, because he went to the rack. Did he not go to the rack multiple times in that fourth quarter?
Got four free throw attempts, and yes.
Should have been 8.
When it mattered most, though, he did get a call, Joe Shasky, and he missed the free throw. God, that was a killer.
But on the other
when it mattered most, did he get the call?
No, because on the layup prior to the Kyrie Irving rip through, he got clearly fouled when he went up with the left hand, clearly fouled, fell to the ground, put both his arms up. Draymond yelled at the official. They go back. Moses Moody has his hand out. Kyrie does the stupid rip through, which has been adjudicated out of the league. They're not letting you do it. And he shoots a 3 with his left hand, which he has no business shooting, and he gets 3 free throws. So no, I disagree.
With 37 seconds to go, Stephen Curry had a chance to take the lead and to go up 1. He missed his second free throw. It sucks. It doesn't define who he is as a player. It's his first missed free throw in the fourth quarter. No, I'm saying
missed the other one.
With 37 seconds to go, you had a chance to take the lead and you didn't, and that could have changed everything right there and there.
There's no doubt they missed on that.
There's a butterfly effect after something like that.
There's
you take
no
the lead,
doubt
there's
they
more
missed
pressure on the other team.
But again, the 5-point swing of not getting free throws on one end and giving up 3 free throws on the other end, like, we could do that the whole fourth quarter. And that I do think on some level the game was extremely frustrating as a viewer. Just the inconsistency on calls. I mean, they lost the possession because of an 8-second violation where the guy clearly kicked the ball and 8 seconds had not passed. And what did they do? They hit a 3.
Them the break sometimes, unfortunately.
Well, those are 2 5-point swings.
Again.
So we're talking about 10-point swings off of back-to-back possessions.
It shouldn't have been a 4-point game. They didn't have Anthony Davis. They didn't have Lively. They didn't have Gafford. Dallas Mavericks stunk last night.
That's why you play the games.
Like, come on, bro.
But that's why you play the games.
That team was on a silver platter to beat, and you lost to a team in absolute shambles. A team that has fears of the team moving to Vegas, for God's sakes. We had Mike Bassick on the other week saying, yeah, when they traded Luka, the entire famous blew up because this team might be leaving the freaking state. That team is in shambles right now on a silver platter, and you lost it when you had Steph, Jimmy, and Dre in the starting lineup, and you let Kyrie go nuclear on you. Eric
and Clay was great in the first half.
Eric in Fairfield, what's going on, man? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Great show again. But I just want to touch on another point that I don't hear being touched on a lot or much, is that I think that where the game was lost, and you had just spoke on it, they didn't have any bigs. You know, Lively's out, you got Gafford out, you have so on and so on. And Quentin Post gets 12 minutes. I mean, the guy, I understand he's a rookie, but his whole college career, he shot 80% from the free throw line. At least by the second half, when you see Kyrie going off, we have to go to these half-court sets. And this is something that Steve Kerr constantly does. He's so worried about matching up with the other team versus making the other team match up with him. I used to watch Phil Jackson do it to Don Nelson constantly. We would try to go small, or Don Nelson, when Don Nelson came back with the Warriors, we try to go small, and Phil Jackson would go bigger. He would go bigger. And that's something I don't understand. Constantly trying to match up with the other team versus making this other team match up with you. You got a 7-footer. He came right out the beginning of the game. He's snatching every rebound. I understand it was 12 minutes, and I understand he was a minus 15, throughout those 12 minutes. But in that second half, we really needed to kind of slow the game down. We started to catch up, and we kind of needed to slow the game down, go to a half-court set. We have a 7-footer out there that clearly showed he can play the game.
No, it's a good call, Eric. I'm both with you, Eric. The Quentin Post minutes, it was kind of baffling for me in that second half, for sure. If we're going to get on Steve Kerr for something, definitely some of the lineups there and the lack of size when you're going to a team with no size at all. Yeah, it was frustrating. That was frustrating.
And look, you're going to look at the box score. People are like, well, Guy Santos didn't do anything. I'm like, no, Guy made lots of little hustle plays.
Yeah, I said he didn't do it. I would just like to at least attempt a shot. Like, that would be nice.
Sure. But the guy was giving you second chance points.
Sure.
And so, like, because he's not that big, but he's bigger than GP2, right? And he's thicker and wider and a better boxer-outer and has just a better knack for rebounding than Buddy Hield. Like, to me, you got to play some of these guys that just have a knack for making winning plays. You can't just be like, hey, he's a shooter. He plays.
You had 18 offensive rebounds, 9 more than the Dallas Mavericks. That led to 9 more shot attempts. But again, only 1 more of them was made by the Dallas. Dallas made more shot attempts than you did at the end of the day. And you had 9 more attempts. Like, those layups.
I know. The Draymond Pajemski back-to-back misses.
Just
horrible.
Hell, if you go to Jimmy Butler, too, like 2 of his shots that he made were just absolutely cherry-picking. And then you go to that, and then it's just like, what did he have? I got to give out the keyword. All right. Are we ready for the knockout tournament keyword, folks? Here. There it is. Let's do it. Keyword, offense. Again, the keyword is offense.
Can I give you the sentence?
Please.
Buddy Hield is supposed to be good at offense.
Listen between 8:30 and 9, and when you hear the sounder, be the first to call in and give the keyword, and you will be on your way to Chase Center to play in the 95-7 The Game knockout tournament. All right. We got the keyword there. We got Steven. We got Gene. That was a good one. I didn't know where you were going to go there. I was like,
the best sense of the
I thought you were going to say, boy, it'd be nice if the Golden State Warriors had a good offense, right? You could have done that. Boy, it'd be nice if, I don't know, the Kansas City Chiefs would play some offense. Could have been whatever you wanted to be there. But it's a good word. I already gave it out way more than I should have. If you don't know the word by now, too late. So sorry. Steve Kerr.
Can I have one last thing before you move on? Because we were talking about this at the break. Shout out ESPN, the high def, I'm a big pixelation guy.
Oh,
and God bless NBC. Jeez, why does the colors look so different when I go to ESPN versus NBC?
It's the pixelation sensation.
Oh my God.
Well, I mean,
Adam Sandler,
look,
pixels.
I'm a television snob. Once you pay for 4K, like when I see, like, for example, Fox Sports will have the games on 4K.
Yeah.
It's like, once we go 4K, I want it all in 4K.
Oh, yeah. We got everything. We're always caught in 4K here. There you go.
And look, I want to watch the local broadcast, but the ESPN broadcast feed was just go back and forth between the pixelation. It's very frustrating.
Well, I actually have the Odyssey app downloaded, and I digest everything with the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy, right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. How about that, Joe Shasky? But Tim Roy's always great. Tim Legler, speaking of another Tim, as the color analyst.
Except for the Kyrie call, because I disagreed with him. The feet were clearly moving.
But overall, like, that's a guy I'd want to pair with Mike Breen if it came to the NBA Finals times. I know Doris has been there for a little bit, and she's fine. I like Doris as a person, as an analyst, but Tim Legler, he's been great. He's been doing Scott Van Pelt for a while now. He always comes off the finals games.
SVP's great.
I love Scott.
He's great.
He's really good.
He had Kyrie afterwards.
He's really good.
Yeah, it was really good. He's like, I hope I see you in San Fran. It's like, God, it's not San Fran, Kyrie.
I know, but that's his thing. That's everyone that doesn't live here calls it the hell. People that do live here, players that do live here, still call it San Fran. Steven and Gene, I'll get to you in a second. Head coach Steve Kerr after the game, what took them too long to lock in and focus?
I just think it took us too long to start playing and really focusing and, locking in on executing at both ends. And we messed around with the game for too long and then left ourselves vulnerable. And obviously they cashed in. They did a great job.
What needs to change, Steve, if this team wants to make a playoff push?
Anything specific need to change with that playoff push coming up?
You got to play better.
Thanks, Steve. Dynamite drop in there.
Hey, Michelle, where do you want to go to eat? Anywhere.
I'm hungry. I want food.
And then I start rattling off, no. It's like, well, you just said anywhere. Like, when I say anywhere, I literally mean anywhere.
How about you pick tonight, and then you do pick? I'm not feeling that. That's my favorite. No, you pick tonight. All right, what about Mexican? We had Mexican 2 days ago. Yeah, you can have Mexican food every single day of your life. We're from California.
Chinese food and Mexican food every day.
It's Italian and Mexican for me, but I'm not mad at that.
Breakfast, I can eat it every day. I can't have Italian every day. I love Italian.
Really?
No.
Well, you have Italian every day when you talk to me.
I know, but I can't eat pasta every day.
Well, no, you don't
He's
have
an Italian.
You don't have pasta every single day. You have some other dish that's Italian.
I can't have
chicken
loads
parm.
of bread
You have
every day.
eggplant parm. You have something else.
Yeah,
Come
breadcrumbs.
on.
Lots of parm in there. A lot of breadcrumbs. I can eat rice every day.
Is your stomach weak? Did you have a weak stomach?
Well, last night.
Yeah, you texted us this morning. You had a quesadilla.
Wasn't feeling great.
You could have had a quesadilla. You weren't even allowed to. Your stomach wouldn't allow it.
It was delicious going down.
That's enough. Steven and Martinez. What's up, bud? You're on
I did
Spadoni
not close
Chassis.
well last night.
Howdy, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to say every season I feel like recently the refs just seem to rattle the Warriors. Anytime there's a close call, they're gonna call it against the Warriors, like guaranteed. They're like the opposite of the Chiefs. You look at the stats, the Warriors never get calls. It's just how it has been, and that's what it is. So the Warriors need to stop looking for calls. I feel like every time they get fouled, they kind of stop playing and they look at the refs like, hey, that was a foul. And they just need to keep playing because the refs are not going to give them those calls. So they need to get it through their heads. Like, guys, it's been year after year after year. You're not going to get the calls. Just play the game, keep going. And that's all I want to say.
I'm with you. You got to play through the whistle. There's no doubt they do a lot of complaining.
I did like that they were
bad.
They're the opposite of the Chiefs. I kind of like that, actually.
They were bad. Gucci Man sucks.
It wasn't a great officiated game. I'm not here to defend that. I'm just saying, again, of all the things that happened yesterday, I don't look at the whistle being the biggest factor. Hell, I'd even
So you watched the final 5 minutes of that game and you didn't think the whistle factor
I said the biggest factor.
I didn't say the biggest.
I know you didn't. I'm saying that.
It was definitely
no one said that. I said I don't think it was the biggest factor. I think the factor was you lost to a Dallas Mavericks team where you were way more healthier than they were. Yeah, you didn't have Jonathan Kuminga. You haven't had Kuminga in a long time. They didn't have Anthony freaking Davis, who's you're talking about all-time Warrior killers. Anthony Davis wasn't out there, and you still couldn't win that game.
Well, he's never out there.
Well, that's even more so. He's not out there. Well, they don't have Luka Doncic out there, right? Like, come on, man. Win that game. We're up against it here real quick. This segment's brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. On the other side,
shout out SFO. I'll see you on Monday.
There you go. Oh, is that when you're flying out Monday?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Oh, no, I'm going to go to San Jose.
Oh, San Jose?
No, I'm going to San Francisco. I don't fly out of anywhere but SFO.
Wait, so you're flying out of Oakland?
No.
He's going to
very inconvenient for me, quite frankly.
Oh, so you're going to Buchanan.
You're going to Sacramento? No, we love San Francisco.
No, we're going to go to Santa Rosa. We're going to fly out of the little airport.
The little Gilroy Airport?
Just build your own airport in your backyard.
Hey, Michelle got it set up to where lots of points. We're going business, baby.
Oh, business class with little LJ
business.
too?
Yeah.
Nice. Got the big seat there.
I got this update. Would you like to pre-order your food, right? I'm like, oh, we get food on this flight? It's like $25, $25. I'm like, oh, I thought it was free.
No, you go to the whatever is at SFO, get you a Phil's coffee or whatever.
United Club.
There you go.
Or whatever they're called.
No, I think there is. Yeah. Are you part of those members? You get like
One
the
of
nice
my
glass
boys,
doors.
JJ, got me into whatever flying club that he was a part of.
Oh.
It is pretty sweet.
I've never been an exclusive to one of those, so maybe one day I can do that if I do enough reads.
I felt like pinkies up. Shout out JJ and Bonita Taqueria.
If I do enough reads for San Francisco International Airport, maybe I too could be a part of one of those clubs. 888-957-9570.
My brother works there. Say hi to Deli Boy.
Tell him Deli Boy sent you.
Exactly.
Jason Richardson, 9 o'clock, giving out the keyword. I already gave out the keyword, but you're going to hear the sounder on the other side, giving out a spot in the knockout tournament, plus Slam Dunk in Vegas, tell you how you could win a trip for 4 to Las Vegas and $20,000. Huge loss last night. There's some silver linings, though, according to Joe Shasky. We'll get into those on the other side. 111-107 the final as Spadoni and Shasky roll on the Morning Roast.
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Poor Kevon.
Loon Dog.
The guy had like straight Butterfingers yesterday. And I'm not talking chocolate.
I love Butterfingers. Such what an underrated candy that is, some Butterfingers. I got some Doritos still in my mouth. Sorry. Nacho cheese, of course. They don't have spicy nacho here. I would get that. And probably people are waking up like 8:30 or having Doritos. Yeah, I've been up since 4. All right. So this is like my lunch, my like snack time. All right. Get off my back. No, I'm not really a big Cool Ranch person. The chili one's pretty good. Like the sweet chili one. I like that. The purple bag. Don't forget, Joe Shaskin, at some point in this segment, we're going to be prompting you to call in with the keyword to win a spot in the knockout tournament. Make sure you are locked and have that keyword ready. I gave it away. We gave it away a bunch last segment. So you've been listening. And if you haven't been listening and you'd like to catch up, download the Odyssey app, hit that rewind feature, and you'll find it. And by the way, you're going to want to download that Odyssey app because we got something going on. We got something brewing here. It's a national contest. All right? It's a Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. So check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. So it's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas and $20,000. That's right, $20K. You'll be staying at Circa, the premier sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. Circa also has the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. Winning is so easy. Literally just what I just told you to do. Just download the Odyssey app now, log in, and listen for 1 hour. That's it. Just listen for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app, and you might be headed to Vegas with $20,000. I can use $20,000 right now. I can use the Warriors win tonight, though. Would I bet on that? Well, what's it looking like? I'm going to go to DraftKings right now, Joe Shasky. Let's see what it's looking like right now, if they even have it on the board, because I don't know if Stephen Curry is going to play. I don't know if Jimmy Butler is going to play. I know Jimmy Butler should be playing because he hasn't played a lot of basketball the last, few months when he was indefinitely suspended. And right now, it's the Rockets are a 6-point favorite currently over the Golden State Warriors. 6 points at home. They're a very good team. Rockets currently sitting at 4th in the West. They're 34-20 by virtue of the Lakers' loss yesterday. Lakers fall to the 5th spot. They're tied in the loss column at 20 losses. So big opportunity here tonight. If you can have Jimmy in the game to see what Jimmy can look like without Steph, right? Because this is going to be a thing going forward, not just this season, but going forward in the next 2. There's going to be some scheduled days off for Steph, and Jimmy's going to have to pick up the load. We know in the non-Steph games, Warriors aren't basically not going to win it unless you have a great Andrew Wiggins performance in the past. That was basically it. Can we get a great Jimmy performance, and can he be also a facilitator for these young guys and, pick up some wins here when you normally wouldn't get them?
If you've been following the team for the last couple of years, when you count them out, the youngsters play very united, energetic, passionate ball. So to think that this is an automatic L tonight, I understand that. It'll be a fun watch. It always is, especially if the old guys don't play. The young guys do. They rise to the occasion. God, it just sucks we don't have Kuminga. They miss him so much.
That's the thing in all this, the JK angle, when he does come back, and again, if you're just joining us, Jonathan Kuminga, going to be reevaluated, now? It's going to be 6 days, I want to say. It was 4 days ago we got the update, so they're going to reevaluate him in 6 more days.
Has he done any on-court stuff?
Not that I'm aware of. I think they're ramping back. We always hear that term. He's ramping up, right? Whatever that was. Is he going up a ramp? Is it the wheelchair ramp? I don't know. He's ramping up, Joe Shasky. What does that mean?
I don't know, but they miss him so bad. They need another perimeter dog.
What do you think it's going to look like when he does come back with Jimmy Buckets on the floor?
I think he's going to be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think it's going to be seamless?
Who's a better basketball player right now, Buddy Hield or Kuminga?
I'm not asking about that.
No,
I know who is better.
Okay.
It's not even close. It's Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay. Who's better, GP2 or Kuminga?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay. So, I think those guys have played okay alongside Jimmy Butler, so I think Kuminga will figure it out. There'll be some growing pains or whatever, but
he was the team's second highest scorer. Then
I think we're too, not you, but just in general, we're all too critical of Kuminga across the board. Whether it's oh my God, why didn't he take this dribble? Why didn't he take that shot? Why is he taking that shot? Why is he doing this defensively? He's a solid player, a good player. I think we underrate his basketball IQ. I think we underrate his ability to blend in. If he can play with Steph Curry and the off-ball fiasco that's been and all that, he'll be able to play high pick and roll with Jimmy Butler.
Do you think there's going to be a too many mouths to feed situation with Jimmy, with JK, with Steph when he does come back? Because JK was the second leading scorer on this team before he got hurt. Andrew Wiggins is gone now. We know what Andrew Wiggins was. He was Yeah, one day I'll have 17 or 18 attempts, and then another day I'll have 10 or 9, and he fades in and out. That's what Andrew Wiggins was. Jimmy's going to be getting 15 plus shot attempts up every single game at least.
So let's do the math here. If Buddy Hield's getting 9 field goal attempts, and Gary Payton's getting 9 field goal attempts, and I'm looking at Podziemski, he's got 9 field goal attempts. Like all these guys that wouldn't be shooting as much are going to be shooting less, and those are going to go to Kuminga. I think he'll get his 12 to 15 looks effortlessly, just within the flow of the offense.
Okay.
I also think that having Jimmy Butler on the court with him, Jimmy is a willing passer, and he's done a really good job either kicking out to the open three or attacking and finding that baseline cutter or that inline drive diver. He does a really good job of that. And the lob, like there was a play last night. Steph threw the lob to Jimmy Butler, and he just threw it into the first row. And
they've had a couple of those that if you've noticed.
God.
I think that's a timing thing, though, right?
Yeah.
It's like a receiver getting to know the new quarterback, or vice versa. It's a timing route situation. Like not everyone's going to be Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown immediately when they start throwing those back shoulder fades. Same with Brock Purdy, the trust factor, right? There's a trust level there too that you got to work through. So I'm not mad at those ones so much as so the ones where you just missed it flat out. Like those ones bother me. The ones where they're trying to do something and they're trying to get their timing back, those ones don't bother me as much. In hindsight, they're killers, right?
Yes.
When you lose a game like you did by 4 points, that's a killer. But I see what Draymond, I see Steph, I see the vision there. And Jimmy's a big guy. Uses size, uses athleticism. He's 6'7" for crying out loud, 230. He's a big dude.
Oh, he
Use
plays
that to your
stronger.
advantage.
Yeah, he plays stronger than he looks. That's the one element. They get Kuminga back. Now you got 2 thicker guys who play bigger than their size.
Yes.
And this team desperately needs that. Hence why I'm so enamored with Guy Santos. Not that he's like some star or he's even a starter.
Oh, he's a big body, though.
Or he just makes a lot of winning plays. Mm-hmm. He's a smart player. He makes the right passes. He plays at the right cadence. He's got good hands. There are certain players that have a knack for the ball, right? They just do. He has a knack for making really nice, high IQ plays. And I just think the guy, he reminds me a lot of Matt Barnes. He's a little different in how he plays. Matt Barnes was just a winning player. No, he could never be a frontline guy. You don't really want him starting. But as an 8, 9, 10 guy off the bench, it's perfect.
All we need from him now is to do the Matt Barnes. What Matt Barnes did to Kobe is do the ball fake in someone's face.
Well, Barnes brought a level of I wouldn't say the T word, thuggery, but I would say
edge.
Intensity.
Edginess.
Yes, edginess is a good
there
one.
There you go. You know who else brings edginess to the morning roast? It's Gene in Oakland.
What's up, Gene?
I think Gene in Oakland. What's up, Gene? You're on Spadoni and Shasky. Gene in Oakland. How you doing?
Yeah, offense. I'm okay. Hey, isn't this the knockout round line? I guess I called it wrong.
No, Gene, you're okay. We had a miscommunication situation. You're good.
No,
you're on air now. What were you encouraged by yesterday?
What was I encouraged by? Not much, frankly. I mean, I thought what you said before, that Draymond really brought it at the end. That was encouraging.
He was
awesome. Seems to be working out. Yeah, he was awesome. But you asked me a couple of days ago, what I thought of Jimmy Butler, and I didn't have a chance to respond, but I'll say the same thing I would have said then. I mean, I was encouraged, certainly encouraged. Unfortunately, last game looked more like, they reverted to what they were before Jimmy. And I have to wonder, because, I was against the trade, and at this point, I'm a Jimmy supporter. I'm one of his biggest fans, because he has to succeed if we're going to succeed. But last night, I had to wonder, for example, how well Kyrie Irving would have done if he had Wiggins draped over him instead of Buddy Hield. All right, maybe he wouldn't have gotten 42 points, maybe 30-something, and maybe we would have won. So I think it's way too early to make a judgment on this. We have to see how it goes. We've thrown all our eggs in the basket of 3 aging superstars. We hope that they can stay healthy. I'm really concerned about Curry. He, like you say, Joe, he hasn't played well in the last couple of months, and I'm just wondering if age and breakdown are really setting in, and I don't know what we're going to see from here on. I hope he gets back to what he was, but he's going to be 37 years old next month, so. Anyways, once again, it's wait and see. I hope for the best. Go Jimmy. Go Dubs.
Hey, Gene, before you hang up on us, if I watch this team passively give up the switch over and over and over again for the next couple of weeks, I swear to God, they're going nowhere. Because they don't have enough good defenders. They cannot continue. Because Wiggins did this too. Like, as great as Wiggins was at times defensively, he was such a passive, willing, like, oh, I'll let Buddy stay on the island. Stop, all of you, the team. Like, stop the philosophy of switching everything. It's you're not good enough defensively.
Did you feel? I think it's an interesting point that Gene just brought up. Did you feel like they missed Wiggins, a guy that is younger that could have been guarding Kyrie the entire time? Do you feel like they missed him yesterday? His defensive prowess?
Well, if you had Kuminga, you could offset the absence of maybe Wiggins. But look, late in the game, Jimmy Butler took that assignment on.
He did, but do you think Kyrie would have scored as many had Andrew Wiggins been on him the entire time?
Yes, because I've watched Kyrie cook us no matter who's on the court, number one. And number two, like, would Wiggins have been better? Probably. Yep. GP2's a good defender, too.
He's not a scrub. No.
And I would say that he can be way more physical than Wiggins because less of the load is being asked from him offensively, because that's part of the Wiggins experience is he does get asked to carry you offensively at times, and that drains you a little on the defensive side. Like, GP2 kept passively giving up the switch. So they were going to switch you to death to get Buddy or Curry on Kyrie. And this is their team philosophy. Like, they just give it up too quickly. And I disagree with it.
I am concerned, and I hate to bring it back here too, because it's something that no one wants to talk. It's not a comfortable conversation to talk about, but it's aging superstars. And it's, Stephen Curry, who's been struggling this year. He's had a lot on his plate. He hasn't had a true number 2 guy since kind of Kevin Durant. He had that run with Andrew Wiggins, obviously, and they won a title, and everything kind of broke their way a little bit. But you know what? They won it. They beat the Boston Celtics, a much younger team than them, a team probably more talented, but it didn't matter. They won that series. They won the championship. It is what it is. A couple years removed now, Steph has had to do a lot. He's been asked to do a lot physically, mentally. There's been a lot baked into that. Jordan Poole situation, this, that, and the Klay Thompson situation, Draymond Green being indefinitely suspended. There's been a lot. You bring in Jimmy Butler here now, a guy that's been disgruntled in the past. This is his 5th team, whatever it is now. There's a lot. And I'm just starting to wonder if we're ever going to see, consecutive great Curry performances here on out. Like, it feels like that's going to be few and far between 2 or 3 or 4 great consecutive games from Stephen Curry. I just don't think you can expect that anymore. I just don't. And for a team that's battling for a play-in spot where they have no room for error, which is, again, I keep harping, last night was a bad loss. Like, you need your star players to show out, and I'm going to need Stephen Curry to look like the Stephen Curry of old, and I'm afraid he can't do it anymore because, you know what? He is old.
But he just had 2 great games in a row prior to this one.
Against bad teams. Blowouts.
You just said you don't think he could do it. And I'm
3 games, so sure. But, again, he needed to do it again yesterday, and he hasn't.
Well, yesterday he wasn't as good. No, there's not.
And I would say it's a stretch because I look at the stats that he had against the Milwaukee Bucks. It was good. Shooting the 3 balls particularly is what I'm getting at here because he did have 12 of 24 overall against the Bucks. He had a really 38 points. Are you kidding me? It's the 3 ball for me, which would be more specific, which he is known for, which has been struggling. 39% for Steph. It's not. For other people, it's good. For Steph, it's not.
Look, he's clearly not getting the same looks that he used to get. Whether that's him not being able to separate.
Yeah, I think is exactly what it is.
Half court balance. Like, I don't think it's any one thing. I think it's a variety of things all mixed into the pie, right? If this were a shepherd's pie, he's older. His legs aren't as good.
You love shepherd's pie.
There isn't great balance on the floor currently. Some of their lineups aren't passing conducive lineups. GP2's never going to, throw it into the slot perfectly off of the screen. Neither's Buddy Hield, right? So there's a lot of factors in this. And yeah, the league is a lot bigger and longer and more athletic. And similar to what I was saying we should have done to Kyrie, teams are saying to themselves, we'll allow anyone else to beat us, but not him. I mean, like, that's where we're at.
888-957-9570
It's like
is
a great
the number.
running back having the box loaded against him on every single running down.
Are you concerned at all, Dub Nation, about Stephen Curry's level of play here the last few months? Is this just, you know what, they didn't have Jimmy Butler, the team wasn't very good, they've been without Jonathan Kuminga. Is it Steph just shouldering a heavier load, or this a sign of the age and more things to come for Steph going forward? 888-957-9570. There's the sounder. Be the first caller to call in with the keyword 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652 with the keyword and you will win a spot in our knockout contest at Chase Center Monday, March 3rd. Must be 18 and a California resident. Next time to win is going to be at noon on Steiny and Guru. And again, we're going to be doing that all week. So today, tomorrow, your final opportunities, Joe Shasky, to win a spot at our knockout tournament. All right. Speaking of Stephen Curry, and we got Jason Richardson coming up here in about 12 minutes. We're going to be talking about a lot of things happening. The dunk contest. We've got the All-Star Game weekend coming up.
How about him throwing the ball off Boozer's face in the Rippy Challenge?
Carlos Boozer. Talk about a guy that, like...
Hate him.
I know, but talk about one of, like, the funnier guys in the league, not because of his style of play on the court, but just... I can't not think of the shoe polish on his
unreal.
head. And the shoe polish in his beard, quite frankly.
Doc's been doing that, too. I'm like, Doc, go home, bro.
Right? What are we doing?
Just go home.
Oh, it's easier for us to say because we do have some hair on our head still, and we weren't going bald at the age of 30 or 20 like some people.
We're not putting, what is it called, Beijing? What do they call that?
Beijing? That's a place in China.
It's the name of the paint that they use for their hair. I was listening to Lo Neal talk about
Krylon
this.
spray paint? Is that what it is?
We got to get Guru on. It's got a specific name.
888-957-9570. Speaking of Stephen Curry, Joe Shasky, he's breaking down what went wrong last night against the Mavericks.
It was a tough start, and then we fought our way back in the first quarter. I think the beginning of the third, we kind of lost our cool. We let bad calls affect our body language, and we did fight down the stretch and try to give ourselves a chance. But a team like Dallas, with all the injuries, Kyrie's going to try to take over. He made some tough shots. You got to give him credit. They were, playing hard the whole game with really nothing to lose, and those are the hardest type of teams to play. And if you make mistakes, you give them life, and especially at home, it comes down to possession here, possession there. It didn't go our way.
Are we seeing Father Time catch up to Stephen Curry, 888-957-9570? Or with this recent addition of Jimmy Butler, do you feel like we're going to see a better Steph Curry, a more efficient Steph going forward? 4-13 last night from beyond the arc, 9-23 overall, 25 points. And again, missed free throw in the fourth quarter, his first miss. I've seen a lot more misses at the free throw line than I care to admit from Stephen Curry. That's just, again, I'm just pointing at some things where it's just the uncommons becoming more and more common with Steph, and that's usually a sign of age. By the way, this is from Shams. I saw this about, it was 30 minutes ago, and I forgot to bring it up. Of ESPN, Shams Charania, the NBA and WNBA shootout with Steph Curry and Sabrina Ionescu was off. NBA's Mike Bass, quote, "We weren't able to land on a plan we thought would raise the bar off of last year's special moment. We all agreed not to proceed and will instead keep the focus on All-Star Sunday's new format." So no shootout between Steph and Sabrina, and no Stephen Curry at Chase Center doing the three-point contest. Kind of disappointing, right?
Look, we're hosting it, so it's going to be hard for him to not do it. But if he's that hurt and he's that tired and we're worried about, like, wins and losses, I know he'll never come out and say it, but, like, bro, you got to play tonight against Houston and not play on Sunday.
Right.
That's an absurd thing to say out loud, and I get it. But, like, if you're a Warrior fan, that's kind of the prerogative that you have to have. And I feel that. And I'm not saying that I don't appreciate him. He'll be in the All-Star game again. I know it won't be at home. I understand all that. He can be out there. But, like, what's more important? I'm asking you right now, Warrior fans, what's more important?
Yes.
The one win in the loss column or this All-Star game, PR video moment that you might have 5 years from now, 10 years from now? It's like, oh. Or would you rather have, like, hey, we're the 7 or 8 seed, and now we give ourselves more of a cushion to lose the game? Like, it's pretty straightforward. I think you got to go for the standings here. You got to go for the win.
Kirk Lacob, who joined Steiny and Goo yesterday at Splash at Thrive City, did a hell of a job. Kirk Lacob on Stephen Curry and his future and how long he's going to keep going with the Golden State Warriors.
Steph is in the best shape of anybody in our team today. So you can call him old all you want. You can say, this might come to an end at some point, but it's going to keep going as long as he wants it to keep going, because we saw it with Tom Brady. He went many years beyond where we thought. And look, that's a special case. This is a special case. As long as Steph wants to play, he will play at a high level. We will give him the best chance we can to try to win. Let's give him a chance to win, not just one, but maybe 2, 3 more. That's what this is all about.
That's the executive vice president of basketball operations for Golden State
championships
Warriors.
Or series?
Well, that's Steph just said meaningful games. That's all he wants going forward. I don't even know if he expects this team. No, I do know he said he doesn't expect this team as currently constructed to compete for a title. He just wants to get in the series. I'm questioning if they can even get in the series after last night's loss to the Dallas Mavericks, because if that was a play-in scenario, I'd be devastated. And that's kind of the look you're going to see potentially in a play-in game, is something like that against a team like the Dallas Mavericks, who might be without Anthony Davis. You might be playing that team in Dallas again, Joe Shasky. You don't have him in the regular season again. The Dallas is coming here on Andre Iguodala's retirement ceremony for his jersey retirement. That's going to be 10 days from now.
Can Andre give me like 8 of Buddy Hield's minutes?
Right.
Like, this is where I'm actually glad that they made a trade to, because Kyle Anderson, there's an obligation. I understand that the coach feels to play some of the older guys.
He's even making that much.
What?
There's no, he's making $8 million.
Who?
Buddy Hield.
No, but I think that he feels an obligation because I think he really likes the guy and I think he likes the skill set. And I don't know. The fascination with some of these guys I just disagree with. Like, Kyle Shanahan does it too, right? Kyle Shanahan believed in Ronnie Bell way more than I did. I was like, I watched Ronnie drop the ball off the jugs machine at practice over and over and over and over and over again. I knew he was going to drop that pass.
Trent Taylor.
Trent Taylor's another one. I mean, the 49er play-by-play guy, he's the guy that's slot receiver. He could be Wes Welker. It's like, dog, he can't even be.
We did not say that.
He can't even be Cedric Wilson. What are we talking about?
Welker's a borderline Hall of Famer. He should be in the Hall of Fame, by the way. Check out Wes Welker's
I don't know if
stats.
you know this. The 49er play-by-play guy kind of loses his mind from time to time. You think I'm a little irrational?
What about Shamir? I think Shamir's a rational caller. Shamir's out in Oakland. He wants to join the conversation. What's up, Shamir? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky.
Hey, guys. This is going to be real quick. You guys asked the question if it was Steph's age or if it's the team around him. And I'm just going to be honest here. I think a lot of Warriors fans are having a hard time, coming to terms with it. It's his age. We look at the 2020, 2021 season. He dragged that team to the playoffs or to the play-in game. He was carrying that team on his back, won the scoring title, and that we just don't have the same Steph Curry anymore. And that's just the honest truth.
Or Jordan Poole, because Jordan Poole was a young player that really helped them tremendously in the regular season.
He did. Well, we also have Jimmy Butler right now, so we'll see where it goes this season. But Steph isn't the same, and that's fine. He's just going to need a little bit more around him, and that's up for his teammates to step up and the front office to put people around him, which they did this season. So we'll see how it goes.
That's Shamir in Oakland. He said, hey, Father Time sucks. And it's even more frustrating when you look around and you're seeing like the Tom Brady's of the world and what they were able to do. Different sport, different position. It's way different. So like I hear that. LeBron is one of one, and he's still playing at an elite high level at the age of 40. It's crazy. But LeBron's going to fall off here. Not even fall off, but he's going to be retiring here, you'd think, in the next year or two. He's going to play till 45. I don't know. I know Steph wants to play longer, but he wants to play in meaningful games. And I just question, if the meaningful games are going to be playing games and they're one and done, just how much more he's going to want to do this, given where everything's at in the West, given his situation with the team, this, that, and the other. I'm hoping Jimmy Butler could provide that extra boost. And they're 2-1 in the Jimmy Butler era. And last night was a frustrating loss. It was a disappointing loss. So we'll see. If they win tonight and they're 3-1, maybe our whole mindset changes. But right now, it's hard not to watch that game last night, Joe Shasky, given what I saw from Kyrie, who looks a lot fresher, who is younger, who just dropped 40 on your ass, and seeing some of the struggles that Steph displayed from beyond the arc yesterday.
What's that meat that they put on a stick? And it's like
kebab?
No, and they they cut it off.
El Pastor.
Nah, it's not shawarma, but like you would use it to make a dish like shawarma.
Is it falafel?
No, yes. No, the falafel or the balls. Those are like that's different.
But what's it's like you put on anyway.
The Euro, like the Euro meat,
kind of. Yeah,
yeah, okay.
And then they'll cut it off.
It's usually lamb. Yes,
that's Chris Paul, who's completely cooked. Okay. Who I watched. Okay, right. That's who that is. Just sitting reference on a stick, dry as hell. Been sitting there for weeks under the hot light. Yeah. Curry's a filet mignon you left a little too long on the grill, but it's still really tender.
He's not quite the hot dog at 7-Eleven that's been rolling for a little bit.
That would be Buddy Hield. What are we talking about?
Extra crispy.
Steph will never be a hot dog.
You break it in half and dust starts going everywhere.
What is going on here?
Bologna would be James Wiseman. You know what I mean?
I like bologna. Fried bologna is delicious. My nickname growing up was Joey Bologna. Did you know that? Filmo Mike.
Couldn't pay me to eat bologna at this point in my life.
Filmo, voice of our Open, joining us for the first time, first iteration.
Do you know what old man bologna is?
That sounds disgusting.
It's mortadella.
Okay. I like mortadella too.
That makes sense.
Old man bologna just sounds like something really gross. Filmo, what's up, man? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
I mean, I have it, man. I ain't gonna lie, Shasky. I was gonna do a Sausalito Shasky joke on some bouginess, but I haven't ate bologna in maybe 35 years.
You feel me? I've graduated.
Yeah, I'm still more Michael.
I'm never going back to bologna. I love my mom. I love her. I am never going backwards to bologna. No more Oscar Mayer for me.
Nah. You know what's worse? Liver's worse.
Oh, my God.
Have you ever had that?
Yes, I have. It's disgusting.
Liver's worse.
Disgusting.
The smell's disgusting. It's the worst. Anyway, though, enough about sandwiches and cold cuts. Man, you know what? Lovin brought up, I guess y'all been talking about the Warriors. I've been on the last 35, 45 minutes listening. Y'all, the rest was crazy. I'm not even going to go there.
Thank you.
The thing is this, man, because at the end of the day, we didn't execute.
No.
Like, you got to make your free throws. Curry missing that free throw was huge. Smoking 5, 6 layups. And I consider this a smoke too. When you go to the hole and you can make the layup, but you pass it out for the three, and he missed that three, that's a smoke. Yeah, that's a smoke layup, man. And then at the end of the day, I'm sick of analysts, fans. We cannot pencil in wins.
Thank you.
We're the 10th, 11th seed. Stop penciling in wins, thinking that we're going to get a win there. I don't know if the players do it, but I think they certainly come across as if, like, oh, we could kind of win. No, play hard from the get-go, and maybe by the middle of the third and fourth quarter, if we playing hard and don't have to catch up like we be having to catch up, maybe Steph can sit down and Jimmy Butler and Draymond can have a rest. But if we playing lackadaisical to start, we get down 20, 15, 16, you got to do so much to come back. Yes, sir.
Filmo, it is unreal how close Gucci Man, the referee, looks like Gucci Man, the rapper, with the ice cream tattoo underneath the eyeball.
James Williams.
It's unreal. They look like brothers.
He looks dead on him. He had a lot of horrible. And this is another thing. I've seen this. No, honestly, real talk. Let me get this off. The refs, I've seen this. They'll go to review when it's against the. I don't want to sound like a homer, but when it's against the Warriors, they'll be like, "Oh, well, this person fouled him," and I was like, "Well, we're talking about this call, not the foul." And it happens the reverse when it goes against the. I kid you not. I don't know what the hell it is, but it seems like the refs really has it against the Warriors. I don't know what it is, and I don't want to bring it up, but it's spooky weird.
I'm with you.
Ask Filmo Mike. That's the voice of our Open right there. Filmo freaking Mike. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Final hour of the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasta. You're going to be joined by Jason Richardson, and we got him as he joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Joe Shasky, isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Jason Richardson, just one of the greatest dunkers in the history of the sport, Warriors legend. And, we've been telling you about this great event, Shasky, about at the Warfield this weekend for the last couple weeks now. It's the Celebrity Pickleball Bash. Tons of celebrities, including T.O., Molly, Brandi Chastain, Fezzy Fell, Festus Azili, who was on earlier with us. He was on with Stein and Goo yesterday, too. For your tickets, go to celebritypickleballbash.com right now to go take part in this. And Jason, I see you and Baron Davis are coaching the team competition against Run TMC. As we look at your roster, you got T.O., you got Brandi Chastain, you got Uriah Faber, shot the UFC Hall of Famer, Lachelle Sprewell, also could have been in the UFC, and others. You ready to take Baron down, Jay Rich? What's up, man?
Yeah, I am. Thanks for having me on. I'm excited to be a part of this opportunity in pickleball. I became a pickleball fan once I played the sport. It's unbelievable. I play with my kids and my wife all the time. So now I get to coach and try to get a victory this weekend.
Let's go. Hey, obviously we got the All-Star game this weekend, and there's so much that's been happening in the NBA. I'm sure you're well aware of. Luka Doncic is now a Laker. De'Aaron Fox is now a San Antonio Spur. Anthony Davis is a Dallas Maverick. Oh, and Jimmy Butler, this guy who was in Miami and definitely suspended, is now a Golden State Warrior. what did you make of all the craziness in the NBA that took place in the last 2 weeks, and obviously culminating with Jimmy Butler now being Golden State Warrior?
Well, when it's all said and done, you still realize that basketball is a business. The NBA is still a business. And, anybody can get traded at any moment. Teams are always trying to make moves to make their roster better to try to win a championship. Right now, you got to still knock off the champs. That's Boston. They still pretty much got their roster intact. Probably second up is Denver Nuggets, and everybody else is just fighting to try to get in those spots. So when you see those type of trades, like a Luka trade for Anthony Davis or Jimmy Butler coming from Miami to Golden State, these are all teams that are just trying to position themselves to get the best odds and trying to help themselves propel to win the championship.
Yeah. This All-Star weekend, like Jay Rich, you're one of a lot of my boys' favorite players because of what you meant for the team, the organization at that particular time. There was like the Depression era Warriors, and like All-Star Weekend was basically our playoffs, and you were our guy. I'm being real. Like, you were our guy. I'll never forget when you threw the ball off Boozer's face. It was just an all-time moment. Is Boozer mad to this day that you did that? And you hit the three.
No, it's not. Actually, our kids play basketball together. My two sons played at Columbus, where his two sons are starting at. There was no disrespect on that. That was just what people didn't understand back in, early 2000. That was a street ball move, a street ball and one mixtape. That was a big thing. They had the move was called off the his. It was no disrespect to Booz. Booz was my brother. I've known him since high school. We were McDonald's All-Americans together. We played on the USA 2019 under together. He was a little mad for me for a little bit, but we're good. We golf buddies now. We go golfing. We talk about our kids. We cheer our kids on when they're playing games. So there's no bad blood between us.
No, I love that. I love that. You win the back-to-back dunk competitions, and you were such a, like, it reminded me of Dominique because you were a great 2-foot jumper. Like, there's different kinds of dunkers. And I think you got robbed the following year after the 2 in a row. You had a first-round dunk between the legs off the backboard prior that was all-time. I don't know. What's your favorite of all the dunks that you did? Because that might be my favorite one of all time.
Yeah, that was a cool dunk. Actually, that dunk in that third dunk contest off the backboard, that was supposed to be my final dunk. But things happened. I couldn't make the 360 between the legs, and I had to pull that out. So I didn't really have a real dunk for the last dunk, so I kind of had to pull that one out. But I think my favorite dunk is in the second one, the last one, reverse between the legs. Just the reaction coming down, seeing my peers running on the court, rewatching the highlights and hearing Kenny Smith saying the dunk contest is back. He's seen something he never seen before. So that's probably my favorite dunk I've done.
Talking to Jason Richardson here, former dunk champ 02 and 03, runner-up in 04, should have been 3 times in a row, as you just heard from Joe Shasky. And Jason, we have the All-Star game here in the Bay. We have the skills challenge. We have the celebrity thing. We have all of that going on. But the dunk contest used to be the thing.
The rite of passage.
The rite of passage. We used to think of, obviously, when it was at Oracle last time it was here, Vince Carter.
Yep.
Right? You think of that. It's over. It's over. Everyone's seen the meme, right? Of Vince Carter, this, that, and the other. One of the great dunkers of all time, like yourself. What happened? Why is it that the dunk contest I'm seeing, and no disrespect to these guys, why am I seeing G League players and I'm not seeing, the all-stars that are going to be playing on Sunday participate anymore? What's happened?
Well, what happened is it just get to the point where, anything physically you could do during a dunk contest is almost getting impossible now because everybody has seen everything. Especially now you got these YouTube dunkers out there. These guys are incredible dunkers. They coming up with stuff that's just amazing. And, the fans want to see NBA players do that. But I think what we don't realize is, most fans don't realize NBA players are not just dunking all day, every day. They're not working on dunks. They're working on a game. They try to win games. And so we kind of got a lot of guys that, don't really work on a dunk contest. I didn't work on a dunk contest when I was doing it. So it become a thing that we already seen this before. And it got a little bit stale. But I think this year dunk contest is going to be really good. Mac, of course, going for the 3-peat. I think it'll be the first time ever for 3-peat. A big fan of Andre Jackson. I think he's really good. Been watching that kid since he was in high school. I think Martas is going to surprise some people with his athleticism. And then I think the sleeper is Stephen Castle. So I think this dunk contest is going to be really good. I think these guys will bring a lot of energy. I think it's going to be some dunks that, some people have seen before, but it's going to have a different twist to those guys, and they're going to make it their own.
And speaking of dunks, we have the call right here, Jay Rich. 2003, your game-winning dunk right here. Not game-winning, but event-winning dunk in 03. Let's take a listen.
This kid has to jump off 2 feet also. I've seen something I've never seen before, and he's right. He got the championship.
Doc Rivers, first and foremost, already losing his voice through the call. Jay Rich, I mean, you just think back to those moments and what they meant to you. And do you feel some type of way that like the 3-point shot has kind of like taken over? The dunk is the cool thing. All the kids want to be Curry, right? Everyone wants to be Steph. They want to be Kyrie. They want to be Dame. Do you feel some type of way about that?
No, that just showed the evolution of the game. Because, to do the dunks that, myself, Michael Jordan, Vince Carter, Dominique Wilkins, some of these guys are doing, you can't do those dunks. Even if the rim was lower, you still probably couldn't do those dunks. But I think when Steph came in and he became such a phenomenal shooter like he always was and elevated to one of the greatest shooters ever, the average kid could look like, hey, I could shoot the ball. And so that just showed the evolution of the game. There's no hard feelings that the dunk been replaced by the 3-pointer, but I do think we still need to have, dunking in games because it still can get the crowd going. It still can get your teammates going. And this is still an exciting play of basketball.
All right. Speaking of evolution, if I would have told 2006, 2007, Jason Richardson that Baron Davis would be doing a podcast that is wildly successful with Draymond Green of all people, and that Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson would be the darlings of the media with their own podcast, I mean, my head is exploding thinking about like what they were, back then as players and how they were perceived and how they're perceived now. Does that blow you away?
It doesn't blow me away if you really think about it because, Baron and Draymond, they're very outspoken guys. They always been the life of the party. Anywhere they go, they always spoke their mind. They always were approachable by fans, by media, by their fellow peers. So that doesn't surprise me on that spot. And then the same thing with Matt and Stack. As teammates, you just see how animated those guys was and how good they used to tell stories. And when, things happened the night before or the game before, or what happened at the Palace with Steven Jackson or, Matt when, he's getting traded to a different team. So when I look at all 4 of those guys, I'm not surprised at the success they're having with their podcast because their personality, they match that type of energy.
Yeah, I didn't even bring up Gilbert Arenas, who you played with, and God, he was like one of the ones that got away from Warrior fans. But how about Mike Dunleavy? Like, he was the son of a coach, and his dad was also a GM, and you played with him for a long time. Any surprise that he's in a GM role with the Warriors right now?
No, it's no surprise at all. That's kind of what Mike does. He's always been a smart guy, been very educated, understand basketball, really high basketball IQ, known Mike since high school. Again, another McDonald's All-American together. We played on the USA 20 and under team, so we know each other way back. It's cool to see him in a front office role, controlling the team, helping the team, trying to get back to their winning ways.
Talking to Warrior legend here, Jason Richardson on the River Islands guest line. And Jason, obviously referencing Mike Dunleavy, just made a huge move, obviously, moving on from Andrew Wiggins, trading him to the Miami Heat, trading Dennis Schroeder, Kyle Anderson, amongst others, and bringing in Jimmy Butler. Your impression of Jimmy as a Warrior in these 3 games and your impression overall as just a player, obviously taking Miami Heat to 2 different NBA finals, coming up short there. Probably a future Hall of Famer, but it had some baggage. Wasn't definitely suspended early on this season. Just your thoughts overall as him, the player and the fit on the Warriors, Jason.
Well, just watching Jimmy from afar, one thing I always loved about Jimmy is his competitive nature, his ability to compete on both ends of the floor. And I think him being such a competitor and want to win is sometimes is misunderstood. And I think he get a bad rap for that because when it's all said and done, he really just wants to win basketball games. He wants to play the right way, and he wants to win. And so I think he get a bad rap because he do get a little bit mad about that, stubborn at times that things are not going how he should. But I kind of had that same personality. If I'm working hard, I want somebody just as working hard just as I am. No matter if I'm the starting team or if I'm the bench player, I want somebody to work to try to achieve the goal of winning. And I think him having that attitude and coming to Golden State, you just bring another person that just want to win. And that Steph and Dre's getting older with the young guys, Kuminga and all those guys. I think they have opportunity to get better, and maybe next year it might be a little bit too late now trying to get that chemistry to try to push for another championship. But I think, you're going in the right direction by bringing a guy like Jimmy Butler in.
Yeah, I was confident earlier this week to the Troy Murphy and Dunleavy trade for Al Harrington and Stackjack. Not that Dunleavy and Murphy weren't solid players. It was just the team needed like a jolt. And then immediately it felt like Stackjack and Harrington just fit right in to the culture. And the whole team kind of assimilated to that. And I felt like this current Warrior team just needed a jolt. We liked Wiggins a lot. They needed to kind of shake it up. Was it harder for you guys to acclimate Stackjack and Al Harrington, or was it harder for them to kind of acclimate to what you guys had going back then to the We Believe season?
It wasn't hard at all because, Barron and Steven Jackson, they all always around each other. They always hung out. Matt was always around. So it was like Al was always around. And, you throw me and Monte, we could get in and play with anybody. So it was an easy transition for us because we all pretty much similarly played the right way, the same way. We played fast. We got up and down the court. We shot threes, and we tried to play defense. So it was just putting the right pieces together. And so I think that's what's going on right now with the Warriors. You add a guy like Jimmy Butler, who is a piece that could defend, that he could play fast, he could shoot the ball. He could be a scorer that you down the stretch where you could throw the ball to him and he's going to get you a basket. So I think it was just the right fit. And then when you had those type of right fits, it doesn't take much time, a week or two, to fit in. But I just think at this level right now, just seeing all the teams in the NBA, the Nuggets and the Celtics and the Spurs that had gotten better, Minnesota is good. It's just tough to have that at the mid-season, to have a trade and try to compete for a championship.
God, it's crazy. It's going to be coming up on 18 years since We Believe. 18 years. It does not seem like 18 years, but time does fly, right?
I just had my 25th anniversary reunion from my college championship, man. I'm really aged in the last week. I had age in the last week.
The Flintstones, you guys were Mo P, Mateen Cleaves, yourself.
Izzo.
That team was legendary.
Izzo, yeah.
It was a special, and we had our 25th anniversary last weekend. Seeing all my brothers, the majority of them got back. It was just amazing. But to think that was 25 years ago, and then you said the We Believe team was 18 years ago. Man, I am really getting old.
Young at heart, though, Jason. And we had a couple of Michigan State Spartans last night. Max Christie, obviously Draymond Green playing well yesterday as well. And Jason, just thinking back to that run, right? The Warriors, I don't know if they're going to be primed for a We Believe run. Let's say hypothetically they match up against the Thunder in round one. I'm sure the Thunder would not want to see playoff Jimmy and Stephen Curry. They're a young team. They haven't gone to that level yet, but they're still young. They're athletic. They're long. This, that, and the other. What was it about your guys' squad going up against Dirk and that Mavericks team that made it so difficult on them?
Well, I think the first thing what people didn't realize was before we even made a trade for Al and Steven, we used to either play Dallas really close or we'll beat them. And we had a couple of those games. And so when you add a guy like Steven Jackson and Al Harrington, it gave us a dynamic change where we could have different guys and throw different lineups at Dirk. Not to mention, you throw in the fact that Nelly came from Dallas. He had a Van Dickler with him. He was ready to go at him with, the fallout he had when he was a coach there. And he taught Dirk everything he knows. So he knew all of Dirk moves. So we almost had we had the answers to the test. He knew every Dirk move. When Dirk drive right, somebody be there because he's going to spin back. And we were there every time. If you go back and watch that game, every time Dirk drove right and he spun back, there was somebody there to take the ball from him. So it was kind of having the answers to the test. And then on top of that, we just bonded really together as a team, and it was the rest was history.
Nelly was such a legend. He was just such an OG. Really for someone that played for him, what stuck out to you? What made him so unique to the players? Because obviously he's a big character. I'm closing my eyes and I'm just thinking about him partying with Willie Nelson and all the fellas that live in Hawaii with him currently. But as a player, what was it about Nelly that everybody gravitated towards?
Well, he was truly the first player coach I had, and you always want to know what's a player coach. He was the guy that, he actually played the game. He understood what the players think and what the players are going through. So it would be days like he knew we were tired, but we still needed to be in the gym. And he would come in and he'd have 2 beers. It'd be the springtime, and cigar in his mouth, his little dog following him around, and I'm going to the A's game. You guys run practice. And we like, what? But we knew we had to be in the gym, and we took it serious. I mean, we ran practice by ourselves. Or it's times he just wanted, it was a little bit stagnant in practice. Hey, bigs versus small. What are you talking about, bigs versus small? And you watching, Eric Dampier dribbling the ball up court and Donald Poirier dribbling the ball up court, and we trying to, they trying to post us up, the guards up, and it was just a different mix of just freezing things out, making things totally different, just getting a refresh, a reset button, and that's what made him so fun to be around and being coached by him.
Talking to Jason Richardson here, he's participating, I should say, in the Celebrity Pickleball Bash. He's coaching alongside Baron Davis, and they're coaching up against the Run TMC crew. And a part of his roster alongside Baron Davis, he's got T.O., Brandy Chastain, Uriah Faber, Latrell Sprewell, and many others. Again, go to CelebrityPickleballBash.com right now, Joe Shasky.
The big Luka trade this week shocked the fan base for the Dallas Mavericks. And I'll never forget the day that you got traded for the draft pick that would eventually be Brandon Wright. And it was a heartbreaking moment for a lot of Warrior fans because of what you represented. Like, you were the grit and the soul of the team and the blue-collar nature, and you wanted to be a Warrior when very few guys wanted to be a Warrior. We watched you elevate your game year after year after year. What was it like for you to get notified that you were being traded and go through that process? Because I know for the fans, although a lot of us had never really gotten over it.
Yeah, first of all, it wasn't as big of a trade as Luka. But for me, it was a tough trade. I got drafted to Golden State. I became an adopted son of the whole Bay Area. Everything I did on the court was for the fans that, went through all those years of suffering and losing, and guys that didn't want to stay there. And we finally figured it out, got a winning organization, with the We Believe team. And then you get traded. It hurts. You take it personal. But when you realize that you get a little bit older and a couple of years later, you realize it's a business. Monte was coming up. He didn't have the big contract. He was a very skilled player. He needed time for him to grow and become the player he was. And, the rest of that, after that, you get, draft Steph and you draft Clay, you draft Draymond. Now you got a dynasty. So I think everything happened for a reason. But I think one thing about the Bay Area, just every time I come back or every time somebody mention it, it sends a smile on my face because it's so much love. And those fans really appreciated what I did when, those 6 years I was there.
Absolutely.
Hey,
you were very beloved. Still are.
Absolutely. And we appreciate your time with us today. I mean, Jasky and I just, obviously at our hearts, we're huge NBA fans. So whenever we get to talk to the likes of you, or we talked to Jerry Rice yesterday, we'll do some name drops. Like, we don't take this stuff for granted. So we really appreciate you coming on with us. And the fact that you're doing the Celebrity Pickleball Bash, again, this weekend at the Warfield. And yeah, they're going to be putting a pickleball court on stage, Joe Shasky. Great celebs, pro matchups, music, entertainment, all mixed in. You know what they're calling it? They're calling it Pickletainment. Sounds like an awesome show to me. Get your tickets now. Pickletainment, Jason. Let's go. Get your tickets now.
And by the way, Baron Davis is going to be DJing, so that's going to be even more fun.
Does he have good music taste? Keep it real.
Yeah, he does. Baron does. He does have good music taste.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take the word for that.
If it's as good as his podcast takes, I'm sure his music takes will be great. Hey,
seriously.
Jason, we appreciate the time,
man. Jason.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
There he is. That's Jason freaking Richardson, baby. Former dunk champ in 02 and 03. Runner-up in 04. Obviously part of the We Believe. He's an all-time Warriors legend, Joe Shasky. When you think of Jason Richardson, do you go to the dunks or do you go to that We Believe run?
Well, everything. First off, I smile.
Well, I think of a player
I smile because I think about one of my favorite players.
I think of a player that right now would absolutely just flourish. Three-point shot? Are you kidding me? Can get to the lane?
He developed the three-point shot, too, which was a big part. He couldn't dribble early on, and then he learned how to dribble. Then he learned how to dribble with his left hand. And
you think about all that and how it will translate today. Yeah. And we're talking about, again, people that can get better. Like, you're thinking of Brandon Pajemski, and I know he's young. It's his sophomore season. We're really hard on him because he's playing with some of these Hall of Fame guys, and we want to get this thing rolling here. But give him some time. Kuminga, it took some time. Moody, it takes some time. But you're starting to see, and again, going back to your silver linings of last night, you're starting to see the young guys, feel themselves a little bit more, and the confidence is getting there, right?
Jay Rich just, man, he embodied everything that was right about the come up. They took him top 5 overall, and he actually delivered on how good he was going to be, and wanted to be a Warrior. Again, I can't express enough. This was the era where everyone wanted out, and he wanted to stay and be a Warrior. And you could tell that the losing really wore on him because he was a winning player in college and in high school. And you probably don't know the whole Flintstones reference that I was referring to.
Yeah, it was
Flint,
7.
Michigan.
Yeah, it was
they
7,
were all
yeah.
from Flint, Michigan, and they called themselves the Flintstones. It was him, Mo P, Mateen Cleaves, all those guys. And like this is at the era when college basketball was huge. And so like we knew who he was. And Tom Izzo, obviously a legendary coach. And it's just, there was a time, I don't know what the exact stat is, and I could be misremembering it, but at one point, he had the record for most Warrior makes from 3 without a miss. I don't know, those 6, 7, 8, whatever the number was. And I'm sure Steph and Clay have obliterated that number. But he really was the prototypical 3-and-D with like off the charts athleticism.
Well, he was great. And I think of those Suns playoff series too. He had some monster games. I think he had like a 40-point game against the Trailblazers in one series. He obviously the Suns went up against the Lakers, the Kobe Lakers that won it all that year. Was that back in 09? Yeah, 010.
Let me give you an analogy. If he would have stayed his entire career at the Warriors, very Frank Gore-like, in that no one would ever say a negative word about you ever again. Because we respect the way you play, the way you conduct yourself. No nonsense. I can't think of one issue on the court, off the court. You know, he never showed his displeasure at like the coaching staff or anything like that. Like I put him in like class personified. You know, like when you draft that guy, you're proud that he represents your community and your franchise.
You know, it's funny. We were talking about age and him feeling old, this, that, and the other. I kind of wanted to ask him, like, you know, it's kind of crazy. Like, you were participating in one of these dunk contests when like LeBron was making his first All-Star appearance. And he's doing it again this year.
Know.
Jason Richardson's 4 years older than LeBron. It just gives like some, you know, when we're talking about all-time legends and Steph and appreciating greatness, that's what we're talking about when it comes to the age factor here. 25 years ago, Michigan State winning it all. And then 18 years ago, we believe it. Just perspective is the word I'm looking for. It puts everything into perspective. And did you like my little joke, by the way, when I said Latrell Sprewell could have had, you know, UFC, could have had a career there? No one caught that? Well, I thought that was funny.
I chuckled back here about that one.
If I told Warrior fans after the We Believe, hey, Al Harrington's going to run a successful pot company, I would have believed that. I would have believed that. Stack Jack and Matt Barnes are going to have one of the most successful media careers that you could possibly have.
Right.
I would not have believed that. You got to remember, Stack Jack he wasn't toxic. He was like nuclear.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah.
Like Nuclear Man, going back to Superman 4. And then I think about like Baron Davis. I could have seen Baron being kind of like a savvy guy on front of a television. He was like totally friends with Kate Hudson, and he was into filmmaking. And that was part of why he went to the Clippers.
He was dating like Laura Dern from Jurassic Park for a while too, Baron.
Yeah, it's so like
celebrity.
But that team, I mean, God. Matt Barnes Matt Barnes and Stack Jack. Stack Jack would literally do the pistols, which you can't do nowadays. I mean, he would throw up the threes, the Captain Jack stuff, the headband. They were sagging like crazy.
I miss the pistol dance.
God, he was just... I mean, we would win the game, and then we would try to fight you in the parking lot afterwards. That's kind of like the attitude that team had.
I don't hate it. I like that attitude, actually.
You
know what? I missed
so much.
I missed the pistol celebrations in the end zone when you had like 2K or whatever game you were playing or Madden, when you could spin the ball and then your player shoots it like he's like keeping it upright. Those are my favorites. By the way,
and people forget, Baron Davis could have been an all-time point guard.
Yes.
He kind of ate himself out of the league.
I kind of view Baron Davis, not the same player, but a little bit how low Neal would talk about Corey Dillon.
Oh, great call.
He thought Corey Dillon had all the intangibles. He could have been the greatest running back of all time if he wanted to be.
Baron was, when he wanted to be, lockdown defender.
Exactly.
He was
the
so
bubble gum,
sick.
the beard, the headband.
God, Baron was sick.
So much swag. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. We're going to put a bow on this conversation and tell you how you could win a trip to Las Vegas. I don't know what was on Jimmy Butler's shorts last night. I'm not sure. Was it a Paul Pierce situation? Some might say that. I didn't see a wheelchair. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Some would say Paul Pierce is not recovered from that.
He seems to be doing all right. He's hanging out with Joy Taylor.
You know, Paul Pierce was such a good player. He's wiped away how good he was. He's like a character of himself.
Him, Keyshawn, and Joy Taylor.
Why are we dumping on Paul Pierce?
Well, we were not dunking on anyone. We were just pointing out that
there's something going viral about Jimmy Butler's shorts.
There's a yellow stain on the back of his shorts that may or may not indicate that he might have, pooped or something. That's what people are saying. Did he do that? Poop. Well, someone will ask him about it pre and post game. Hopefully, that's the questions that needs to be asked first and foremost. Maybe it was Gatorade that spilled and he sat on it. Maybe it was the yellow Gatorade from the Super Bowl, Carter. Am I right? Maybe that's what it was.
That's funny, Spadoni.
Thanks, dude. I'm trying to be funny.
Quick update.
Funny looking.
The Jets have informed Aaron Rodgers they're going to go in a different direction.
Didn't we know that?
But now Jeff Darlington's saying it, and so it's official.
Jeff Darlington, ESPN. That's my Jeff Darlington.
If I would have said Aaron Rodgers 2 years ago, I think a lot of Niner fans would be in on it. I say Aaron Rodgers now, and I think the majority of Niner fans are like, I want no part of that.
What if I told you this? We'll get back to the Warriors Mavericks, but we got 20 minutes here. We can talk some Niners. Why not? What if I told you this, Joe Shasky? As reports are coming out that Myles Garrett wants a trade, maybe Max Crosby wants a trade. What if I told you I can get Aaron Rodgers for, let's say, $15 million? He's gonna be friendly with his contract this year. $15 million.
You're setting me up.
Aaron Rodgers,
where's this going?
And I could trade Brock Purdy for either a Max Crosby or a Myles Garrett.
And no other draft capital.
You'll probably end up giving maybe another first.
Oh, if I have to give him another first, then no.
Okay, then you're not doing that.
No. But if I could do like if you said quarterback as in Brock Purdy straight up for Crosby or Myles Garrett, I'm doing that deal. And I don't think a lot of people are, and I get why they wouldn't, because you still have to find a quarterback. But if you told me Brock Purdy or Myles Garrett and I could have them straight up, I probably would do that deal. And I know that sounds unpopular, but like Myles Garrett is one of the one or two best players at his position. I mean, that changes who you are as a defense. You become immediately elite.
Max Crosby's another one. Couple years younger, doesn't have the hardware, but he's always in the conversation.
He's a great player.
He's in the conversation everywhere. If he's not
a great player too.
He's top 5 every time. Every conversation you have.
And Myles Garrett are in tier 1. Crosby and Bosa are in tier 2,
correct.
And you could take one over the other. Fine.
They do different
I don't want to
things,
argue about
but
it.
I do appreciate what Crosby does, which I think the 49ers need desperately, would be guy every single play getting after it. Every single play. And what he does, not in the pass game only, he's a great run stopper.
Yeah.
The guy predicts plays. He jumps routes very quickly. He'll get into the backfield. He'll be disruptive. And you know what? He's kind of that irritant.
Yeah.
He's not Draymond per se, but he'll give elbow to Mahomes after a play's over. He'll be edgy and that kind of that old school Raider mentality. That's what he brings, which I think the Niners kind of need a little more nasty.
They need more nasty.
They need more. And that's what Dre Greenlaw was there for. 100%. And by the way, Matt Barrow's now saying that he doesn't expect Dre Greenlaw to come back. Or Talanoa Hufanga.
Played 35 snaps last year.
But I don't
even know if he's good anymore.
I feel like that'd be a huge loss if he doesn't come back.
Well, energy-wise, there's no doubt, and tone-setting-wise, there's no doubt. But this team has drafted linebackers pretty well. I mean, like...
They have. I have to give it to them.
Alshire, quietly has had a pretty good NFL career for a guy that was an afterthought.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of some of the random other guys that
he was making plays for the Texans, too, against the Chargers.
D. Winters flashed a little last year.
But to your point, I would give them the benefit of the doubt. Kind of like how the Steelers end up always drafting elite wide receivers, but they somehow are always disgruntled because they don't have a quarterback.
Yeah.
Kind of like how the Niners do with linebackers. They find a way, which is not an easy thing to do because linebacker is such in today's NFL, if you don't have a linebacker that can cover and is quick, you're going to get torched.
You're done.
You're just done. You're cooked. Which has kind of made it so funny that Oren Burks is making so many plays for the Philadelphia Eagles in that playoff run.
I'm very fascinated to see what the contract looks like for Brock Purdy. What are the guarantees? How many years? Like what does it look like? I have no idea. I'm ready for it to drop and for it to come down. You got Kirk Cousins as a free agent. You got Aaron Rodgers as a free agent. You have Sam Darnold, who could conceivably be a free agent.
I think they're going to bring Darnold back a year for the Vikings. I think.
I don't know.
But if I'm Darnold, I wouldn't want to do that, right?
You know, they got Daniel Jones too. It's a joke. That's a joke.
Yes, his name is Daniel Jones. That is the joke right there.
The problem with the Greenlaw thing is this: is that I think they and I banked on him to come back quicker than they thought this year, and he didn't at all. And they didn't have the infrastructure in place to sign somebody who wanted. Like, it was really difficult to sign somebody who was good enough, and also you had to tell that guy, hey, at some point when Greenlaw comes back, you're going to the bench, right? Like that's hard. And I think it's hard also to draft a guy to be a plug and play player. When he was healthy, he was one of the best players at the position in the sport.
Yes, and he gave you something that you desperately needed alongside Fred Warner. Not only was he an emotional lift for Fred, but for the entire defensive unit. Like, just going back to the Super Bowl, I know, old wounds. Are we coming up on the year anniversary? Did I already pass?
Yeah, I did. I got the notification. It was pictures of me and Lubman, and I was just like, ugh.
Yeah.
You know, you like get Google Photos or Apple Photos.
Yeah, totally.
Like,
Memories. They call it memories.
Last year.
Yeah.
I was like, it was pictures of me and Lubman. I was like, ugh.
Well, I mean, your hair took over the photo, and I was just like, God,
it's beautiful hair.
So short back then too.
Don't be jealous of it. It's beautiful hair. It's beautiful.
Well, I also
locks.
had a busted beak. I got that injury.
Low key, one of the highlights of that day.
I know all about busted beaks, brother. There you go.
Lubman, you're a jerk.
Speaking of the biggest things what happened to the 49ers, Deebo Samuel wanting a trade request. Greg Cosell, who joined Willard and Dibs all season long, did a hell of a job. Our first year, Greg Cosell loved what he had to say. Breaks down film better than anyone. We had the two best.
Baldy is my number one.
Well, I'm
He's
saying,
number two.
We had the two breakers of film. You want to do 1A, 1B.
Two breakers of film.
Shout out. Do you like that? Greg Cosell, he feels the 49ers are likely viewing Deebo as superfluous for them now. Look at that word.
Assuming Ayuk comes back healthy, you're going to have Ayuk, you're going to have Pearsall, you're going to have Jennings. So I think that within the context of how they see their offense moving forward with those three wide receivers, and ideally McCaffrey is back healthy, I guess that remains to be seen. But ideally, if all that happens, Samuel would probably be in some way superfluous to what they have right now. And, given that he certainly did not put up the same production this year that he had in previous years, it would not surprise me if they see it that way.
Superfluous, for those of you who don't know, it's an adjective. It means unnecessary, especially through being more than enough.
They really botched the wide receiver thing last offseason.
Are you kidding me? Botched botched can be fixed. I've watched the show on E! When there's have you seen it? Like the botched
I know
plastic
of the
surgery.
Show. No, I don't watch
There's
it.
botched plastic surgery.
I don't want to see people get hacked open.
Well, it's kind of interesting. I think it's fascinating. But blood doesn't really make me squeamish seeing that stuff. Like I can eat a bowl of cereal, watching Saving Private Ryan and House and stuff like that.
Okay.
But that being said, I pulled a guru. I just lost my train of thought. But we were talking about.
Guru would say I hate to go Heinz on you, but it's about the ketchup.
No, my favorite is what happens is
you got to catch up in the standings.
No, well, what happens sometimes is
that's how he does it.
No, because I've seen him do this and it's really funny.
I don't mean to go Pierre, but it's all about the mustard. We got to go French's.
No, it happens to me because I've lost my train of thought. And doing a solo show is different, Joe. I have to play some sound to get and that's a 4, by the way, for your guru.
Those are off the cuff.
But I'm
in the condiment section somehow in my head.
You hate to go Hawaiian, but you got to bring up the punch as an all-timer.
What did he do?
What happened?
He literally did that yesterday with the condiments.
No, he didn't.
I'm not kidding you. Yeah, relish, ketchup. I'm not kidding you.
No way he did.
Yeah, I can't. I thought you actually knew that.
No, I didn't. That. I swear to God. And trust me, I listened to Steiny and Goo. I didn't catch it yesterday. I was very busy.
Yeah, I was like, that's really good, Chasky.
Wow.
There you go.
How I know Goo I
think that was ingrained. He's probably said that 5 or 6 years ago.
Probably.
And then it gets ingrained in your DNA. But going back to superfluous in Deebo Samuel, do you view him as...
I hate to go cashew milk because it's all about almond raw St. Brown. That was going way too far.
You feel good about yourself with that?
No, I'm just going to keep going. Just keep shooting.
Yeah, just keep going.
Bro. I'm just going to heal. I'm just going to keep shooting.
I'll be Steiny in this situation. Just keep going. Yeah, I'll take a play off.
Well, Stein doesn't have anything, so of course he wants Goo to, just keep going.
Oh, he doesn't have anything today after that loss? Are you kidding me? It's appointment radio in 17 minutes.
He's got the biggest smile in the building right now.
I've texted Joe Lacob 7 times this morning.
No, Joe Lacob texts him. That's how we'll say it. Joe Lacob texts
I bet
him.
he responds to a Joe Lacob text.
Well, would you?
Well, yeah, but Stein doesn't respond to anyone's texts.
He responds to mine. We live near each other. That's why. He hits me up if he wants to hang out. You know that?
Come pick me up from the bar. I need a ride home.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't call it the library this time. Superfluous.
Has pull up out front. He's like, I'll just walk myself.
Samuel, Joe Shasky, has Deebo Samuel become superfluous? Do the 49ers no longer need him?
No, the Niners.
I feel like they desperately need him, actually, but not for that price point.
I think the Niners have done. The only guy that they've gotten rid of at the proper timing was probably Trey Lance. Everyone else they hung on to too long. D Ford, I love D Ford. He was hurt. D Ford, Talanoa Hufanga, Eric Armstead was a year too late. Javon Kinlaw was a year too late. They, for whatever reason, have hung on to guys. Debo, I would throw into that category as well. They've hung on to guys almost 1 year too long. They go reverse on you of what the Bill Walsh credo is.
1 year too long. They're going to pay Brock Purdy. Got an aging George Kittle that you want to get extended. Ricky Pearsall, you're going to be counting a lot next season. Dealt with a lot of injuries. But the last couple of games were encouraging. Juwan Jennings, very encouraging. I know what I'm getting between him and Purdy. I need to keep that guy around.
But what am I getting with Christian? Going to miss games.
Yes. What am I getting with Christian McCaffrey? You even heard it from Greg Cosell there. That is what it's like. I don't know. Because if I'm not getting Christian McCaffrey, we saw last year, Brock at times was really good, but at times he was overwhelmed, it seemed like.
And if I told you that CMC is not playing, the guys all behind him all got hurt too.
Yes.
Eli Mitchell, Jordan Mason's going to be a free agent, restricted. And then the young guy, Isaac Arendo, he got hurt too. So all those guys got hurt. We don't have a guy I really trust right now.
So what you tell me is that they're going to draft another running back in the 3rd or 4th round is what you're telling me right now. That's just.
I wouldn't be opposed to taking
of course, back. Right?
I was the one who said if the Boise State kid falls to you in the 2nd round, you take him.
Genty's not falling out of the top 10 or 15, I don't think.
He's going to the Cowboys.
Probably. That's actually a great call. He's definitely going to the Cowboys now that I think about it. Brian Schottenheimer, new guy there, offensive guy, wants to run the ball. It's a great call, Carter. Between those two, though, as we were talking about it prior, I know the Aaron Rodgers thing. I just wanted to bring it up as we tie into the conversation. The 49ers are going to pay Brock. They're not going to get Aaron Rodgers. It's fun to talk about. Not going to happen.
Could you imagine Shanahan and Aaron Rodgers?
No, because he could have had him. Remember, Matt LaFleur was talking to Shanahan.
No, I'm talking about right now.
Well, no, not right now.
You think Shanahan hey, go do the McAfee show every Tuesday. Leak all our secrets.
Who looks more worn out when you just look at them? Aaron Rodgers or Kyle Shanahan?
Well, Aaron Rodgers, he needs his ayahuasca. What is it called?
Ayahuasca.
No, the getaway retreat. What does he call it?
The darkness retreat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just 6th and Market. You can do that over there.
Going back Chappelle.
Could you imagine walking into work and there's Aaron Rodgers lying on the ground next to the fentanyl fold? That would be hilarious.
Fentanyl fold? Is that what we're calling it?
Yeah,
now?
It's this. The back just was like boom. That's what they call it. Kids, in about 10 years, there's going to be kids with the messed up neck from the phone, bro. That's coming.
No, our bodies actually. Have you seen this? As we're off the rails here with a couple minutes ago.
The Tiger Woods pinky?
No.
You don't know about the Tiger Woods pinky?
No.
Because of the way he gripped the club, this pinky on the right hand is completely distorted because of how he...
Like Baldy?
Yes.
To that level?
Yes. Well, so I think that in about 10 to 20 years, because everyone's heads are down on their phone, our entire neck is going to look more like an ostrich or a giraffe than it does now.
Evolution doesn't happen that quickly.
We're all going to have the Mike Glennon head. Actually, it does. It does. If you go to Madagascar, these isolated islands, you'd be surprised how quickly evolution happens. Yeah, not in 20 years.
These isolated islands that people have been living on for hundreds of years. I'm saying it's not going to happen in 20 years.
No, I know not 20, but actually evolution happens a lot quicker than they think.
Yes. I'm not going to have a long neck in 20 years.
I've been studying this.
Have you been studying it or even watching YouTube? Are you doing your own research?
The Mike
Are
Glennon,
you going actually full Aaron Rodgers on me?
Coming.
Okay. The Mike Lennon X are coming.
Yeah, well, Mike Lennon has the largest neck of all time.
He does. Yeah.
He does.
No, Davis Mills actually is up there as well.
He's up there.
Davis Mills.
Takeo Spikes takes the cake.
Who?
Takeo Spikes takes the
Takeo Spikes is the
cake.
thickest neck. His neck is the
That's
thickest.
a 2x4. What are we talking about?
And actually, Kurt Angle clears both of them because he won an Olympic gold medal with a broken freaking neck, as you know, Joe Shasky. As you know, you love Kurt Angle. Would you rather have Max Crosby or Myles Garrett? If you had to trade for one, not even close. 2 years.
I just think Myles Garrett's the better player.
Crosby's 2 years younger though.
Okay.
Cost control, a lot different.
Myles Garrett is ridiculous.
Okay.
Also, I just, the Max Crosby thing, you're probably going to have to prepay both guys.
Yes.
I don't know what their evaluations are going to be.
I think Max Crosby would cost you less than Myles Garrett.
Why do you say that?
Well, just if we're re-signing, he did a team-friendly deal with the Raiders early on. He might do that with the Niners too.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'll take either one of them. Like, I don't want to nitpick their games. I would lean Myles Garrett over him, but, you give me Max Crosby, I'll gladly take him.
Okay. Fair enough. We got a couple minutes here before we get to Fast Five, and just this game tonight, it's not a must-win, Joe Shasky, but if Jimmy Butler's going to be suited up, and we'll see if Draymond and Steph plays, I expect Jimmy to play in this game. If he's solo dolo, and meaning no Steph or no Draymond, what are you expecting out from one Jimmy Butler? Do you expect him to just take over and say, you know what? This is on me. I'm going to get 25, 30 shots. I see him
uniting the youngsters.
Oh.
Every time the youngsters play and the old guys don't, the youngsters we always come into the next one. This is what happens. The next one, wow, the youngsters were really good, man. They played really good ball.
What's the record without Steph and Curry this year? It's positive, right? It's like, what is it, 5-2, something like that? Get on that crack, staff. 888-957-9570.
You've been waiting to do that
I wanted
for how many years?
All right, crack staff. Well, in
Look
fairness,
into the glass. Hey, guys, I need you to do something.
6-3.
6-3. There we go. Okay.
Crack.
So maybe they're a better team without Steph. Sounds crazy to say. They're a better team without Steph this season.
3-3 though in the last 6. They got to a 3-0 start without Steph, and then that's 500 cents.
Well, that's what they are with
So if
Steph
there's
on
no
the court.
Steph, there's no Dre, right? That's like an auto.
Like no Dre in the starting lineup, or no Dre after 5 minutes when he gets
Dre
ejected.
finds out there's no Steph Curry, he's out, right?
Yeah, it's probably just a matter of when, before the game or during.
Fast Five.
Oh my God.
All right, it's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Give our final thoughts of the show, brought to you by Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Joe Shasky.
My final thought is this. I just got a great text, and I want to give a shout out because it is CYO Championship Week. St. Brendan's playing title game tonight, championship, 6th grade, 5 p.m. versus Town at Waldorf High School. Good seats still available on SeatGeek. That's the joke. But yeah, shout out St. Brendan's Bears.
Okay.
6th graders.
6th grade. And what was the town they're playing?
They're playing Town School. Town School is a juggernaut right now.
Where is that?
Town is over here near Alta Loma Plaza.
It's called Town School.
Yeah, Town School for boys. It's been around forever.
They couldn't have come up with anything else. Town School is the name of that school.
They are a juggernaut. They have great teams in everything. We've battled them. Shout out my boy Nick Bozeman. Right now, the great hockey player, plays third base on my baseball team.
Town School is like $50,000 a year to go to, probably.
Don't be putting the Stuart Hall guy talking about Town.
That's true.
Come on, Kettle, meat pot.
I didn't go K through 8. I went to high school.
Oh, that's different.
Where did you go K through 8?
St. Vincent de Paul, CYO boy,
You're
baby.
an SVDP guy?
Yeah.
No wonder I hate you.
We used to beat the living hell out of you guys.
You guys were so garbage. Shout out Mr. Waters, athletic director of all time.
Amen, my 5th grade teacher.
Yeah.
St. Vincent de Paul. I go there sometimes. Shout out Goodwill. It's very similar. Lubman, what do you got?
So this is per Shayna Rubin, Giants beat writer. Yes, it's a baseball final thought. Shocker. Don't be surprised to see Jung-Hoo Lee batting 3rd in the lineup per Bob Melvin. Good chance we see Lamont Wade Jr. batting leadoff. I'll just say this. I disagree with that lineup choice. I'll just say that.
Can I just say this?
You can say this.
If they trot out
spring training, right?
If they trot out Lamont Wade Jr. as your leadoff batter,
not. It's not what he is.
No, he's Buddy Hield of the Giants right now.
That's a solid comp, actually.
No, that's more disrespectful. Lamont Wade has actually had some big moments for the Giants
3 years ago.
Oh, come on, but he's done
nothing.
Lamont Wade is infinitely better with the Giants.
We need to stop.
Lamont last year.
How many home runs?
Yeah.
I don't know, 5?
3.
That's close.
We need to stop acting like he's a premier hitter. He's a premier walker, is what he is.
He's good.
That's
You're
on base.
platooning it too because you're going to play Wilmer against certain. Like, what are we doing?
Like I said, I
Bryce
disagree.
Eldridge can't get here fast enough.
Well, you hear what Buster Posey had to say about Bryce Eldridge. He's probably not going to play in the bigs this year.
Yeah,
Probably
I don't
not.
believe him.
Oh,
We'll talk about Garlic Fries and baseball,
He's
guys.
going to lie about it, I'm sure. Carter, what do you got?
Mine's simple today. Actually, 2 things. First of all,
You gonna bash town again? Or?
Yeah, I'm gonna bash town again. The Aaron Rodgers trade makes me feel better about the Trey Lance thing. Man, what a failure in New York. Good Lord. And second thing, I think the Warriors are gonna win tonight.
I do too. I'm telling you.
Are you locking it in?
I do.
I'm locking it in.
Okay. At current spread, I see -6 still for Houston. Again, we'll see if Steph's going to play.
You hopping
Jimmy's
on this
gonna
raft
play.
with us?
No, I'm hammering the Rockets. Just I wouldn't do the spread. I just do the money line, but it's not a great value. -238 on the money line.
Are we betting a breakfast burrito?
I guess today.
Oh, that was not confident.
I guess today's payday Thursday for me because I get paid a little bit earlier than the rest of you. So yeah, we'll do that. Yeah.
What's going on? You getting
All right, I'm in.
secret checks?
Well, now that I'm promoted to A chair, Joe Shasky, I don't know if you know this. The A chair, there's some things you get that you don't get in the B chair.
The amount of
Like the Joe Lake Up text, what's your routing number?
Yes. It's a different Joe and Joe connection that you're not aware of. Joe squared. Actually,
Dang, Joe.
I was the original Joey Light years. I don't know if you know this.
Oh.
And then I told Joe that he could borrow it.
Well,
he has to pay.
In the words of Light Years and Buzz and Toy Story, you got a friend in me.
This show's off the rails. That was Xfinity Fast 5, as my reads are all over the place. Brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Starting Go next. Have a good one, everybody. By the way, Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. Oh. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Tough one for the Warriors last night.
Yeah.
Lose to the Dallas Mavericks, 111-107, and boy, Kyrie Irving was just out of this world, Goo. Absolutely out of this world, and the Warriors had plenty of chances in that game last night, but they couldn't figure it out, and they end up losing, and they're back to 500, and the first part, let's say, of the NBA season concludes tonight before the All-Star game on this weekend against Houston, but let me tell you something.
Tell me, man.
All-Star weekend has started. I can look at how you're dressed.
Oh, well.
Look at how Guru's dressed. I mean, All-Star weekend is here, ladies and gentlemen.
I got a little function tonight, but yeah, a little something.
Wow.
A little private location study, but other than that, I'm here for you. I'm hurt, man. You know I'm hurt. I know they're not going to win every game, but last night, with who the Mavericks were without, Steiny, I don't think that's asking too much. And what if I told you not one time during that game did I feel like the Warriors had a chokehold on it? And, we can talk about a litany of things, but tell me something I've noticed through the 3 games since Wiggins Wiggins has departed and Butler's been here. Ask me what I've noticed.
What have you noticed since Jimmy's been here and they kicked Andrew Wiggins to the curb?
Nah, listen to you. And I'm still excited, Steiny. Guards have been giving us, small guards have been giving us the business. Kyrie, he does that. Okay, I get that. Uncle Drew. Dame the other night, he lit us up. And then also my guy in Chi-Town, Kobe White. So I'm just wondering, do you tip the cap? Or I can tell Jimmy Butler, Steiny, not blaming him. he's getting his legs underneath him, and he still managed to get 21 points. But the bottom line is, it's like he hasn't fought in a long time. First couple of games were first 1 or 2 rounds, and now they're not wobbly. I can just tell they're not underneath them. So I'm wondering, who do we have in regard to point of attack to stop these guys with the ball that are fast, these guards?
I mean, you'd like to think Pods could do it.
Oh, man.
Steph Curry's going to have to try to do it. And maybe that's where Kuminga fits in. But, I guess that is probably an area. Dennis Schroeder was pretty good at it.
Yeah.
Pressuring the ball out top and not letting it get by.
I didn't even mention him. You're right.
But, they last night to me is a game where you just need somebody to make a play, and they just couldn't get one. Of course, there are a couple big plays. The charge on Jimmy Butler late with 18 seconds left. What'd you think of that one?
I had no problem with it. I know the boss went crazy on Twitter. He was moving.
Yeah.
I'm like, I've seen worse. Stoney, I thought it was one of those things where Jimmy could have just stayed right. He didn't even have to cross over or try to go to the inside. But I thought that was a charge.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Look, that's one of those games last night that it's going to hurt more down the line, I think.
No doubt.
I mean, this was a game, now you fall back. You're in 10th place all by yourself now, but you're a game out of 9th, and now you got to play Houston.
Don't dare sit Curry, or can you? I was telling Carter that before the show. Evan was telling me, I don't think you have that luxury anymore. I could be wrong.
Steph Curry's last 8 games, he's played 33 minutes, 31 minutes, and then this is where it gets a little bit alarming.
Give it to me.
34, 35, 37, 34, 34, 37. Curry played 37 minutes last night.
Man.
And now they have a game tonight.
Against a young, athletic team that's going to be running like it's open gym.
Yeah, and so I don't know if he's going to play or not, but, his team drops to 27 and 27.
And it hurts him with the tiebreaker with Dallas, right? If that were to come into play, that was Stoney. That hurt.
For sure. And
Clay tried to shoot him back in the game. He was one of his last 11.
Yeah, he couldn't make one down the stretch. But, the Warriors, they got up 102-101 with 3.5 minutes left. Curry hit a shot from the corner. They got a hold so they can get up 3.
Okay.
Butler missed. Curry missed. They had another chance when they got Max Christie to miss. And Thompson missed.
Yeah.
They couldn't get the rebound, and then Kyrie got fouled on that rip-through where they gave him 3 free throws. But they had 2 opportunities to get stops and put it up to either a 3-point lead or a 2-possession game, and they couldn't get there. So Kyrie rips through with 2:20 to go. They get down.
Was that a 3, Stoney, or was that just a regular foul when he did the rip through and was awarded 3 free throws?
Well, that was the big call.
There were a few of them.
They just called it a foul in the act of shooting, and it was a 3-point shot. So Kyrie gets 3 shots and he makes them all. I mean, Moody had a wide open 3 in the corner,
right,
with 57 seconds left.
That was the one for me, Stoney. You got to make it.
So Moody had a crack at it.
Damn.
And, Steph Curry misses a free throw last night.
He had been 40 for 40 in the fourth quarter on the season. I just counted it. I said they're up 1.
And you know what? That shot wasn't even close. He back ironed that as bad. Like he doesn't miss free throws that badly. And then Butler had a shot at it at the end, and gets called for a charge. So they can't make anything happen in the last 2.5 minutes of that game, and kind of takes away all the good feelings from the first 2 games with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, well, it's twofold, right? They got a game tonight. That could be a good or bad thing. Jimmy Butler says he wished the break wasn't here, but he's going to stay ready. But, Stoney, were you familiar with a guy like Prosper or Edwards? I didn't even know who those 2 dudes were.
No, not really.
I was like, damn, Marshall, 30 minutes for Dallas. So, this one it hurts, man.
I felt like the guy who hurt him was Brandon Williams. He ends up with like 12 points in 12 minutes. He kind of came out of nowhere. 12 points in 15 minutes for Brandon Williams. So they had a lot of players that contributed. Clay played pretty well early, shot pretty well early. But look, this game was about Kyrie Irving, and the Warriors just couldn't get him under control.
I do have to say something about a guy that I always come down on, Stoney, and I'll just get to it. Draymond Green was phenomenal defensively last night, Stoney, especially at the rim. I was hoping they brought that game home so we could just double back, and that was a reminder for me, a refresher course about, who he is and what he does well. But Stoney, he was a savage last night at the rim. Not saying everything else, and I was hoping he was going to get his credit, and it kind of went down the drain, man.
Yeah. He was defensively, he was real good in the fourth quarter.
How long are we going to ride? I'm not beating this guy up. How long are we going to ride Buddy Hield in the starting?
Who do you want to play?
I would put Pods in there. I'd put Moody in there.
Well, if you notice,
how long are we going to live this? Well, Stoney, he can't hit the side of a barn.
That's going to be a problem for the Warriors. Last night they shot 10 for 35 from three. Against Milwaukee, they were 13 for 45. Yeah. They do not have a lot of good three-point shooters.
You said that was a concern.
And if Buddy Hield's not making shots, you're in trouble, especially if Curry isn't shooting like he normally shoots.
4-13 last night.
So last night you look, and they're 10 for 35 from three-point range, and they end up with 6 turnovers in the fourth quarter. Yeah. These are all problems that we've that have kind of crept up on the Warriors here and there. Big bucket by Marshall that put him up 2. Kind of got Steph going.
Oh, that's what I told Evan in the green room. That was the one. Out of a timeout, Stoney, he kind of knew where. I was like, oh, we want him. And he made it.
Yeah, and I thought the play with Butler, had they called a block on the floor, I bet they wouldn't have been. I bet they would not have overturned it because it was such a close call. But they called a charge, and he
kind of he wasn't. I don't want to say out of control, Stoney. He was coming. You know what I mean?
That's one where
you going.
That's one where you watch it in real time, and you feel like, he hit him kind of square, which to me is a charge. And the Warriors didn't get that one. Didn't get that call late, and they end up losing. And now they play Houston.
Tonight. DJ Quick.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Feeling pretty good through 2 games with Jimmy Butler, and they let one kind of slip through their fingers last night. They had a 1-point lead with 3.5 left. They couldn't come up with enough plays to win that game, and they're back to 27-27. And tonight, big game against the Houston Rockets. They're a young team. They're an athletic team. And they played last night, too. So we'll see what happens to the Golden State Warriors tonight. But 888-957-9570 is the number. And, another pretty solid game from Butler. They just, they're not going to win them all, but that one kind of got away from them. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, during the 12 o'clock hour, we're giving away another opportunity to play Knockout at Chase. That's coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident?
Goo, I love you. I love you.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. Let me tell you what we got coming up today, ladies and gentlemen. At 11 o'clock, Rick Barry, the Hall of Famer, one of the greatest players in Golden State Warriors history. He's going to join us at 11. I'm sure he's in town for maybe both, the All-Star event and the All-Star game, All-Star weekend, and also the celebrity pickleball we got going on. So Rick Barry's going to join us. We'll talk to him about Jimmy Butler and the Warriors and where they're going. And then at 1 o'clock, we've got General Manager Mike Dunleavy joining us. At 1 o'clock, Mike Dunleavy's going to join us. And, of course, he's the guy who pulled off the Jimmy Butler trade and, at least for a moment, has given the Warrior fans, an opportunity to start believing again in this team. They lost last night, but, again, they're not going to go 26-2 on the way in, but last night does represent an opportunity missed. Absolutely.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't know if they have the luxury to sit Steph Curry tonight, but you definitely, Steiny, do not want to go into the All-Star break after the euphoria of this trade and the two games that started in the Jimmy Butler era where they culminated in wins, 1 under. That feels like, you're kind of fighting that same battle. But I will say this, and I know you're going to be like, Goo, what happened to you? Because you're all in. I still am all in. But, Steiny, this team is small. And, I know Kuminga helps that. But at the end of the day, boy, they got to be on from the perimeter because that's still what they do if Jimmy Butler's going to take some time to get back to, get his legs underneath him.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. How you guys feeling about last night's game? I figured the Warriors were going to be able to go in there and win, and I thought, tonight's game was going to be the iffy one. I mean, this is one of those things where, look, there's 82 games. You beat some teams you shouldn't, and maybe you lose to some teams you shouldn't, but when you go into Dallas and they're missing Anthony Davis and P.J. Washington, Gafford, Lively. I mean, you got to win this game.
That's it.
You got to win this game, and it's an opportunity lost, and it's not the end of the world, but it's one. It's a little less wiggle room they have. They have to be really good the last 27, 28 games.
And I'll say this, Donnie. Now this is just how my computer works, my brain. I bring back up the fact that they were down 26 to a hapless Chicago Bull team. They fixed that. But at what point or juncture with the guys that you mentioned that were not available for the Dallas Mavericks, if you can't expect a win last night, partner, when can you? And the fact that Sacramento is ahead of you and Dallas is now ahead of you, this was a big-ass game. So I guess it's just hard for me to shake that it was even that close. And then when they went up 1, I was thinking, okay, now they're about to bring it home. And this just don't sit well with me. That's all. I'll shake it off, Mariah Carey.
888-957-9570. What'd you see last night, especially down the stretch? And listen, I don't like to get into, overarching statements after 3 games, but I've seen a lot of people on the text line and on the YouTube chat saying sarcastically in a way, well, I thought this is a game that Jimmy Butler gets you to win. I thought this is the kind of game that you win with Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. And yet, with 3:30 left, you're up 1 and you can't close the door.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm with you.
I just, he makes a play where if it's a bang-bang play, and if he gets a break on that, the next thing you know, it's a 3-point play, and the Warriors have taken, advantage of it. But you get called for a charge there. It's Dallas's ball, night-night.
Yeah, and do you give any merit to me? Again, Jimmy Butler didn't say it, Stoney, but it's obvious. He's not been playing basketball. I'm just telling you, I feel like his legs are not all the way underneath him. So, yeah, I didn't say that when it was good, but the bottom line is I feel like he's a boxer now in the 8th or 9th round, and he's got to get that back. But, maybe the break's coming at a good time. But, for the people making those smart comments about I thought he was supposed to win that game, he wasn't the sole reason you lost by any means. But I'm looking at him like you could tell, he's been awesome time.
Yeah. Dennis in San Francisco. What's going on, Dennis? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. Good morning.
How are you?
Okay. I was one of the guys that called in that was against the trade.
Right.
But when Jimmy, the first two games with Jimmy, I was surprised how well, he fit in. It was like he'd been there all season, and it'll look good. But it doesn't change the fact that he's 35. Steph is going to be 37, and Draymond's 35. And that's what you're getting. So for the rest of this season, and 2 seasons after that, these are our top 3 guys. And how are they going to? I just don't see. They're old. Their joints are barking at them. You know what I mean? How are they going to sustain this? With 3 guys at that age and making that amount of money, so you can't build the roster. You guys were saying it earlier. There's no big man. And what if Anthony Davis was in that game last night? Who would have guarded him? They didn't have anybody that could guard Anthony Davis. I mean, Draymond's 6'6". You know what I mean? And he, on occasion, he can do okay.
Right.
But his body is barking at him too. So I mean, I just don't see. It's like the 49ers trying to get away with no linemen. They're trying to play basketball with no big men. And I don't know how they're going to sustain it. I'm hoping that I'm wrong. I'm hoping that when Kuminga comes back, that he can bring some energy and some scoring that'll maybe help with this. But you lost Schroeder, and that's not going to help Steph. Losing Schroeder is not going to help Steph. Look at the minutes Steph's playing.
I know.
He can't sustain it.
Well, that's
all right. Well, thanks, guys.
No, thank you,
Stanley,
Dennis.
he was playing those minutes with Dennis here too. I'm not saying we don't miss Dennis, but he was still, getting 35, 36 minutes with Dennis.
Well, I mean, Curry's minutes have gone up the last 8 games in a big way. And, I look at last night. Look, nobody harps on age more than I do. But I looked at last night's game, and I didn't think it was an age issue. Huh? And I thought it was more of a size issue.
No doubt.
And it was more of a Kyrie Irving issue. Kyrie made every big shot. He gets fouled on a 3, makes all 3 free throws. They have nothing going. He's sitting on the wing.
He's a bad
with 2
man.
guys on him, and he raises up and he makes a 3. And he's making contested 3s. And, Moody has a shot. God, a wide open shot in the corner.
Stop bringing it up, man. I thought I get it, man. I don't care if your name is Tom Thumb. You got to hit that shot.
That's the difference between winning and losing games.
Raymond Ritter, it's a make or miss league.
It just is. You gotta make that shot.
Hey, Kyrie played. I'm just saying this now. He played 40 minutes, and I know he's 32, but he played 40.
Yeah. To me, the 3 big plays were Moody's miss, Curry's missed free throw.
And
then the block charge that didn't go the Warriors' way with Butler and Kyrie Irving. But, it's one of those games where I look at it and say, Kyrie Irving made all the big plays.
And the Warriors got
offense.
lucky too, Stoney. A lot of I feel like the Mavericks, there were some layups or they were inside fumbling, dumbling the ball like the Three Stooges a little bit. And I was like, oh, the Warriors are going to benefit, but yet they couldn't take advantage of it. And I really do hate tonight's game that I feel like it's a, Olympic sprint team with the Houston Rockets. That's what I don't like, even if it were back-to-back. But Steiny, you're going to have to earn it tonight to avoid losing 2 in a row.
Yeah, and you look at the plus-minus yesterday, and the starters, with that for the most part, except Curry, starters got dominated. I mean, Butler, Green, Post, and Hield were all minus 13 or more. And Steph was the only starter positive plus-minus. So, I mean, they played okay in stretches, but the bottom line is you got to beat that Dallas team when they're sitting undermanned like they are.
No doubt. And tell me if you had this thought at all. Jimmy played 35 minutes down. He ended up with 21, but I felt like they didn't get him started early. Normally they kind of get him started early, and I don't know if that's him, tired or letting the game come to him, but I felt like he was kind of not an afterthought, but took a little while to, get it going or put his imprint on the game.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas, kind of took control of the game in the first half, and they had the Warriors a little bit on their heels.
Up 14.
But, Yeah, I mean, Jimmy Butler, 8 for 17, so he took the second most shots on the team. Steph was 9 for 23 and 4 for 13. And they were not good from the three-point line either last night.
Yeah, Buddy 1 for 6. I'm a lay off.
Well, you don't have to lay off Buddy. I mean, he's not playing well at all. And if he's not shooting well, he's not really helping. He played 29 minutes last night.
Team high minus 21.
So where do you want his minutes to go? Who should they go to is the question if you don't like what Buddy Hield's doing right now. I mean, I think we got to acknowledge that Kerr likes him. Kerr's going to use him because he feels like even the threat of Buddy Hield's three-point shot changes the way they play offense. But, Buddy played 29 minutes and made one shot in 9 attempts.
And when I watch him play, because I like him, Steiny, we like him. He's a good dude. I feel like, okay, he's playing better than it actually is. And then when I look up, I'm like, damn, Buddy. Yeah.
Let's go to AJ in L.A. Hey, AJ, what's going on, man?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
What's going on? How you doing?
Doing well.
Bad loss, man.
Man, it was so bad, man. But it's crazy. Like, watching it, it's kind of like you can't even really point to one thing that could it change the outcome of the game. It was so many reasons why they lost the game the officiating was trash. It was so terrible. But the execution, blowing bunnies all over the place. We talk about the miss. I heard you guys mention the miss by Moody in the corner. But, man, 50 seconds left, pass in transition, man, you got to throw your body in there, man. I don't even want you to make that pass. What happened to...
Oh, you mean the pass to Moody?
Yeah, what happened to just like the basic basketball? Just get a bucket, man. Why we got to always swing for that three, man? Just go and get that basket, It's 50 seconds left. You're down by 1. Get that basket, that. But, man, I almost feel like the officials was betting or something. The kickball.
The inadvertent kickball, but it was a kickball.
The inadvertent oh, my God, man. And then, so he called the charge on Jimmy Buckets, right?
Yep.
At the end of the game. But, man, it was a guy, I want to say it was maybe a few minutes before then or at the end of the quarter, literally ran right into Jimmy Butler. He set up perfectly for the charge, no call. So I feel like for the guys, they probably think like, okay, if you're going to call it one way, if you're just call it both ways, just be consistent, like don't just like, and then like at the end of the game like that, how do you make a call like that? It's a bang bang to me.
Yeah,
it's a bang bang.
No, and AJ, that's what it was. It was a bang bang play, and they had a charge on the court.
Yeah, but Kyrie beat him to the spot, I believe, and that's why I was like, okay with it, Snotty.
If they would have called a block on the floor, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have overturned that either because it was so close. Steve Kerr, he got a technical last night, right? When he went on in the middle of the court, he thought they got hosed on about 2 or 3 possessions in a row. Had to be held back by Draymond Green.
Draymond was barking last night too.
What's new? Steve Kerr, how would you assess tonight's ball game?
Not good. Yeah, we struggled. My mistake was probably not hitting Kyrie earlier and getting the ball out of his hands. I think we did a pretty effective job of that in the fourth quarter. I probably should have gone to that earlier.
All right. Kyrie had 14 in the fourth quarter last night, 14 of his 42. And Kerr said, you know what, maybe should have tried to take the ball out of his hands a little bit earlier in the game.
Yeah, and I'll just say this about last night's game. If you're telling me any Warrior game is going to come down to the fourth quarter, minimal minutes left, down 1, Steph Curry's hit the line, and he misses the second one, Stoney, I know this is going to be a little bit much for a lot of people, but that just tells me those are signs it just wasn't your night. I couldn't believe he missed it. I just assumed he was going to make it, and he's human.
Yeah, again, to me, the 3 big plays last night where where the game could have swung is Curry's second free throw, Moody's corner jumper, and then obviously the big play with Jimmy Butler where Kyrie slid in there and managed to take a charge. So where do they go from here? 888-957-9570. You got to try to get Houston tonight. You don't want to go into the break losing 2 in a row and feel like you're kind of treading water.
And you come out with Sacramento at Sac.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they've now won 3 in a row, Sacramento. So you're looking up at them. Let's go to Peter in Redwood City. Hey, Peter, how you doing, man?
Pretty good. I don't understand why Kerr played Buddy so much last night and even started him in the fourth quarter. I can't believe that. I think that blew the game for us. I think Steve Kerr is still a problem for us.
Well,
what's the options?
What are the other options, Peter, that you see other than Buddy Hield? Although I hear you with Buddy, he's not playing well.
Even Moody, even Santo playing the big shooting guard. Anyone but Buddy.
All right.
He was so bad last night.
Yeah, he was 1 for 9.
Buddy can't say his coach hasn't had his back, Stoney. I'll say that. Buddy, you cannot. So you've been blessed.
Yeah, I mean, they played Curry, Pajemski. I mean, I'm looking at the minutes, and Buddy played 28.
That's a lot.
Who do you want to give those minutes to? Pods played 25, and Moody played 28. Like, they don't have a lot of guards on this team right now. I think they're a guard short, and you know what? Maybe we'll ask Mike Dunleavy about that.
Now you're going to laugh, and we might fight early. And I'm not trying to pick a fight. I'm really not, Stoney. But you asked a question and you scoffed. You didn't laugh at the guy. He's in the NBA. But I'm going to ask you this: what has Pat Spencer done? I'm not saying 10 minutes. We'll just start with 4. What has he done for Kerr not to even, let me roll you out there 4 minutes and see what you got? Because every time I see him, Stein, he looks like he knows what he's doing. I'm not saying he's Buddy Hield, but damn, he has a jersey. And if there is a question, and it's obviously Kerr's not comfortable, I mean, see what he's got. I'm just, every time I see the kid, he's MFing me with double Kyrie's. Like, I'm not scared, Goo. Just give me a shot, coach.
Who?
Pat Spencer. I hear that. I get it. You didn't. I appreciate the non-fight, but
Evan,
just
what do you think?
I'm reaching,
Pat
Evan.
Spencer, help me.
Yeah, he's in the G League Rising Stars game.
Yeah. You know what?
Thanks, Evan.
I'm trying to find something because if Pat Spencer, you might see him tonight if Curry doesn't play. How about that?
I think you probably will see him tonight.
What if I'm willing to bet they are not sitting Curry, even if they wanted to because of last night's result?
Yeah, you're just guessing.
No, you can't afford to go and lose.
Can you afford to get him hurt?
Well,
can you afford for him to go 5 for 20 because he's playing on the back end of a back-to-back?
See, this is where I could be wrong here, but this is where I hear Warriors,
both of you, man. But
they clamor about their staff, their medical
Celebrini.
staff. You know, according to the Warriors, it feels like they can recognize when a player's almost vulnerable when they've been playing too much. So, I mean, they're erring on the side of caution, and so I would assume Steph's not going to play tonight. But
see, I
don't know.
Yeah, I get it and I understand it, but I'm calling it a basketball luxury. I don't think they can afford for Steph not to play. But to Evan's point, what if he went, 5 of 25? Steiny, the gravity of Steph on the court helps everybody else. So I don't feel how you. Well, I guess Dallas can beat us without half their team. The Warriors can beat the Rockets, who have been struggling. I know they got to win.
You don't sound very convinced.
Real quick, Curry he's played in 3 second games of back-to-backs this year. He's shooting 37% from the floor, 33 from 3. With an offensive rating of 99.
And
all right. We'll see.
I mean, this is where the Warriors err on the side of caution if it's close, so we'll see what happens tonight. Let's go to Chucky D. Chucky D is in Concord. Hey, Chucky D, what's up?
I'm pretty good. Everything okay. How about you, Steiny?
We're doing well, and so's Guru.
Hey, baby. He got me, Steiny.
I'm looking at the game, and I'm wondering, Dallas didn't have any bigs whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
They're just playing small ball. The type of guards they're throwing out there and the people who can score. I'm thinking, what is happening to Quentin Post and TJD? I mean, couldn't you at least slow down Kyrie from going in the lane and all of the getting in easy buckets in the lane? You know, I don't know why I'm not really comfortable with Steve Kerr with his decisions. He's not doing it.
Well, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you know, Dallas didn't have any big guys, and that's why he went small, I'm sure, is because he probably thought Post and Trace Jackson Davis were going to struggle to cover, you know, essentially forwards who were playing center.
But they could at least man the post and slow down some of the people going to the basket.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't see why he just doesn't like big players. You know,
and Kevon Looney, to your point, Kevon Looney's down 8 rebounds, a +12 in only 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll say something this team's lacking too. You go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I said they're small, but yet they won the rebounding battle and led the league last year in rebounding, but we call them small. But what I'm talking about, Stoney, is that length, and maybe it'll improve when Kuminga gets back, and Wiggins definitely have it. But when you try to make a shot difficult, I don't feel like the teams that play the Warriors, even if they miss, Stoney, they're comfortable getting their shot up. They don't have that length, that stuff that, you know, that kind of is bothersome. I don't see that a lot with this team. I know it's make or miss, but you're going to get your shot off most time in a comfortable fashion against the Warriors defense.
Yeah, I mean, look, the team's not big. The team's not overly quick. The team's not super athletic. So they're deficient in some of those areas, and the only way you make up for it is through what Steve Kerr would call grit and determination, because they you know, I don't think he wants to play post against against big boy centers. But again, he could have theoretically used him last night, but he didn't like post, clearly.
In the 12 minutes that he played.
They went small early, and then I think Post got in not late in the fourth quarter, but in the fourth quarter. But for the most part, the fourth quarter
play 1 minute in the second half.
Was Curry, Pods, Payton, Moody, Butler, and Green. Those are the 6 guys who played. Pajemski and I think Moody switched off offense to defense. But
do we have a layup issue? Is that a real thing?
We have players that aren't great finishers. We've always known that.
That's frustrating.
On the grand scheme of things, no, Draymond Green's not a good finisher. Jimmy Butler's a good finisher.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what he kind of excels at. So, all right, I see a bunch of people on hold. We'll get to you on the other side. Coming up again at 11 o'clock, Rick Barry, Golden State Warriors Hall of Famer, one of the greatest players in franchise history. We're going to talk to him at 11. And then Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors. He is going to join us at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Also, 12 o'clock hour, your shot to play knockout at Chase Center.
Valspar products make any project easy. Valspar Exterior Stain and Sealer makes preserving your
Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
All right, coming up in 10 minutes, Rick Barry. Rick, former Golden State Warriors, great. 1 o'clock, Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors. And during the 12 o'clock hour, your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. You won't want to go anywhere during that 12 o'clock hour. Steph Curry, what happened last night?
It was a tough start, and then we fought our way back in the first quarter. I think the beginning of the third, we kind of lost our cool. We let bad calls affect our body language, and we did fight down the stretch and try to give ourselves a chance, but a team like Dallas, with all the injuries, Kyrie's going to try to take over. He made some tough shots. I got to give him credit. They were, playing hard the whole game with really nothing to lose, and those are the hardest type of teams to play. And if you make mistakes, you give them life, and especially at home, it comes down to possession here, possession there. It didn't go our way.
All right, Steph Curry saying the refs may have affected the Warriors' play last night. I didn't see that, but, he would know. He's on the team.
Yeah, but I like his tone. That doesn't sound like 2 weeks ago after a loss, Curry, where he sounded to me, Steiny, despondent. But we keep talking about size, and I saw it. It was on display. But what if I give this to you, Steiny? They led the Mavericks in second chance points. That's what kept them in the game. The Warriors 33-11. And then in the paint, they outscored the Mavericks by 62-48. You got to win that game. On top of who Dallas was not, who they were without. That's what bothers me.
Well, I think it also goes to show you that you can win the interior battle, but you got to make more than 10 threes. They didn't make enough threes. I also think the size thing, it's an issue defensively because they don't really have any rim protectors other than Draymond Green, and he's already undersized. Yeah. Let's go to Mojo Rising in Castro Valley.
Mojo.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, man, what's up, man, my friend? Hey, man, that's right. This is the Mojo Rising Daughter's greatest band ever. I don't know if you guys remember me or not, but I got to give a shot to the Guru because he's Mr. 24-Hour Fitness in San Leandro. I used to try and meet him there. I never got the chance to, but people forget that the Guru, he's the man, man. I remember when he made the radio by the contest, and now look where the man is. He's a household name. So shout out to the Guru. And not only that, the man knows what he's talking about. I agree with everything the Guru always says. The Warriors, come on, man. We have to check this out. The Warriors, we have to be realistic, man. We've been lucky as a fan base to have what we've had. We really would have won 6 in a row if it wasn't for Draymond's little thing. If Durant and Thompson wouldn't have got hurt, the Warriors really would have won 6 in a row, probably, right? So we're spoiled as fans. But look, man, we gotta face the reality. I agree with the Guru. How do you lose that game last night when they got none of their bigs? AD, Lively, all those guys. They had some other starters, 5 guys, and we still lose. It's crazy. I just don't get it. I think Kerr makes a little bit of questionable decisions as far as what his rotations and stuff. Exactly. Take Buddy Hield out. He ain't making a shot right now. Put in Tate in a second. The guy is a beast. He may not be the greatest shooter in the world, but last night he was hitting, and the dude is all over the place. Put him on Kyrie to guard. Come on, man. But anyway, I love you guys. You guys keep up the great work.
Call back every day, bud. Yeah. Steiny, wow. That's my guy right there.
Apparently so.
Man. Look, you can't miss threes and layups and win. That's how they lost the game.
The bottom line, too, is that Dallas is missing their players, and their superstar won them a game. Their superstar won them a game.
He did.
That he shouldn't have been able to win.
That flurry was incredible.
And, this is kind of, you look at last night's game, and you have Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, 2 really good players. But you know what? The best player on the floor last night was Kyrie Irving.
Man.
It was Kyrie Irving.
Can't argue that.
And they just couldn't stop him. And he made some really tough shots. And when he gets to the line, he takes advantage.
Just count him, man.
And he just, he put the Warriors away last night. Let's talk to Jocko in San Francisco. Hey, Jocko, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Doing well.
Hey, I just wanted to, I'm not, I didn't get too high after the first two games with Jimmy, and I'm not going to get too low after one loss. But I think that Wiggins was missed yesterday with his defense. And, the main difference between him and Butler is, Butler's like, there's 3-and-D guys. He's a 2-and-D guy. He's strictly inside the arc.
Right.
And pairing him with Draymond, I'm going to keep my eye on that because I think that's a real lack of 3-point shooting when you have those two guys in. I'm not going to, get too low after this one. I think they bounce back and win this game against Houston. Even if Curry doesn't play, they somehow have their number this year. And I think the real reason why they lost last night was Willard on his show yesterday. He was just counting
he was.
Dallas out and counting this as a W.
Boy.
I'm just kidding, but I just thought that was funny. I was thinking about that.
Will?
Yeah. I remember.
How can you not?
Because it's the NBA.
Well,
numbers are numbers.
Numbers
are numbers.
You never know. I've heard a lot of people today talking about Steve Kerr and listen, they're 500, so he's getting more heat than he got, obviously, during the championship years. But, I look at last night's game. What should he have done? What didn't people like about the players he used? I think what I'm going to hear a lot of is
Buddy Hield's down. He got too much
Buddy Hield.
That's where it starts and ends, I believe.
Well, who's going to play for Buddy Hield? Probably Podziemski or – he's not using Moody in the backcourt very much. So,
but you can.
They're down a player.
Yeah.
They're down a player. And, Moody does not trust Moody, I don't think, defensively against guards. And that's why he's having him guard some of the bigger guys. But I don't, if you have Steph Curry and Buddy Hield, who's the other? Pods is a guard. Who else? I feel like I'm missing somebody. Gary Payton II? That's the problem. You want to go away from Buddy Hield,
who was 6 of 9 from the field.
Then you go to Gary Payton, and you're probably going to be missing some shooting. So I'm just wondering, what can Steve Kerr do on a night like last night when he's got all the players available but one? It's not like he didn't have his whole roster.
Well,
there.
Let me ask you this, and we could throw it to the people. I feel like they're already talking. Would you, from what you've seen from Buddy just last night, Stouty, would Pods have got those 29 minutes to the 24 that he played? If you just swap those out, that's 5 minutes with Pods and not Buddy Hield. That's 5 minutes in the NBA game is a long time for you to do something, make a play, make a shot. I don't know.
Yeah,
the Moody miss, though, I can't. I thought that was going in.
Well, the problem with Buddy is even if he's not shooting well, at some point he's going to make shots. You figure he's made shots his whole career. You just have to live with the dry spells. But he played well game before last. I think he was 7 for 15 from the floor. I think he missed some threes. But I don't know the alternative if you don't play Buddy Hield because you're going to be giving up spacing. And then you're putting a player on the floor who's probably not going to be honored, and you probably be better defensively. But I don't know that there's a right or wrong in terms of Steve Kerr's rotation because there's nobody who stands out outside the top 3 or 4 players on this team.
Yeah, but I guess Donnie, when you score 3 points in 29 minutes on 9 shots, what else are you doing? And that's the major question. If you're not scoring, I'm just asking, what other intangibles is Buddy Hield doing? I know he's out there trying his ass off, but I'm just looking at it man, he's got a long leash.
Yeah, and I think Steve Kerr looks at Buddy Hield as a player who he's got 2 choices. If he's not shooting the ball well, and we end up going into the fourth quarter, Buddy Hield can get hot. If you take him off the floor, you're ensuring that he's not going to get hot, obviously. Last night they kept him in the game or he played a lot and he couldn't make a shot. I don't know what the answer is.
Down to 36% from deep on the season.
He should be their second best 3-point shooter, but he hasn't been. He just hasn't.
And he's getting opportunities.
Let's go to KC. KC's in Concord. Hey, KC, what's going on?
How are you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Thanks for having me back on.
Sure.
I wanted to say, follow up on what a gentleman said earlier. I don't know why Post didn't play and why Guy Santos played a lot of minutes in the fourth quarter. And I don't understand. We should be doing what Dallas is doing. Like, we have Trace, we have Post. Post is that offensive three ball. And Trace is really lengthy. People, Trace can guard the rim. And I don't think people remember that he's, pretty good at that. So I don't know why we aren't playing two bigs. I don't know. I don't get it. We're running Guy Santos and who else played that? Those guys are better. Post and Trace are better than some of the guys that got real minutes last night.
Well, I mean,
also the officiating was terrible.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, listen. I think Steve Kerr battles every night with trying to figure out who's going to play because he doesn't have enough proven players on his team, but the guys who are supposedly proven haven't been playing well. So I don't know what the solution is there, but I'm looking at the minutes right now, and let's see. Let me go to fourth quarter minutes. Guy Santos played 2 minutes and 45 seconds, so he wasn't a big factor in the fourth quarter. I mean, Buddy Hield only played 5 minutes. The fourth quarter lineup, Goo, was mostly Butler, Green, Curry, Podziemski, and Moody got 5 minutes, and Moody got 7 minutes, and then Payton. So those were the 6 guys who played, and Podziemski missed his 3, Moody missed his 3. Payton didn't take any threes last night in terms of the fourth quarter.
But when you condense it to that, and Steiny, I know it's money time, the fourth quarter, but if we don't open it up to the whole game, it's like you're chasing your tail, So Buddy's, his misses in the first, second, they're not in the fourth. They still count. And it's just like this team, the little engine they could, the little train they could, trying to get up the hill. And when you feel like they're there, they just go backwards. But I don't want to go for all the worst loss of the season. I thought that was Utah. But, with Jimmy Butler, this one hurts, man. That's why I'm happy. I hate who they're playing, but I'm happy there's a game tonight.
Well, and the other thing is, if you're out there ripping Buddy Hield for going 1 for 6, I get it. But you better come in right after that and mention the fact that Moses Moody was 2 for 8 from 3. I mean,
Curry was 4-13.
Exactly.
If we want to be
real. How many NBA games can you win when you shoot 28% from 3?
Not many.
So, and they turned the ball over, 15 times last night? All right, let's go out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Hall of Famer, one of the greatest players in Golden State Warriors history, Rick Barry. Hey, Rick, how you doing?
Well, if I was doing any better, I'd be making a comeback in the NBA.
Hey,
we could use you.
Yeah, the Warriors actually need a guy who can create, and you weren't bad at that, Rick.
Yeah, no, it's amazing what's happened to the game, and I'm so excited that Joe Lacob came in and finally got the team to play to the levels they're capable of, and they've had quite a good run, and we'll see if they can find a way to sneak into the playoffs this year and surprise some people.
Well, let me ask you this about what you're up to this weekend, Rick, because I know we've got the Celebrity Pickleball Bash, and I know you're a huge pickleball player, but I would assume you're here for the All-Star Game too. I mean, what do you have going this weekend?
What don't I have going? I'm very busy. I was honored by the Sheriff's Department here locally. I received the first ever honorary sheriff's badge and commemorated. That was a nice affair we had at the Italian Athletic Club last night, and it was great to meet the sheriff and the deputy sheriff and all of the other fine people who serve the community here in such a wonderful way. A lot of great people were there. That was really fun to do, and a great meal on top of it. I love Italian food, so that was cool. I'm waiting for my son Scooter to show up with my granddaughter Brooklyn so I can go to lunch with them. Then I've got another function tonight, and I'd use up the whole show trying to tell you everything I'm doing the rest of the week. And of course, I am playing pickleball on Saturday afternoon over at the Warfield Theater, which which is going to be kind of fun. I'm playing with Tyler Hansborough, who's I think a really good player. He's thinking about going into becoming a pro pickleball player or something. Anyway, he and I are teaming up, and we're going to play against some other pros and celebrities. So it'll be a nice challenge to see how well we can do, because we'll be the only team that doesn't have at least one professional pickleball player on it. So we'll have a nice challenge to see if we can do well.
Yeah, hey, Rick, congrats on that award. I know it means a lot, and I'm going to keep it real with you. I'm born and raised here in the Bay Area. I used to call your show, different station, and lobby for you to be the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. So with that, I know you know the game. You played it. You excelled. I'm excited about this move. I felt they needed to move. But, Rick, we keep it real here, 10-2. If I were to ask you your biggest concern with this team after the Butler acquisition, how would you answer that?
Size. How are they going to do against teams that have some size? I mean, obviously, if they get everybody back and healthy, I still think they have a chance of doing something. Anytime you have two players of the quality of Steph and also Jimmy Butler, and then you throw Draymond into the equation, with the experience that they all have, anything certainly can happen. I like what I've seen from Jimmy in this game so far. He had a nice game last night. Unfortunately, they came up a little short, and I told people, watch out, Kyrie's going to step his game up now that Luka's gone. I mean, he was just holding back. He did it last night. He crushed the Warriors. He played so well. But the big thing right now is they just got to get themselves healthy. I'd just like to see them find a way to get into that 8th spot, or lower than that if possible, and not have to be in the play-in. And once you get there, anything can happen in sports, as you well know. I mean, nobody in the world would have picked to have what happened in Super Bowl, to see the Chiefs get dominated like they did in the first half. So that's the beauty of sports. Crazy things can happen. I know firsthand. I mean, we have the greatest upset in the history of major sports, I think, certainly in the NBA without question. And so I experienced it firsthand. So I know what can happen.
Rick, Steph Curry's 36. He's going to be 37 next month. And what can you explain to fans kind of what he's going through at that age, particularly his size, and how do you know what is maybe some slippage from Steph Curry and what might be the function of not having great teammates to help him out?
Well, I think the last part is the most important part, is having people to be able to help him out so he doesn't have to do as much himself. Certainly he's having an off season for him, which would be a fantastic season for the majority of players in the NBA. But he can elevate his game, no question. I mean, he struggled in the Olympics until they needed him in the semis and the finals, when he came through admirably. So I'm not overly concerned about that, as long as he can stay healthy. But the big thing is at 36, first of all, he doesn't play a lot of minutes. Okay, I mean, I averaged 47 minutes a game in one season that I played, and most of the time over 40. The guys today generally average around 36, which is 3/4 of the game. So it wasn't like he had to beat his body up, for that long a time since he's been in the NBA. And the travel was a lot easier. He didn't get to bed at 2 o'clock in the morning. He'd get up at 5:30 to catch a 6:30 flight to go to the next city. They get on chartered flights. They get meals. They get better rest. So it's not as difficult, and that's a good thing for Warriors fans, that the players don't have to go through that. So at that age, there's no problem. I played there. I could have played longer, but they cut the rosters from 12 to 11 in 1980 to save money, the NBA. Cut the rosters from 12 to 11. Otherwise, I was going to play with the Boston Celtics, and I still could play, and I still was in good shape. So I'm not worried about Steph and his age.
Hey, Rick, let me ask you this, because you know this. Fans have more outlets now to voice their anger than ever. But Buddy Hield, you could shoot with the best of them. What advice would you give him, and what are you seeing from him? Because a lot of fans are trying to blame him from everything, but I can't admit they are correct and he's struggling. How would you try to work on Buddy and get him back right?
Well, everybody struggles. I mean, you go through a season, you have a time. Most teams have a period when they struggle a lot. For the Warriors, I'm the eternal optimist. So for them, I say, okay, they've struggled this first half of the season. There's 2 halves to the season, basically. They got a lot of time left to get their act together. So I'm not overly concerned about that. I think they can find a way to get into the playoffs. They have enough talent to do it, especially with Butler joining them. And if Kuminga can come back and get himself up to the level he needs to be, he just still has to continue to improve. He's made some improvement, not as much as I'd like to see. But when it comes to a shooter, that happens. I mean, hell, even Steph has gone through some games. I mean, Steph's had some horrible stretches where he didn't shoot the ball particularly well, and he's the greatest shooter ever. So you don't ever worry about that. The offense is a roller coaster ride. You got a lot of ups, a lot of downs. Okay, defense is what has to stay constant. And that's where the Warriors need to focus on right now. They need to, as a team, focus on playing good, tough defense, which will keep them in games when guys are struggling offensively, and even get some victories on games that maybe you would have lost if your defense wasn't so good. I mean, just look, defense doesn't win championships, but it helps. Then that's the perfect example of what happened with the Super Bowl. You know, the defense for the Eagles was unbelievable in the first half. Never in my wildest dreams that I would think that they would be able to dominate the Kansas City Chiefs offense the way that they did, and that helped them to win the game. But they still hurts in the offense, still had to outscore them, and they did that. So that's what you need. So if you're a Warriors fan, you know, get them to focus on the defense. The other stuff will take care of itself. I'm not worried about it. Plus, he's got somebody who can watch the shot, and Steph can help him figure it out.
Yeah. Hey, Rick, I'm looking. What do you remember about the 1967 All-Star game?
Uh-oh.
I remember a lot.
Other than you were the MVP.
Well, I should have been. I've always said in the All-Star game they should have, and let's not even call it a game anymore. It's more of an exhibition. I don't know what the hell they've been doing, but the guys don't take it that seriously. Ours was very competitive, and I always felt that anytime you have an All-Star game, you should have two awards: the most valuable and the most outstanding. They're not necessarily the same players. In our game, then, my great teammate Nate Thurman, God rest his soul, Nate would have been, I think, the most valuable player. He went up against the front line that had Lucas, Russell, Chambers, Willis Reed. I mean, come on. He was there, and he had Darrell Imhoff, who wasn't, a nice player and doing stuff, but I mean, this is not in the same category as those guys. And he had like 18 rebounds and a bunch of 16 points, and was able to neutralize those guys. I think he was more valuable to our team than I was. I would have gotten the most outstanding player, having scored 38 points, and that's usually the case in most All-Star games. And so I just remember it was just such a unique game. Red Auerbach got thrown out the only time that ever happened for a coach to get thrown out of the game. It was a different world back then. Yeah, it really was. It's a totally different world. And we didn't have time off and all the other stuff. You came in, you had a banquet, you played, you went out, and you started playing ball again. So different world. And I'll give you the greatest example of all of how crazy it is. The guys who win the game, the two games, because they're going to play two games, basically to 40 points. And if you win that first game, you play another game to 40 points, which is in essence 3/4 of a game, right? 80 points is about 3/4 of an NBA game, right?
Yep.
So they're not even playing a full game. The winning guy, the 8 guys on the winning team will get $125,000 for doing that. $125,000 is more than I made in my first full years in the season, in the league. And they're getting that for playing 80 minutes of basketball on a Sunday. So those guys should be very fortunate that they're in the position that they're in.
Rick, I got to tell you, man, and you didn't ask, but I'm going to share it with you because my wife's like, get a life. People got real problems, but you just said it. The players don't care. You're a steward of the game. I'm going to every party I can, every event I can. I'm going to support the Warriors and the NBA this weekend. But damn it, I do not want to watch shirts and skins basically with 3 or 4 teams. Half of my life was watching you in the All-Star game, Jordan and Magic, where they cared. What can Adam Silver do to fix this? And nobody, Rick, is in the slam dunk contest because they don't give a damn, and I don't like it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Adam's trying. He's putting in a whole new format, and he's trying to do everything he can. That's the nature of the beast. I mean, he can't force the players to have to want to play hard. I understand that they're concerned about injuries and things. Look what they've done in football, which I think is so smart, to stop having a football game of an all-star kind of game. That's crazy. That sport's too violent. And so the stuff that they do now, it's entertainment. That's what it should be. It should be an entertaining weekend. And I accepted the game for what it was. Basically, it was an exhibition. The guys to go out there, mess around, have some fun. They do some amazing. I still remember the pass that Steph Curry made in one of the All-Star games. He was at half court. He threw a freaking bounce pass. The bounce stuff right next to the basket. Giannis caught it and dunked it. I mean, my God. I mean, some of the things that these guys do are just crazy. So if you accept it for what it is, it's great. But stop calling it a game. If the guys don't want to make it a super competitive game, then that's their choice.
I hear you.
Force somebody to do it.
Hey, Rick, I got to ask you about what your thoughts on the Doncic for Anthony Davis trade. They're calling it one of the biggest in history. It kind of came out of nowhere. What were your thoughts?
Well, I can't believe that Dallas didn't get more out of that trade, a whole bunch of first-round draft picks and what have you. I guess they were disenchanted with him and his work ethic or whatever it may be. I heard one of the owners of the team talking about the fact that they didn't like the way he worked out and that he was taking time off. I mean, it was not good. And the people in Dallas are up in arms over the fact that they let him go. I just think the big thing is, yeah, sure, you want to let him go, fine, but get something of equal value. Now, they got a hell of a player in Davis. I think they're actually going to be a better team. If Davis is healthy, Dallas will be a better overall basketball team with him. I really do, because look what Kyrie just did against the Warriors last night. That's what he's capable of doing with Luka not being there. But then he's going to have a defensive factor in Davis. They'll be a better basketball team. They'll be much more competitive than they were with having Luka. But L.A. needs a star. It's L.A. They have to have a star. LeBron's going to retire probably in another year, maybe at the most. And so now they've got a guy to build around for, the next 10 years. So it was a great move for them to be able to get him and to not have to give up more than Davis and, no other players of any significance or draft picks that's going to kill him. Great move for L.A. Not so great a move, I think, for Dallas, because I don't think they got enough.
No doubt. Hey, let me ask you this, because I'm excited, Rick. Now I'm calmed down. I'm excited about Jonathan Kuminga. When that day does come and that game is upon us, when he comes back, how can Dub Nation not be excited to add him to what they got going? What are your thoughts on Kuminga when he does get back?
Well, hopefully he's going to play at a high level. He has made some improvement, gotten a little better with his three-point shooting. He does attack the basket with a vengeance, which I do like. Jimmy can do that as well. But then again, they're still small. I mean, they're big guys, are nice, they're serviceable. But when you're going up against some of these other teams, small ball doesn't always necessarily work. So it'll just be a matter of how well those other players perform. They may wind up doing it with the two-headed monster like we had. We had Clifford Ray starting and George Johnson coming off the bench. Between the two of them, they put up numbers that were, comparable to having a star player playing the center position. So maybe the Warriors can figure out a way to split time between some of the guys that they have. And, the new young kid is showing some promise. The fact that I saw the game the other day when he knocked in three Warriors in a row, he could shoot the three. And so hopefully he'll develop quickly. I'm happy to see that they're playing him, because I always felt if you thought you can had enough, let's say enough, positive thoughts about a player that you would draft him and bring him to your organization, he's only going to get better if you play him. And so he's getting a chance to play now, and he'll develop much quicker getting that opportunity. And so if between him and Looney and whatever, if they can find a way to get those guys to put them in at different times and get some good performance out of them from rebounding, defense, and score a few points, then they might have a chance, because they do have enough talent otherwise if all the other guys play at the level that they're capable of playing. And that's a big if.
Rick, I know you have a great relationship with R.C. Davis, and I want to ask you, he told me something about you, but I want to check if he's correct.
Uh-oh.
Is it true that a goal of yours is to live to be 100 and fly fish on your 100th birthday?
Well, fly fish and play pickleball.
Wow, Rick! Oh man, you're incredible, Rick. I know I'm getting up there, and I'm starting to lose a little motivation.
There's one other thing I want to be able to do at 100, but I can't talk about it right now.
My man, $100 grand.
Hey, Rick, have a great time. Glad to have you back in the Bay.
Take it easy.
Really appreciate your time.
Always a pleasure to talk. God bless all the fans. Hope everybody's 2025 is off to a great start.
Thank you very much.
Go Dubs.
All righty, that's Rick Barry, one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah. Wow. Well, see now it's Donnie.
MVP of the 1967 All-Star Game.
Yeah. He said he played 47 minutes one year. Wow. He averaged 47.
I know. There's no way he's listening right now. He never averaged 47 minutes. See,
I really hope he's not. We just bonded with the guy. Come on now.
I'm doing this just
it's like my high school career scoring average. It increases every year. But you know what I mean? It's like it's like 4, and now it's up to 9. You know what I mean? Come on, just go with it.
Yeah, he was clearly talking about 1971-72 when he played 45 minutes a game. Never 47, only 45.
Rick. Yeah, I used to call his show, Stoney. I wanted him to coach. This is what the NBA needs. Coaches like he was Chuck Daly before. You know what I mean?
Well, he wasn't, because he never was a head coach, Rick, in the NBA.
No, I'm just.
No, Rick never coached in the NBA.
The premise was he had the personality to check guys like Draymond.
Actually, some thought he didn't have the personality.
What do you mean?
To coach in the NBA, and that's why he.
No, he was a straight shooter, Jack.
Right, but
before it was cute.
Yeah, not all players are great coaches.
I get that.
You know, Magic Johnson. Yeah.
Magic. How long was it? About a week.
I don't know exactly.
Magic. He's doing okay for himself, though.
I don't know exactly how much, but
100 years old, man.
Thanks to Rick Barry. I didn't ask him how old he is. He's got to be about 72. 2-2-2. Let's get back to the game. Right. Warriors get beat by the Dallas Mavericks, and tonight they play the Houston Rockets. And you wanted to know about who's playing and who's not playing tonight. Well, Anthony Slater last night asked Steve Kerr. Here's what he said.
This was obviously kind of a fatiguing game, late tip. You're flying tonight. I mean, can you go with all your veterans tomorrow?
I don't know. We'll talk to Rick after. So it's a tough back-to-back, and that's why that's what makes this loss even more frustrating. Is that we're going to get into Houston at 3:00, whatever it is, because, the NBA and its infinite wisdom makes us play an 8:45 game, and they clearly don't care about, rest or player health. It's just ratings and all that stuff, so I get it. So everyone's got to do it. The whole league's got to do it. So it is what it is. We got to strap it up and get ready for tomorrow.
Hey, a little salty.
It's 11:19.
Salty.
I figure by 3 p.m. our time, he'll be fine. You can't say that about the association and get away with it. Wow.
No,
I do wonder why they're playing it back. The Kings are doing it in the Pelicans. I don't understand.
You know what?
No travel in that game.
I wish that I could follow up on, because I'm fascinated by this. So Steve Kerr gets asked about, can you go with the veterans tonight? And he goes, I don't know. I'm going to have to talk. And I'm thinking he's going to say, to them.
Right.
To them. And he says, I got to talk to Rick. So I'm trying to think, what does Celebrini have access to where he's the expert on whether they should play or not?
Can I be honest with you?
I have no idea.
Right. And I love your mind. Russell Crowe, beautiful mind. Steiny, what if I told you I took that as Rick's going to talk to them and then Rick will talk to Steve? You could totally be right. There could be some electronic or what have you, but I believe Rick talks to them in that talk and then gets back to Steve.
I
could be totally wrong.
And you could be totally right.
By the way, Kerr kind of is right about the scheduling. I know there are other teams that play back-to-backs.
Right.
But both the Rockets and the Jazz and the Pelicans, all three of them, don't have to travel. The Warriors are the only team that has to travel last night to tonight.
That stinks.
And they got a 6:30, actually it was an 8:30 local tip.
Houston.
Last night.
Yeah.
No, yeah, tonight's earlier. Their games are less than 24 hours apart, I think is what he's saying. Because I think tonight's game is at
5 our time.
No, 7 local.
And they're getting into Houston at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, rubbing off on you.
Beer jinx. Isn't that what we used to do?
Yep.
You've never heard that?
Why would you say beer jinx?
Because when Evan, anything.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
If you say the same words at the same time, first one to say jinx, the other person has to buy him a drink.
Oh, okay.
Carter, have you heard that before? Beer jinx.
No, of course I have.
Okay.
What?
Good. Where have you been?
Not a lot of brothers, I think, have heard that. I could be wrong, but I'm going to go out on the limb and say in my hood, I don't think we heard a lot of that. I was drunk. Oh, boy.
No.
Rick in good spirits, man.
He's got a great life.
But he still said when Kuminga comes back, they're still small.
Well,
that moving, but they're winning the rebound battle. They're winning the second chance point battle like they did last night.
They're missing threes left and right.
And bunnies.
They're not.
That's not good. Pods missed. They're all. Everybody's missing some.
What Pods miss?
Just bunnies up at the ones that he misses. They're like, dude, that's got to go in.
He missed the 3, and then Curry got the rebound.
No, but he was up under the goal a couple times. It just loony. I see it a lot. That's all.
Look at look at their personnel. Draymond, he doesn't finish. Pods is still improving in that area. Buddy Hield doesn't really go to the basket. Steph's going to the basket less now than he ever has. Butler's going to help there, no doubt about it. Quentin Post is more of a three-point shooter. So they don't.
Curry only got to the line 4 times to Butler 6.
Yeah. They did a pretty good job there. Let's listen to more Steve Kerr here. This is about how long it took him to kind of adjust.
I just think it took us too long to start playing and really focusing and, locking in on executing at both ends. And we messed around with the game for too long and then left ourselves vulnerable. And obviously they cashed in. They did a great job.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors lose their first game with Jimmy Butler, and now they got to play the Houston Rockets, who they played last night also, as Evan said, but they were playing home. So the Warriors got into Houston late, and they got to summon the energy to figure out a way to get a win tonight.
Yeah, and I'll just keep going back to the great Rick Barry study. He said they got a lot of time left. I kind of disagree in regard. There's not half of the 82-game season. There are not 41 games left. So, regardless of what happens tonight, you come out the break playing the Kings. Like, the margin of error, again, I keep saying it's down, is razor thin for this team, and that's why last night losses like last night sting.
What happened late in this game, Steve?
I didn't think there was anything, egregious or any huge mistakes or anything like that. I just think, like I said, we left the game in the balance because of our poor play earlier in the game. And then, when you do that and the other team is at home and they got a guy like Kyrie who forces your hand and, we left ourselves vulnerable. And, it's disappointing.
And I thought Clay helped him out, Stoney. There were a couple wide open looks from him that, again, it's the NBA. But if he hits them, Dallas is up comfortable, and he left the door open, and we couldn't take advantage.
I mean, I can't remember Clay making a shot late in the game.
One of his last 11.
Yeah, he did?
Yeah.
He was 1 for his last 11?
Yes.
Yeah, I felt like
he started like gangbusters, too.
Felt like he missed his last 5 or 6 shots.
And what would you give me for, real quick here, I'm all over, for Buddy basically having a Clay-type season last year? Are we living that?
Buddy's not shooting as well as Clay last year.
Well, then there's that.
Clay got bailed out last night.
Hey!
He's telling the truth. I heard him.
You see his line?
6 for 19?
Yeah, you want to know what he finished?
I gave it to him.
Evan 1 for 11?
Yikes.
Well, you know what? That's better than 0 for 10.
He had some rebounds,
which
too.
was his last game with the Warriors.
In the play-in. Oh, those stats don't exist.
Yeah, they do.
Nope.
You
can't find them. You can't find them. Oh, he's
they
upstairs.
exist in my head. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get back into it with you guys. Jimmy Butler has now played 3 games with the Golden State Warriors, and they have a little hiccup last night, and Steve Kerr was not really happy with the energy level early in that game. But, the Warriors got to finish strong here against the Houston Rockets. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Safeway, and don't forget, coming up in a half hour during the 12 o'clock hour, your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center.
Oh, boy. Oh, rubbing off on you.
Beer Jinx.
Why would you say Beer Jinx?
Head to Safeway this week for amazing deals.
There's one other thing I want to be able to do at 100, but I can't talk about.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Blue Chew.
You don't need it. That's Rick Barry.
Yeah, you're right.
Coming up at noon today, your chance to play knockout at Chase Center with 95.7 The Game. That's the same floor where Steph Curry does his work. Also coming up at 1 o'clock, Mike Dunleavy.
Mike. Got to be feeling good.
Yeah.
Of his job. Like, I went and got some groceries now.
Well,
get in there and make it. Cook.
I mean, he's 0 for 1. He's 0 for 1. He missed the playoffs his first year as general manager.
I got you.
And now he's in 10th.
Yeah. But all guys are clear tonight. You said it.
Yeah, according to the Warriors and Evan. Butler.
The Warriors.
According to the Warriors, Butler, Steph, and Draymond have been cleared to play.
They had to.
Why?
Because you lost last night.
Well,
You're not the OKC Thunder with 100 games over 500. You are little Larry. You're begging for benefits right now. You're trying to get it in. You better play with a week with a vacation off.
This is a lose-lose.
How?
Because we know that ideally Steph wouldn't play tonight, but
he's played the last 3 back-to-back he's played.
They're playing. They're all playing like this. Like, that's what I...
They're desperate.
No.
Well, I hope they feel like they are.
2 more months of being desperate. Like, this is the part that I think is going to be the biggest challenge, is I think they're playing tonight because they got to win. You know, it's an important game. So
I love that.
They're going to have important games from here to the end of the regular season. So you're going to be asking a whole heck of a lot from your core guys, Steph, Draymond, and Butler. Like, they're going to have to play great basketball to just get into the playoffs, and then they're going to have to play better basketball in the postseason. You know, do they have it in them to play 2 months of the regular season remaining and then 2 months in the playoffs? This is where Kuminga's got to help him, too, when he comes
no doubt.
back.
And again, what is it? We'll find out when he's reevaluated, but that's the I liken it to the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark. You know, we're on a ship, Steiny, and
I never saw that.
We're missing one. Shout out Harrison Ford. We're missing one guy.
Who?
Pick him up.
Harrison Ford?
No, Jonathan Kuminga. We pick him up, put him in the boat, the ship, and then we take off.
Which one was that?
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
I never saw that.
You've never seen Indiana Jones? That's right in your wheelhouse. It's like
un-American.
I don't like action movies.
But you saw the most recent Indiana Jones.
Well, that was...
where?
I lost a bet, essentially, on that one. But yes, I did. What was that one? It was the timepiece.
I never saw it.
Something about the timepiece. I've seen one.
I got Parasite on deck for the weekend,
He won't watch it.
Oh, it's on
you
the
do this
list.
a lot, and then you forget.
You do know it's Valentine's tomorrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't watch it on Valentine's Day with the spouse. Don't think me is going to like that.
You got that.
I forgot about
I'm different, yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, I got stuff to do then today, I guess.
You need an assistant.
Tell me about it. Steph Curry, what's Moody been giving you lately?
Yeah, he's been playing aggressive. He's getting a lot more consistent minutes and showing why he is a guy that can help us in our rotation. He's kind of a plug on defense, getting deflections, trying to be a disruptor out there. He's shooting the ball really well and playing decisive, so he's taking advantage of his opportunities, knowing we're probably going to shorten our rotation a little bit as we get deeper into the season.
All right, there's Steph Curry. Yeah, we can see that starting to happen already, I think.
Yeah, but he's not lying about Moody. I told you I'm more fond of him than you are, but at the end of the day, partner, I jumped out my seat thinking he was going to hit that shot and stick it to you, and they went in and
so
out.
that's what it comes down to? If Moody makes a three, you're sticking it to me. So in other words, he plays one.
No, it's not. I'm playing, man.
Please.
Moody is playing his ass off. He's not scared. I'm not telling you he's Julius Erving, but I do like watching him. I feel like he's been yanked around, but he stayed ready. And if you stay ready, you never have to get ready, right? Shout out to the rapper Sugar Free. So I'm appreciative of what Moody is. I think he's a little better than you think I got a little more talented, but you got to hit that shot. And that's what I would have said to the chef after that.
415 says, Steiny, Moody scored double figures in the last 12 games, last 12 out of 14 games, and Buddy scored like 15 points to 20 in a total. Oh, yeah, no, Buddy's been pretty poor when it comes to shooting. There's no doubt. But, I don't think Moody, as far as Steve Kerr's concerned, I don't think Moody's comparable to Hield. He doesn't play Moody at 2. Moody's not a shooting guard on this team. So even though, that's just what Steve Kerr's telling us. So if he's not a 2, they don't have enough players.
But if you just put Moody in Buddy Hield's spot last night, 29 minutes, Donnie, at the same position, I believe you would have got better results. How can that not be an alternative?
Because he's not a shooting guard. It would be like Quentin Post needs a substitute, and you say, well, let's put Pods at 5. I'm just saying what I think Steve Kerr, how I think
So you're telling me Moody's closer in Kerr's eyes to a power forward than a shooting guard.
Here's where I love you. Where I love you, and I can't stand you.
I got you.
Do you listen to Steve Kerr?
I do.
Did you hear him say 4 might be his best position? That's not me saying it.
And I love Kerr, but I'll say this to that. We still got this question about Jonathan Kuminga and what he is and what he's not and why he's not and why he's not there. You know what I mean? So I think Jonathan Kuminga could be a 3. Draymond thinks differently. Kerr thinks differently. But I believe Moses Moody is more of a 2 than a 4, Stoney. You can get away with it just like you do Dre at 5, but that's not that big of a stretch. But I would have liked to see Moody play those 29 minutes and see what we could have got. He played 27, but man, what? Buddy's getting I don't want to say scholarship, but they don't. The coach is showing you love, man. That's all I'm saying.
They don't have anybody to play besides Buddy.
Well, you would.
Other than Pods.
If you had Curry at the 1, Butler at 2, with Kuminga or Moody back at the 3, Butler at the 4, and Dre at the 5.
Moody went 2 for 8 from 3 last night. It wasn't like he was that much better than Hield.
And it's bigger than last night. You are correct. And he missed the biggest shot I thought of the game. But I guess I'm talking more of a mentality.
Look, the real issue is he doesn't want to play Moody in the backcourt. And I have a sneaking suspicion it's because he doesn't think he does not think Moody can keep a guy in front of him, a perimeter player. And then I think I'm just telling you what I think Kerr thinks. And he's not a good enough 3-point shooter as a 2 or 3. But as a stretch 4, he's a little bit better. And he likes to use him there.
Yeah. Austin in San Jose on the chat says Moody can't be a 2, Goo. He's not quick enough to quick enough on the perimeter.
It feels like that. It does feel like that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I do hear a lot of people talking about Steve Kerr on a day like today. He's not finding the right combinations. Why did he play Buddy Hield so much? Is he giving Pods too much leash? I'm not really sure what Steve Kerr's role was in that loss yesterday, but you tell me if you blame Steve Kerr for that game last night. 888-957-9570. Coming up in 20 minutes, your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
If I were Moody, It starts and ends with the chef and Dre.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Evan, why don't you lose that one?
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
No, Guru's, it all comes down.
It starts and ends with the chef and Dre.
No, it doesn't. Jimmy Buckets. Starts and ends with Steph and Jimmy Buckets. Jimmy Buckets.
Curry was 40 of 40 on fourth quarter free throws up into that miss.
Uh-oh.
I made it up.
Is this a clutch miss? Was it a clutch miss for Curry?
I don't know what category goes. It was a game. Dude!
Look, Kyrie made all three in the fourth.
He is. He had a movie named after him. Are we shocked? Uncle Drew. Check it out.
No.
He was the star.
I don't like sports movies. Except Hoop Dreams.
The fish to say Pittsburgh?
No, that's got Julius Irving. No chance.
You are so prejudiced towards him, man.
Celtic Pride. That's the best movie with your boy Wayans, I think.
You probably like Pride of the Yankees.
It's a tearjerker.
Oh, my God.
Absolutely is a tearjerker. So, Goo, I don't know how you watch games, but I watched the Warriors play their first two games with Jimmy Butler, and I'm thinking...
You were excited.
I wouldn't say excited. I was more like, oh, boy. Huh. They look pretty good. They look pretty good. Right. I wonder if, you know what, they may have action. And I watched last night, and I didn't see the spark that I saw the first two nights.
And I love you for that. That's an astute assessment, Stoney. Observation. The bottom line is I'm telling you what it was. I went and watched the second half.
What?
I fell asleep to it. He won't say it.
Who?
Butler. He didn't have that. The gas tank was a little empty.
You don't have
it wasn't to the point, Evan, to where, he's just gassed. No, you could tell it was like a boxer. Now the fight's in the 9th or 10th round.
Tonight?
That I don't know. And he said at his locker, Stoney, last night when the reporter approached him, that, guys are going to go have their fun. Some are participating in the festivities. He's going to be putting in work. But Stoney, he got started late. And if you look at the line, you think everything was good. But you could tell he kind of is working himself back into shape. So that, to me, is what I took away and why I think this loss hurts. Because now, if I am right and there's something to it, and it's not a crazy thought, guy trying to play himself back into shape, missed a month of basketball, you got a game tonight. That's what I don't like.
Steve Kerr was asked what's got to change for them to make the playoffs.
Anything specific need to change with that playoff push coming up?
You got to play better.
See you later.
I would have said, yeah, lady, we got to win games. Later. That's what's got to change.
Oh, Bull Durham. Yeah, I saw Bull Durham.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, it was all right. I like Field of Dreams, too. Field of Dreams was better than Bull Durham in my mind. It was a tearjerker. Yes, it was, Evan. When he came out of that cornfield and had a catch with his dad, how could that not pull at your heartstrings?
That's
exactly.
Fine. Do you not have a funny bone?
Can we have a catch?
I don't think he does.
Can we have a catch? Oh, my gosh. Goosebumps. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that dumb video we did here at the station.
What are you talking about?
When Chasky was going around, do you want to have a catch or do you want to play catch? I thought that's what you were talking about. Remember when we answered? Do you want to have a catch?
Yeah, that's what.
No, it's play catch. Yeah. Evan, you want to go play catch?
You
want to go have a drink? Yeah. You get it? That's how you say that. You don't say you want to go have a catch.
That's something that doesn't. I don't know why that would get under your skin.
It's dumb.
No, it's not. A lot of people use that phrase.
It's not right.
Either one works.
Steiny, stop. That lets me know you're not an athlete if you say, let's go have a catch.
Okay.
You want to go have some one-on-one?
And that means a lot to me.
Want to go have some one-on-one? No, you want to go play ball.
Carter, what do you say you and me have a catch after the game?
Shut up.
Throwing it back. My man
Carter. Dude, that hurts. You have a cigarette.
Shut up, Evan.
Yeah. People saying I'm on point with that. It was one person who felt like a lot.
Who?
Yeah.
Who's saying that?
Estimated eyes.
Warriors.
I'm with you. Jimmy just looked like it was his third game back.
I'm not worried. I'm not with you on Butler last night. He was fine.
Yeah.
I mean, if this is a bad game for Butler, I think you got to take it.
And Stein, I'm not calling it a bad
21,
game.
9, and 7.
Yeah, no, I'm just remember how you talked about it yesterday when we were at Chase? The eye test. Like he took a little longer to get going per se, or to get super active.
Hey, Evan, there it is.
What?
There it is. And I just want to make it crystal clear.
What are you talking about?
And it's happening already. The Warriors lose last night. Steph goes 9 for 23 and 4 for 13. But you know what? Jimmy Butler.
No, Stoddy.
He was the issue with 21, 9, and 7.
I just said Curry blew the game with the missed free throw.
No, but on the text thread, the first thing that we heard after the final whistle was Jimmy Butler got the last shot?
Yeah. And Evan, you kind of checked me with a haymaker. I know you weren't trying to hurt your boy, but I was on the couch like, Evan's got a point. He's like, that's what they brought Jimmy for. I just thought with Jimmy's gas or his win not being where it's at, did we really need him to give him the ball in that situation? I would have liked to see Curry with it.
Curry was having a bad game. Like, seriously, this is what I mean.
But it's the end of the game, though, Steiny.
Yeah, and you know what? That's the way he looks at Buddy Hield. Maybe Buddy Hield is 1 for 8, and he's like, he's due to make a couple.
Well, don't try to make it into something.
It's so frustrating, though.
Stop it. Frustrating.
People crying all year. They cry all year.
Yeah.
Steph needs help. Steph needs help. Steph needs help. Then Jimmy Butler makes a good, hard move to the bucket in crunch time.
Well, it was
it's
a
a bang-bang play. He gets called for a charge. And now you're like, Steiny, I would have liked to have seen Steph Curry have the ball. What do we think? Come on. We can't do that.
You set me up. You waited 2 hours to roll this out. I was in the moment. And I tell you what wouldn't have happened.
Durant left.
Hey, that's good. I'll tell you what wouldn't have happened had Steph had the ball, that play. Because Steph don't do that.
No, he
like
can't.
Jimmy was going too fast. Slow down. And I know it's your first couple
Who are you to
games.
tell Jimmy Butler what to do?
In the loss, I feel like we can.
Of this team.
He has, and I'm a big fan. And I was a fan before when we were hearing him. I'm just telling you, man. He took a little while to put the cape on, and he didn't have a bad game.
He's good. He's probably the best Warrior player last night.
Yeah, I just wish we had the relationship to bring up something that happened that's making its rounds on the internet about that game and Jimmy Butler. But you couldn't take it because you're turning into we'll get too infantile.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Evan, do you have any
I'm not
idea?
ready. Maybe at the end of the show.
What is he talking about?
Yeah.
Trades are hard.
I'll tell you during the break. We got Mike at 1.
Yeah.
Mike D.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, what'd you think of last night's game? Was Jimmy Butler a little out of it? What's going on with Curry? I mean, and to me, Draymond Green was really good defensively.
People killing me saying he was good in the second half,
Right.
dude. You're acting like he was great all game.
You are.
Well, it's kind of the same thing with Draymond. Like, Draymond made a few awesome plays in the fourth quarter, but he was pretty subpar the first 3 quarters.
Who knocked him down and finished with the layup? Threw a shoulder into him, and Draymond went flying under the basket. I'm not laughing.
Draymond put somebody down.
No, the dude put Dre. You didn't see it? I said, he's going to be seething. Dude finished the layup, but he threw his shit. Should have been an offensive foul. And Dre went flying on his back, and the dude laid it up.
Who was it? I'm trying to think. Was it in the fourth quarter?
No, I want to say third quarter. What's my guy's name? Because Dallas looked like they had their B team, Prosper. Dude, that shoulder into Dre, and Dre just went flying out his ass, laid there, and he just laid it up, ran down court. I said, oh, boy, it might not be our night.
I thought a big shot, too, was Najee Marshall's little bucket over Steph.
Oh, that after a timeout, that was a big play.
Yeah, he was out at the 3-point line. And Curry gave him a little too much room, and he kind of crossed over Steph, and then just went over him, and made a nice, easy little laid shot.
What we got?
Nothing. We don't have anything.
Well,
we don't have anything.
We need you in good spirits.
I am in good spirits.
What are you reading that's throwing you off a little bit?
Well, Let's go to Deborah. Deborah's in San Leandro. Let's get back to business here.
Hey,
Deborah.
Hey guys, you guys are too much. Y'all crack me up, man.
Thank you.
Guru, cool out, chill, Goo.
Okay, thank you.
Because Butler is quite capable of making that last shot.
I know.
He's very efficient. Now, you remember, I'm the one who said I wasn't too keen on getting him because he's not always available, right?
Yep.
But the man, when he's here, he does his thing. He's very efficient. And, Steph was having a bad night. That's not why we lost. We lost because we couldn't make layups. We kept trying to force the ball inside to Jimmy. And tell me, please, why does he get so much time? Please tell me. Somebody
Deborah,
tell me
I'm asking the same. I'm starting to ask the same. Steiny, tell her, answer her.
I mean, they don't have a lot of three-point shooting, and whether we like him or not, you know what? Let me throw Evan there.
Okay.
Because I don't really know the answer.
I was listening to Evan last night on the post.
Why does Buddy Hield play so much?
Because he plays well with Curry. Or I should say, Steph is more effective when Buddy's on the floor. Like, if you really want the answer, I think that's it. Like, if you look at the two paired together, whether Buddy stinks or is good, Curry's more effective when Buddy's on the floor.
And he's
I think
getting
that's
credit
that's
for
the
that.
reason.
Wow.
Well, that's spacing.
Huh? I hadn't thought of that.
I mean, that's the
Think
biggest.
of the gravity of one guy has another guy in the game because of what you do.
Well,
I hear what Evan's saying. I hadn't thought about it.
I mean, the bottom line is Buddy came into this season a 40% career three-point shooter. This year he's shooting 36, which isn't terrible, but it's not as good as they thought he would be.
Last few months has been, yeah.
I mean, if you're asking me, Steiny, why is Buddy Hield playing so much? It's like we've got to have more three-point threats out there. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, I think the Warriors are down a player in the backcourt. I mean, I think they're one player short, but I don't know who that player is, and if they're going to be able to sign somebody in the buyout market, let's say, who's going to get playing time. But, I mean, think about it. Who are the guards on this team? It's Curry, it's Hield, and it's Podziemski. And I guess you could play Gary Payton a little at 2, but he can't shoot. He's not an offensive player. He doesn't like to play Moody at 2. Pat Spencer, clearly, Spencer's one of the, fringe guys on the bench, so he's not going to get to him unless he thinks it's, things are really going sideways. And, the one thing I thought about this team after they lost, after they got rid of, it wasn't just Wiggins. Although Wiggins was shooting 38%.
It was Schroeder.
Schroeder was starting to make some shots. And even Lindy Waters, when he's in a game, you know what he's going to do. He's going to shoot threes.
He's not afraid.
And I don't think, here's the other thing. Steph's not shooting 44% from 3 anymore. He's shooting 39. So now your best three-point shooter in the league, one of the greatest shooters in history,
right?
He's at 39. So
and shooting a lot more, you know what I mean?
That's a problem. Buddy Hield's at 36. That's a problem. Draymond can't shoot him. Butler doesn't want to shoot him. Moody seems to, Moody's shooting 37%, but is he so much of a threat that he needs to be guarded out there?
Well,
Podziemski doesn't make a lot of threes. I mean, that's the one shortcoming, I think, of one of the shortcomings of this team, along with size.
Well, let me read Malcolm Brogdon. Is he still out there on the buyout market?
He's not.
Okay, wow.
No, the Wizards are building something in our nation's capital. How
about D'Lo?
Who's he playing for these days?
D'Angelo Russell?
Yeah.
He's on the Nets. He got traded.
You want LeBron?
Hold on.
Let's go to Elena in Arizona first. And Guru can get his bearings. Hey, Elena, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Cool. For me, I can understand why Buddy's playing, but I just want to go back to the fact that I feel like a lot of these players kind of are made not to fit. I feel like we're fitting them around. We're talking about fitting them around Steph, but I feel like being in there to fit around Draymond, because Dre can't play the 5 a lot because of his body, but then we're playing him the 4. Because we're playing him the 4, we keep assuming, then Moody and Kuminga have to adjust to that but then Draymond doesn't play the 4 well either. He doesn't stretch the floor well. Like, who misses layups? Did you guys see that missed layup that he had even at the Lakers? Like, nobody was on. No, it's an open floor. Like, if you know you can't make layups, dunk it. And I've seen you dunk, so I know you could put it in there. Just grab it and put it in. Like, and I feel like they just play really rushed. And I thought that's why they brought Jimmy, is when things are getting really paced up and rushed, he can slow things down. But no, they were just, and then Steph, come on, man. Like, I know he's great and incredible and whatever, but if you genuinely want to win, you got to look at yourself in the mirror. Like, the really weird, stupid passes they were making in the first half. Even Draymond, like, Steph and Draymond together were combined for majority of the team's turnovers. Like, and before, in the old days when you had all that firepower around you, you could afford that because you can come back, but you don't. And I think that needs to be realized. He's the only, and he's not even shooting it that great. And the reason why his percentages are so low is because Steph is trying to play hero ball and he keeps forcing these weird shots. And I'm like, you have Jimmy. Give him the ball in the post. The least you could do is he could do a turnaround fadeaway. And his percentages are great in the post.
I mean, it all makes sense, Elena. Appreciate the call. I mean,
the layups could be the kryptonite, man. How does NBA player or players work on that? That's what I call nastiness too. Take it up there and finish, or try to bap on somebody and get fouled. But to constantly, Steiny, have that be a part of your team, a trait, that's not good.
I mean, I just don't, when they got Jimmy Butler and they traded 4 guys for Jimmy Butler, I made a list of the roster of who it was then. And I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I was thinking that there's not enough here. There needs to be another player. And I think the problem the Warriors have is they don't have any players that solve more than 1 or 2 needs. For example, you just have to, and I think this is what Elena meant with Draymond Green. He's going to play 30 minutes a night. He just is. It's Draymond Green.
Should.
But he can't score. He can't stretch the floor. So, you're taking a guy whose strength is being a great defensive player, and he's helping you there, right, but he's hurting you offensively. And he just doesn't have to be guarded. He doesn't take threes when the game's on the line. And even if he does take a 3 with the game on the line, they're going to give it to him.
Right.
And I think what I'm trying to say is I get the Buddy Hield disappointment. I completely get it. But they're not going anywhere if 1 of 2 things happens. Like, he's got to start making some shots or they're not going anywhere.
And you're playing 3-on-5 if you get nothing from Buddy, basically, is what you're saying. Because you ain't getting nothing from Dre. And if Buddy just keeps coming up 0, then, I mean, man, what do you got?
Exactly. And I look at Steve Kerr, and I think he's going to give Buddy Hield a shot every night because he feels like, if Buddy's making shots, we'll be okay. If Buddy's not making shots, we're in trouble. But we've got to give him a chance every night to make shots. That's what I feel like where Steve Kerr is right now. And then if Buddy's not making shots, I mean, what, you expect Pods to make shots? I don't know.
And I keep focusing on Pods' great game the season a couple games back at 29, but since then he hadn't exactly been lighting it on fire either.
No, Rich in Fremont,
our man.
Hey, Rich.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Trying to stay dry in this weather, but it's not working out.
No.
Honestly, I just think last night as a team, they were just mentally unbalanced. I mean, you saw what was going on. I mean, the mental mistakes throughout that game was apparent. I mean, come on, guys. You can't make layups. The stupid passes. I mean, mentally, they just were not as a team. They just were not in that game. I mean, anytime I saw Buddy Hield, a couple of times he had the ball and he just wouldn't shoot it. And I'm thinking, okay, dude, you're a shooter. You're a shooter. That's what you're here to do. You're here to shoot. It's like, dude, if I'm your teammate, I'm like, you know what? Your job is to shoot, okay? Buddy Hield, your job is to shoot. If you miss a shot, I'm okay with it. But at least you took the shot. You know what I'm going to be upset at you about if I'm your teammate? It's when you get out there and you don't shoot at all. It's like, dude, help the team take the necessary shots.
Hey, Rich.
Every time you hit, it's going to help the team.
Yeah.
What's up?
Kerr has also talked about his players, and I think he's talking about Buddy, have lost their confidence. So maybe that's why you're seeing them reload or not let it fly. But you got to fix it. I'm with you, man.
Man, look, our confidence and no confidence. You getting paid to shoot, brother.
Yeah.
Shoot the ball. Thanks fellas.
Thank you, Rich. Appreciate the call.
Stoney. Moving forward.
I mean, I feel like last night they went out at the start of that game and Dallas didn't have any of their players and the Warriors were feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
And they run up and down for a quarter and the Mavericks are kind of leading. And I'm looking at the game and I'm thinking, all right, Warriors are still fine. There's no way Dallas should beat them like this. And then it's halftime and Dallas is up. You know, Dallas was up, I think, at the end of at the end of halftime, and the Warriors cut it to like 6. And then they were up big at the end of the third, and the Warriors cut it to 5 right at the end of the third quarter. So
Dallas was up 1 at half. Warriors cut into it right
exactly.
Then.
And they had I want to say the Warriors went on like a 12-1 run the last 2 or 3 minutes of that half.
Right.
What I'm getting at is, you know, they kept kicking the can down the road during the game, and the next thing you know, I'm looking up, and it's a two-point game with 4 minutes to go, and you know what? They're sitting with Kyrie Irving right now.
Man.
And now you're at the mercy of his greatness. And they just didn't play.
But you have Steph and Jimmy.
Well, guess what? Kyrie was better than both of them last night.
Well,
that's the position that you put yourselves in. You know, Jimmy Butler had a chance at the end to make a play, and he got called for a foul, and that's pretty much the ball game. That's the thing. If you let a team hang around, the next thing you know, you look up at the scoreboard and you're down, and you're realizing, man, if they make a couple plays here, they're going to beat us, and they do, and they did, and then the Warriors didn't make any plays. But I do think it was an urgency issue mostly. And that came from the start. And, I also think it shows you how difficult it is, or for whatever reason, for teams in the NBA to play super hard 82 times. Like, I think they went into yesterday's game thinking, all right, let's punch the clock tonight and beat Dallas. And then we'll take our chances with Houston. But they just punched the clock. That's all they did. And Dallas was better than him. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. Also, coming up after the break, your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
And now you see what Guru has to deal with. Steiny is a pro. He is a G.
I root for Africa.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You say Steiny is a bum?
Is a G.
No, what do you say before G? A pro.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I don't know if you felt it. We just had an earthquake in the East Bay.
I never. Well, we're in San Francisco.
Wow.
I never feel them. I'm impervious to that.
I'm not scared of them anymore.
I got a big ass. You were? Yeah, I'm anchored. I ain't going in.
Well, that's not good. You got to get up.
No, that's my point. Warriors, they're not in shambles.
I got to put a rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest.
Real quick, coming up in 40 minutes, Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors, is going to join us. And in 5 minutes, I'm going to give you the keyword to play Knockout at Chase.
Love it. Top 5, this randomly just came to me. Let's do a Mount Rushmore of Warrior killers. I think Kyrie gets the number 1 spot.
Okay.
I remember the Christmas game years ago when he still was with Cleveland and Bron, and he put on a show to win that game when they were wearing the hideous uniforms.
Okay.
So Kyrie number 1.
All right.
James Harden number 2. He had the Warriors, the Durant Warriors down 3-2. Come on now.
He never beat them.
That's like beating them. People hate him. You got a problem with it, Evan? Harden?
I'd go with LeBron over Harden.
Well, he was coming next.
I'd go with Norman Powell over James Harden.
Yeah. I like Powell. And then Chris Paul was going to be the 4th after LeBron.
I mean, last week it was Keontae George.
Dude.
Keon Ellis hurts him.
Man. Why would you bring up last year's hey, I was butchered, shout out Shasky, the buyout market. Reggie Jackson. What happened to his career? He used to be a dude.
Am I talking to Matt or Eric?
Let's go to Brendan in Nevada. He's noticed something about Draymond Green.
Uh-oh.
Brendan, how you doing?
Hey, Sonny. Hey, Guru. How you guys doing?
All right.
Doing well.
In the first 2 games with Butler, and there was a sense of joy, and you could see it and you could feel it. Being a former player and coach, if you're one of your leaders is having a bad attitude, bad body language, negative kind of overall effect, which Green was having last night for the majority of the game, and even Steph had to come over to him and calm him down for a minute. It deflates the whole team. And like he tried to make a straight line pass from 2 feet away to Buddy Hield in the middle of the lane. Then he got on Hield like it was Hield's fault.
Yeah.
Like you can't have that attitude and show that nonverbal expression on the court and be successful, especially from a leadership position like Draymond Green has. It just there was no joy last night, and I believe that he suffocated that joy, and it was in the first half. It was in the second half. It's like the old Draymond when he can't see past something negative and move forward.
You know,
it was glaring to me.
Well, let me ask you this, and because I've been talking to Goo about this, I kind of feel like he's been walking the edge for 2 weeks now. I think he's been more angry on the court than he was maybe the first 2.5 months of the season. Like something's bothering him.
Yeah, the ESPN telecast the other night, I didn't get Fitz and Kalina Stoddy. They were talking about it, but I'm like, to his point, I don't like him showing up Buddy that way. Well, and sometimes it's Draymond's fault, and he takes it all the way down court. The ball stops. Draymond's talking to the sideline almost, Stoddy, I'm guessing, like he's snitching on Buddy. It's like we all saw it. Let's move on. And Buddy takes the high road, comes up to him. What did you say? And I'm just like, and we're wondering why this dude can't hit the side of a barn. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Brendan, what do you think about that? Do you think, have you noticed that in the last couple of weeks?
No, the first 2 games was gone. His attitude was gone in the first 2 games, and you could see the joy, and everybody was talking about the joy the Warriors were playing with. And I didn't see it in the first 2 games from Draymond with Butler back, on the squad. But yesterday it was glaring, and you're right. At the beginning of the season it was glaring, And for some reason, he forgot about it for the first 2 games, but last night it showed up again. You cannot throw a straight line pass from 3 feet away in the key. Like, you just can't. No. And then you're going to blame it on somebody. Right. You're going to blame it on Buddy Hield. And then Buddy Hield is now, his confidence is wrecked. You know what I mean? So it's like, as a leader, he knows better. Like, he's got to pick those guys up, and he's got to show confidence in them. And when he's getting into them and dogging them for stuff that he did wrong, then it implodes the whole team. I mean, I used to coach, and you got one negative person, not let alone your leader, one of your leaders, then you're just asking for trouble, and you aren't going to win.
Appreciate it, Brendan. Brendan,
Yeah.
Thanks for the call.
I'm not so it ain't just me picking on. I see it.
Buddy Hield is the easiest guy on the team to pick on, and everybody does it. It's just Buddy Hield is the guy this year. Buddy Hield is the player who's getting fingers pointed at him for problems that are bigger than just his.
Well, then,
he's the scapegoat.
Well, he's
right
the new
now.
Klay Thompson, because if we want to keep it real, keep it PI, Stoney, when he left, all the joy was back, and little things were said that I thought were pointing at Klay.
Next question.
Yeah, I don't like when fans do that.
Well, the player's doing it, his teammate.
No, but I don't like when Buddy Hield wasn't as responsible for that loss as some other players. Like it starts with Steph. Like Buddy's not making shots. We know that. But nobody played great last night. Draymond had stretches. Butler was okay. Steph couldn't make a shot. Like you don't. Buddy couldn't make a shot. Like, nobody played well enough for them to win, I didn't think, last night.
Yeah, and I'll say this to you, because, I'm on the sideline. My fat butt's on the sideline watching these thoroughbreds play ball. But, Stoney, it's only been 3 games. Tonight will be 4 with Jimmy Butler. And as excited as I still am, they needed the move. Yet you look at the standings, there they are still fiddling around 10th. And if somehow a better team in record-wise beat you tonight, you're going to go into the break 1 under. Yeah. So all the stuff that I'm like, the euphoria of, I can't wait to the 7-game series. Could you imagine the Macbeth version of Warrior basketball?
Why can't you?
Because you can't lose games like last night.
They
Let's
did
do this. Let's have some fun.
You think everything's going to change with the snap of a finger?
I don't.
Can I do something first before you go off?
Okay, yeah, take your time.
The key word to play knockout at Chase is defense. Keyword is defense. When you hear that sounder, not now, but sometime before 1 o'clock, call into the contest line at 415-523-4652. Give them the keyword, and you're playing knockout at Chase Center. Go ahead, Goo.
Okay, and Evan, I want you a part of this, and the listeners.
I'm done.
This is why I'm really
today.
PO'd about the loss last night. Forget the position. This is just an exercise. Can we look at the Warrior roster and say, okay, you guys were without AD. So I'm going to say the Warriors were without Curry. You got a problem with that?
Okay.
Gafford.
They're 6-3 without Curry, though.
But hold on, I don't care about Ray. Gafford was out.
He stinks.
So I'm going to say Draymond is also out.
No chance.
Evan,
you cannot compare Draymond to Gafford.
Gafford's a baller.
He stinks.
Okay, Lively.
Now that he's different.
Okay. Got Lively?
Keep going.
Yeah.
Do you guys get where I'm going?
No, I don't.
I can't even have fun.
So you're saying if the Warriors are playing
Evan, that's all. They wouldn't win that game.
They might.
No, not fully at full health.
Is there a game this year where the Warriors have been down to their G Leaguers and won?
I keep thinking of 2 years ago. Who did they beat? Remember, was it Miami? Miami. But we don't have a new version. That's inexcusable last night, man.
I'm surprised you haven't brought up the stat that's really been bugging you. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Well, that's nice, Evan. Which?
1-21.
Oh, that doesn't bother me.
What are you?
It bothers you. It doesn't.
1-21 after trailing after 3. So Steph was right.
Well,
they're not built to come back.
But Steph's the best player on the team.
So he takes some ownership in this.
You would think, or you don't have to give him any ownership of it.
No, it's not
him.
man.
It's
when
not
we hook
him.
up with Steph here soon, hopefully.
He ain't come. He's.
We ain't gonna run into him?
I think we're done with him.
No, we
now.
have some of the best interviews with him ever.
Yeah, I know, but I think he's.
He asked us who our Masters pick were.
I think you guys are too big for him at this point.
He sent you a jersey. That's better than sitting down one-on-one.
Let's go to.
You guys just
Mike.
Exercise.
Mike's in Santa Clara. Hey,
Is this
Mike.
the guy that owes us golfing in Half Moon Bay? Oh no, it ain't. What's up,
guys?
baby?
Hey, Mike.
Oh, man. Yeah, I wish I was able to make it to that Pebble Beach Pro-Am for sure, but oh well. Hey, just a quick update, guys. I had called you guys a couple weeks ago saying that we were expecting our baby. She was born on January 27th.
Let's go.
A healthy baby girl.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, man.
What's her name?
We ended up going with Raya.
I like that, Raya.
Nice.
R-Y-A?
Yeah.
Yeah.
R-Y-A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All righty.
Anyway, guys, all right. So, watching the game last night, look, going off of what the previous caller, Brandon, was talking about with Draymond and his antics and his frustration, yeah, it's noticeable. But during the game, it wasn't just Draymond I was seeing that was just really frustrated. I'm not saying towards Buddy Hield, but you could see that Steph was out there frustrated, and just also with Steve Kerr, especially with, what really got to me was some of the calls that the refs made, they would call it, and then they would go the opposite way with it. I mean, it's ridiculous, especially with that kickball. That kickball really is what frustrated me the most.
Yeah, I didn't get that one either.
Yeah, I mean, there was just some loopy calls on that. So I put part of this also just on the officiating, but, it still doesn't take away the fact that, with especially three of their top players out, and Kyrie was just a baller last night. Let's just be honest on that. And he was just destroying us. But you could see it on Steph. You could see it on Draymond and Steve Kerr, obviously, getting teed up for those three calls that weren't called. I mean, they just looked really lost out there at a certain point, especially at the end of the game. So, again, I think that it wasn't just Draymond. It was a lot of the team that was frustrated, and because it's really rare when you see Steph really getting frustrated and waving his arms in the air like that, especially when a timeout gets called. So that's all I wanted to bring up, guys. But yeah, the officiating was just ridiculous last night.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, congrats on the baby.
Yeah, congratulations,
Raya, baby.
There's some
Raya.
stuff that I didn't get the kickball one either.
What? How? That's embarrassing.
So there's a couple things that
Gucci man, the ref.
There's a couple things. Okay, so the Warriors have played 3 games with Butler, and not a big sample size, but there is something that hit me about last night's game. All right, who hurt him?
Kyrie.
And who would have guarded Kyrie 2 weeks ago?
Wiggins.
Yeah.
Wow, Steiny.
And
who would have guarded Dame when they played Milwaukee?
Well, he had 10 turnovers, so they at least turned him over. But Butler's defense isn't quite like Wiggins out on the perimeter.
And he's older than Wiggins, and the fact that he's I'm using Rusty Steiny, that's what I saw. I said, so you're telling me the Butler didn't even take a chance? I was waiting on him to guard Kyrie. And that's what I said.
He took a turn or two.
Yeah, but not.
Yeah, and how'd it go? I'm just saying.
He gave everybody that work. Rihanna, work.
And you know what? Here's the other guy that does it. Dennis Schroeder. What was the game, Evan, where Schroeder was really good on the ball and Kerr talked about how he gave us great energy on the perimeter? He was guarding somebody better than him.
Well, he made a play late in the Phoenix win where he stripped Durant from behind.
Yeah.
But he's at least pesky.
No, he is real pesky.
So they don't have their pesky defender.
Well, Kuminga's coming back, though. He can pick up 94 feet, and I know he ain't the best help defender, but Steiny, I think right now he might be your best on-ball defender. Because point of attack, they're getting crushed right now.
Boy, that worries me a little bit.
It should.
Let's go to
the Rockets coming out to play.
He's not playing tonight. Not Draymond's playing. The guy who was the original.
He played last night.
Eason.
He played last night, though.
He's not playing tonight.
See,
he only had 25 last night.
Well, that helps us. You do not want to be one under at the break. But Phoenix is a carcass.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
So
San Antonio not doing it much better, Stotty. 3-7, both of them in their last 10.
Let's go to Filmo. Filmo, Mike's in the house. Hey, Philmo, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good. Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing well, man.
We got to get out the place. What's up, George? We got to play out the place some golf. But nah, I was thinking, man, everybody keep talking about Draymond and the attitude. What's up, Pop? You know, they got keep talking about the attitude problems. We miss free throws, bro. Like, you can't, like, we fundamentals. Our layup package, if you play 2K, our layup package is like 65 right now.
Right.
Missing all these layups. So it's like, why are we trying to make it seem like it's attitude problems and people not playing with joy? Bro, make your layups and you'll be happy because you won the game. Like, it's not brain science and rocket science. Like, we tricking off. Stop penciling games. Analysts, everybody, fans, stop saying, oh, we should win this game. And then the Warriors go off and trick off all these games. We tricking off 7-8 games in a year, bro. We could be a lot better.
Yeah.
It's fundamentals. You're not playing hard. Play hard. Steve Kerr said, we came out lackadaisical. Why are you coming out lackadaisical? You're not OKC, bro. Come out, play hard. Maybe in the third quarter, Steph ain't got to play. Jimmy ain't got to play. But they need to change their mindset. I don't know what the hell it is, but missing layups, missed like 8 layups last night.
It's frustrating.
Draymond, Steph, and the foul. We ain't even going to talk about the foul calls. James Williams, Gucci Man, I don't know what he doing. It's crazy out there. Kick balls that ain't being called. You trying to reverse calls that happen. When I would thought that you only look at the one play. You don't get to look at all these extra plays in the thing. Oh, he did this and that, and then the play goes. I don't get that. When something happened, oh, did the foul happen? No, we're not contesting that. We're contesting this, and they try to look at all these other extra plays that happened before. They don't do that no other time. But nah, man, we lost the game because we missed free throws and we tricked off 6, 7, 8 layups.
But Mike, 15 to 18 on the night. Only I know Steph missed that one, but they were 15 to 18. You're on point with everything else, but the free throw line last night, they only missed 3 out of 18.
You got to make your free throws, bro, to go up one. That's huge. That changes the whole dynamic of the game.
No, come on now. I hear you.
You go up one off 2 free throws.
Hey, Philma.
When is your best player?
I wanted to ask him something. Yeah. I bet he has a lot of action this weekend. All-star.
We got it tonight.
Atco Pest Control is paying $10 for a super chat. It says Steiny explain. Why don't I just change it to Guru? Explain to me why we haven't made the playoffs since JP left. Jordan Poole. He had 42 last night, by the way.
5 and 5.
And 45 the other night. And Jimmy makes more than Wiggins, JP, and Clay combined. So what did we really accomplish?
Well, I'll say this to that. I'm the biggest, and I'm not ashamed of it, and I told you, I'm the biggest Jordan Poole fan there is. It was not natural, him leaving. There was a family fight and a divorce it was imminent, and that's why we lost him. Have we done a good job of replacing him? No. But now we can't, that's old stuff, Stoney. We got to move forward. But the bottom line, what I want to ask you and Evan, and I'm not putting it at the doorstep of these 3, but they're the bigs. When you talk about Looney, Post, and TJD, Stoney, those are not the most athletic bigs. So to me, it starts there when you got big dudes that can't just take the ball up and flush it off a good dime. They can do it every now and again, but now it's starting to filter out. Steph misses his share, and we're seeing it more. But this is an athleticism issue when you have a team, because we're saying it pretty, because we're not trying to be mean. But when you can't finish, Steiny, to me, that's athleticism.
It's part of it. They aren't athletic.
We don't got no.
They aren't athletic.
No, you know what? Amari Stoudemire to give it to him or take it up and just dunk it. Lynn Bias, nothing remotely close. We got heavy foot dudes down there. And Looney's part of it. As much as I love Looney, we're missing bunnies.
Let's put Rats on the Table, sponsored by Atco.
Where you going?
Let's rank these guys on athleticism.
Okay. All right, I'm your guy.
Curry, below average. Butler, average athlete, I would say. NBA, I'm comparing them to other NBA players. Draymond Green,
below average.
Kuminga,
Above.
Okay. Pajemski.
Average. Oh, below average. All right.
Buddy.
Come on. Pods can dunk. No, I'm just. Why you got. No, not like. See, now it sounds like I'm caping for him. Pod's athleticism, Steiny, is what? I'm not saying he's AI. He's not. He got some Fred Astaire to his. He got to Steve Nash for his body type.
The Warriors
he's
are woefully unathletic
all right, we can
compared with other NBA teams.
That's a problem. That's why Kuminga being out this long has really hurt.
We got to change the bar on athleticism.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, boy.
If it's just dunking.
I know.
No. Meaning,
I'm just saying.
Jumping at Evan got. Oh boy, Evan. You guys.
Hey Kenny. Pods can dunk.
I will never get.
Actually, you know
again.
What? I'm trying to picture him dunking.
I've seen him. Steiny, stop.
What's Steph Curry?
Oh.
Yeah, I think he threw one down not too long ago.
He's got to bounce that thing, like he does in warm-ups.
He's got to be downwind.
No, they're not athletic.
Like, let's say you work at B of A, all of us. If you can dunk a basketball, athleticism, you're already average. Like that, that's
not
impressive.
For NBA. These are the
But
best.
Pods is not 6'10", Steiny.
What's your point?
Then I think he's average athleticism.
Okay. Well,
but you're saying the whole
you got
NBA.
7 average guys and 1 guy
he's more athletic than Chris Paul.
Who?
I'm trying to Pods. I'm trying to go through all these guards now.
Is he more athletic than Jordan Poole?
No, hell no.
Is he more athletic than any of the players he will have to guard tonight on the Houston Rockets?
No, this is Athletic City. This is the real Kawakami and Marcus Thompson, the athletic. Well, he's at the stand. Drop at TK. You know what I mean? These dudes, it felt like open gym in the first half of that game last night. I'm going to just say it.
Well, I wish you would have come out with that. Instead, you were saying, pretty good effort by the guys.
You guys are hard, man.
I'm just kidding.
No, but athleticism is an issue. And Butler, I think you robbed him of, come on now.
I robbed him of what?
Athleticism.
He used to be.
Yeah, he's 35, Goo.
Well, he ain't played in 30 days.
And your point is? Just say, Steiny, you're right. They're very unathletic. Goo.
What about GP2? I'll wait. Above average.
My fault.
Steiny the dude. Come on, man.
But this is what you got to understand. If you drop Gary Payton II onto the Houston Rockets right now, he'd be one of their least athletic guys.
Nah, see, he's got.
I'm just saying.
Steiny, his bounce is. He's got some bounce to him.
He's a little bouncy.
He could play D. Got slippery hips.
And he really. Oh my gosh. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. A couple things coming up on the other side. One is your official shot to play knockout. We're running out of spots. I think we have 5 more. On the other side, I'm going to give you the keyword to play knockout at Chase. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Mike Dunleavy, Golden State Warriors general manager, and Guru is going to grill him. And Guru's already told Raymond Ritter that he's coming down Dunleavy's road for this team's lack of athleticism. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You are really special, man.
You ever take a drug test?
Wow. Yeah, a couple jobs I used to have, I had to take them.
Did you pass?
Of course. They had this thing called the Whiz, where you go by and it helps you pass.
Oh.
Yeah, it was
Michael Jackson?
Good movie.
I used the old, I took one like, what's it, 19? Oh boy, about 32 years ago.
Now it's legal.
Passed with flying colors.
Yeah. Had you ever lost a job because you flunked one? That I have not.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I didn't partake until Snoop Dogg hit the scene. That's why I said in high school, a lot of my teammates, the stars, were doing that stuff. Cheech and Chong. Yeah. I feel like had I done that, I might have went to the league.
Have you guys ever not gone after a job because they require a drug test?
That's great. I can say no, Stoney. I was a bit of a square, man.
Yeah, it's not actually worth it.
Well, no, but
tell the truth.
But it's noted. You know, there's some jobs that you want more than others. Let's just put it that way. Mike Dunleavy joining us at 1 o'clock.
He's got to be
Dunleavy. And coming up in the next 10 minutes, you're going to hear a sounder, and that's your cue to call in, give the keyword for your shot to play. Knockout at Chase Center. Let's go to Sirius in Oakland. What's up, Sirius? How you doing?
Well, once again, you guys are the best.
Oh, thank you.
I have to say, Steiny and Guru, you guys are like my favorites.
Wow. Thanks, man. That means a lot.
Well, Steiny, I like you so much because you're not nice. A lot of people take niceness for kindness, and I think that your respect to the game is because of your intellect that uses the numbers and logistics, which makes you such a cerebral person. And Guru is passionate.
I almost don't even want to hear after that one for Stoney, but go ahead, baby.
I'm just saying, Guru, bro, you are passionate. You make us love listening to all of our takes on whatever teams we're dealing with. Whatever teams we're dealing with. You guys are gentlemen, and a gentleman definition is that anybody that makes anyone around them comfortable. I feel you guys do that. Now, back to my guy, Jimmy Butler. We keep talking about this guy, right? I think that he understands the gelling and the offensive awareness of a team. And he knows he ain't trying to be Steph Curry, but he do like playing with Steph Curry. And I keep thinking, my God, do we got to play against this guy? Shit, he in the finals again? That's how I think about Jimmy Butler when I think about him. I go, damn, we got to play against this guy? But now the weight is lifted off my shoulders because we don't got to play against them. And I'm sorry for anybody that got to play against Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. We ain't worried about Steph. We know Steph gonna kill. He the babyface assassin. We know he gonna kill. We ain't got. I watched 3 documentaries about him on YouTube. We know Steph wasn't supposed to be here, and he somehow superseded. So we can't talk about him no more. Now watch this. I did the research on Andre Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga. They have the highlight dunks. If you go on YouTube, you can look up all of Andre Wiggins' best plays was when he was with the Timberwolves. He had like 2 or 3 dunks that was tremendous, like the one on Luka when he played for the Warriors. Those are the best things about JK, right? Wiggins only had his best plays when he was with the Wolves.
Thanks a lot, Sirius. Appreciate the call. I think Wiggins' best year, though, was probably the year of the Warriors all the way around.
Yeah, 2022. And you know what? I'm being real right now, Stoney. This one was ramping up to be his second best. How about that? This year, what he had done was, what are you laughing at?
Should we drug test callers?
Pods can dunk. You guys, you're my National Enquirer. You guys take what I say and then make it to what you want it to be. I just said his athleticism is not, he's not Yeah, he's not. What's the word Barkley uses?
He can dunk.
No, but there's a word for big guys that aren't good. A stiff. Pod's got a little ha-ha to him.
Let's go to Sinkhole in San Francisco. He thinks Pods might be an issue. Hey, Sinkhole.
Wow.
Good morning, Steiny and Guru. Love you both. Love your show. Yeah, man, it's one of the best shows ever, if not the best. I just have a problem. Been watching every night some of the shot selection. And I know the Warriors are picking up pieces from Draymond, who had Clay's name in his mouth during negotiations, and, of course, the infamous punch. And so now we're picking up the pieces, and we're trying to find bodies that can actually produce and win games. And I know Guru gives us stats on Pods, but it's not enough to win games. And you know what? When Pods makes a three, he thinks he's Steph Curry. He is not a sharpshooter. He needs to make better choices. Last night, he missed the bunny, dunked the ball. And, I mean, you can see that he needs work on, like, one play. He'll show exactly what he needs to work on. One play, he'll come down, chuck up a ill-advised three. Next play, he's fouling. And then the next play, it's a turnover. Three instances on one play, 2 plays. And he's done that. He did that in the sack game. He did that against the Lakers. I just think that someone needs to lock him in the gym, and he needs to just play within yourself. I think a lot of players get on the court and they want to be like Steph. They're pushing out one-handed passes just like Steph, which equals turnovers. You're not Steph. Play within yourself. And I hope Jimmy Butler doesn't start drinking the three-pointer Kool-Aid, because that's not what he does good. Play within yourself, go to the rack, get fouled, and make your free throws. But Pods just needs some work. I'm not trying to trash Pods.
I hear you.
No, I hear you too.
Listen,
he's a hustler, and that's why you're going to get stats.
Right. Hey, Sinkhole, thanks a lot. We got Mike Dunleavy coming up. All right, there it is. There's your cue to play Knockout at Chase Center. Be caller number 1 to 415-523-4652, and you are in the Knockout Tournament at Chase. One more time, 415-523-4652. First caller to give the keyword is playing Knockout at Chase Center. 415-523-4652. Call in with a keyword. Look, Pods right now, for my liking, is a little too high risk, high reward.
Break that down.
Well, I think he, I don't want to judge him as a whether he's a smart player or not, but not crazy about sometimes his shot selection. Decision making, so, but he's the kind of guy that when you put him in off the bench, you're going to get something from him. Okay. Like he won't go into the game and play 16 minutes and you won't notice him. He'll do something. Some of it'll be good and maybe some of it won't, but I think Kerr likes to use him because he interjects himself into the game, and sometimes it can be a positive.
Okay, and listen, I'll say this, Donnie, because I hope like hell I'm not coming off telling you or sounding people like I'm telling you Pods is Isaiah Thomas. But what's kind of uncanny and something we kind of glossed over is we were with Kirk Lakeup yesterday, Steiny, and he talked about the sophomore year to Pods. My point being is this team looks so lethargic, even with Wiggins at times, and I'm not blaming somebody, but I'm like, where's the energy? What's going on? Pods brings that. So when he was hurt and gone, all I said, Steiny, was I noticed when he comes back because his ass is hustling. He has no business out-rebounding half his teammates, but that's just what he does. So my whole point is he can play on my time, play on my team anytime, and he made all-rookie league. If I know that was last year, all-rookie team. But Steiny, man, I'm just telling you, he gives you energy. And to me, that's how I try to live my life, man. Who can have this too? Come on now.
Yeah, you're reaching.
Yeah, bad
In fact,
defense.
it almost feels like you don't know what you're going to say.
No, Pods can dunk. I give up.
Here's how. So Goo, Pods last year played 26 minutes a night. He's playing 25 this year.
Okay.
Last year shot 45.5 from the field.
I'm going to guess that's lower this year.
43.
Well, not by that much.
3-point shooting. 38.5 last year, 32 this year.
Now and
he's taking more.
Oh yeah.
So that's a big problem.
Now let's be real.
Free throw shooting, 73% this year. It was 63 last year, and even his rebounding is down 1 a game.
Now I could say this: if your friend, our friend Stoney Joe Laker, pulled up on us, I could say, "Hey Joe, do you regret, just from a psychological standpoint, if your pods, you saying you think he could be an all-star?" And I'm not saying he can't, but did he really need to hear that at that? They empowered him. And then we heard all this scuttlebutt and reports, Donnie, that he was untouchable. And then what did pods tell us? To no fault of his own, they told me to go to the lab and let it fly more. And I think maybe that was the worst thing to happen to him coming into this season, to where he came in like Ice Cube, early America's Most Wanted, Stoney album, straight jacking.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, let's go out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's bring in Mike Dunleavy, the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Obviously, he was busy a week ago and plenty before that. Mike, thanks for joining us. And I'll just start with Jimmy Butler. He's played 3 games. And what have you liked so far in those 3 games as a Warrior?
Well, hey, guys, thanks for having me.
Sure.
I think as far as Jimmy goes, what I've liked is the player. This is a guy that's a really, really good basketball player. And I think maybe some of that was lost with all the stuff going on in Miami. But for us to be able to add him mid-season, we just felt like that was the right piece to add. We needed an infusion of talent at the top of the roster. And, to get Jimmy is huge. And I think these first few games have shown just what he can bring to the team on both ends, the playmaking defensively, offensively, getting to the rim, getting fouled. It kind of brings a whole new dynamic and element to our team that we felt like we needed. And, last night was tough, disappointing loss for sure. But I think we're heading in the right direction.
Mike, job well done. That's me. Nobody cares, but job well done. But let me ask you this, man. As much as you can you take us to the last 48 hours leading up to the trading deadline? Because from fans' perspective, all we're doing is hearing these reports left and right, refreshing Twitter. But what's it like for you the last 2 days leading up to the deadline?
Yeah, it's madness. It's pretty crazy. I mean, frankly, for me, the 10 days before was pretty busy and wild. But narrowing it down to those last 48 hours when we were able to secure the deal with Jimmy, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of stuff put out there. And for me, just trying to keep the blinders on and stay focused on making a deal. I felt like for this team, we knew what we needed. We needed to make a move. And you don't want to just make a move to make a move, but knowing those two things, if we had to get better and it would feel good to make a move, there was a lot of pressure and necessity to do that. So it was a lot going on, but I feel like we got what we needed to do done. And it was exciting. It went from, a little nerve-wracking and maybe a little just stuff was up in the air to having the certainty of getting a player like Jimmy felt great.
Mike, and we're joined by Mike Dunleavy, the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Mike, one thing I've always been fascinated with, and I'm not looking for details, but Pat Riley runs Miami, and I guess they have Andy Ellsberg, who's their vice president. You guys have you. I know Kirk. You work closely with Kirk. I mean, how many people in each front office are kind of making calls, and to what level of another team's front office, and then if you get information, who do you take it to? I mean, do you have like 3 or 4 people making contact with other teams, or is it solely you?
No, it's mostly me. I've got a great support staff, and we definitely connect with other teams in different ways. And a lot of my guys reach out and feel things out. But a deal like the Butler deal, that's mostly me and Andy and Pat. Those high level things are, you can't get too many people involved. And I'm obviously keeping, Joe and Kirk really in the loop on this stuff. But those types of deals are pretty small. And, a lot was reported about the Luka deal with Dallas. I mean, you saw what that was. Just a few people know. And that's generally how these things go when you get talking about, high-end players and big moves.
Hey, Mike, it's kind of funny. A lot of times, a lot of fans and people from the outside think you guys are robots and don't have emotion. But, again, just me asking you, walk us through you trying to add a player to this team to become better and then also having to say goodbye to a guy that's been a great Golden State Warrior and Andrew Wiggins, who definitely was emotional about it.
Yeah, it's bittersweet. I mean, I told the team the day the deadline passed, this is our team, but don't get it twisted. This is my least favorite time of year. I know the players are a little uneasy about it. They're a little bit on edge. Well, so am I. So is our front office. We don't like trading players. We like the guys we have, but this is a business. We need to be better. It's results oriented, and we felt like we needed to do a move that got us to where we want to go. And so, talk to Wiggs, not an enjoyable call. He's a pro. He understands. And I think the biggest thing from our end is just the appreciation we have for him and what he's brought to our franchise. And that'll never go away. He's always welcome back. Who knows? Maybe he moves back to the Bay Area when he's done playing or whatever. But, tough thing to do. But, you got to swallow it and do what's best for the organization. I felt like that's what we did.
Mike Dunleavy joining us on 95.7 The Game. I know, you sent out 4 players and you brought back 1, and then you guaranteed Quentin Post. For people out there who may not be fluent in salary cap ease and stuff like that, is my understanding right that you have to sign at least 1 more player and you can do more than that? But are there any restrictions you have in terms of the buyout market and all that stuff?
Yeah, for the time being, we have 12 guaranteed roster spots. We can only carry 12 for a couple of weeks. So we'll do something coming out of the All-Star break next week. We'll probably add a couple spots as the rules work. And then we'll see. We can do that in a fashion of ways, whether it's 10-day contracts for short term, or we can sign rest of season contracts. There's ways to do it, which we'll do. And then from there, the buyout market stuff is always, flowing. We basically have until the end of February for players to become available that will be playoff eligible. So we'll monitor that. But, for the most part, we've got 12 good players. We like our team. We're comfortable with that. I mean, if something comes up that we feel like makes us better, we'll jump on it. But, we like the guys we have. And at this point, we're probably going to be adding into the roster players, which is good. I mean, maybe that comes from our G League. Maybe that comes from the buyout market, the open market. But, that's the way we're looking at it right now. I don't see any saviors coming in that we're going to sign that are free. Those are pretty rare. But the good news is, based on our apron status and where we're at, we are eligible to sign buyout players if one did become free.
Oh, wow. Hey, Mike, I'm curious, man. I want to ask you this question. I know in the offseason you guys were rumored to be attached to Paul George marketing, and it didn't happen. And I'm wondering, did you feel, at the deadline, any added pressure to get a deal done? And was there relief when you got Jimmy Butler in a Warrior uniform and that extension?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know there's any added pressure. It just felt like watching the team this season, I felt like something needed to be done, and I felt like we needed to add talent. So making that happen is not easy. You heard about this stuff this summer. It's hard to make deals. It's hard to acquire high-end players. So to be able to get a player of Jimmy's caliber, we're really fortunate that guy's available at all. And then to be able to get a deal done, to have the assets to do that, the matching salary and all that. So, yeah, I mean, I guess there's a sense of relief. I think maybe just in general with the deadline passing, kind of move on to basketball here, focus on our team, watch some college basketball, get ready for the draft. That stuff sort of shifts, and it's nice to have the trade stuff behind us.
Mike, when did you overlap with Jimmy as a player? Was it his rookie year?
No, we played together in Chicago for 3 years. I think it would have been his second, third, and fourth.
Okay.
And I was, I don't know.
Yeah, let me ask you about that, because in those 3 years, he went from 8.6 to 13 and then 20 points per game. I mean, what did you see in him that made him a player you would end up trying to acquire, 14 years later?
Well, ironically, I think when we built out our player development program, he, to me, is like the prototype of how player development should go. You draft a guy at the end of the first round. He plays a little bit his rookie year. His second year, he takes another step. His third year, he takes off. and the rest is history. And Jimmy, I saw it firsthand, the work he put in on a daily basis, the way he was coached and drilled, and it was fun to see. But I also knew, like, playing with him as a teammate, being in high-pressure situations, being in the playoffs, what it's like to be in a foxhole with the guy. And for that reason, I felt he'd be a perfect fit here. And I know you age and things change over time, but I knew those were some of his core principles that have made him who he is as a pro. And for that reason, just felt like it was as close to a no-brainer as possible for us to make this deal and get a player of his stature.
Hey, Mike, I'm one of those guys, I'm not fixated on the birth certificate, but a lot's being made. Butler's 35, Curry about to be 37, and Dre's in his 30s. That doesn't scare me. I'm the eye test guy. Let me see what it looks like. Can you walk us through, and you kind of did, adding another 30-year-old to Steph Curry and Draymond Green, that kind of signals to me that that Steph has a lot left.
Yeah, we think all three of those guys do, just from watching them play. And I think you're kind of the mid-30s, the 34, 35, 36 is a lot younger than it ever has been. I mean, you look at LeBron, what he's doing with the Lakers at 40, with modern medicine, the way the guys take care of their bodies, the way we watch them throughout the course of the season with load management. I just think guys have a lot more left in the tank based on maybe an age number, something like that. So I think we're good with where those guys are at. It kind of defines our timeline a little bit. We're committed to that. It's not like we're looking at something that's going to go on here 5-6 years with Steph and Draymond. So adding Jimmy just kind of lines up nicely. And now it's our job to kind of enhance around that and keep building. We like our young guys. We like the assets we have. So I think we're in good shape.
Mike, we're talking to Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Jonathan Kuminga's been injured. He's probably going to come back, I guess, hopefully shortly after the All-Star break. I know you're not the coach and you're not going to pretend to know about his role, but what do you as a franchise envision his impact to be when he comes back? How do you assess him back in this lineup and whether he can impact it in a positive way?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see from him what we kind of saw the last 6 games he played before he got injured. I thought he really was turning the corner in terms of some of the stuff he was doing offensively with attacking the rim, making plays, getting fouled, rebounding the ball. Defense was going to a different level. I mean, with the loss of Wiggins and Schroeder, we'll ask him to be even more on the ball, defending, primary threats on the other end. So I think there's a huge role for him. The biggest thing right now is just getting him back, getting him healthy, getting him back into shape and rhythm and all that. But I think we can use a guy like Jonathan Kuminga. In some ways, we're looking at like another addition after the trade deadline.
Hey, Mike, I know you can't tell me all your secrets and everything, but I am curious, and I think a lot of fans are, how involved what are the lines of communication with the vets, the OGs like Steph and Dre, that communication leading up to the deadline?
Yeah, I mean, I have great communication with those guys, whether it's leading up to the deadline or free agency or really throughout the year on different stuff going on with our team. So that kind of is what it is. Those guys, I value their opinion just like I value people on my staff or coaching staff opinions, ownership opinions. So I'm the type of person that kind of takes everything in, wants to listen to people, hear what they have to say, and then make a good, sound decision.
Mike, this is your second All-Star game, but obviously you're in the host city. What's the difference between being the general manager of a team hosting the All-Star game as opposed to wherever it was last year that I can't remember?
Well, the big difference would be my presence. And when it's not in San Francisco, I don't really feel like I need to be there. Gotcha. But this time around as the host team, it's great. It's an incredible honor. I think our city will do a great job. Hopefully we get some better weather here, get the sun out. But otherwise, I think we're set up for it great. Our facilities are amazing with Chase Center and Thrive City. And I think it'll be a really fun weekend. And it's kind of our opportunity to host and show off the Bay Area and the Warriors organization. And I know we'll do a great job.
Yeah, we're excited. Mike, before we let you go, I want to ask you about Buddy Hield. I mean, Curry's giving him run, and it's obvious, he's struggling a bit. But can you walk us through what you see through from Buddy Hield through the Mike Dunleavy prism?
Yeah, I thought, I think Buddy's had actually some pretty good games recently. Last night, wasn't one of his better ones, but we need his shooting. We need his offense. He brings really good energy to the team and the game. And, he's a guy that we're going to rely on as, the rest of the season. I think anytime you can surround guys like Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph with shooting, it's important. That's hard to find. And Buddy's a guy that can make shots. And, we're looking forward to him this weekend, the 3-point contest. It'll be fun to watch him there. But I think he'll have a nice second half of the season and, get a little break here and be ready to come back strong.
Mike, do you guys set a goal as a franchise either before the deadline or after the deadline? Or do you just go out and try to win as many games as you can? Or are you saying, let's try to get to a certain number of wins or a certain spot in the standings?
Yeah, I think right now where we stand, we've kind of talked about it as the playoffs begin now. Every night matters.
Yeah.
Last night was just a huge, it felt like losing game 5 on the road in a playoff series is really what it felt like. So that's how it's going to be for the next, 28, 30 games, however many we have left. Every night matters. These stadiums are so tight. Usually every night you're playing not only playing the standings, but you may be playing a tiebreaker. Last night was a tiebreaker game for us against the Mavericks, and these games are counting double. So I would hope, everybody understands that, feels it, the players, the coaches. We got to be in playoff mode. That's the situation we put ourselves in right now with kicking some of these games throughout the year, which have been really, really disappointing. But, if you like the playoffs, might as well get it started early.
Yeah, no doubt, Mike. I'm looking at your young players, and I'm excited, but Quentin Post has emerged. What are you seeing from him, and what does he got to do to get more time? Because, he's rapidly becoming a fan favorite, a stretch 5 that we always wanted.
Yeah, Quinn can really shoot the ball. Obviously, we like that with him. And I think watching him in college, just his overall all-around game, good passer, good feel for the game. Defensively, he sees it. I think any rookie that comes in, you got to adjust to the speed, the physicality, the length, all those things. And he's getting there with that. But right now, at this point in the season, we're pretty pleased that he's a guy that Steve can start. He can throw in there for some minutes. I think he complements the rest of the roster pretty well. So we're excited about him now. And we're excited about him in the future.
Mike, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. I know you're busy this weekend. Try to enjoy it and appreciate your time, man.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, feeling good, Stan. You got a deal done?
You know what I've sensed? That was a bad loss last night. That's what I'm sensing.
To break that down a little bit.
There's what,
29 for them.
There were 29 games left. It's kind of like a pennant race. It really is. Now we can get too bogged down in the numbers, but we know the Warriors got to win. They got to win 2 out of 3 games essentially from here on out. And they had a chance last night to not only beat a team they're directly competing with, but they got a team that was absolutely positively banged up.
Oh man.
And they blew an opportunity, and I think people look at basketball standings different. And like Rick Barry said, they still have time. And they do have time.
But not as much as I felt like he thought.
Not if you lose 4 or 5 at any point.
And if you win,
that's the problem.
In order to gain, ground, you need the other. There are 2 things in play, duh. Stoney, you need the other teams to lose. And sometimes that doesn't happen. Well, and you are right. That might be worse than the Utah game to me. Just for what was at stake, where you're at, and who they didn't have at their disposal.
So the Warriors are 27-27 right now, and they're in 10th place. So, and I'm going to do this all the way in. So if they go 19-9, that's 46-36. That gets them 10 games over.
That's a play-in for sure.
Well, if you go 19-9, you're going to be in the play-in at least.
And I don't like that. When has this team ever done that? Well, it's a new team.
Done what?
Go 19-9.
Well, they went 12-3, so they need another stretch like that. And it does look. It looks to me as though 46 got the Warriors 8 or 9 last year. Was it 9? Was it 8? They
were
played
on
Sacramento.
the road. They were on the road.
Right, so they must have been 10. No, they weren't 10 last year, were they? I can't remember. Anyway, 46, there are more teams bunched up toward 500 this year. So if they could somehow get to 46 wins, I think they'll be at worst probably 7.
But moving forward, and I know Jimmy Butler's going to get they were 10, Steiny.
Jeez.
Yeah, one and done. If you can't expect, just from a fan standpoint, them to win yesterday's game with what Dallas had going on, again, nobody cares about this because it has no bearing on the score or the outcome. But the bottom line, just how you feel, the confidence level, if I can't expect them to win yesterday's game, then tell me the game on the schedule that we can. And that's why I thought was so symbolic of it, swapping Wiggins, not blaming him. We love everything he did to get a gangster like Butler. Last night's games were kind of past us. I thought those were we were done with them. But to live that with Jimmy Butler is kind of, And then now we go into Houston.
Yeah, I mean, like Philmo Mike was talking about it earlier. Like, this team's not good enough to start penciling wins in. They just aren't. I mean, I'm going in the last.
Do you think they came out like that, or that's just I heard Mike say it. I was like, I'm not saying he's wrong. He feels how he feels, but what got you thinking that? I thought the game was over as soon as they put on the jersey and got done with their layup line.
Well, I mean, the other team has Kyrie Irving, and to a lesser extent, Klay Thompson.
And you got Butler, Curry, and Draymond.
But the bottom line is,
Kyrie was bad.
What I think happened last night was the Warriors tried to win a game without expending as much energy as they wanted to. And they went out there, and the first half comes and goes, and we got a ball game. And then the third quarter comes, and now Dallas starts making some shots, and Kyrie's hitting buckets, and the next thing you know, it's the fourth quarter, and you're down 11 early in the fourth quarter. You make a run, you take the lead, but it's that old saying where coming back from that deficit probably took too much out of you, and you couldn't finish off the game.
Right. Let me read this to you from the 415, Stoney, because it's scaring me, but damn, just reading it is like, woo. Speed, physicality, and length, 3 things the Warriors lack. How would you respond to that? Speed, physicality, and length. We talked about the length component earlier.
I mean, the physicality, by getting, I get it, he's not considered a physical player, but Butler makes him more physical defensively. Draymond's pretty physical, but they don't have a big body in there.
And that's the point of the game. Butler's not going to, and Steph are not going to shoot every shot. Just like Moody had his chance to be the hero, or I really thought put the Warriors up and kind of win the game. You got to depend on the others, and that's mainly who I'm talking about, Stoney. Like all the bigs we talked about, and I love Post, but is he down there throwing his weight around?
Well, do you want you talking about the defensive end or the offensive end?
Both.
Yeah, I don't think he's got much of a interior game at all. I mean, I think his specialty's 3-point shooting. Defensively, he's slow, but he tries. And it looks like he's got a little bit of a mean streak in him, which is good. Means he's competitive.
And TJD can dunk with the best of them, but when he can't, and he can't finish down there, it's like, man, I'm not shocked at what's happening. Like you say, he's out the rotation.
I know.
Yeah,
because they have 2 guys better than him now. I'm still just. I mean, I know he had 1 dunk over Wemby, but Jackson Davis can dunk with the best of them.
No, boy, we're really the odd couple. No, Stoney, we can't hate on him. Yeah,
I'm not hating on him.
That one for Wemby is in the books. Like he'll go out there left-handed, cock it back, and it'll look pretty.
He's left-handed.
My whole point is his buckets, like all of them, seem like they're dunks, Donnie.
That's because he can't shoot.
Yeah.
No, he hasn't played much at all for the Golden State Warriors lately.
And I don't see that changing.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what they do on the buyout market. They're going to add a player. I think they need a backcourt player to my way of thinking, more than a front court player. I mean, to me, Reggie Jackson's like a poor man's Schroeder.
I don't know what's happened to him.
If you like that.
What do you really think you're getting out there? You know what I mean? The pickings are slim.
I mean, see, here's the problem.
You can bring the ball up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, listen, though. You go get a guy like Reggie Jackson.
Right.
How old is he?
Older than whatever's on his birth certificate because he's been injured all outdoors.
So this is where the Warriors have to be careful, too. You bring in Reggie Jackson. Are you checking his age?
Yeah.
If you bring in Reggie Jackson, and now Reggie Jackson starts playing because Kerr's relying on him.
34.
He's 34.
So he'll fit right in.
Well, no, that's the issue. I mean, do you want to bring a Reggie Jackson in here at 34 years old? And whose minutes are he taking?
Let me ask you this. Who are you bringing in and why? Because it sounds like they are. Kerr brought it up and so did. And you said they seem light in regard to guards.
I think they are.
So I'm asking you, like, if it's not Reggie, there's not a lot to choose from.
No, you're right. And that's a fair point. First of all, anybody they bring in is going to be probably not a perfect player. Exactly. But again, if you're bringing in a 34-year-old, you're probably going to play him. And if you play him, that's going to come at the expense of other guys, probably younger guys. And that's something that to me wouldn't go over well with the fans if all of a sudden you're running Reggie Jackson and Steph Curry out there, Butler and Draymond Green, and Looney. Woof. I mean, it's they got to win. They got to start winning by any possible way. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up on the other side, we will give you an opportunity to go to Vegas with $20,000 in your pocket. I'll tell you how to do that on the other side. Then coming up on the crossover, your chance to win tickets to the Rising Stars game and the All-Star practices on Saturday at Oracle. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Honda of Vallejo's President's Day sales event is going on now. Don't delay. Big savings through Monday. Low payments, huge inventory, which means great deals on the Honda of your choice. HondaofVallejo.com, your Honda savings store on the 80 corridor.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I've been watching a show called Below Zero. It's about life in the bush.
Steiny, you're wrong, buddy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, anybody want to go to Vegas in March with about $20,000 in their pocket? I can tell you how. You want to go to the college basketball championships at Circa Hotel, best downtown hotel in Vegas. They've got the best sports viewing in the Las Vegas Valley. You can watch the games, Goo, from the pool.
We done that.
Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to give away a prize to a person, and then they can invite 3 guests, and you each get $5,000 for $20,000 total to take with you down to Vegas. All you have to do is download the Odyssey app. You log in, and if you listen for 1 hour or more, you are automatically signed up to enter the contest. So, again, you want to download that Odyssey app, log in, and listen for at least an hour, and you got a shot to go to Vegas with $20,000. Thank you very much. Oh, and then coming up in 15 minutes, we'll give away some other stuff. What? We'll give away tickets to the Rising Stars.
I love that. That's awesome.
What's your problem?
Wu-Tang on the chat saying my suit looks like it's $100. And then you're smiling.
I'm not smiling.
More than that, buddy.
I'm not smiling. Yeah. Let's go to Horace in Texas. Hey, Horace, how are you, my man?
I'm doing wonderful. Are you guys doing wonderful?
Yes, sir.
Great. You know, I've been listening to both shows today off and on, and I've been pretty much agreeing with all of you guys on all of your takes as far as what the problem is and what the problem ain't and who's doing what, who's not doing what they're supposed to do. And I agree with all of that. But I've been thinking about one thing. When you look back at all the games that we've lost all year, there's really been a handful of games that we actually got outplayed. The rest of them, we just beat ourselves. We give the games away. We throw the ball away. We miss free throws. We miss layups. I mean, there's not much that other teams are doing to us that cause us to lose. We just do it to ourselves. And if we don't stop doing that, we can forget it. Because, I mean, I'm just looking at how we play. And it's like, I'm looking at this like there's nothing that other teams are really, really doing to us. Yeah, we got blown out a couple of times. We got outplayed a few times. But most of our losses is because of what we're doing, not what the other teams are doing to us.
Yeah,
I love Horace, but
Horace.
Go ahead, Stanley. Break it to him because I got something to break. I got a good analogy.
Let's look at their losses. Dallas, you could make a case that they're up 1 with 3 minutes to go. That's a game you got to win. They beat the Bucks. They beat the Bulls. They lost to the Lakers 120-112. I mean, the Lakers were in control of that game. Warriors made a late run. The Jazz, I mean, they kicked that game away. The Jazz is a game that I'm kind of with Horace.
I'll never forget it.
They got blown out by Phoenix. They lost to the Lakers, and they lost to the Kings, which was kind of like that, I think.
Yeah, but to me, Steiny, and I love Horace and I feel him. But the one thing they're doing, Horace, and I'm not saying you're not wrong to feel that way. You're not right to feel that way. The bottom line, Steiny, is whoever has the most points wins the game. And we could do that with every team and every sport about woulda, coulda, shoulda. But here's my analogy. That's like me saying she almost said yes. If you're not married, she said no. Nobody wants to hear how close it was, what went into it. The bottom line was she said no. So there is no column, Horace, for almost. I guess that's what I'm saying, Steiny.
Well, if that's the way you know what feel, I mean? Well, why wouldn't we just say, they've been in as many clutch games as anybody, and they're like 1 or 2 games under 500. Like they aren't getting it done late in the game. Like that, they're not winning as many close games as they're going to need to win to make the playoffs.
Yeah. And
I mean,
I guess my question to you is why?
At Toronto?
Yeah.
Well,
what would your honestly now that Butler, the biggest thing for Butler and why the newness has me excited is we can throw all that stuff out the window and say we're 3 games in with Jimmy, we're 2-1, yada yada yada. But I guess my question is maybe that's why Mike D made the move. They made the move because they knew they didn't have enough to close and execute at the end.
They don't.
Now I'm hoping they do. And last night was an anomaly.
Yeah, I mean,
Curry missing a free throw. Not that they would have won the game, but he would have put them up and everything would have been different.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mike Dunleavy watched the Warriors in the fourth quarters of games and watched the way Curry was being defended and the way other guys weren't stepping up. And he knew that they had to get somebody in here who could alleviate the burden on Steph. And that's why he got Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, the Butler did.
The other thing is, I mean, before Jimmy Butler gets here, let's say you're in a close game. Like, what are you doing? Like, if you're the Warriors, big possession against any random team, what do you? No Jimmy Butler. We're doing the first part of the season.
Curry create or Curry coming off a curl, off a screen.
And guess what? That ain't working like it used to work.
No doubt.
And so you're not going to be able. They don't really have a guy. They didn't have a guy that they could just put the ball in his hands.
Was Kuminga growing into that? Because Rick Barry said, and he was right, Stoney, I'm paraphrasing, he attacks that rim with vengeance.
Right, the rim. He attacks the rim.
But if he gets to the free throw line, man, I can't wait for Kuminga to come back. They need him. I know I'm not the only one.
I know they need him. I'm trying to figure out where he's going to fit on this team and how he's going to be used. I'll tell you I'll tell you what I did like, and I guarantee Guru's going to be like, "Oh, I like it too."
All right, let's hear.
I like the Kings getting Markelle Fultz.
Now, why would you say? Because I liked it.
Because I just
he's improved his game.
Exactly.
I don't know how he fell all the way off to where they could get him like that.
Because he couldn't shoot.
No, he's been. Like, he's learned who he is. Oh. And I've watched him. But I thought his days of not having a job were over. But anyway, Sack's desperate. And how can I say that? And they're ahead of us in the standings. It's just, boy.
Yeah.
Willard's, I got to break it to him. A lot of people saying he jinxed the Dubs last night.
I mean, you do what he does all the time. You just didn't do it yesterday.
What?
Oh, Stein, you don't win tonight. Okay, sure. Like tonight, here's the other thing. And you did it too, Evan.
What are you talking
Tonight, he's like, oh, the Warriors are going to get beat tonight. Well, they can't beat you. What are you talking about? It's the NBA.
That's your Evan.
Warriors can win that game tonight.
Well, we didn't say after 2 games that now the floor for this team is the 7 seed.
Yeah. We got that's our guy coming up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll use that. Yeah, the streets.
Yeah, poor.
Yeah.
Well, Willard's going to. He's going to
2 games.
He's going to get some today. Oh no!
What happened?
I'm looking for something. Here it is. Listen, stay right here, because on the other side, on the crossover with Willard and Dibbs, your chance to win a pair of tickets to both the NBA Rising Stars game at Chase on Friday night and the All-Star practice in Oakland on Saturday. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting.
accessible, easy to see, replay assists, just like they have in the NFL. That is so easy, and as a fan, it is infuriating.
It's offensive
to watch them mess that up.
Gucci Man was horrible.
It's infuriating.
It is.
So,
and
anyway,
the black ref looks like Gucci Man, the rapper.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody knows this.
I had no idea.
Like,
but kickball or no kickball,
Gucci Man.
That was a blown call. But for me, the easiest call of all was Jason Kidd is literally 15 feet on the floor.
I saw your tweet.
And
wrong. Well, he's out there and he's wrong.
Well, he's not wrong because the call went his way.
No, but he's right. But
the bad call went his way.
At that point, it hadn't gone his way yet.
But right or wrong, when you come out that far and you argue, that's an automatic tee. And so the whole idea about a kickball, and I looked at the rule, of course, Mark, you know me, I love the rule book. And
here we
there's
go.
nothing in the rule book about like if you deflect it with your hand first and then you kick it. The only thing about the kickball is if it's inadvertent. And you could see the defender literally putting his foot out.
That was totally advertent.
Right.
Yes.
And the inadvertent whistle, there really is no inadvertent whistle in that. Like the inadvertent whistle is when you like, sorry, my fault, nothing was happening, and everyone stops. That's an inadvertent whistle. What that was a blown call, and you stop the game, and you look at it, it was a kick. And J. Kidd's 15 feet on the floor, that's a tee. And so it was more than that. And it just made me think about, and I'm wearing the stripes in solidarity to my people, my referees out there. But I watch the NBA more and more. And you know what I think, Goo? I think more and more, like, the fix might be in. And, you know, for people who bet on the NBA,
hearing that, man.
I feel bad for you because that game last night, all the money poured in on the Warriors. -7.
My neighbor was on them.
-7.5.
I think you were on them.
Money line.
Well, since we're going there,
I heard you say you were on
because the streets are blaming Willard. I guess you said their floor was 7th, which I'm not mad at, and they're saying you were just all show long yesterday. This was a layup. So they're coming for you. They're trying to the Willard jinx. I said, dude, please to the streets.
Let me pile on. Go ahead.
I happen to catch a segment.
You're all wrong. But go ahead.
I happen to catch a segment at approximately 3:05.
Oh, boy,
Are the Warriors not allowed to get the 7th seed anymore?
No, they sure are.
I'm sorry. Did last night eliminate them from competition? Was last night a playoff game?
We're counting out Phoenix,
in
Sacramento.
Absolutely.
And what was the other one?
I'm not mad at it. I love it.
The Warriors will finish in front of the 3 of those teams, and last night did not change that.
No, I'm with you. I'm just
stand on what you say.
Stand on it.
So text line and YouTube.
Yeah,
the Warriors did not get eliminated last night.
And they didn't lose because of you. They should have won.
Well, no, we were in back-to-back meetings, so I missed it.
I can't wait to hear it. But no, I like last night.
Willard, I ain't mad at you. I agree.
There was something in the water. The Lakers lost to Utah.
How do you?
Minnesota was at home against Milwaukee with no Giannis and no Lillard,
right?
And lost the game.
Sure.
So look, Kyrie, I'm gonna give Kyrie a lot of credit.
He's got a movie about him, Uncle Drew.
My God, he was unbelievable last night. So a great player.
He was the best player on the court.
Absolutely. And he went off, and so he gets the victory.
But what hurts me is who they didn't have and still were able to compete with the Warriors, Dibs.
Understood.
That with Butler, who is getting his legs back. There's no, he's like a boxer.
He's getting his legs back. Yeah. And, we can criticize the officials, and I'm wearing stripes for those of you who can't see the YouTube feed, and I can't wait to see the YouTube comments about my choice of outfit today. But here's one for Warrior fans, and put aside the referees. Can you, 3 words, make a layup? Because if you watch that game and put aside the referees, and, Mark is right about the Kyrie, Jimmy Butler play. I thought that was a 50-50, and if you want to talk about legal guarding position, you don't have to be set, my friends. All you have to be is in legal guarding position. He can be moving. If he's moving and he's in front, just read the rule book, as I did last night before I went to bed. And the other ones for me were back-to-back plays where Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, I thought both were in legal guarding position on defense. They got knocked over.
I told Dre got knocked to the floor.
And Jimmy, too. Either the play before or the play after.
Jimmy owned up. Jimmy's like, I hate turnovers, and that's on me.
He did say that.
I had no... listen, the referees had a very messy night. Don't look at me. Very messy night. No one's even talking about as the game was either... I can't remember if it was tied or if the Warriors were down 2 or whatever. Steph Curry drove the lane and literally got thrown to the floor underneath the hoop, no call. Thrown to the floor. I mean, they had a terrible...
It's a good no call.
They had a terrible, terrible game. But the Warriors lost that game. They missed
and they needed it, too.
Yeah, they missed a crap ton of layups. You just said it. Kyrie
felt like me.
Kyrie was the best player on the floor. He won the game.
Yeah, and one thing we're going to talk about is the Buddy Hield problem, or as Mark called him in our show text, Buddy Yield.
Buddy Yield.
And I wasn't sure if that was a talk-to-text accident or if you did it on purpose.
No, that was on purpose.
Because, I mean,
Buddy Yield,
your talk-to-text, you will make mistakes, and then you'll be like,
that's when I'm in the car. Yeah, Siri does not hold it.
Siri, I thought this was a Siri mistake, but you meant it. Buddy Yield.
Buddy Yield.
Therefore, it's a 4.
Yeah, in other words, stand down and let other people go by you and actually play basketball for the Warriors. Buddy Yield. And you guys laid this out nicely.
But Stoney feels like they don't have another option.
Right now they don't, but they're about to. Jonathan Kuminga is going to come back, and if this doesn't change by the time he gets back, Buddy Hield needs to sit down next to Steph Curry. Yeah. I'm sorry, next to Steve Kerr. And
next
watch
to TJD.
He needs to sit with us and watch Warrior basketball.
He's having a Clay last year's season to me. Stoney goes, it's worse than that. But no, the fans are... He's missing now, man.
The bottom line is you can tell by looking at the facial expressions of his teammates.
But Dre kind of ripped him again.
They're starting to shoot him dirty looks, and that's all I need to see.
I don't like that.
You got to get off the floor.
Dre made a bad pass to him and then got mad at him.
Well, it's more than just what Buddy's doing on offense, and I wrote down for our show thread, I looked at every Kyrie basket, and I mentioned it as Kylie because, again, shout out my thumbs, but you had Buddy got beat twice, Kevon on the switch, he had a scoop and score, Curry got beat on the switch, Quentin Post on a steal, he got beat. GP2, Butler and 1, Moses on a switch, Buddy in transition. He went by pods and over Dre. He was unguarded.
He did the Dr. J
Buddy with the step back, and then Moses and Jimmy got beat for a 3. So if you look at that thread, there's 8 different Warriors that got beat by Kyrie, which tells me you can't guard.
Point of attack is a problem.
Guard the POA. Goo, you're right.
No doubt. It's real.
And that's where they miss Wiggins.
No, I'll give you that.
Because he's
I'll give you that.
And even Schroeder was somebody that Kerr talked about was nice and pesky.
Kobe White was giving us the business. I know they were up 24 and we came back, but those little shifty fast guards are right now they got me nervous.
Side of the ball that most of us don't spend a lot of time looking at. The bottom line is when we say Jimmy Butler arrived and the Warriors got better, we're largely right. We're better on offense. You're better overall, but you're worse on defense.
Oh, man.
Right now you're worse on defense. And that's not a Jimmy for Andrew thing. It's like you just brought up. It's Schroeder. It's like your depth. It's other people who would be able to at least come in and give you a few possessions here and there that now aren't on the team.
And they have no rim protection. You look at the rebounding stats, and last year we always call the Warriors small. They led the league in rebounding.
Sure.
But just to stop and alter shots, I was telling Stoney, to make the other team's shots difficult, the Warriors don't got a lot of guys like that.
The Mavs didn't have anybody over 6'6".
Who were those guys?
So I mean, Draymond Green protected the hell out of the rim.
I got to give him
last 5 minutes, he was freaking
Moses Malone.
Awesome.
2 great blocks.
Two great blocks.
Just brilliant.
And those are blocks at at the point of attack, at the top of a guy shooting, and you go up there and you block it, and he was getting the benefit of the doubt on a couple of those whistles.
But still.
And they weren't fouls, but, those can be fouls.
And the gym went quiet, Willard. It was like, did that just happen? Oh, my God, Christy.
And that's where I speak for the fans when they look at the association and you think about, the amount of transparency and the way that games can be tweaked in certain ways. I think that fans are starting to lose a little bit of faith in what you're watching, because you watch a game like last night and the kickball Mark talked about and then the block charge on Kyrie and the 2 times that your guys got run over and other things, I do think that fans are starting to look at this product and think, well, what's going on here? Wow. It's a little sideways, I think.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Houston tonight. What do you think, Mark?
Well, I'm glad they're all playing.
Thank you.
That's the first thing, Nick. That's the first thought that I have. I'm glad they're all playing. That tells me there's a sense of urgency. And Houston is they're not as good as their record.
Struggle with Phoenix last night.
Yeah, and just struggling in general. I think they've only won 2 basketball games in the last 3 or 4 weeks. And so they're not the team that the Warriors saw earlier in the year. And for whatever reason, matchup-wise, the Warriors were playing well against this team earlier in the year anyway. So I don't know. I got a good feeling about the Warriors tonight.
But 1 under, if somehow they lose dibs, and I know it's not 40, we got less games, but if you're 1 under after the 2-0 start with Butler, and I know everything will work itself out, I just think that's kind of nasty work if somehow they go in here tonight and lose and they're 1 under going into the break.
Not that nasty. And I think about the win total when it was posted at the start of the year, and it was 43.5, and then they started 12-3. And then the live line was 50. So for some people, if you were interested in 43.5 and you bet the over, and then it got up to 50 and you bet the under, you're looking good to middle that thing right now, because I do think that this team reeks of 44 and 38.
Well, 46 got your 10th seed last year.
Right, but you're not going to get 46, I don't think. And, you look at last night. And
that hurt.
You faced Dallas without 6 of their top 9.
Come on.
Yet you had one guy who was a threat. And, Clay, Clay, good game.
He almost shot you back in it, one of his last 11.
Right, but, who else besides Clay and Kyrie did you have? You had a bunch of nobodies, a bunch of jags, as you would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine, just a guy. And yet you went in there with your full thing, and Jimmy B, and 2 in a row, and all the rest of it, and you couldn't get that done. So for me, 48, no. Wow. 46, maybe. 44, probably. And let's see if that's good enough for 8 or 9.
I kind of feel like this year is going to be like 2 years ago. If you look at, there's a lot, like 44 may get you higher than 10, believe it or not, this year. Because there are a lot of teams. The Warriors are like one game bunched up with 2 or 3 teams. You know what I mean? And so 46, they got to go 19-9. 46 would get them to 7, I think. I mean, I could be wrong, but if you look at all the other teams, you go 19-9, you're probably going to leapfrog a few teams.
But still be in the play-in.
Maybe. But you'll probably have a home game.
The 6 is
at least.
The 6 is going to be hard.
Yeah. Warriors don't have good luck in the play-in.
You're going to have to pass Minnesota and the Clippers to get to 6.
Yeah, man.
I got you.
But over the last 20 years, the 6 has been 48 wins on average, plus or minus 3. So it's been between 45 and 51 over the last 20 years. So the mean has been 48 wins. So if you want the 6, like last year, they got 46 and they were the 10.
10.
Right. So, this year, 48. Can 48 get you the 6?
So
maybe
2 years ago, 44 got them the 6.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's right. Because they played the Kings,
and the Kings
third,
and the Kings were only like 2 or 3 games better.
That's right,
and they were the 3. Right. So it was just a weird year. But yeah, I know the Warriors have openly stated we want the 6, and that's great as a goal, and I'm glad that they're saying that and targeting it all right now. As a fan, if you offered me the 7 right now, I would jump at it.
Oh,
give it to me.
Anything but the play-in.
And if that is the play-in.
Yeah.
That is the play-in. I mean, like if you're the 7 seed, you've got to go win. You get 2 shots, but you got to go win a game. And quite frankly, I wouldn't even be mad at the 8. I think right now the Warriors, I think they can get the 7. I said yesterday the worst case scenario is the 8. I believe that. The 9 or the 10, that's what they need to avoid.
Right.
That's what they
need
to
avoid. And they've never won a playing game in the history of the franchise.
Lost to Memphis at home a couple years ago.
I do want to remind you, Steiny, of 2008, which was the year after We Believe, when the Warriors won.
Would you like me to finish this for you?
No, you can finish it, but first I'd like to tell the story of the last home game, which was the second to last game, the penultimate game. I was working for another station, and I was set to do a 3-point shooting contest against a listener, and I was getting ready to shoot 3-pointers. And I looked to my left, and Tom Tolbert is sitting under the basket, absolutely heckling me, and we had 3 from the corner, 3 from the wing, and 3 from the top of the circle. I went 1 for 9 with 5 air balls, and I won 1-0.
Nice.
And they beat Denver, and at the time it was the largest crowd at the history of Oracle Arena. I think they had 20,000 that night, and they went on to have...
Well, they lost their last 2 games.
And?
They did not make the playoffs with 48 wins.
Correct. 48 and 34.
Wow.
They were the 9 seed, and that was coming off of We Believe.
Every single playoff team in the West won 50 or more.
Right.
That's probably a reason that, they want these
stupid
be a
30 for
games.
30 on that. Every won 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the year after We Believe.
Who won it that year?
That was Boston.
Wow.
Boston over the Lakers. That was the team with Garnett and Pierce and Ray Allen and, and
when
Baby
they smashed,
Rondo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, did you see your guy, Carmelo Anthony's going to get that job for the next NBA
The Prime or
station?
Amazon? Yeah, Taylor Rooks. I didn't see that. So he'll be in studio analyst?
No, I think he's a game guy.
Oh, doing the game. Calling the game.
I'm not sure. Never mind. Let's talk about something else.
There was something I was going to ask Willard.
Probably how many parties he's going to this weekend.
Yeah, how many suits do I own?
Man.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Look at you.
What are you doing between now and the mixer?
Going to get a lineup. The barber.
I don't know what that means.
A lineup.
Is that Bliney Blins?
No, that's Draymond's barber.
Yeah.
This is OTB, only the best. Marky D, Union City.
Isn't Bliney Blins the one who was supposed to get you Draymond Green on the station?
Well, technically, he
we're
got
still
him
waiting.
for me.
We're now, no.
Steiny thinks it was Subway.
It was Subway, and I was on the show.
Willard,
I was on the show for that.
They gave the credit to Subway.
That was during the 51-week run that we had, Steiny, Guru,
Remote,
and Dibs.
right.
Correct. That was not the Goo. That was Subway. And you have since vowed to have Bliney Blins
Blins
get
let
him
me
on.
know we're off the list, Snotty and I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, 2 to 6.
Yeah.
Let Blins know.
Right, I will.
Yeah.
He's doing his thing now, rapping. He's doing a lot, acting.
Who's that?
Brownie Blends.
Oh, it's Brownie Blends.
Now, why would you shrug your shoulders? Got to give him his props.
I thought it was Briny Blends.
No, it's Brown.
Yeah. Like
salty.
I never know when they're joking now, Willard.
brine.
When you brine
How do you
shrimp.
keep up, Willard?
I thought it was Briny Blends.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Exactly.
I have a hard time keeping up with the streets.
I got you.
Now that I'm through the tunnel.
Well, this is one of those times where it feels like it's naturally fading, but I'm willing to stay another couple
do we
minutes.
know where the boss was going in his suit?
He's going to some fraud party.
Oh. Dude, why are you angry? Because I invited him to meet with me tonight.
If you were a traditional radio host, you would come up with something and take this conversation in a different direction if you feel like it's dying.
Just bring what you thought about last night. I'm here wearing stripes.
I said to Guru, I sent a text thread after they lost, and it simply said, wow. Because
good take.
Such a cop-out.
That's a good
Such
take.
a cop-out. I'm reading it like on my phone.
What
do I do with wow?
That's what Chris Paul tweeted when they undid his trade to the Lakers. That could mean anything.
Yeah, fair.
That could mean the dinner was burned. Like,
I did what? Listen, you don't understand this, but I was wonderful today because I do think that you can't lose that game.
You can't, man. Willard, if you can't win that one, what one will you win on paper?
That loss hurts.
It hurts. I'm not gonna dismiss that, but let me ask you this: even in losing that game, do you still feel like the Warriors clearly look better?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Okay,
yeah, it's coming.
Then those are going to come. Like I actually,
but you got to be careful,
no,
Willard.
but there's a super frustrating game to watch, but I did not come out of it concerned.
All right,
very frustrating. You expect them to win. All of that. But like I said, you look at Minnesota lose at home to Milwaukee
Lakers,
with no
Utah,
players. The Lakers get blown out in Utah. It was one of those things.
But those teams are better, and they got a higher seed and more security right now.
Kyrie's Kyrie, and he went off.
Yeah.
He went off. You lost a basketball game that on paper you shouldn't have lost.
But the Curry free throw, how shocked were you?
Well, look,
I was. Come on, let's keep it real quick.
He's going to miss one out of every 10.
40 of 40 in the fourth quarter.
I hear you.
Up into that one.
I
said, we're up one.
It never had a chance
No,
either.
it was long.
Yeah. I got to go back and
He
look at
just
that.
shot that thing out of there. I mean,
The announcer was even like, oh, boy, that wasn't even close.
Yeah, it came out hot.
I got to run it back.
He caught a flyer.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Anyway,
Yeah.
like I will be, if they come out and tonight is a total dud, then we're going to have a new conversation.
Well,
but they look like a better team to me that, I'm
going Sacramento out of the next week. So tonight they can lose, and I kind of understand it. So I ain't going to come in here like, oh, I hate the record, but it's Sacramento coming out to break in Sacktown with your new team. You had a time to practice.
I think tonight's a big deal, and they're telling you that by the fact that all of them are playing.
Yeah, Mike spoke about it.
After their coach complained about the schedule less than 24 hours ago.
Which is BS.
Yeah. And Dunleavy.
Yeah, what did he say?
You could tell he was not happy about the losses. That's why last night was really disappointing. Like,
standing-wise, everything-wise.
They know.
So there's urgency.
I feel like
there's
all three are playing. You go. You said it well.
Yeah, boy.
All right, gents. Well, you go.
Look at the Z
you go
Club.
get him
Get this outta
today,
here.
and don't go anywhere. Keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Steiny. It's good to you.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And let's go. Let's go. Honestly, I will admit last night was very, very frustrating.
Oh, yeah?
But not concerned. Not concerned.
Okay. I mean, not concerned about what?
Hey, look at me.
Like,
look at me in the eye.
I look at you for 20 hours a week.
Well, it's beautiful, isn't it? Look at me.
It's all right. It's all right.
Don't play with my yo-yo. I'm not doing this with Warrior basketball. Lucas, unlock the dang lines. Let's go.
Let's do this.
888-957-9570. You cannot play with my yo-yo. I'm not doing this. We're not running around going, ooh, Jimmy Buckets. We've got sounders, Jimmy Buckets. We're not going, Warriors look so much better, Oh, they lost one basketball game. Oh, now they suck. We're not doing this. Sure. That was very frustrating on a number of levels. Make a layup, Buddy yield. Good Lord.
Yeah, let's get into it.
And the refs. That was a very,
what do you mean, Mark?
That was a very wonky night for your fraternity.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Well, a couple calls, a couple tough ones. And, the whistle was leaned maybe a little bit against the Warriors. But when you're going up against a team without Lively and AD and like 6 other guys, win the game. Win the damn game.
That's
that game
fair.
should not have been close enough to where the refs, my brothers and sisters, could have possibly conflated that game and made it so you lost.
I understand that. I'm not going to disagree with you, but again, sometimes we do this. We don't play these games on paper. I understand the Warriors should win that game on paper, but a home team had a star that went crazy. It happens. Like I said, the Wolves lost in their own building to Milwaukee with no Lillard and no Giannis. Please explain. How the hell did the Los Angeles Lakers, as hot as can be, go lose to Utah by double digits? How the hell did they do that? Right? So there was a lot of this last night in the NBA. And so, look, that's not to be as an excuse for the Warriors. Like I said, very frustrating loss. But when you watch them, do they still look better to you, especially in the final 5 minutes of a basketball game? They look better to you than they did a week and a half ago.
They look better.
Okay.
But not good enough, apparently. I mean, not good enough to beat.
Game.
I know it's one game, but we can't go crazy over 2 games.
Which is why I didn't.
Well,
I didn't.
I'm just saying, like we've had 3 games of Jimmy Butler, and you're 2-1, and the one game you lost is the one game you probably should have won. Like Chicago, fine, they're not very good, and then you come back last night and you lose a game that you absolutely should have won. You should have been able to hammer Dallas. Yes, Kyrie, let him go for 50 and still win the damn game, but you didn't, and you let them hang around, and you had a late flurry, and you got close, and then you couldn't close it out.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Well, sure.
It's bad.
Frustrating.
When you're chasing wins and you're chasing the 6th seed to go out there and have that happen, and I do think that a lot of it was the way Dallas was able to comport themselves, and the officials, you get Jason Kidd 15 feet on the floor and no tee, and Steve Kerr gets a tee, and Kyrie's going bananas for 2 minutes and he doesn't get a tee. So I do think a lot of this is speaking to the fans, where a lot of fans watch the game and they think, where's the equity? Like, where is the it's hard. Enforcement of the rules? Because I looked at last night and I didn't see that.
It is hard. It's hard to watch sometimes.
It's hard for me to watch as a ref lover.
I know it. And I do not think some sort of a fix is in. I didn't even think that with the Kansas City Chiefs. But I tell you what, man, it's getting harder and harder to watch. And the only thing I can think of that must be happening is they're not changing, we are. That's what I think is going on when it comes to officiating in sports. I don't think they're changing. I think we are. I think 2 things are true. We have access to so many more angles, pieces, information, slowdown, social media. We have all of this access, and we have a lot less patience. We just do. Like, that's actually a fact. Societally, like, we have a lot less patience because of the speed of everything that now comes through our feed or through our brains or our eyes or whatever. And so when we do not handle it the same way in 2025 when we see something that is obviously wrong. Obviously wrong. I mean, you remember this. Go back. I think, was his name Jim Joyce? Was that my man?
Yep.
Who called the
Armando Galarraga.
Armando Galarraga's perfect game that got ruined by Jim Joyce at first base. Baseball fans will remember this. Detroit Tigers. And he called somebody safe who was out by a half step. And the world back then was mad about it, but able to process it. We wouldn't be anymore. Like, we'd literally lose it. We would lose it because it feels like we have the technology to not let that happen. That's how I felt last night with this kickball thing. I don't understand how that can happen in sports, especially when you stop, you talk again, you talk to both coaches, you look around. During all that time, you're telling me that nobody in New York or Secaucus or whatever, nobody can grab just a quick look at that and whisper into somebody's ear, kickball, Warrior ball. Oh, by the way, Jason Kidd is upside down at midcourt. How about a tee? Like, let's do this. And instead, after that whole break, they all rally together and come out with the worst possible thing that you could have done.
Yeah.
Which is give the ball to the wrong team. I can't handle it.
Whistle.
I can't handle it anymore.
Well,
I used to be able to handle that. I now go, you have the info. It's like that Niners-Seattle game. Don't tell me you don't have the view. I can't handle it as a consumer anymore when we can literally see in slow motion the obvious black and white yes or no answer to your question, and then you come out and do the wrong thing.
Right.
It drives me nuts.
Well, and the thing about the inadvertent whistle, when you have that play where Pods throws a pass and the Mavericks player clearly puts his foot in there and you blow the whistle because you see him kick it, and that's not inadvertent. Inadvertent would be if he threw a pass and it didn't touch anything and you accidentally...
I breathed too hard.
And then everyone stops like, my bad, that was an inadvertent whistle.
Correct.
The whistle was advertent. You meant to blow the whistle because you saw him kick the ball. And that's to where, for me, you have a hard time because that play is not reviewable. So you huddle up and whatever you do, you go through the whole thing and Jason Kidd's 15 feet on the floor. That is an automatic tee. And as a CYO ref, I have a thing where, you know, if a coach comes out on my floor to argue in a 4th or 5th grade game, that's going to be an automatic.
Right.
And, we're going to use it as an educating moment. But Jason Kidd's been in the association now for almost 40 years. He knows better. And yet you tee up Steve Kerr earlier in the game for being vehement, not being that far out on the court. So these are the things I think that lead fans to think that the fix might be.
Well, it also led Steve Kerr, I think, to being like sort of annoyingly calm and silent during the subsequent things that happened, because he knew that if he got going again, he's going to get kicked off the floor.
Right.
And therefore he had to sort of be calm in a time where I didn't really think calm was appropriate. Like I think coaches should, I've said this for years in press conferences. Refs, when you screw up, yes, I'm sorry. The coach should be able to lay into your butt in the post-game press conference without getting fined. And that was one of those moments. And Steve's not going to do it because he's been fined enough dollars already this year. And in the game, he already had one technical in the hip pocket, so he wasn't going to get kicked out. I understand all of it. But, man, it's hard to watch. It's really hard to watch when you have a rooting interest for a team and you see stuff like this happen. And it goes both ways. I don't think the fix is in or anything like that. It just, I don't know, man. It's all moving too quick for the human eye. And we have the technology to make it right. And for whatever reason, we've sat down, put blindfolds on like children grabbing a pen, and we just stick it on a piece of paper and decide which things are reviewable or not. Stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Exactly.
Kickball is not reviewable. Who the hell decided that? Well, like, why? Out of bounds is reviewable. Kickball not. Why? Who in the hell sat down and decided that? And what are you doing? Why? Somebody needs to explain that to us. Like, there's no good reason for that at all. That's the quickest review in the history of sports. They spent more time talking it out and trying to get the coaches off the court than it would have taken them to walk over, look at a video, and realize they were wrong.
Right. But
I don't know, man.
And at the same time, I'm looking at the last 2-minute report that the NBA sends out after every game. And how many calls do you think they cited as incorrect in the last 2 minutes of that game?
None.
Correct? 0.
Right.
0 calls. And I'm seeing there are 8, 9, 10, 13 plays they reviewed. And according to the NBA, the refs went 13 for 13.
Yeah, good
and the
for
one
you.
that everybody wants to talk about is the charge on Jimmy Butler where Kyrie...
I had no issue with that.
Right.
I had no issue with that. It was charged.
And they've actually listed this as a correct call.
Yeah, I agree with them.
That to me was 50-50, but you look at the totality of the game and the kickball and everything else, and yeah, we can all look at the refs, and I'm wearing the ref shirt today to try to highlight the fact that, the refs are a factor.
To try to troll us.
Maybe. It also fits me great, and it was cold out there.
It looks good on you.
It was rainy, so I had to layer up today.
I wouldn't say stripes are slimming. I hate referee dibs.
No, I got stripes on stripes today, so
okay.
Yeah, Abundant Life coming up here in about an hour and change.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, as am I. For me, the bigger issue with last night was the issue they've had all year is you suck at making layups.
Well, sure. Yeah,
you can't make a 4-footer.
No,
of you.
The loss is on the Warriors. Kyrie was great, and the Warriors weren't. There's my news story.
Yep. It's a headline.
Yeah. Written by Associated Press. Click send. There you go. There's my game story for last night. It doesn't change the fact that the officiating stunk, and I've now learned why they call it the 2-minute report. I think that's how long they take putting it together. Okay? We're going to take 2 minutes to look at all of our calls. Yep, look good. Green check. All right, send. So forget the 2-minute report. And quite frankly, let's put that frustrating part aside. I have a different question for you and for all of our listeners. And Warriors Live starts in an hour and a half. Okay, there are no guests today, just you. And we've got another knockout spot to give away and all the fun stuff that we always do. But we would really love to hear from you. And I think this is a good place to start after a night like last night. 888-957-9570. What do the Warriors do with Buddy Hield? What are we doing here? This is I'm sorry. This is a problem. It's a problem. And I would like to start out by apologizing to every single buddy who has ever taken in a Sacramento Kings game, who tried to tell us, And I was excited as anybody. I lost a drink bet over this guy because I was so excited with the way he was playing ball in November. Great, let's drink. I'm at games screaming Buddy Buckets. Lovely Christie's like, sit down and stop saying that. It's embarrassing. Please. But I was excited by the guy. And everyone who's ever seen a Kings game just sat there. And you know what? Turnabout is fair play. They looked at me and they went, oh, that's adorable. It's adorable that you think Buddy Hield. They
use adorable on you? That's your word.
It is adorable that you think that Buddy Hield is a winning basketball player.
What's your problem with Buddy? He made a shot last night.
He sure did. 1
of 9.
1 shot.
And he was only a minus 21.
But you know what? Yeah, minus 21 in a 4-point game. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing. I don't do this to athletes. If you miss shots, like cold streaks, hot streaks.
What's your thing? Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
It's all you got.
Yeah. Yeah.
But buddy. Buddy, you need to know how to play basketball.
Are you asking him to not shoot his shot?
I'm not asking him to not shoot. I'm asking him to stop making so many mistakes. I'm asking you to stop throwing bad passes.
Yeah.
I'm asking you to have some sort of a clue on what you're doing on the defensive side of the ball. And I'm asking the Warriors to look for ways to get less minutes for Buddy Hield on the court. What do y'all want to do with Buddy Hield? I propose Buddy Yield. Let's let somebody else go onto the floor. 888-957-9570. Want to claim a spot in the knockout tournament on the Chase Center Court? 4 o'clock is going to be your time. That's going to be when you get the keyword. And then once you have the keyword, we'll go from there. We're sponsored by Life Source Water Systems. We're looking for your calls. What do y'all want to do with Buddy Hield? 888-957-9570, the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
New year, fresh start.
Second free throw, Curry missed it. Tip rebound, Matt Dallas has it. Curry missed the free throw that would have given the Warriors the lead. Dallas calls a timeout with 35.1. Unbelievable. Stephen Curry might go down when his career is done as the best free throw shooter of all time.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, and there was actually a flurry on our text line as we were just talking about Buddy Hield of like, hey, Steph Curry makes bad passes. Steph Curry misses shots.
Yeah.
Steph Curry makes mistakes. Right.
Buddy Hield, no turnovers last night.
And your point is,
yep.
What are we trying to say here? I mean, that's Steph Curry. Steph Curry has also bailed you out. Steph Curry has also single-handedly won games. Hell, you could argue that Steph Curry has single-handedly won championships, or at least games in championship series, Game 4 Boston, what have you. Like, I don't know. I'm as patient as they come when it comes to fans watching players. And I'm not sitting here today telling you, like, get Buddy Hield off of the team or anything like that. I'm just saying that right now, this isn't working, and it appears that teammates are starting to get frustrated. And if there are some other options, and maybe until Jonathan Kuminga comes back, there aren't. I understand that. But if there are some other options to lower his minutes right now, give him a breather, let him watch the game for a little bit, I'd do it. I'd do it because right now he is a net negative on both sides of the floor.
Well, last night, for sure. And, you know, when you go 1 for 9 and you're a minus 21, it's easy to look at it and go, yeah, you were a net negative, but he was not the only one. And if you look at what they were last night from 3, they were 10 for 35. So if you take out his 1 for 6, they were 9 for 29, which is not good. So it's not like he was the only guy who kind of held them down. You couldn't make layups and you couldn't hit threes, and you certainly couldn't defend Kyrie Irving. And, you know, I laid it out and I watched all Kyrie's baskets, and I didn't include the Moses Moody senseless foul on the 3-point shot where, you know, people could complain whether or not Kyrie was actually going to shoot the 3. Moses Moody had his arm straight in the picnic basket, and Kyrie knows what that means. And so he rose up and he made it look like he was shooting a 3, and he got the foul.
Yeah, but but it's also there's a rule for that when it's what's called a swing through.
But he actually made it look like he was shooting the ball.
Not really. He threw up his left hand. Was Kyrie suddenly going to shoot the ball left-handed?
Because his right hand was being corralled by Moses Moody.
I disagree with that.
So you can look at
that's a 2-shot foul.
Whatever it is, Moses Moody defensively, that was a terrible, terrible play to try to reach in on the play in that spot. So we can look at Buddy Hield and 1 for 9, and we can blame Buddy. And I'm not sure if you're doing that for last night.
No, I'm
it's
not.
a bigger picture for Buddy Hield, yes. But
100%.
I wonder what the fix is, because you don't have a lot of other options.
Yeah, I'm not talking like this. This would not be, to me, a fair point if it was just last night.
Right.
Everybody has bad games. Buddy has had 3 bad months.
Well, they all had a bad game last night, except for...
We can let that sink in. Buddy was really good, and then he stopped being good and has rarely been good since he stopped being good.
That's unfair, but...
It's not unfair. It's true.
He had 3 straight good games, and then he had a couple of bad games.
I'm looking at the numbers. 3 straight good games?
Against Utah, he was 4 of 8 from 3. Against the Lakers, 4 of 9 from 3. Against Chicago, 4 of 9 from 3.
Yeah, but
those are good games.
Those are no. See, I disagree. Like, you don't have a good game just because you hit a few 3-pointers.
That's what his job is.
No, his job is actually to be a basketball player for the Golden State Warriors. That means that you have to make smart plays. You have to make smart passes. You have to play on both ends of the floor. I know you may not be the most talented defender, but you have to do these things. And again, I'm very big. You don't have to be. I'm very big on body language. It's one of the things that has shaped my opinion about Jordan Poole through the years. And I feel like the Warrior players are starting to get frustrated with him.
Well, last night for sure.
In general, like, I don't think you look that way on national TV or even local TV if it's like the first time. When you start looking exasperated with your teammate, that means it's been over and over and over and over again. And that's what I'm reading right now. That's what I'm reading. And if that's the case, then his role needs to be diminished.
In place of whom?
Well,
and that
is a fair.
It's easy to just say bench him. Okay, who are you going to play?
I didn't say bench him. I said diminish.
Right.
And so if that means more minutes, and I know Pods and Moody, for example, already got a lot of minutes last night, but if that means more combinations that push that 28 minutes from Buddy last night down to 20, I'm in on that. And I am talking about also when Jonathan Kuminga comes back.
Sure.
There has to be a message sent that this is not the way you play basketball. This is too loose.
I get it,
but too loose.
You're a team that does rely a lot on the three ball, and if you don't have Buddy at least as a threat to shoot the three, and even though he's had a little bit of a scuffle, and I mentioned 3 straight games where he actually shot it well, last night was not one of them, if you don't have Buddy Hield out there to shoot the three, who do you have? You've got Quentin Post and Steph, and
Pods and Moody shoot it just as well as he does right now.
Well,
like if you want to look over the last 2 months, like they shoot it just as well. I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
he's a threat that they aren't, but I don't know, man. I'm kind of like about the ball going in. Moses Moody hits just as many. He hits it at just as good of a rate as Buddy Hield does right now, at least.
Shooting it maybe 3 times a game.
Fewer times. He also has a lot less minutes until recently. So that's all I'm saying. I think he's right now. He's a better player. This isn't like don't leave and don't ever come back.
I get it.
This isn't like I'm punishing you. This just isn't working. He's just making poor basketball plays. And listen to Mike Dunleavy, man. This was a big, big deal last night.
Yeah, I think right now where we stand, we've kind of talked about it as the playoffs begin now. Every night matters.
Yeah.
Last night was just a huge, it felt like losing game 5 on the road in a playoff series is really what it felt like. So that's how it's going to be for the next, 28, 30 games, however many we have left. Every night matters. These stadiums are so tight. Usually every night you're playing not only playing the standings, but you may be playing a tiebreaker. Last night was a tiebreaker game for us against the Mavericks, and these games are counting doubles. So I would hope, everybody understands that, feels it, the players, the coaches. We got to be in playoff mode. That's the situation we put ourselves in right now with kicking some of these games throughout the year, which have been really, really disappointing. But, if you like the playoffs, might as well get it started early.
Yeah, that's a good point. Last night was a tiebreaker game with Dallas. If I'm not mistaken, tonight a tiebreaker game.
Warriors are 2-1 versus Houston so far this year.
So what happens if they lose? That tiebreaker just becomes null and void and it goes to the next tiebreaker?
I'll double check if they have a 5th game scheduled, but I would imagine they don't.
Right. So in theory,
they don't.
In theory, this could be a tiebreaker game. In other words, you could, and you're probably not.
You're assuming that you're going to climb up and have a tiebreaker.
I'm not assuming anything. It's just you'd like to have that in your hip pocket.
You would. And Dallas
Houston's
has
lost a lot of basketball games lately.
You have Dallas one more time, and that to me feels much more like a possible tiebreaker with Dallas. And you're now down 2-1 in those games. And you mentioned Moses, and he's shooting 35% from 3 since he started really getting actual minutes going back to early January. So he's been better, and Buddy's been a little bit worse, although he's had some good games. For me, it comes down to more about the fit defensively. And if Moses is going to play the 4, and that's where Steve likes to play him, and you don't have Kuminga, and you're not playing TJD, and Looney doesn't play much. So Moses is now in the group of power forwards. Who's your shooting guard?
Yeah, no, it's a completely fair response that you're giving. And
really
it's
quick.
Not
Houston. They do have another game against Houston coming up. They play 5 games against Houston.
They play 5.
Okay.
They had an in-season tournament game against Houston.
That's right.
Gotcha.
So actually, the Warriors could.
They'd have to win one of the next 2 to get the tiebreaker.
But they can firmly take the tiebreaker if they win tonight. And again, They're probably not going to catch Houston. But Houston is falling apart. Houston has lost a ton of basketball games the last 2.5 weeks. So anyway, let's hear from you. 888-957-9570, Steve in Oakland. Hi, Steve. Thanks for calling.
Hey, appreciate it, man. I'm surprised I got through so easy. Honestly, I can't sit there and watch 4 quarters of basketball like I used to, but I watched the Warrior game overall last night. And during crunch time, you got to make some defensive adjustments. You can't have Steph on the court on a really important defensive possession, in my opinion. And Steve Kerr sometimes, to me, kind of falls asleep at the wheel when it comes to decision-making. Also, sit Bill if he's not making shots and play someone else. Jackson Davis is on the bench. Post, he looks like he's lively on his feet. He's quick on his feet. He can shoot. He's 7 foot. Give him some playing time.
Well,
play some different combinations.
Yeah, Steve, that's fair. It's totally fair. I mean, you did bring up two centers when you talked about bringing Buddy Hield out, and so Steve, thanks very much. I think Dibbs' point, and it's a fair one, is that in this moment when you trade Andrew Wiggins and Dennis Schroeder, like you don't have a whole lot of options as far as who can handle the two guard duties, which again is more about who you guard than it is about what you're doing on offense. Moses Moody has even recently said 2, 3, 4, pretty much the same thing in today's NBA, but not on the defensive side of the ball. And you spotlighted a moment where Moses Moody had big problems trying to guard Kyrie. A bunch of people did.
They all did.
He might be the hardest guard in the entire world. I mean, he is famous for his one-on-one moves. He is phenomenal and very, very difficult to guard. But we also have to say this, like if you're going to get that frustrated about last night's game, here's something that's real. They missed Wiggins. They missed him last night.
Well, he wouldn't guard Kyrie. I mean,
he could.
I don't think anyone could.
Well, he got better shot than just about anybody else they got on the roster right now.
Well, GP2 would be the guy.
Yeah, but he's not. GP2 is not a 30-minute guy.
Well, he played 16 minutes.
Yeah.
So if you thought that he could guard Kyrie, then here's an idea: play him more. And I ran down every field goal that he made, and I did it with our show thread, and I just watched it on NBA.com, and you all can do that. Go to the box score and click on the field goal made, and a video pops up of every shot that they were taking, and a lot of those where GP2 was on him, and they ran a little screen roll, and then whoever was guarding the screener had to guard him.
They would switch.
And then Kyrie went by him. And, Kyrie scored on everybody. He scored on Gary. He scored on Buddy. He scored on Jimmy and Draymond and Steph and Quentin. He scored on everybody.
He's phenomenal. He's Kyrie Irving.
Well, here's an idea.
Uncle Drew.
Stop somebody else.
Well, yeah, Steve Kerr laid down on the sword after the game and said, look, we finally started in the fourth quarter running at him to get the ball out of his hands. It helped a little bit, and I probably waited too long to do that. So he fell on the sword there, and he's probably right. Yes, like when you see a star who's going off, you got to address that right away, especially in a night like last night where, let's be honest, Dallas has very, very few other options.
Yeah.
Max Christie had a really good night. He had it going a little bit, but who the hell is Dallas really turning to if you can at least stop Kyrie from being so incessant with the way he was scoring?
Well, they'll turn to Olivier Maxence Prosper.
Whatever you just said,
they'll turn to Najee Marshall or Kyler Kelly or Brandon Williams. Basically, Kyrie scored 42 of the 111. And, you still couldn't win that game?
Yep.
He had almost half their points, and you had no answer. And for Steve to say, by the fourth quarter, we realized, maybe we should start doubling him. That's not okay. It's not okay for you to need 36 minutes of basketball to figure out that their one really good player is killing you.
Here's what Steve Kerr said last night, and this is twofold. First, he's talking about the first half and just did not think the guys were ready to play.
I just think it took us too long to start playing and really focusing and, locking in on executing at both ends. And we messed around with the game for too long and then left ourselves vulnerable. And obviously they cashed in. They did a great job.
Okay, and now he's talking about late in the game.
I didn't think there was anything, egregious or any huge mistakes or anything like that. I just think, like I said, we left the game in the balance because of our poor play earlier in the game. And then, when you do that and the other team is at home and they got a guy like Kyrie who forces your hand and, we left ourselves vulnerable. And, it's disappointing.
There it is from Steve Kerr last night. Let's keep going with your phone calls. John in Modesto here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, John.
Hey, guys. I appreciate taking the call.
Yeah, man.
So you were asking about who can play, right? So basically, why don't we move Jimmy to the 2 and then put Guy Santos until Kuminga comes back into the 4? and basically get them a little bit more size. Part of the reason why they were getting killed is, from a size perspective, they're pretty small, and when you got Buddy Hield in there, who's already a liability, you compound it. So when you look, if you look at the plus minus, or when the Warriors really lose a lot of is when they go super small, and then when do they get back? When they start putting some of the bigger guys in, and it's just clockwork, and so I think that's a potential solution is getting a little bit bigger, putting Guy Santos in there along with Jimmy at the 2.
John, thanks. I do think, and again, I'm going to admit that these rotations and these ideas that we all have can be a little bit harder to execute than we make it sound like. Jimmy Butler, can he be the 2? Sure, he can. A little bit of a bigger guy. I'll just say this. Guy Santos appears to be a winning basketball player. And it doesn't mean that he's ever going to fill up a box score, but he does a lot of little things right. When it comes to rebounding, when it comes to defense, when it comes to positioning, when it comes to passing the ball, Guy Santos is somebody who's helpful. And so, sure, I'd like to see a little more of him. And kind of he gives me the feels that Buddy doesn't. Like, he makes the right play. Buddy often makes the wrong play. And that's kind of what then we get triggered where it's like, dude, if you're hitting your three-point shot, we can deal with some stuff. But when you don't hit it, he really suddenly stands out like a sore thumb.
Right, and Guy, a guy who played 12 minutes and took no shots. So if you want Guy to play, you got to have him play with the right lineup, because if Guy's out there with Draymond and he's out there with Kevon Looney, well, now you've got 3 guys who probably won't score.
No, and Guy, but he can shoot.
Well, he didn't.
Right, but he can.
Not.
He didn't fire.
He's allowed to.
Well, but he makes it. He can shoot.
He can shoot.
That's the point. It's
you
not
played
like,
12 minutes and you didn't shoot.
Yeah,
so it's not like you're out there looking for your shot. To your point, he did have 7 rebounds, and he was a plus 10 when he was out there.
Yep.
So if you're going to play Guy, you're not going to play him thinking, all right, Guy, we're going to go ahead and run the offense through you.
Right.
Go get yours, Guy.
All right, Guy.
I mean, Guy is more like an athletic Kevon. You're asking him to go out there and do everything else other than score.
Yeah, but again, like, I don't mind him out there because he does have the ability to stretch the floor. We've seen it before. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to put him in that loony category of like, well, we don't even need to pay attention to him. If Guy Santos is left alone for a three-pointer, I'm pretty comfortable with that shot.
I mean, he'll shoot it.
Yeah.
Right. But, I mean, how many times has he shot the ball from 3 this year?
I don't know how much he's looking for it.
He shot 51 times in 29 games.
Okay.
So
how many of them have gone in?
21.
That's a really good
2 for
percentage.
5, yeah.
That's over 40%.
So you give him maybe 1-3 a game, 1 or 2, and he's a guy who just does not look to score, and you don't want him to score. It's not what your offense is designed to do. So if you're playing Guy, you're not thinking, all right, Guy, get in there and give us 10 to 12. You're putting him in there to be a glue guy like a GP2 or like Kevon, and so that's his role. Can he shoot? Yeah, of course.
925 says he's deferring too much. He becomes less aggressive. He backs off shooting for some reason, and maybe that's true. Like, you're a young player who is just getting his minutes. Team acquires Jimmy Butler, right? Steph Curry's out there. You're starting to get the first meaningful minutes of your career. You knock down some shots. I get it. You might start being like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like, how far am I taking this here? Because as you just said, you're not running the offense through him. But I tell you what, of all the people on the Warrior roster right now who I'm comfortable with taking a three-point shot and feeling like it might go in, he's on the list. He's definitely on the list. So, anyway, Jason in Central Valley next up. Hi, Jason.
How you doing, boys? Thank you again for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
I called the other day saying that two-guard position is something that looks like needs to be addressed in the offseason, and just, I know Buddy Hield's under contract for the next couple of years, but, I just don't know if that's going to be sustainable. Like you guys saying, if he's shooting it well, no one has anything to say. But, I mean, with respect to Kyrie Irving, I mean, he's just a bad matchup for everybody. But at the same time, it's like, still firmly on that boat. Go get Melton. Maybe we could just use Buddy Hield as insurance behind that. So let me know what you guys think about that for now. Thank you again for your time.
Yeah, Jason, thanks. I mean,
it's a no on Melton.
Why?
Because he's coming off an ACL.
So what? He was coming off an injury this year.
Not an ACL.
No.
He was coming off a back issue. So you have a guy tear his ACL in November, and you're expecting him to come back and be something come next November? No thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how
to me, there are
ACLs
other
work.
options. Yeah.
Okay. To me, DeAnthony Melton, because of those injuries, when you start talking about how the Warriors, because of the Butler contract, because what they want to do with Kuminga, they're going to be out on the market looking for minimum salaries, that's exactly who you want. That's probably what you can get him for next year. And the bigger point for me is not so much about next year, it's about this year. As we sit here looking at it and go, man, who's your two guard? Yeah, it was supposed to be DeAnthony Melton, and they have not been able to replace him. They've tried twice. They had Dennis Schroeder, and then Dennis left for a trade, and you bring in Butler while Kuminga's hurt. You're like, all right, we'll do Buddy Hield right now, and you're 0 for 2. You're 0 for 2 in replacing the role that DeAnthony Melton was supposed to play.
Yeah, I think you're being a little bit too short with Buddy Hield, and I think the sample size since Jimmy's been here is too small to look at. And yeah, Buddy's coming off a bad game. I'm not ready to throw out the Buddy with the bathwater because when he can shoot, when he gets hot, he gives you something that nobody else can on this roster. And yeah, Pods can shoot the three a little bit.
Sometimes.
Miss me with Guy Santos. Guy is not ready to step forward and be a regular contributor. And anybody else you want to throw in there at the two guard, you don't have another option other than Buddy Hield.
Guy's not a 2, but I think you're being a little hard on him. He's a winning basketball player. I love it when he's out there. All right, here's what's on tap for the weekend. All-Star Weekend, as you know, and it's brought to you by AC Transit, driving the East Bay since 1960. Tomorrow you got Rising Stars practice, 2:30 at Chase Center. The Celebrity Game is at 4 p.m. at Oakland Arena. Rising Stars game, Chase Center, 6 p.m. Then we get to the weekend. Saturday, All-Star Practice, Oakland Arena, 11 to 2. Right after that, you've got the HBCU Classic at Oakland Arena at 2. All-Star Saturday night, Skills Challenge, 3-point contest, Slam Dunk contest, Chase Center, 5 o'clock. And then on Sunday, the actual game, 74th NBA All-Star Game, Chase Center, 5 o'clock. And that is what's on tap for the weekend. Brought to you by AC Transit, driving the East Bay since 1960. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. We are 1 hour away from the knockout keyword plus the start of Warriors Live with an early tip in Houston tonight at 5 o'clock. We'll keep taking your calls, those of you on hold on this Buddy Hield situation, 888-957-9570. Also, though, coming up next, I want to get into this conversation. Steve Kerr last night was mad at the NBA schedule makers, and he has a point. At the same time, I think there's something right now that the NBA players and coaches are putting out to their fans that's really, really damaging. So we can get into that coming up next. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than
on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Hey, area, it's Buddy Hill. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to make sure this is clear. All I said was
stand on it.
Well, yeah, I am. Diminish. For now. Like, give him a look, give him a breather. It's kind of like in baseball where you're like, yeah, we're giving him a day off. Just watch the game for a second. This is all starting to roll downhill in the wrong direction. And yes, Buddy Hield might come out and hit 5 threes tonight. I'm fully aware of that. But let's not act like I'm reacting to just last night. The fan base has been frustrated with Buddy Hield for many moons.
Yeah.
This is multiple weeks that went back to 2024.
I think
frankly,
a bigger point that you've made, and I'm not trying to rate your points against your other points, but the body language and some of the nonverbals we're seeing on the court from the likes of Steph and Draymond. Jimmy's new. I don't think that he's even reacting like that. But as a fan, I look at Buddy Hield and I look at 3 good games in a row and then 2 bad games in a row after that. And I also think about what Steve Kerr has said when he talked about Klay Thompson, and Buddy is not Klay. He'll never be Klay. But when you have a shooter, and that's what Buddy is, and he'll never be as good as Steph or Klay. But when you have a shooter, the only thing you can do with a shooter is let them shoot their way through it and shoot their way out of it. Buddy is 3 of 14 from 3 the last 2 games. But before that, he was 12 of 26, which is better, not elite, but better than he has been the last 2 games. And last night was a little bit more than just missing shots.
Sure, that's where I'm getting at.
He didn't have any turnovers, but if he's not making shots, what good are you?
If you're not making shots, the other stuff starts getting more eyeballs, and the other stuff, let's be real, is not Buddy's strength.
Well, none of it is. That's what I'm saying. Defense, passing, positional defense,
floor presence,
basketball IQ,
decision making, all of it.
Buddy is really good at making shots. And if you're not doing that, then what are we doing, right?
What are we doing?
Right.
So anyway.
So I get that.
They're caught in a little bit of a spot because they don't have a lot of great options at 2 guard, and Jonathan Kuminga is hurt. And then here's Buddy Hield doing this, and on certain nights, it feels like he's killing you. Joe in San Jose. Hi, Joe. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibs.
Oh, my God. Thank you guys for taking my call. First of all, that was a very good game last night. Very entertaining. The Warriors fought hard. They came back. So basically what you guys are saying is that the Warriors beat themselves last night.
To a degree, they were.
Kyrie beat them.
Kyrie beat them. The refs didn't help, but they didn't help themselves.
Where's my stripes?
Okay, now my question to you is, I agree with you on Buddy Hield. Those mistakes, you got to clean that up when it's crunch time going and trying to make the playoffs. They have to be cleaned up. So my question to you guys is, isn't that the Warriors' cultural? Those turnovers and these stupid plays, turnovers. That's a reflection on the coach, or because they've been having these problems long before Buddy Hield got here, and now the margin of error is really on the spotlight. That you just can't make those mistakes. So, what do you guys think about that? Is because Kerr has to take some blame for this too. You can't just give him a free ride on this too. Is that just the Warriors' culture, or what is it? Because that's been a problem for a long time. They've been able to shoot their way out of it. Now they can't. So what do you guys think about that?
Joe, I mean, it's a fair question. I'm not big on the word culture in that conversation. That's just me. I don't think turnovers are part of your culture. I would refer to it as tendencies. I think the Warriors through the years have often had a tendency to do that. And you're right. They had the talent in previous years to overcome that, but I also think it's part of the way that a Steph Curry offense runs. It's just that's part of it. And Steph Curry is still running the offense, and he's not as good anymore. So you're right. There are going to be nights where that bites you maybe more so than in the past because you can't just overcome it with overwhelming talent. So does that mean it's on Steve Kerr? I guess, of course, he has to shoulder some of the blame. I also think, though, like you only really come down a coach's road for something like that if you're like, oh, here's this other thing that you could do that would make all of that go away. Steve Kerr's been on our show for 2 years screaming about turnovers. It's not like you're not telling him, but Steph Curry, straw stirs drink. This is his way. I don't mean he's trying to turn the ball over, but the style of a 6'2", 190-pound superstar is going to lead to ball movement and extra passes and different things that, yes, open you up to more turnovers.
Agreed. I think that last night for me, if you want to look at Steve Kerr, and you and I have had this debate about whether or not, a coach can go in the locker room and say, we're going to give him hell. We're going to hit him now. We're going to hit him high. We're going to hit him low. Whatever the motivational rah-rah crap is that a coach can do, I look at this team this year, and they've come out in many first quarters, and they've been a little bit flat.
Sure.
They've been somnambulant, which is another word for sleepy. And last night, I'm looking at the game log right now, and I'm trying to find when they had the lead other than when they were up 6-4. They led 6-4, and beyond that, they trailed in the first quarter, the second quarter, the third quarter. And, Teddy KGB from Rounders, they kept hanging around and hanging around. You're better than Dallas when they're depleted. Even though you're on the road, you're rested, you're better, and you never took that game by the scruff of its neck. And then you got to the fourth quarter, and now you're down 10 or you're down 12, and now you're ready to try and rally. That, for me, becomes more of the part of the culture that I'd like to address, where these are games where you should jump on a team, get up early, jump on them, you're better, show that first quarter urgency, and you didn't.
Yeah, no, that's all fair. You and I have had this debate before, and I don't necessarily know if there's a way to get to a right or a wrong answer. In professional sports,
Yep.
I don't really look to the coach for rah-rah motivation. That's just me. I've never been a professional athlete, so I don't know. But when you're in youth sports, high school sports, even college sports, I do think it's different than professional sports, okay? Steph Curry is about to be a 37-year-old man with multiple kids and multiple rings. I don't think that
4 of each, by the way.
Right. I don't think he needs to be told, like, oh, my God, I was kind of not really feeling it. But then Steve Kerr, who's been talking to me for over a decade, he came in here and he went, okay. And he threw craft services on the floor. And he said, here's what we're doing tonight. And it was only then that I decided to be motivated for this game. I just don't see it that way.
I agree with you.
In professional sports, it is on the player.
Right. So
that's how I feel.
The player or the players, they led 6-4. And the next time they led, they came from 10 down with 6 minutes left, and they fought all the way back to take a lead, 102-101, on a Steph Curry 3 with 3:30 left. Last time they had the lead. So if you wouldn't have had to fight back from 10 down, maybe you would have had more energy. Maybe you would have had more of a wherewithal to close that out, not have the refs job you, not have Kyrie take you over, and whatever else happened, that to me becomes a bigger issue. And it's not about Steve, we're going to hit him high, we're going to hit him low, and rah, 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 sis, boom, bah. It's about the veterans on the team showing up in the first quarter and making an effort to have the lead. Because we know the Warriors are very good at front running, and they're not good at coming from behind. They're kind of like the Niners that.
Although yesterday, that was like, it's one of the reasons I walked out of yesterday like super frustrated, but then an hour later, I'm like, okay, look, they're still a better basketball team than they were 2 weeks ago. And that rally, that little 10-0 run or whatever it was, there in the fourth quarter, we've seen very little of that this year, but last night we did. And so I was like, that was good. You got yourself to the final minute. You gave yourself a puncher's shot. It didn't go your way. Not a moral victory, but you're right. They're not great at coming from behind, but they were last night. They came from behind.
To take a 1-point lead.
Yeah.
And that's my point. It was a 13-2 run. And then from that point where you got the lead, Dallas closed you out on a 10-5 run. and you lost the game. And I guess that for me, Mark, is where I sit because the Warriors have played more clutch games than any team in the association. Last night should not have been a clutch game. You were better than Dallas. They were depleted. And yeah, give Kyrie 45, give him 50, whatever. And Clay had a game.
He was all right.
Yeah, he was fine. He had 17 on like 15 shots, whatever. But those are the games that frustrate me because you should be better than that. And this kind of leads me to my bigger point about the Warriors and Steph Curry is that Steph is not good enough anymore to carry you night in and night out. And last night, Steph Curry, he needed 23 shots to get 25 points. That's not very efficient.
No.
Steph Curry was not great. He needed 23 shots to get to that point. And, Jimmy Butler, 21 points on 17 shots. And the rest of the team didn't contribute a ton. And you lost a game that you shouldn't have lost.
888-957-9570, the number. Again, the knockout keyword and Warriors Live are all going to be tucked in together here in about 45 minutes. Glad you're with us. Steve Kerr said something on the podium last night that I think we just have to address it. We will here in a minute, but let's keep talking to you. Dave in the city is here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Dave, what are you doing?
What's up, fellas? Kaboom.
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 I just want to say, once we get Kuminga back, I think we could slide Moody into that two-guard position and just leave him there. I think Buddy is way better off the bench. If you look at his numbers, he's way better off the bench, actually. I think though that they need to give Pat Spencer a little bit more time instead of Pods, because Pods was missing layups left and right yesterday, and maybe call up Kevin Knox out of the G League to give us another shooter on the bench.
The Pat Spencer, Dave, thanks very much. The Pat Spencer thing, I heard, it came up on the morning show too, and it's easy to chuckle at it, but I do have some sort of odd curiosity about Pat Spencer. I certainly don't think he's going to put a cape on and come in and save the Warriors. I don't think that. But every time you watch Pat Spencer play, you do walk away with, oh, that's actually an NBA player. Because he does not come in that package. You're like, what? Who brought this guy? And then he plays, and you're like, oh, all right, you're not afraid. And you athletically, you're fine. You're fine. You can do some things. I don't know. I mean, look, he's a bench player right now. He's a garbage time player. But if Buddy Hield continues to do stuff like he did last night, I wouldn't shy away from giving him a few more minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not the answer. I understand that.
He's not. And, the more I think about it, it just kind of hit me, and you'll love this comp on who he is. It's a cross-sports comp.
Okay.
He's Mike Yastrzemski. Pat Spencer is 28 years old in his second year in the association.
That's a good call.
And you know that Pat Spencer's history is as a lacrosse player.
Correct.
He was like a 4-time All-American or 3-time Player of the Year.
He's a great athlete.
Amazing athlete.
Yeah.
And the guy who kind of came to basketball a little bit later. And the fact that he's almost 29, his birthday's July 4th. So by the time you get to next year, he will be 29. And yet he's played in only 28 games in his career.
Yeah.
So it's easy to look at Pat and go, yeah, flavor of the month. But if you look at how many games he's played meaningful minutes, it's not a lot.
It's almost none.
Right.
Yeah, no, to me, that's that's a Band-Aid. And it's probably a generic brand. But so I'm not again, that's not the answer. But if guys are getting frustrated with Buddy Hield, I wouldn't hesitate on a given night to be like, dude, Pat, get in there. Listen, there were moments in my high school career. You know how when you're in your high school, when you're in when you're in the earlier year of your 2-year run, on frost off and you're a freshman, and on varsity you're a junior.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
And so there are guys ahead of you, and they're going to get most of the playing time. I've had years where I was Pat Spencer, and here's what I mean by that. Not that I was an amazing athlete like Pat Spencer. What I mean is I was the guy on the bench who the coach would say, "Go get into the game," when I'm ticked off at the starter. Like, if you're going to be out, if you're going to start throwing the ball all over the place and you're going to miss your defensive assignments, you're going to do it 2 or 3 possessions in a row, the coach is going to stomp the ground with his foot and he's going to turn. I still remember when he would do this sometimes. And he'd look up and down the bench. Do I have options? Do I have options? Damn it, I don't have options. But I'm so mad. Willard, get in there. Get in there. And you go in there and you run around for 3 minutes with your hair on fire because you're like, I'm in the game. I'm in the game. And then he'd be like, okay, that's enough. Get out of the game.
Right.
And that's what we would do. You could do that with Pat. You could do that with Pat.
You're allowed to.
And you're not going to lose the game because of it.
Pat Spencer, in his career, or actually in this year, he is 2 of 14 from 3. Actually, that's his career. I'm sorry. He was 2 of 12 this year, 2 of 14 for his career. So if you're looking for him to go in there and replace Buddy and stretch the defense, you're looking for Pat Spencer to go in there and commit 2 or 3 fouls and mess it up a little bit.
I'm actually looking for him to not mess it up. That's kind of the point. You're looking for somebody to go in there and just go in there and make the right decision for a few minutes. Just, like that's what Guy Santos does really well. Just go in there.
Well, Guy can rebound.
I know, but he makes winning plays. And I do think Pat is, again, we've seen very little.
Right.
But when you watch him, you're like, oh, he does good things. I'm not saying he's a knockdown shooter, but go in there and don't throw the ball away. How about that? Can we do that?
Fine.
Go in there and don't
I'll
mess
remind
up.
you that Buddy Hield had no turnovers yesterday.
I understand
As
that.
we're looking at Buddy. A lot of this is about Buddy.
That's a stat, though. He also, he leads the team in stink eye. He leads the team in stink eye from his teammates.
Agreed, but if we're going to get in, for the remainder of our hour and 10 minutes today, if we're going to do Pat and Guy and Quentin and what are we doing? If we're going to really get to this point,
this is where we are.
It's not where we are.
It is. My
it's
gosh,
not where we are.
Quentin Post is starting some of these games.
Right, and Quentin Post last night didn't play.
Right.
He barely played. And, if you want to talk about TJD, fine. He's a guy who has at least a little bit of a track record. And we're not going to sit here and talk about Jackson Rowe to the rescue. If that's what we're doing, then let's start talking about the mock draft and the lottery.
Again.
Because that's not the answer.
No, and I think I said that right off the top. My point is in a moment, Buddy Hield needs, I don't want to say to be checked. He has a great attitude. But if the rest of the team is starting to stink eye him because they don't understand the moves and the plays that he keeps making, then yes, at least in a moment, you have to be able to stick somebody else on the court. He's getting too many minutes right now.
Buddy Hield needs to be featured. Get Buddy some good looks. Get him some clean looks. Let Buddy eat. If we're going to go to Jackson and Pat and Guy and some of the various other two-way guys.
I asked for authenticity.
Nonsense.
I can always tell.
And I'm giving it to you.
No, you're not.
Let Buddy eat.
You do not believe that.
Let Buddy cook.
Let's let Telmo eat. Telmo in the city.
I'm going to eat it.
Come on, Telmo. What are you doing?
Fellas, listen. How many years has it been now that Juan Toscano Anderson or this guy or that guy has a good 2 games and all of a sudden it's let him get more run, let him cook, and we keep doing this. Like, we're going to do this to the ends of the earth with just infinity times. Like, to Dibley's point, he's running a little material right now with the Buddy thing. But come on, we can't do that. It needs to be consistent. You can't just put Pat Spencer in there to teach somebody a lesson. This is a $10 billion franchise, not a high school JV team, because a little Timmy showed up for practice late.
Well, hold on, Telmo. Telmo, I'm not going to let
Timmy's always late, Telmo.
I'm not going to let you do that to people who have jerseys. They've earned these things, and I'm not talking about teaching a lesson. But if you're gonna say, look, this is $1 billion industry, we don't have playtime in the sandbox. Well, then what is it that you call it when Buddy Hield is out there making unthinkably bad decisions? Like, to me, that's the same point. We don't have time for this. Mike Dunleavy just said today on this station that felt like 2 losses. We don't have time for 1 and 9, and I don't know where to pass the ball in a big moment. And Pat Spencer's not doing that. And Quentin Post is not doing that. Buddy Hield is doing that.
You don't have time, but you have time to, let's throw Pat Spencer in there for 4 minutes and see what happens.
Yes.
We have time for that?
Yes, we do.
Come
on. Because
if we did, Steve Kerr would do that.
No.
If we did, Steve Kerr would have already done that.
No, he wouldn't have. No, he wouldn't have.
And you're talking about Buddy Hield. We know Buddy Hield hasn't had good run, but he got up good shots yesterday. I watched in the beginning of the game. There were shots that literally rolled around the rim twice and came out. They weren't necessarily bad shots. It's just a game of makes and misses. Steph Curry had a volume night. It wasn't great. They deferred to Jimmy Butler at the end. He's taken a 2-point shot with 10 seconds left on the clock. That doesn't make any sense. If he scores that right there and they tie the game, you still give Dallas 10 seconds back.
Right.
So the point of this thing is like there's a number of decisions that by most of the team yesterday that led to that loss. And it wasn't on Buddy Hield. And if we're going to talk about stink eye, look at how much stink eye Kuminga gets on oftentimes when he's on the court and making terrible decisions.
I don't think Kuminga gets. All right, Telmo. I don't think Kuminga gets any stink eye. And I want to reiterate my point because you're making a bunch of points that are fair, but they're not reiterating or they're not going against what I said. I'm not making this all about last night. There's no way if you're a Warrior fan, you could sit here or look me in the eye or have a conversation when you're on the radio and tell me right now that you're loving watching Buddy Hield play for the last 2 months. You can't do it. You flat out can't do it.
Well, you're not loving a lot of it.
That's fine.
You know, you watched Pods last night. He missed 2 layups. But Pods isn't very good. So if you take Buddy's minutes away, you're giving him to Pods.
Pods have been really good since he got back from the injury.
He's been better.
Really good.
He's not. I wouldn't say that he's been really good.
He's been good.
And you're looking at Buddy's small sample, and I think
that's my point.
The last 2 games. Look at the 3 games before. He was really good.
Dibs. I'm looking at the large sample. You cannot make a case to me that in 2025, and quite frankly, since before the holidays, that Buddy Hield's been playing good basketball. It's shocking to me that there's some of you out there that want to defend this. Like, I don't care that he shot the ball 9 times. I'm not mad at him for missing shots that just barely went in and out last night. This is a larger issue right now, and it is clearly one.
Well, the larger issue for me is that
he is not playing well for a long period of time.
And you've got a lot of guys who aren't playing well.
Like who?
Like Brandon. Look at Brandon Podjemski inside of 5 feet. The guy, he misses at least 2 layups every single game.
Brandon Podjemski, since he came back from injury, has absolutely looked like the guy who made the all-rookie team last year. Like, no question.
He's been fine.
Yes. So that's
fine.
what we're talking about, and that's
Buddy's been hot and cold, and the last couple of games,
Buddy's
cold,
been hot,
but before that, he's been hot,
and cold, and then hot, and then cold, and cold, and cold.
Yeah, I think you're looking at too small a sample.
And again, you're the one who pointed this out. I'm not focusing even on the shot. I'm looking at body language, and his teammates look annoyed, and I don't see that with anyone else. That point that Telmo made right there at the end.
About Kuminga?
He doesn't get stink eye from Steph.
Well, he was a couple months ago, for sure.
When?
All the time.
Jonathan Kuminga?
He was getting some stink eye. Absolutely. Maybe not to where Buddy got last night.
I don't see that. I don't see that.
You know, I think it's easy to look at last night and look at a 1-for-9 performance, but I would not blame last night on Buddy Hield. They didn't lose because of Buddy Hield.
Didn't. How many times do I have to say this?
I'm not saying you did.
I'm
just saying that I'm not looking at last night and saying that Buddy Hield lost him the game.
Nor am I. I am on this day, February 13th, based on last night and many nights in a row before it, saying that way more often than not, Buddy Hield is not performing the way he needs to, and now appears to be getting to a point where he is bothering his teammates. That's the point I'm trying to make. I don't care that he went 1 for 9 last night. Guys have bad shooting nights.
Pod's 0 for 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 3 for his last 15 from 3.
Yeah, 0 for 2.
Yeah.
Although he does all kinds of other stuff on the court that are really, really heady plays.
6 for his last 25 from 3.
Right.
That's bad.
Yeah, it is. Warriors are in Houston tonight. Means Warriors Live starts at 4. We're coming up on that pretty quick. Presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Also, safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All right, we still got plenty of time for your calls. Warriors Live, half hour away. Plus, the key word for today's entrant into the knockout tournament also coming up at 4. Coming up next, we'll get to those comments from Kerr last night that we really think are discussion worthy. This is Willard and Dibs. All right, and it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy.
back-to-back triples for Irving, and it's a 12-point lead. A 17-6 run for the Mavs. Curry drives, gets bumped, no call. Rebound goes to Christie. And again, the young official swallowed the whistle. Irving for three, got another one. It's 77-62.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Only the great Tim Roy could keep up with the play-by-play, nail every piece of it, and tuck in a little rib shot to the refs.
Right
in the middle of the call. Attaboy, Tim. Out of bed.
And the young official swallowed the whistle.
Again.
Right. And I'm going to pull that up here. It was 77-62.
You mad, bro?
No, I'm not mad until I see it. It was Curry, 8-footer driving finger roll, and the young official swallowed the whistle.
Curry!
Yeah.
That's right. Right.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm looking at the play now. Yeah.
It's a tough night for the refs.
Well,
you admitted that.
No.
It's a tough night.
Agreed,
for the refs.
and this is one where Steph drives in, he gets bumped, and then he looks at the ref, and so,
yeah.
When Steph looks at a ref after there's contact,
supposed to blow the whistle.
Correct. Although they never do with Steph.
Not with Steph.
No.
They do with that LeBron guy.
They do it with a lot of guys.
Yeah, they do.
Including Kyrie on a rip through where Moses Moody just,
Well, that was a foul. It just shouldn't have been a 3-shot foul.
It depends.
Should have been a 2-shot. Well, the rule. You love the rules.
I do love the rule.
Yeah, well,
and the rule is
a swing through. That's a 2-shot foul.
That was not a swing through. He pulled up, and
Disagreed.
Eventually his left arm was the only one that came up because Moses Moody had his right arm trapped. So
right.
And that's one that it's subject to interpretation.
Aren't they all?
They are.
Aren't they all?
But what's not subject to interpretation is Moses Moody going out to guard him and putting his hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah, it was a foul.
Foolish.
Absolutely. What's also not up for debate, that was a kick ball, and you screwed it up, Russ.
Agreed, yeah.
Yeah, in a major moment in the game. Major moment.
That was early fourth, but it turned out to be big.
Uncle Mo was just starting to come toward the Warriors, and that interrupted it big time. I think it was like an 8-point game went back to 10 or something.
7 to 9. Yep, you're right. Absolutely right.
So anyway, all right. 888-957-9570. It is time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Warriors made 10 3-pointers last night, just enough for yet another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society in San Francisco. Steph made 4, Moody GP2, couple apiece. Buddy Hield and Quentin Post each had 1. That's the 31st donation of the year for Triples for Autism. To make a donation to autism yourself, or if you'd like to get involved, we invite you to go to sfautismsociety.org. And that was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. So, Steve Kerr had a point last night, but I also, as a fan, I can only respond to it with authenticity and tell you that it doesn't feel good when we continually have to go through this. Here's what I'm saying, and I wonder how this grabs you. So here's Steve Kerr talking about whether or not the guys, and by the way, they are fully available tonight. Everyone's in. Steph's going to play. Jimmy's going to play. Draymond's going to play. But Anthony Slater asked him if the vets were going to go tonight, last night. Listen to the answer.
This was obviously kind of a fatiguing game, late tip. You're flying tonight. I mean, can you go with all your veterans tomorrow?
I don't know. We'll talk to Rick after. So it's a tough back-to-back, and that's why that's what makes this loss even more frustrating. Is that we're going to get into Houston at 3:00, whatever it is, because the NBA and its infinite wisdom makes us play an 8:45 game, and they clearly don't care about rest or player health. It's just ratings and all that stuff. So I get it. So everyone's got to do it. The whole league's got to do it. So it is what it is. We got to strap it up and get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. So he's got a point. He has a point. I wasn't even thinking about that as you and I are doing Warriors Live, and boom, thing tips off at 6:30, and it was somewhere into the evening that you realize you're like, oh God, they're in Texas. That game didn't tip off until 8:45 local time.
Yep.
What are we doing? So he has a point. But that's not even what I want to get to tonight.
Well, they're staying in Texas.
Understood.
Pretty big state, though.
Understood.
Right.
Yeah. I think they're going to get to their hotel room about 3 a.m.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
And tonight's game is at it's 4:30 here, so 6:30 there.
5 o'clock here.
My bad.
Yeah, so 7 o'clock there.
So basically,
regular.
It's about 15 and a half hours when you land until you have to play again, which really means about 9 hours until you land, till you have to be at the arena to get ready.
I'll never act like I know what it's like to be a professional athlete and what it takes to go into those games and then get on a plane. And I know that they've got millions of dollars and all of the best treatment and everything, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, come on, pull your belt on and go to work. Here's what I want to get to, though. We as fans, and I wonder if the NBA, and I think they are aware of this, we are bombarded right now with, I don't want to play. We're bombarded with it. And I just want and wish that the NBA could figure a way out to stop bombarding the fans who love these games. We look forward to these games. We build our nights, in some cases, around these games. I text my sons at 3 or 4 o'clock, or sometimes even when I'm driving them to school in the morning. Hey, get your homework done early tonight. We got a game to watch. Let's have dinner. Let's sit down. Let's watch the game together. We love it. We love it like nothing else. Get the dog to curl up on the couch next to you. It's winter. It's raining outside. Let's curl up and watch the game together. There's nothing better than that. And it sucks as we get ready for all of that to constantly be bombarded by, we don't want to play. And that's what it feels like. It's what it feels like, Joel Embiid. And this constant, I don't know, does everyone else's phone do this? If you've got Underdog or Prize Picks or whatever you've got on your phone, and just every hour, every afternoon, bzz, bzz, Zion's not playing. Bzz, Tyrese Maxey's not playing. Bzz, Kawhi's out. Bzz, Anthony Edwards is out. Bzz, 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 all day. And so there's just a messaging issue here. I'm not going to come at this the way we usually do, which is, you guys are wimps. Play. No, I just think there's a messaging problem. There's a PR issue here. As a league, you are feeding your customers with the constant idea of, we don't even want to be doing this. It stinks, man.
Yeah.
It stinks.
It stinks, and it is a problem that will never go away, because what are the fixes for NBA players not wanting to play 82 games? Well, just play less games.
Yeah.
Play fewer games.
They won't do that.
The owners won't do that because the owners want to make that money. And honestly, if you went to every player and said, you know what, we're going to go to a 60-game schedule, but you all have to give up 1/4 of your salary. So, Steph, you're making 56. Now you're making 42.
Yeah,
Sound good?
Nope.
No, absolutely not. And then, okay, you don't want to play back-to-backs. All right, guys, we're going to go from September to May, and then the playoffs will last until late July, and you'll get 6 weeks off for the summer, and we'll start again. No, we like our summer. We don't want that. So you don't want to give up games, and you don't want to give up your summer. What do you want?
You couldn't stretch it out a little bit?
A little bit.
Can you change the calendar a little bit?
Like, how much are you talking a little bit?
I don't know. I'd have to do the math to see,
do you think that players want to do that? So already you have, like, Steph and those guys who had to play till mid-June, Father's Day, NBA Finals on Father's Day, and then you got to turn back around in September and show up to camp, and already they're like, well, boy, this offseason was sure short. And I get it. It's short, but players don't want to give up their offseason, and owners don't want to give up games, and players don't want to give up game checks. If you made it like, okay, if you don't play, then you don't get paid. So the only way you do this is the way they're doing it, which is, sorry, you got a back-to-back, and either you play or you don't play, you still get paid, and that's just the way it goes.
Yeah. Listen, I understand.
I know you understand.
I understand. And again, part of it is even just the idea of, I'm almost less mad about the fact that it happens. I'm more mad that everybody's talking about it all the time. Like, you're not doing a good job of promoting your sport. Like, and this is just an example I'm not saying Steve did something wrong last night even. Again, I think he's got a point. And he was just making kind of a snide, sarcastic remark. He obviously doesn't like the way the NBA does it. And that's a fair place to come from, I think. At the same time, I just want to speak to the experience as a fan. It stinks to constantly be bombarded from an entertainment entity that we don't really want to do this. Like, imagine if we took this idea to anything else in the world of entertainment. Anything else. Like, it wouldn't even make sense.
Taylor Swift will not be appearing tonight. She's being load managed.
That's right.
Tonight in her place, Tina Shift.
Taylor performed last night.
Right.
So
we're not doing back-to-backs.
Quick turnaround. Imagine if you did this on Broadway. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'll be here. We're going to do the show. But did you realize, like, what if you started the show at 7 o'clock and you came out, and before the show started, the star actor came out and said, I just want to let everybody know that we did a show this afternoon also. We did one at 2 o'clock. And I'm freaking exhausted. I'll do it because y'all paid a lot of money to be here. But I just want you to know that I think that stinks and the schedule makers should do this differently.
In for Billy Joel tonight, Willie Bones. Uptown Girl. Oh, boy. Billy will be back tomorrow. We're living in an uptown world. Am I right? Oh, boy.
Why does Billy...
I don't know.
Why does Billy Joel's backup have to be an old smoker?
It's Krusty the Clown is what it is. This bitch just keeps going. Oh, boy.
Oh,
I'm a piano man. I can't play the piano, and I'm not really a man.
But
oh, boy.
What a weird way to do entertainment.
Right?
Like, well, you know, can your guys perform tomorrow night? I don't know. Our parent company's a bunch of dummies. So tune in at 5 to find out. It's just weird. It's weird.
It's beyond weird.
And it's
honestly,
frustrating.
It's offensive is what it is.
Well, but go ahead. I get it.
I'm just thinking about the old school, and we had Rick Barry on earlier today with Steiny and Goo, and, you know, he was great. And if you look at Bill Russell, and I'm just thinking about the 60s where Bill played 38 minutes at home against St. Louis, and then the next night they were at St. Louis. He played 44 minutes, and I'm not positive it was a bus trip, but if it was a plane, it was probably a prop plane.
On coach.
Right.
Yep.
If that. And he played 44 minutes the next night, and then the very next night they played at Detroit, and he played 43 minutes. And the very next night they were back in Boston. So home at St. Louis, at Detroit, home to Cincy, 4 straight games. He played every game. He played 38, 44, 43, and 29. And I know it wasn't the same high profile, high demand, blah, blah, blah. But the dude showed up 4 straight nights in 3 different cities to play basketball.
It's a good point. I'll also say this. One thing that I've learned through the years, don't fight the way new generations do things because you'll lose. Like,
I'm not fighting it. I'm just pointing out logistical human facts.
Right, but it ain't coming back. Do you know what I mean?
I know that.
Like, you're not gonna. I've learned this. Like, when you get to a certain age, you'll walk into a living room and you will see 5 people in front of a TV with none of them looking at the TV because they're all looking at their phones. And in some cases, they're texting each other. And you're like, do you guys have eyes? Can you look up? Can you look another human being in the eye and have a conversation? And they'll be like, what? And it drives you batty. But that's generational. You have to work with that frustration because it ain't going back.
I get it.
So I know what Rick Barry used to do. We could get into a full debate over whether it's fair that it's not that way anymore, but it's not. So I understand that players today are players today, whatever, the output of energy, who knows?
Right.
Who knows? But the analytics are what the analytics are. I'm more sort of like of the mind of how do you then speak to your customers, you know? And I think some do it as well as they can. Steph actually is at the top of the list. When he load manages on the road, he's sure to go find that crying child and sign something and take pictures or whatever and at least do the best that you can. But I think it's something for the league to look at. There's no one person I'm pointing at. It's the collective. I wonder if they even know. The messaging that the customer gets is that we don't want to be here.
Right.
And that's the worst thing that you can do in entertainment.
And what is the messaging that the customer is giving back to the league? Fine, we don't want to be here either.
Right.
So if you look at the NBA ratings, and I saw a report over the past week where Luka Doncic in his Lakers debut, 2 million viewers. It was one of the highest rated games of the season, and you could only draw 2 million viewers in a country of almost 400 million. So even your big, splashy Luka in LA debut moment, the majority of people in the country, and we're lucky here in the Bay Area, we have a product, an ownership, a coach, a star, a group, Jimmy, Draymond, Kuminga, whatever we have, it's special. But you go to the other 29 markets in this country and Toronto and Canada in the association, and the majority of the fans, it's Yawn City. And it's a lot of it, Mark, because of what we're talking about where, and put aside the Warriors, because I do think that this situation is not a good one where, yeah, you could have played that game 3 hours earlier yesterday, and you could have made it so they could have had at least a decent night of travel and sleep. But because the Warriors are marquee, you put them late, and then you don't really care about the human part of it. But when you have that messaging as a general fan, your takeaway is, come on, guys.
Well,
all you have to do is dribble, shoot. Like, can Buddy Hield not go 1 for 9 on a short night rest, right?
I would hope.
Well, and so honestly, for me, the big takeaway is what you're saying. Like the average person who's working probably 40 hours a week and maybe a second job, and you're grinding and you're commuting and you're hearing millionaires complain about a short night of sleep to go play basketball. I think it's part of why we have a disconnect now among fans and the product.
Well, listen, here's what maybe even is a bigger concern. How many days in a row has somebody walked into this building and asked one another, on air or off, do you feel the buzz of NBA All-Star Weekend in town? And what does everybody say each time?
The what?
Exactly.
With the what?
If I'm the NBA, and this is real hard to say right now because we are in sports radio and we are the flagship station of the Golden State Warriors, but I want everybody to look around right now. I want the NBA to look at their flagship celebration of the sport globally and ask themselves this: what is the message that we are sending to our fans? What's the number one story of the day about the NBA All-Star Game? What did we find out today at about 1:30 this afternoon?
No Steph v. Sabrina.
We don't want to be here. That's what you're telling your fans. I know Steph rented out Splash, and I know that there's a big party there. For some reason, Mark Grandy is the only human being on planet Earth who got invited. I don't know why. Good for you. He's going to report live and on Monday. We can't wait to talk.
Let's go to Grandy, half in the bag.
It's called an ultra exclusive party.
You're damn right it is. They looked at the whole building and they're like, him, that guy right there.
Him.
We're going to want him there.
Need him there.
Okay.
Be disrespectful with
So
him.
Grandy is in there. Warriors Live, hashtag. But I don't think they mean to do this. But what's the message that we're getting? Yeah. Mac McClung. So wait a minute. Why not you and you and you and you and you? What's their message? We don't want to be there.
Right.
We don't want to be there. And I'm just telling you, man, in entertainment, you can't do it. The NFL rules the world right now. And what do those guys do? They'll complain about the schedule. The Chiefs will be like, wait a minute. We're playing 3 games in 10 days and one of them's overseas. And the NFL's like, yeah. And you're like, well, that sucks, but we'll be there.
Where's my helmet?
Pads on.
Yep.
Let's play. I'm telling you, man, this is the most dangerous thing they got going right now is this message to the fans that we don't want to do this.
This weekend features Buddy, Mac, and Pat. Don't miss Buddy, Mac, and Pat at Chase Center.
Pat.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in the Rising Stars, even though I'm 28. I'm neither rising nor a star.
There's too many people who aren't getting your reference, but it's okay.
Those who aren't, it's fairly accurate.
Randy, you're only laughing because we showed you the old SNL videos before the show, or you'd have no idea what he was doing right now.
Dibs was doing just another.
He's not rising. He's not a star. He's Pat. I'm happy for the exposure.
Oh, that's uncomfortable.
Quite.
It is. Yeah. Okay. All right. Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is on. You want to be there?
Big time.
We want to be there. So check this out. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's the winner plus 3 guests to Las Vegas. And then when you get there, somebody's going to hand you $20,000. Yep. $20,000. And you'll stay at Circa. You all know Circa. This place is premium, okay? Las Vegas is premium sports viewing destination. And visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. It is the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship, which is on tap. And by the way, I don't know why they haven't put it in this read. I would imagine that if you really get ahead of yourself, you could also meet Dibs. Right?
Oh, I'm going to be there.
Yeah, I know you are.
Oh, yeah.
And winning is easy. All you have to do is download the free Odyssey app right now. You log in and you listen. That's it. You just listen for at least 1 hour each day, and that gives you a daily entry. You don't need to fill out anything or anything. Just listen for an hour, and every day you get another entry into this national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you could be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. So that's that.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
It's big.
I'm excited for this basketball game tonight. And I'm glad that at least the Warriors, from if we're going to talk about messaging, like, it's wonderful. Okay, Steve, you got a point. Everybody's ticked off. You're not going to get enough sleep. But the other message is this is urgent because all of the Warriors are in.
It's a must win, Mark. I mean,
no, it's not. It's not a must win.
No, but I do think that it's fairly big.
Got to have it game.
I didn't know that they were playing Houston 5 times, and thank you for pointing that out, Grandy. And I guess the 5th of those 5 was the play-in, quarterfinal game that they, the cockamamie in-season tournament game that they did.
You think the Warriors are favored tonight?
No, I don't think so. No.
Huh? What do you think the number is?
Probably 3.5.
Yeah.
Is Şengün playing?
I think the Rockets. Yeah, everybody's.
If the Goon's playing, it's got to be Houston.
Fred Van Vliet's out.
Van Vliet is
Jabari
the only.
Smith is out.
Yeah,
Tari Eason is out.
Jalen Green is in, and Şengün is in, and Steph is in, and Jimmy is in, and Draymond's in. They're in. They're in. It's a big game.
You know who else is in? Dylan Brooks.
Oh, let's do this.
The Warriors are only a 1-point underdog.
All right.
1-point underdog for this one. All right. Warriors live in a moment. Plus, your next chance to win a spot in the knockout tournament at Chase Center is coming up. Is today Thursday?
That's
is,
correct.
right?
Yeah.
So there's only 4 spots left.
Yeah, best day of the week.
It sure is.
Yep.
4 spots left to the knockout tournament. One of them is coming up in just moments. Warriors Live and the knockout keyword were brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard & Dibs.
It's Dan Dibley here. Just one last quick noise before we get...
second step of the Texas two-step for the Golden State Warriors, and they're licking wounds after a disappointing loss last night. Can they make that all go away by getting back into a winning record and grabbing one on the road against a good team that's been cold in the Houston Rockets? Warriors at 27-27, the Rockets at 34-20. This is Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff, Dibs. I won't call it a must-win game, a gotta-have-it game, or any other name. I'll just say this. Whatever happens tonight, you got to sit with it for over a week. And especially since you lost a disappointing game last night, I think from a mental standpoint, that one ups the importance of this one tonight just a little bit.
Just a little bit, but I do think you look at the situation, and, Steve Kerr was lamenting getting in at 3:30 in the morning, which I believe was about the timeline that, that would be, which means you get to bed at probably 5 by the time you get in your hotel, you check in, and then head hits the pillow, and you're up about 8 hours later and trying to get back to business. It's a little bit of an odd one, and you're heading into the All-Star break, and you've either have vacation plans, Jimmy Butler, I'm sure, or you've got party plans, Steph Curry, or you've got skills challenge plans, which is Draymond and Moses Moody, or three-point plans, Buddy Hield. This is a little bit of an odd one where your head might be in a different place going into the break, yet you got a Houston team featuring one of your personal physical rivals in Dylan Brooks, and one of these up-and-coming teams that they're probably going to come in and try to snatch your soul because they think that they are you and what you used to be. So it's not hard to get up for this one.
No, and these two teams have played some pretty entertaining games so far this year. We'll see if that continues. Lots to say about this game. And Mike Dunleavy, the GM of the Warriors, was on the station earlier today, so we're going to let you hear some of that. But some business first, and it is time for those of you trying to get into our knockout tournament in early March. There are only 4 spots left.
That's it?
That's it. 4 spots left. 1 right now, and then 3 tomorrow. And then our roster, the roster that's coming after Mark Grandy's championship, will be set. So 4 to go, and those of you who have been faithfully trying, we appreciate it, and we hope for you that this is the one. It is time to give out the keyword to claim that 4th to the last spot for our knockout tournament. The keyword is steal. The keyword is steal. So sometime in the next 20 minutes or so, you're going to hear this sounder. Please don't call now. Our lines are locked. But when you hear that sounder again, that will be your cue to call our contest line. If you're new to the show, that line is 415-523-4652. Make a note of that. 415-523-4652. And the keyword is steal. So save the number and save the word. And you've got those 2 things ready to go, because when you hear that sounder again, if you're the first person to call in with the correct keyword, you're going to be in our knockout tournament. We'll see you March 3rd at Chase.
Yeah, and I feel a little embarrassed because every time you've given a word over the last few weeks, I've kind of asked you to spell it, forgetting that all you have to do is call in and say it.
That's correct.
Because I was about to ask you which steal it is, but if you're calling in with the word, you don't really need to know how to spell it. You just need to know the word, because it could be EEL, it could be EAL.
Right, it could be Man of Steel, it could be Sage Steel. It could be...
That's a dang 4 right there is what that is.
GP2 makes a steal. These are all... But it doesn't matter. You just say steal.
But when my fault. Yeah, that is my fault, because when we do these contests like where you have to text it in, it does matter. And I've been thinking all week, like, why doesn't he spell it out? This is why he doesn't spell it out, dummy.
Yeah.
Just say the dang word, and it's steal.
Right. It's an audible situation.
Yeah.
In this particular case.
Yeah, but don't call now.
No, don't call now. 415-523-4652. Keyword is steal. More on that coming up. Let's get to the injury report, brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. The Warriors' injury report, thankfully, remains the same. Jonathan Kuminga obviously remains out. The Warriors have stated that he'll ramp things up this week, and maybe 2, 3, 4 games into the post-All-Star game games, you'll see Jonathan Kuminga. But outside of that, everybody is good to go. For the Rockets, Fred VanVleet's got the right ankle strain. He's out. Jabari Smith is also out, and so is Tari Eason. He's got a left leg injury management. They are all out tonight. So the Rockets down a few, but their core largely still in there. They've been struggling for the last 2 to 3 weeks. They're coming off back-to-back wins against much lesser opponents, but Rockets still, this is how good they were playing earlier. They're 34-20, and these 2 games that they recently won are their first 2 in their last 2.5, 3 weeks. They lost, I think it was 6 in a row before that happened.
Yeah, they've won 4 of 10, but you're right. They have won 2 in a row, and through all that, they still sit right there in the 4 spot, and they're a game and a half back at Denver, a game up on the Lakers, and this is why I've been talking about, the Warriors climbing up to 6 and just how hard it is, because not only do you have to win and win consistently, but you need to get help from the people ahead of you who go ahead and lose. And, the Warriors lost yesterday. The Kings have won 3 in a row. The Mavs have just come off a victory over Golden State. And so as you try to climb, you need to play well consistently, and you need a little bit of help. And so the Warriors are sitting at 10, a game behind 9, a game up on 11. And, man, San Antonio, a team that everyone expected to, all right, De'Aaron Fox, time to cook. They're kind of going the other direction.
Yeah, they're better, but they're not getting any schedule breaks like they were in Boston last night.
Yeah,
that's a hard game, no matter who you got. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. We mentioned that Mike Dunleavy was on just a few hours ago with Steiny and Goo right here on 95.7 The Game. And to the point I made off of the top, which is that this game against Houston, I'm not going to say it feels like 2 or it's a must-win game or whatever, but I'm a big believer in sort of the mental journey that a team goes on. And when you have a disappointing loss like that, and then you've got 8 days off, you've got 8 days between games. After tonight, they don't play again until Friday night in Sacramento 8 days from now. You're going to have to sit there with whatever wounds you have coming out of last night and tonight. So if it's back-to-back losses in games that you felt were winnable, that's going to be really, really difficult for them to stomach. However, I'd argue if they win tonight, it kind of makes last night feel a little bit more handleable, if you will, because it's a successful road trip if you win 3 out of those last 4 going in. But Mike Dunleavy made no bones about it. Last night was very, very disappointing.
Yeah, I think right now where we stand, we've kind of talked about it as the playoffs begin now. Every night matters.
Yeah.
Last night was just a huge, it felt like losing game 5 on the road in a playoff series is really what it felt like. So that's how it's going to be for the next, 28, 30 games, however many we have left. Every night matters. These stadiums are so tight. Usually every night you're playing not only playing the standings, but you may be playing a tiebreaker. Last night was a tiebreaker game for us against the Mavericks, and these games are counting double. So I would hope, everybody understands that, feels it, the players, the coaches. We got to be in playoff mode. That's the situation we put ourselves in right now with kicking some of these games throughout the year, which have been really, really disappointing. But, if you like the playoffs, might as well get it started early.
Well, I tell you what, I think a lot of us went to bed after Steve Kerr's comments last night thinking, man, Steph's probably not going to play in this game. But as soon as you hear Dunleavy say that at 1 o'clock, we should have known that Steph was in for this game because he is striking that chord. These are playoff games right now. The urgency is on, and I think that's why you're getting these guys playing on a back-to-back. Keep in mind the whole NBA, that the whole schedule tonight is on a back-to-back because everybody played last night.
And everybody plays tonight as well, right?
No.
So everyone who plays tonight,
is on a back-to-back,
right.
Yes, but you only have 1, 2, 3, 5 games tonight.
Okay, so all 5 of those games will include teams
everybody's on a
back-to-back. And no matter what you do, whether it's an all-star party or an all-star game or a shoot-around or a skills, you've got 8 days off because the Warriors don't play again until next Friday. So go ahead and play as hard as you can and go out there and get a win where you're 27-27. And everybody knows that the Warriors are trying to get to the 6th spot. You're 3.5 out of the 6, and you as a Warrior franchise has never won a play-in game. And I know it's only been 3 of those play-in games, but you're 0-3 in those games. So of course you're fighting tooth and nail to get up to 6, and tonight's a big opportunity against a team that's also coming off a back-to-back.
Yeah, no doubt. And Houston had to grind one out last night. Phoenix was in town, and it took them to the fourth quarter. They had a huge fourth quarter and ended up winning the game by about 8, 9, 10 points. But they were having a hard time shaking Phoenix, and Phoenix is struggling as much as any team in the league right now. So we'll see. I like the Warriors' chances tonight. More on that in a moment, though. Great to have Mike Dunleavy post-trade deadline. Let's let you hear some of the really key stuff. First of all, we kind of all said they got to do something, right? They've got to make a deal. So was Dunleavy kind of relieved that they were indeed able to get something done?
I don't know there's any added pressure. It just felt like watching the team this season, I felt like something needed to be done, and I felt like we needed to add talent. So making that happen is not easy. You heard about the stuff this summer. It's hard to make deals. It's hard to acquire high-end players. So to be able to get a player of Jimmy's caliber, we're really fortunate that guy's available at all. And then to be able to get a deal done, to have the assets to do that, the matching salary and all that. So, yeah, I guess there's a sense of relief. I think maybe just in general with the deadline passing, kind of move on to basketball here, focus on our team, watch some college basketball, get ready for the draft. That stuff sort of shifts, and it's nice to have the trade stuff behind us.
Okay, I bet. And so, again, he's going to not let the word pressure be that one and then that's smart. Like, you're not going to let the fans run this show. But the bottom line is he said the same thing we heard Steve Kerr say for a number of weeks. We watched the team. It's not good enough. We got to do something. So here we are.
Yeah, and since the deadline, they're 2-2, and 3 of those games Jimmy's played, and you had the Laker game right when the deadline hit, and so before the deadline, you were 500, and since the deadline, you're still 500, so yeah, the pressure was there, and I do think that the pressure comes from the owner and what he said a year or more ago. I think it was on the TK pod, Tim Kawakami, where he said, we don't ever plan on being in the lottery, ever. And now 1 year in, you've been in the lottery once, and you look at this team, and you're teetering on the lottery line. And so Mike Dunleavy doesn't need a phone call from Joe Lacob, or he doesn't need anyone to tell him what the pressure is. The pressure is there. This organization wins championships, and we're not doing the lottery. So if you're sitting at 500 and you're trying to get better, well, then the deadline is how you get better.
Okay, there's also this, and I think it's a question a lot of us have sort of thrown around lately, which is, how does this all come together? You remember our conversation yesterday. Like, what are these phone calls like? Is it like your fantasy draft? And Steve Kerr is on with us earlier this week, and he's like, I know everybody's thinking about what Steph and Steve Kerr are thinking, but we've got less input on this than you think we do. Well, okay, Dunleavy was asked, who gets involved in these conversations when you've got a deal at a high level that lands someone like Jimmy Butler?
No, it's mostly me. I've got a great support staff, and we definitely connect with other teams in different ways. And a lot of my guys reach out and feel things out. But a deal like the Butler deal, that's mostly me and Andy and Pat. Those high-level things, you can't get too many people involved. And I'm obviously keeping, Joe and Kirk really in the loop on this stuff. But those types of deals are pretty small. And, a lot was reported about the Luka deal with Dallas. I mean, you saw what that was. Just a few people know. And that's generally how these things go when you get talking about, high-end players and big moves.
So he did not mention the names Steve or Steph.
Or Draymond, yeah.
No, definitely.
Quentin or Pat or Gee.
No, they did
None
not
of
ask
them. Yeah.
Quentin Post.
Nope.
But he basically said, I keep Joe informed.
Right.
I ask him some questions.
Hey, Joe, do you have $112 million for Jimmy Butler?
He's like, how about 111?
Right. Whatever the number is, and I always get it wrong. But
whatever.
Hey, Joe, I'm about to acquire a guy, but it's going to take a nine-digit commitment from you. Are you in? Sure, Mike. I'm on the other line. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So what do you see from Jimmy Butler so far?
Well, ironically, I think when we built out our player development program, he, to me, is like the prototype of how player development should go. You draft a guy at the end of the first round. He plays a little bit his rookie year. His second year, he takes another step. His third year, he takes off, and the rest is history. And Jimmy, I saw it firsthand, the work he put in on a daily basis, the way he was coached and drilled, and it was fun to see. But I also knew, like, playing with him as a teammate, being in high-pressure situations, being in the playoffs, what it's like to be in a foxhole with the guy. And for that reason, I felt he'd be a perfect fit here. I know you age and things change over time, but I knew those were some of his core principles that have made him who he is as a pro. And for that reason, just felt like close to a no-brainer as possible for us to make this deal and get a player of his stature.
That's a pretty interesting comment, to call it a no-brainer. And I do love that he's leaning on the fact, and I wonder how many people, I know it's been mentioned, but how many people realize Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Jimmy Butler were teammates. So when you're acquiring a player, you don't really need to ask around about, what's he like in the huddle? You've been there yourself.
Yeah, it's wild to think about that because now you have a GM who spent a long time in the league, and it feels like he's been in the front office for a long time as well, and that you go back to his days in Chicago at the tail end of his career, and he played with Jimmy Butler. So I'm sure he has a better idea about Jimmy than almost anybody in the organization.
Time for the Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Look, we had a hard time with Buddy Hield today on the show, so I'm going to send him some vibes, all right? His line is at 2.5 3-pointers. I will lock it in that Buddy is actually going to make some buckets tonight. Buddy Hield, more than 2.5 3-pointers.
Look at you.
Yep.
So magnanimous, such a giver.
I love him.
For you to extend the olive branch like that to a guy that you spent 2 hours just burying.
It was only an hour.
About an hour and 45, but anyway, it's neither here nor there. I do think when you look at this game, it feels like a Draymond Green kind of game because going up against Dylan Brooks, one of his foils throughout the course of his career. So I'm going to give Draymond Green over 23 points, rebounds, and assists combined.
Okay.
Feels like an 8-8-8 to me, a 888. 957-9570.
Very good.
For Draymond.
Yeah, don't call that number.
Oh, you can.
I'd call a different number if I were you because that is the sounder. So call the contest line now. 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652. The first person with the correct keyword that we gave you a short time ago is going to be in the knockout tournament. Chase Center Court, Monday, March 3rd, 415-523-4652. Best of luck. And if you don't get through or you don't win, tomorrow is another day. There are no more days after that, but tomorrow's another day. 3 more chances tomorrow, 8 a.m., noon, and 4 p.m. Your 8 a.m. spot with the morning roast and the Joes is going to be your next opportunity. All right. Out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. 5 games in the league tonight. The final game ahead of the All-Star break, including Thunder and T-Wolves in Minneapolis. The Thunder tops in the West and the whole league, 44-9. The T-Wolves have lost 2 in a row, including last night to Milwaukee with none of their stars. They're sitting at 30-25 and a hopeful target for the Warriors. 7th in the West right now, just 2.5 games in front of Golden State. It's a 5:30 tip, so, it's kind of late to get to Minnesota now. But SFO can get you there down the road when you need. Warriors have already played in Minnesota twice this season, so don't return the rest of the year. But a Warriors-T-Wolves postseason matchup is a real possibility, certainly in a potential play-in. So if that happens, SFO would be able to get you to Minneapolis for that game, no problem at all. And that is the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. This does feel like a grinder tonight. Yep. Houston is a good defensive squad. Everybody played last night. This one's going to take a little gumption for the Warriors tonight. Well, and you need gumption, and that's partly why you got Jimmy Butler. He is team gumption, and that's why I look at Draymond Green, and I think it's a Kevon game and GP2, and it's going to be all hands on deck. I do think from a Warriors standpoint, you're going to have to look to pick up the chef who played 38 minutes last night, and he is your oldest player. He left it all out on the floor last night. If this game was a garden variety November game, I don't think he plays, but last one before the break, a game you kind of feel like you need, but Steph's going to need your help. Strength in numbers tonight, everyone. Step up and help out the chef. Here we go. Warriors and Rockets. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Do you want to do it again tomorrow? Can't wait. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a good one, right? One, yeah, absolutely. So we're dialed up, rocking and rolling. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. We invite you to shoot your shot because it is all you got. And that's true for the Warriors tonight as well. So let's go out to the arena right now.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans? San Francisco International Airport is welcoming the biggest names in basketball for the All-Star Weekend. Fly SFO, the Bay Area's home court for travel, with convenient nonstop flights to more than 130 U.S. and international destinations.